What's up, everybody? Welcome on into the sweat. It is Wednesday. It is hump day. We're halfway through the work week. We are here with you. Couldn't be more thrilled to be doing it. We're going to bring you so much information over the next hour. Your head is going to spin. And why not start with a little bit of baseball? I am Adam Kaufman, and we are bringing in DK contributors Kenny Ducey and Gary and Thorne. Fellas, welcome. It's good to see you, obviously. Gary, and you're missing your DraftKings lid today.
I am. I decided to take a shower, Koff. Thanks for noticing.
You know, you're allowed to put a hat back on after showering.
Nah. What's the point of showering then?
Well, that's a very fair point, which is why, Kenny is wearing the hat, obviously. Let's do a little baseball. Like I said, 8-game main slate. There are different slates over the course of the day. There's, turbo earlier, an early slate for 2 o'clock. So something people may be thinking about just a few hours from now as well. But this right here, it's the MLB price check, folks. And the way this works, you guys know it. We're going to identify guys that you really like at certain price points. So let's begin with a pitcher at 8K or above. Let's begin with the clean one, Gary and Thorne.
There's a ton of great pitching options on this slate. We talked yesterday about how there were none. It's because everyone was saving their best pitcher for Wednesday, I guess. But of the amazing pitchers on a dollar for dollar basis, I'm actually going to say I like Zach Wheeler the most, not Jacob deGrom. Zach Wheeler, if not for Jacob deGrom's presence, I think we would be talking a lot more about Zach Wheeler because he's been on an incredible run his past 5 starts. It's a span of time where he's got double-digit strikeouts in 4 of those 5 games. He's got a 1.65 FIP across that span of time, a 41.2% strikeout rate, which is just ungodly. That is a crazy number. And he's also holding opponents to a 197 WOBA in that span of time. The Dodgers are a tough matchup on paper. However, this isn't like an A-plus Dodgers lineup. This is like a C-minus Dodgers lineup. No Muncy, no Bellinger, no Seager. I think that Wheeler can get it done. And at $9,600, he's relatively cheap for his talent level.
Kenny, I've seen a lot of nodding in agreement from you, and that's not your MO. That's not what you do. So what are you thinking here?
Yeah, no, I really wanted to talk about Zach Wheeler here, and I'm not going to because Gary stole my thunder. So another guy I was prepared to talk about because I figured that Zach Wheeler would be popular is Clayton Kershaw. And I think that in the same game, Clayton Kershaw could also have a very good start. I don't think there's going to be a single run scored in this game. I mean, I guess technically there has to be one. But the Philadelphia Phillies have been that bad on offense. They're middle of the pack against lefties in WRC plus, an 84 WRC plus over the last week. Over the last 2 weeks, it's been the same story. No one on this team is hitting, and now Gene Segura injured. It's pretty much the epitome of the Philadelphia Phillies, right? Like they have all these talented bats, and none of them have been able to do anything. Alec Boehm is slumping. So I really just don't trust them to really bother Clayton Kershaw. And I know that, like Gary said, it's been a C-minus Dodgers lineup. It's been kind of like a B- Clayton Kershaw this year, but he showed you in his last outing against the Texas Rangers, 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. He can still get it done. He's been a decent fantasy starter all season long with a few hiccups. And I don't think that this is going to be one of those hiccups, just a Philadelphia Phillies team that's that weak.
Are you okay? You've got a Madden sim later on today too. Is your voice going to hold up?
Yeah, the more I talk, the more it gets better. So that's sort of what happens.
That's definitely the opposite.
What happened was actually I bet on the Clippers to win the finals, and then Kawhi Leonard got hurt, so I yelled all the time.
Just been screaming at the clouds all morning. I totally understand. Let's stay with you and let's make you keep talking and get that voice better real fast, okay? How about a hitter at 5K or up?
I really like Nelson Cruz at 5K. I don't know why his price has come down. And believe me, this is a good pick despite the fact that I can't articulate it properly. They're playing Justice Sheffield and the Mariners. Justice Sheffield is a left-handed pitcher. And one of the automatic things that I'm always doing every day when I'm filling out my lineup is if Nelson Cruz is going against the lefty, I have some exposure. He's got an OPS over 1,000 against lefties. He is on fire right now, 3 homers and a 435 batting average over the last week. It's really hard to find a guy going as well as he is. Multiple double-digit DK fantasy point outings for him. The last time he faced a lefty, Marco Gonzalez, he had 11, 3 hits, three singles, and a walk. He's reached all 4 times. Valdez as well, the Astros, 17 DK fantasy points. So the last 3 times that he's faced a lefty, he's gone for double-digit fantasy points. And I don't think that that's going to be a different story tonight against Justice Sheffield, who we don't trust as a good pitcher in DFS.
Need a bat that stands out to you, Gary?
I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman. We haven't really seen like the NL MVP version of Freeman so far this season, but he has been really good at home against right-handed pitching. He's got a 404 WOBA and a 156 WRC plus within those splits. And this is probably more about Garrett Richards than it is about Freddie Freeman, or even if you want to use Ronald Acuna, who's 5,900. So pretty expensive, but I think viable on this slate. Richards to me is a ticking time bomb. This is someone who in his last 3 starts has allowed an opponent WOBA of 390. 66% of his batted ball events in that 3-start span have come off the bat at least 95 miles per hour. His last start against Toronto, he probably had 4 balls that should have been home runs that the Green Monster saved. Like he is so due to give up 12 earned runs in a game. And I think it probably happens tonight. I think Atlanta gets to him. And I think Freeman is a big part of that in the middle of that Braves order.
We've spent enough time together, Gary, and for you to know that I like the bargain bin. I like the value shopping. So we need a savings on a hitter. Who do you like?
Ahmed Rosario, who is actually maybe hitting better than the guy he was traded for in the offseason. Rosario's been absolutely on fire since May 12th. He had a 4-hit game that night. And since that point, he has almost been unstoppable at the top of Cleveland's lineup. He's generally hitting second. He draws a lefty tonight. He also draws the Orioles bullpen, which is always really appealing. But he's just $3,800 at a shortstop position where, generally speaking, it is very hard to find anyone below 4K that you like on a slate. But Rosario is slashing 360, 405, 477 since that May 2nd game. He's also got 6 stolen bases in that span of time. So there's a lot of different ways that he can get you fantasy points. And I just think this is a volume thing. Like, he's going to get 5 plate appearances tonight, most likely. I think Cleveland's going to score a lot of runs, and I think he's really going to be able to pay off this salary, which, again, is just $3,800.
With a sub 4K bats for you, Kenny.
Yeah, another Ahmed Rosario is going to carry me to an AL-only championship, Gary, and I'm glad you brought him up. Another guy on my roster who I really like tonight, who's heating up, is Tyler Lawrence France, $2,800. Yes, Ty France from the Seattle Mariners. You remember Ty France from such hits as, oh my goodness, how good is this guy back in April? And oh my goodness, how good is this guy back in spring training? He's back. He has 37 DK fantasy points in the last 2 games, and he gets to face Bailey Ober here. Now, the Mariners on the whole have done a decent job against right-handed pitching. Bailey Ober has done a less than decent job against everybody in a short time in the major leagues. I don't think that he's going to really fare very well tonight. And you know that France is a talented hitter. We've seen it before this season. We've seen it before in previous seasons in San Diego. I do think that he is another good candidate to continue to roll. I mean, again, this guy got as hot as anybody this spring when the season opened. Why can't he get hot again? 37 DK fantasy points in the last 2 games, $2,800. I think you're catching lightning in a bottle here.
All right, there, Ken. Let's make the move to the DK Sportsbook, the both of us. Let's change our attention from daily fantasy to obviously betting. You joked about Kawhi Leonard earlier. Well, we need to drill it down on baseball. Favorite bet of the day, MLB. What is it?
Yeah, I kind of touched on it earlier, but I really like that. See, now my voice is good. I like the Philadelphia Phillies and the Los Angeles Dodgers to go under 7 runs. This is a game that very likely could close at 6.5. And to me, you've got a pitcher that's absolutely shoving on one end in Zach Wheeler. And by the way, another great thing that we have to talk about is Zach Wheeler. His spin rates are very much league average. So it's not as if this guy is a candidate to, see a ton of regression here. He's been lights out. He again, maybe the best pitcher in the league right now, and maybe will be the best pitcher in the league in a month when we see pitchers start to, not use their sticky stuff. And the Dodgers have they've been okay over the last week or 2, but they haven't been great in the run scoring department. And on the other hand, you've got the Philadelphia Phillies absolutely struggling at the plate, and Clayton Kershaw in a big, I wouldn't say bounce back spot because he had a good start against the Rangers, but he's really trying to right the ship for his season. I think that this is easily under for me.
Aaron?
I'm actually going to stick with that same game. I'll admit, I think the safer play is to take the under. I agree with Kenny in that sense. But if we're projecting this as a really low-scoring game, I mean, Kenny said earlier he doesn't think a run will be scored. But if it's going to be 0-0, 1-1 going into late innings, I think you just have to bet the underdog here. I don't quite understand why the Phillies are plus 133 on the money line with Wheeler pitching. They are 5-2 in his last 7 starts. As Kenny sort of alluded to, Clayton Kershaw's been fine so far this season. His advanced numbers, his ERA estimators are a little bit better across his last 6 starts. But in that 6-start span, he's got a ERA over 4, and he's given up 5 earned runs in 3 of those 6 starts. Yeah, it's great that he pitched well against Texas, but Texas is horrible against every left-handed pitcher, let alone a Hall of Fame left-handed pitcher. So again, I'm not guaranteeing the Phillies are going to win this game, but I think this should be closer to a pick'em. And the fact you're getting plus 133 on arguably the hottest pitcher in baseball, I will take that every day of the week.
I mentioned it earlier. Kenny will be back in Simland a little bit later on this Dream Stream day. Garion, we miss you there, buddy. I hope you're going to come back and join us again at some point. But
oh, no, my internet's crapping out.
All I get, it's Wayne's World at the drive-thru, basically. We're losing Garion. All right, we'll let you guys go. Appreciate you joining us here on The Sweat. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we're kind of going to stick with baseball. We're also going to mix in golf. What I'm telling you, we're going to get into the weather with Kevin Roth and find out what impact the weather is going to have on games that you care about and events you care about. That's next. We're back here on The Sweat. Thank you for being with us. Well, like I said, we're kind of going to stay with baseball. We're also going to mix in golf, and we're going to do it with Roto Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth. Kevin, I think this is the first time we've had a chance to sit down and chat. I'm so used to seeing you here on the stream with the shirt, the tie, the jacket. It's good to see you loosen up a little bit for us.
I was just thinking that. I feel like every time I come on, I'm getting more and more casual, and now I'm in like a V-neck t-shirt. So sorry I didn't bring, my finest for our first meeting.
Well, don't go full Pat Mayo and just ditch the shirt altogether. We want you to remain somewhat presentable on camera. So let's get into this stuff because, like I said, the people need to know how weather is going to impact any sort of bets or DFS plays that they care about. Let's start with baseball because we were just doing baseball. Any weather concerns for the games later on today?
I wouldn't say there's any concerns, but there is a spot that I'm really interested in, and that is Colorado. But always in Colorado because of the high altitude, the ball just flies out of there. We know that. But it's also going to be 100 degrees around first pitch in Colorado for today's game. You add in that heat, that just stretches the atmosphere a little bit more. It means the ball carries even better. So already this is a spot we wanted to target. Give me 100 degrees in the best hitting spot, and I'm all over it. I love it. Give me the overs, give me the bats, give me everything you want there.
All right, so that's today being Wednesday, but let's look ahead later on toward the end of the week, the weekend, anything that you're seeing on the maps and the forecast that you're I don't know if, again, concern is necessarily the right word, that you here's a pun, that you have on your radar for a little bit later on in the week for baseball.
Well done. Yes,
Thank
actually,
you. It's not that well done. Not when I set it up the way that I did, but I appreciate you humoring me.
So I was looking at the overall pattern here, and that heat that we're seeing out west in Colorado, that's gradually going to move east. So as we move into the end of the week, I think we've got Boston in Kansas City on Friday. Should be about 100 degrees for that game. I love the bats there. And then that heat continues to gradually move east as we go through the weekend. So now you're looking at those East Coast games, games in New York, games in Washington, the entire Eastern Seaboard by this weekend should be really hot. And again, we want that heat, we want that humidity. All of those factors help the ball carry farther. So those are the games I'm targeting as we look ahead towards the weekend.
U.S. Open, of course, is teeing off tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern time is when lineups are locking. That's in California. So anything we should be aware of there weather-wise?
It's San Diego, so it's not exactly known for extreme and volatile weather
80
here.
and sunny. That's it.
Exactly, yeah. So no issues with rain. We're going to see calm winds in the morning and then light winds as you head into the afternoon. So basically no wind early, and by the afternoon, you're talking 5 to 10 mile per hour wind.
All right, let's get this is tricky. We're putting you on the spot here. We need your best weather-related advice for DFS in the U.S. Open. What do you think?
Okay, I've got it. It's easy. I think if you're trying to play the entire tournament, you're not going to find a weather advantage. Like I always want one. I always look for one, but I'm not going to come here and give you a lie. There's no weather edge to be had in the entire tournament. But if you're doing the showdown slates, each and every day, the weather follows that same pattern where you start with calm winds, and then by the afternoon, those winds pick up to close to 10 miles per hour. It's not going to be impossible weather in the afternoon by any means, but it's better in the mornings than the afternoon. So for showdown slates, if you're playing them any day, I like the morning golfers as opposed to the afternoon golfers.
Kevin Roth, the Roto Grinders chief meteorologist. That's Kevin with a V as in a V-neck T-shirt. Thank you so much for being here with us, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy all that is to come in front of us here, baseball and golf-wise. Absolutely. All right, let's stay with golf. And, full disclosure, because you will see I'm wearing something different. I had the opportunity this week to chat with Jason Sobel from the Action Network, get his DFS and sports betting advice on all things U.S. Open. We're going to give you that in just a moment. Thank you for being with us here on The Sweat. Well, we are fresh off the Palmetto Championship and a victory, the first ever on the PGA Tour for Garrett Higgo. Now let's get into that, as well as, of course, turn the calendar to the U.S. Open. It's major talk time with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how's it going?
Great. Good to be at Torrey Pines. Can't wait to get out and see the course a little bit and try to talk to some of these players, figure out what's exactly going to happen this week. I can't wait for it. It's going to be a great week.
Well, I want to know what's going to happen with Jon Rahm, because he is at the top of the leaderboard on the DK Sportsbook, plus 1050 odds to go out and win this thing. But as we know, he's coming off a situation in which, led for a few rounds and then a positive COVID test wound up sidelining him, hasn't been able to golf since. So what should we expect from him?
Yeah, I think Rahm's going to be playing mad this week, and Rahm tends to play pretty well when he gets mad. So I think this is a good spot for him. Look, the U.S. Open over the last 5 years, and this is something that I'm going to repeat over and over this week, but over the last 5 years, we've seen big, strong, athletic players win this golf tournament. Brooks Koepka twice, Bryson DeChambeau, Dustin Johnson, Gary Woodland. What they all have in common is they're big, strong dudes. They can get it out of the rough. Jon Rahm fits the profile perfectly. He's also played really well at Torrey Pines over the years. It claimed his first PGA Tour victory back in 2017. At this very event, at this venue. So I do like Jon Rahm a lot. I think he's deserving of being the favorite. I do think there are some question marks around some of those other elite level players. And it's sort of a chance to kind of look at a guy who hasn't won since last August on the PGA Tour. But like I said, I think he's a worthy favorite. I don't know that I'm chasing that number this week, but I do like him.
All right, let's talk about some of those other elite golfers, obviously behind Rahm in terms of their odds to win this. At plus 1,500, you have a pack here. Dustin Johnson, you have Xander Schauffele, of course, DraftKings' own Bryson DeChambeau, and it's an interesting trio. You could tell me who stands out to you among this group. DJ in particular, of course, coming off a solid performance, top 10 at Palmetto. Does he give you enough comfort, confidence to roll with him this week?
All three of those guys, Adam, are guys that I like. It's hard not to like them, but I don't love any of them. I'm not picking any of those guys to win. So to chase those numbers, I think you've got to really love those guys this week. You've got to be a big DJ guy, a big Xander, big Bryson guy, and really like those guys a lot if you're going to be placing a bet on them. For me, I like them. I could see any of those three guys winning this golf tournament. If I've got to pick one, I'm probably going with Dustin over Bryson and Xander, but it's really, really close. I'm not sure I can separate the three, and that's probably why they all have the same odds coming into this one.
Well, then once again, you have to pick one. I'm going to make you choose here, and it's between Jordan Spieth, plus 1,900, and similar odds for, of course, Bryson's really, really good friend, Brooks Koepka. Who is the greater upside out of these two?
Okay, this one I can choose. I like Brooks a lot this week. Hey, it's a major championship week. We like Brooks Koepka. I mean, time and again over the last handful of years, we've tried to say Brooks can't do this. He can't just go miss cuts at other events and then show up at a major and flip the switch and all of a sudden say, hey, I'm going to play well now and start playing elite level golf. And yet he does it every single time. He did it at the PGA just last month at Kiowa. So I think that Brooks is going to have a really, really solid week. I don't think this is a great course for Jordan Spieth. He stopped playing in the Farmers Insurance Open a little bit. I just don't think it suits his eye. There was talk of a little ankle issue early in the week. So I'm all aboard Team Brooks this week in this one.
You mentioned the Farmers Insurance Open, and it's a good segue to Patrick Reed because, as we know, shot really well at that thing, won it at this same course, minus 14 for that event. And he has longer odds for this tournament here at the U.S. Open, plus 2,500 on the DK Sportsbook. What do you make of him this week?
Well, the only comp we have to the U.S. Open and Farmers Insurance Open, both being played at Torrey Pines in the same year, is back in 2008 when, of course, Tiger Woods won both of them. And you look at it and you say, well, yeah, but he was Tiger Woods. But maybe there's some correlation. I do think that this course doesn't necessarily change as much as some other courses. There are other places that you can play them in January, then play them in June, and there would be a completely different golf course there. I think this one stays somewhat similar for this event. So I do think that the sight lines, the angles should still treat Patrick Reed pretty well. So I do like Reed this week. I've got him in my top 10. I think somewhere in the back end of that top 10 after the top 5. So yeah, I like him again. Don't necessarily love him, but can I see him winning this golf tournament? Yeah, absolutely. When he gets on a roll, he gets on a good roll. And that's what we saw at Torrey earlier this year from him.
With this being a major event, of course, Jason, the odds have been on the DK Sportsbook for quite a while now. Any odd shifts during that time that have caught your eye?
You know, Adam Scott has not played his best golf recently, and his number has drifted just a little bit. That makes me like him a little bit more. Like I said, he has not really contended really since before the pandemic last year. And so it's hard to jump on Adam Scott and be really confident in it. But if you're looking for a bigger number from a guy who's capable of winning a major championship, that's one number that I think I look at and say, you know, I can see some value in that one there.
I'm looking for longer odds, long shots. Who do you like?
Depends how long you want to go. I can give you somewhat long. Jason Kokrak is a guy who is completely undervalued in the marketplace. He's still being priced as if he's a pretty good PGA Tour player. He's better than pretty good. He's got 2 wins, one of only 3 players with 2 wins on the PGA Tour this season. He's a really, really good player. I like him for a top 5 this week, so I think he's completely undervalued. If you want to go way down the list, I mean, I can look at Shane Lowry. I can look at Gary Woodland. I like their numbers. They're capable of winning majors. We've seen it from them in the past. If you want just complete, total long shot flyers, I'll give you 3 names, Adam. Justin Suh, who plays really well on the West Coast. Sahith Theegala, same thing, young guy, played at Pepperdine. And Chan Kim, a big dude who, again, fits that profile of a guy who can hammer balls out of the rough. So, look, I'm not saying any of those guys are going to win, but you want to play some top 20, top 30, top 40 props on those 3 guys, I do like them.
All right, so those guys you shouted out, I know you like, but who you fading? Who you staying away from this week?
Since the 2017 PGA Championship, Sergio Garcia has played in 13 majors. He's missed the cut in 11 of them and failed to finish in the top 50 in the other 2. At some point, we look at Sergio and say, it's not just a coincidence, it's a pattern. Something is wrong with his game right now for the major championships. I actually like the way Sergio's been playing. I like the way he's driving the golf ball. He's second on the PGA Tour in strokes gained off the tee right now. But until he shows me that he can play better in a major championship, he's a fade for me in the big ones.
Here's what it's all about right now, though, Jason. Who is your pick to win the U.S. Open?
I'm going with an older player who has some ties to this event, who would be a great story if he finally wins this one. No, it's not Phil Mickelson. I'm going with Paul Casey, another Arizona State guy. But Casey, I think, has derived some inspiration. I spoke with him a few times during the PGA Championship where he said he was rooting for Phil Mickelson. He wanted Phil to win. And I think he's going to get some inspiration from that. He's played better at the majors over the last few years, especially at the U.S. Open. It was 17th last year at Winged Foot. So I like a guy that can, like I said, and I keep repeating myself, but guys who can gouge the ball out of the rough. Paul's got these big old forearms. He can get under the ball, hits a high ball. I think that's going to help this week. And so I'm not completely confident in it, but I do like the number next to his name, and I do like Paul Casey this week.
Welcome back here on The Sweat. We're about halfway home. We've got a ton still to cover, a lot behind us, a lot of golf talk behind us, obviously, and more of that concerning the U.S. Open later on in the program. But let's get to the hardwood, NBA. I'm Adam Kaufman. We bring in DK contributor Julian Edlow, and of course, RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen, kind enough, both of them, to join us here. Guys, it has been just a wild morning in the association. So you have Kawhi Leonard dealing with a sprained knee. He is out indefinitely for the Clippers. Chris Paul for the Suns out indefinitely as he has entered the league's COVID protocol. And then you have Stan Van Gundy, no longer after just 1 year, coaching the New Orleans Pelicans. He's looking for work, maybe back in TV, but that's another team in need of a new head coach. So like I said, tons going on, but let's start with what happened on the floor last night. The Brooklyn Nets, somehow, some way, on the heels, on the shoulders of all things Kevin Durant, coming back from big deficits to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. Durant, guys, was just outrageous. Had about 100 fantasy points, and that's flexed. Never mind if you captain him in a showdown. He was outrageous. Brooklyn is up 3-2 now, Jules, in this series. What did KD's performance last night with the 49, 17, and 10 do for his, your overall thoughts on the series, but also odds on the DK Sportsbook for this team?
Yeah, so I was ready to talk about how it kind of changed the landscape in the Eastern Conference. And then we get this morning that makes KD's like all-time historic Game 5, like the third largest news story in the NBA.
Yeah.
And now Durant's game literally impacts the entire championship board. Chris Paul will see, he's obviously praying for the Clippers and the Jazz to split these next two games and buy himself a couple more days so that he can get on the floor potentially for a Game 1 or Game 2 of the Western Conference Final. And then you have Kawhi Leonard. It doesn't sound good. He's out Game 5. He's out indefinitely. He usually, when it sounds like that, he's probably not going to be able to return for this series. We'll see about the next round if the Clippers can somehow pull this out. So, yeah, the impact of all these things combined. Title odds just reopened before we're recording, late morning on the East Coast. The Western Conference is still shut down, but the Nets are plus 200 favorites to win it all, followed by, if you've got a Utah Jazz in the West ticket, you just had a heck of a morning. Jazz plus 250 to win it all. The Suns were around plus 375. They moved down to plus 450. Clippers plummet to plus 1,000. It's about as wild as it can get in terms of a morning for the NBA, but the one part that I do want to say, the Nets gutted out that game. They still have to find a way to win another game in this series and win 4 more against a good Sixers team or an exciting Hawks team. And Harden's laboring through some stuff. Durant's going to be tough to replicate that performance many times. Kyrie, that ankle looked really bad. We'll see if he can potentially play in an Eastern Conference Final. There have never been this many moving parts trying to handicap the NBA in one single time.
Speaking of moving parts, Jules, just as you were talking, we have more breaking news from the NBA. Scott Brooks is out in Washington. So that is another team that needs a new head coach. So, Nick, let's go with you. Talk more about KD. So do you agree with what Reggie Miller tweeted last night? Maybe just sit Harden, sit Durant for Game 6, put all your chips in for a Game 7 and be as fully healthy as you can be?
No, I do not agree with Reggie Miller, believe it or not. And I was listening to the Bill Simmons pod this morning, and he kind of echoed the same thing. He thought they should sit Harden in Game 6 as well. Reggie took it to another level, saying they should sit Kevin Durant. But it does seem like, despite how pathetic of a performance this was by the Milwaukee Bucks last night, that there is still a decent amount of optimism that the Bucks are going to win Game 6. And I think that's fueled by the fact that James Harden's hamstring is probably going to be extremely sore. James Harden also didn't look good for most of last night. He made some nice passes, had some nice defensive stands given his limitations. But for the most part, there's an argument to be made that the Nets would have been better off not having James Harden, at least on the offensive end, based on how he shot the ball last night. But again, for as great of a performance as this was for Kevin Durant, it was exactly, I think, what people wanted to see from him after like 4 straight years of Durant playing on a stacked team, never really having the odds against him and being in this position. It was awesome to see. As a KD fan, it was exactly what you wanted from Kevin Durant. But for me, like, the bigger story is just how the Bucks let this game slip away from them. There's been plenty of times where a superstar goes for 40 plus points in a loss because there are no other options. And there was really nothing that, the Nets had no other options but for Kevin Durant to have a game like this. And if the Bucks play even semi below average offense in the second half, they still probably win this game relatively comfortably. But they just completely shut it down. They would run, one screen and roll. And if it didn't result in a layup, then whoever has the ball is going one-on-one and chucking up a contested mid-range shot. I was really disappointed not only in Giannis and Middleton, who I think took the brunt of the criticism last night, but I thought Drew Holiday looked a lot like Eric Bledsoe. I mean, he's the guy that's supposed to calm everybody down, make sure they get good shots, back it out, if things are out of control. And I thought he was the worst defender of all with some of his decision making down the stretch. So, the main storyline is KD's incredible. He's the best player in the league right now, but equally so, I think this was an extremely winnable game and an extremely winnable series that was served on a platter to the Milwaukee Bucks, and they just could not take advantage.
Nick, we'll get back to the East, but for now, let's go to the West. And as mentioned earlier, Kawhi Leonard, he's going to miss Game 5 with that sprained knee. Could very well miss the rest of this series, obviously out indefinitely, dealing with a serious issue. But with that in mind, a lot of people are going to be really excited about Paul George. There's no way that he can disappear now in this situation with all the attention on him. He's not going to be able to for this team to have a chance. You look at some of the just updated numbers, updated odds on the DK Sportsbook. You have the Jazz for a 7.5-point favorite right now. 7.5, that jumping up from 3 just yesterday afternoon with this news. So does Utah hold serve, you think, in its home floor and actually cover here?
I think they have to, right? And like Julian said, their title odds have now jumped up to plus 250. The Clippers have plummeted all the way down to plus 1,000. The Jazz are now kind of in the same situation that the Bucks were in heading into last night's game, but instead of going up against Kevin Durant, you're going up against Paul George. And Paul George is not Kevin Durant. And for as great as Paul George has shown that he can be at times, I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are saying, all right, it's Paul George's time. He'll just go for 50 and he'll carry the Clippers, on the road at Utah. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a perfect setup now for the Jazz, who obviously struggled in games 3 and 4. They were outplayed, outclassed on the offensive end. And when you talk about removing one of Kawhi Leonard or Paul George, you could see Kawhi Leonard having a game like Kevin Durant had last night. I just don't know that it's possible for Paul George to have that kind of two-way impact where he just puts the entire team on his back against a really good opponent. So I think that line movement is legit. I think it makes sense. And the other thing, that this really benefits Utah is they now have a little bit of leeway with Mike Conley, who I guess in this analogy is the James Harden of this series. If he's kind of 50-50 for this game, I think now you feel better about maybe giving him an extra 2 days to rest up for Game 6, as opposed to throwing him back out there when the opponent doesn't have its best player.
Jules, to Nick's point, I mean, can playoff P here go all Kevin Durant and obviously help his team out, avoid the Jazz covering at home, or is that just unrealistic to ask?
I mean, Utah's going to win this game, I think. Covering the 7 points. This is back down to 7. I think it'll settle around 7. I'll lay the 7 with Utah. I think it's, we've seen some domination at home on both sides of this series. Even though the Clippers kept it kind of close, it's going to be a different story without Kawhi. Now that said, there's still some ways we can take advantage here. I'm very interested in looking at Paul George's 3-way prop on the points, rebounds, assists. I think he's going to get his numbers. I'm very interested in playing him for $8,600 on the 2-game slate. He's clearly going to have a lot more usage with Kawhi Leonard off the floor. But that performance by Kevin Durant was like a notch that only a handful of players ever can really hit. Guys can put up that stat line, but not really anybody can do it that efficiently with that type of, thumbprint on the game as their own. That's LeBron can do it. Anybody else, maybe not. So yeah, Paul George can get, 40 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists tonight. And I can see the Jazz winning by 10 points. It's just Paul George doesn't have that type of impact that Kevin Durant does. And that's not even a knock on Paul George. It's just acknowledging how great Kevin Durant was in that game.
Moving back to the East here, and you had Trae Young, who was just awesome in Game 4, a win for the Hawks to even up that series with the Sixers. That one stands 2-2 right now. Philadelphia at home, 6.5-point favorites. Felix, is it too high?
Oh, man. This game, I don't want to cop out of giving an answer. The Sixers are going to win this game, so I guess I would like them to cover. I really think they're going to win this game at home, but this one to me screams just getting into the game live. I need to see what Joel Embiid looks like, because the last thing we saw, he started the game off great. They went up 17 or whatever it was. And, Embiid was fine. And then 0 of 12 in the second half. he hit the floor a lot of times. His body language is his body language. He's always kind of mopey when things aren't going his way. I think things should start to go his way at home in game 5. Let's remember Embiid scored 79 points in the first 2 games of this series, 44 in the 2 games in Atlanta. He should be a lot better at home. I just need to make sure that he's healthy. So if Embiid is engaged at the start of this game and sees some shots go in, you might even get a little worse of a number, but I'll be interested in Philly. This is also another one, the Sixers, remember that bounce back in game 2 at home, like a first quarter, first half play on Philly makes sense. They should come out with a lot of energy in this game. And Trae Young's probable with the shoulder injury. He's obviously going to play in this game and play 40 plus minutes, but he shot just over 30% last game. So it's not to say that the shoulder injury isn't going to affect him. Look how much the hamstring affected Harden last night. He couldn't buy a bucket. So Young's going to be impactful in this game, but his being dinged up and missing some shots might be a little bit more of a storyline than we're letting on here.
Nick, how do you feel about the 6.5 for Philly?
Yeah, I think Julian said it best. This game and this whole series comes down to Embiid's health. If he looks like the Embiid from the second half of game 4, when he put up like arguably the worst playoff half that we've seen from a superstar in a really long time. I mean, 0 of 12 is like record setting bad. And then of course missed what looked to be a pretty easy layup that would have put Philly up late. If he looks like that, then Philly probably loses this game and 6.5 is way too high. But if he looks like the Embiid from the first 14 quarters of this series, then I think that's about right. And I think, Julian was kind of on the right track that Philly has a good chance to retake control of this series. They've been the better team for the vast majority of these games. I mean, it doesn't really feel like it's a 2-2 series. I think Philly, as long as Embiid is healthy, should rightfully still feel pretty confident about pulling this out. And for as bad as Embiid was in the second half, they still had a great chance to win that game. Some other things didn't go their way either. But, as long as that meniscus isn't getting worse as the series goes on, I do think Philly probably wins this game tonight. But like Julian said, you have to consider the Trae Young factor as well. I mean, never a good sign when someone has a massive, like 90s Patrick Ewing heating pad on the shoulder mid-game. So for as much as you have to worry about Philly's health with its star, that's a concern on the other side as well. So, the line feels a little bit high, but I do like Philly to close tonight.
Nick, I love seeing white chocolate on the wall behind you. Jules, lots of Celtic pride. Always a great time. You guys, you're a pleasure. Go monitor Twitter for more NBA news in the next 20 minutes because it has been outrageous. We'll get to NHL on the other side, bring in some other friends from RotoWire, along with, of course, Moose Ulrich. That's coming up. Let's get to the ice. A little puck talk with our friends from RotoWire. Of course, none other than Paul Bruno and AJ Schultz, as well as, of course, Jeff Ulrich, DraftKings contributor. Fellas, good to have you here with us. And just the one game tonight, a little showdown action going on between the Vegas Golden Knights and, of course, you've got the Montreal Canadiens, or game 2. Pardon me. We've got,
You're right, pal. You're good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All sorts of, for a half second, I was like, that's not how the NHL playoffs work. And then I remembered this weird COVID situation we're in, and it threw me off completely. So, Moose, let's start with you. You're eager to talk and stuff. DK Sportsbook Vegas minus 250, favorites on the money line. Okay, so how do you feel about it after a game one in which the Golden Knights look really good?
Yeah, I mean, I think Montreal played them pretty close, if we're being honest. Like, I think that the game was closer than the score kind of indicated. It was one of those situations, but I'm not quite ready here to just jump on the Montreal side. I mean, the line is certainly big enough if you want to do that. Now, the nice thing is this line has gotten so big that you can take Montreal here, and I would do that, but I would go to the puck line. I would take them plus 1.5 in this game, minus 127. Carey Price has a very good road record in these playoffs. He's 5-2. I think that, like I said, I think that score was a little bit just not quite indicative of how the game necessarily went. I think Montreal had their chances early. They just didn't capitalize. I'm expecting a close game too. I'm not confident enough to say Montreal necessarily pulls it out. If I'm going to pick Montreal for a win, it'll probably be in Montreal. I do like the Canadiens puck line, though, at plus 1.5.
All right. I don't always know what I'm talking about, but Paul, you've been locked in of late. So let's go to you here. Montreal, you're going to chase the Canadiens.
No way. I think the sand is about ready to pour out of Montreal's hourglass in this surprising postseason run. Consider that Petry's out with a broken finger. Shea Weber's playing with a hand injury that removes their top veteran defenseman as threats to impact this game. Tatar and Evans may be ready to return. That's a lot of ifs, guys. And let's face it, the top line for Vegas didn't show up in that first game, and they still won by a pretty comfortable margin. I think that's going to change tonight. So I don't see any chance that anybody should put any money on the Montreal situation, no matter what the bet is. Because on the flip side, the Knights are only missing their bottom six forward, Thomas Nosek. They're ready to break out, and I think they're going to do it at home tonight.
AJ, you don't like a Habs bounce back?
I don't, and I like it even less than I like agreeing with Paul here. So, this one pains me here. But, yeah, I'm not chasing the value on the Habs here. They're just too outmatched throughout the lineup. As Paul mentioned, Petry, Evans are both technically game time decisions tonight, but I'm not expecting we'll really see either in action. And I also don't like getting just even money on the puck line here to give up a goal and a half. Like, that's just not enough value for the risk. So I'm going to look alternate puck line and get the Knights at minus 2 goals for plus 155 to grab some good value here. It's a margin of victory they've achieved in 3 of their last 4 games. I expect that trend to continue. And if you want to take on that little bit more risk to avoid the potential push, as you guys know I love to do, you can go minus 2.5 for plus 195 as well here.
Paul, you can take a look, obviously, at the odds on the DK Sportsbook. See the NHL standard 5.5 as far as the goal total here for this one. You going to go over or under?
You know what? I'm looking at the over tonight. I credit Montreal for starting strongly in game one. I expect the Knights to get off to a better beginning, and that's going to lead to a lopsided score in their favor. The top line will show up and make up much of that score line in getting us to the over, and I don't think it'll be a problem. I think they'll get there pretty early tonight.
Moose, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I mean, Montreal's games, 8 or 12 of them have been 5 goals or less. Maybe I'm giving Carey Price too much respect, but I really don't think that's the case. I think you're going to see a close game here. I think you're going to, again, probably just see similar to what we saw in game one, where they only went to 5 goals. Montreal scored once. Obviously, they gave up a few more than they wanted to, but the thing could flip where we just get a close 2-1 game again. If you're getting 5.5, I would again just eat the juice and take the under here. I really feel like you're going to see more games like that in the series than not. So give me the under. I'll stay on it for at least one more game and see how it plays out.
AJ, offense?
No, they've got 3-time Stanley Cup champion, and I'll be honest, I'll just say it right now, future NHL Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury is sporting a 1.8 goals against average during a 5-game winning streak. On the flip side, the Habs have just 10 goals in their last 4 contests, so I'm taking the under in this one for some value. Again, with it sitting at 5 right now, if you want to avoid that push, take a little extra risk, you can go under 4.5 on the DK Sportsbook for plus 180.
Let's stay with you, AJ. How about a player prop for tonight?
I'm going to go with the 1-point player props here tonight, and I'm going to turn to Alex Tuch at plus 105 here. He's on a 3-game point streak right now. If you want to take him to tickle that twine, you can snag him at plus 210 as well. But for me, I'm going to look just the 1-point option for the even money. I think it's a relatively safe bet given their offense and his recent performances.
Bob Lowe, you were so excited yesterday about player props. You brought literal props. What do you have for us today?
You know what? I think it bears mentioning that Carey Price has been on fire of late, but I saw some holes in his game, some guessing in his game in the last outing, and that makes me nervous for Montreal fans. I think the big line's going to take advantage of that tonight. So my props are on the first line. I'm going to take Pacioretty and Stone both to get 2-point games and paying plus 285 and 275 respectively. If you want to take a flyer on Montreal scorers, I won't look any further than Toffoli at plus 220 or Suzuki at 280 to get a goal. But that's a long shot tonight. I like the way Marc-Andre Fleury's playing. I don't like the way Mr. Price looked last game, and nobody's talking about that except me.
Jeff, what say you, sir?
I don't think Paul would ever like the way Carey Price looks, just based on his fever for the Toronto Maple Leafs. But I'm more in line with AJ is thinking. I like the Alex Tuch call a lot. I think the Vegas third line really played well for them, and they're going to continue to play well. Tuch is just a good player as well. I am of the opinion you should be looking as well if you're going for props. So maybe more on the shots on goal props. Cole Caulfield, the Canadians really just don't have any other choice but to just keep putting this young guy out there. And the one thing he is doing is getting a ton of shots on goal. I really like targeting his over on the shots on goal prop tonight. It's at minus 106, which is just fine. Over 2.5 shots on goal. Again, he's playing well over 15 minutes a game right now. The Canadians aren't going to stop playing him because quite frankly, he looks like one of their most active offensive players out there. So again, I don't really want to get on the goal props for Montreal because I think they're going to have trouble scoring goals in this series, but absolutely keep targeting Cole Caulfield on the over on the shots on goal prop.
Plus, JJ Watt's a super fan. You can't go wrong there,
that,
right?
That helps. Absolutely.
All right, last question before we get.
Wisconsin.
What's that?
I said, I'm Wisconsin, boys. I'm Wisconsin.
There you go. All right, one more before we get you guys out of here. AJ, let's go to you here. If you're thinking, we've been talking odds, excuse me. If you're thinking DFS, though, and you want to slide one of these guys into the captain spot for a showdown between the Golden Knights and the Canadiens, who are you looking at?
I'm going to step out of my normal MO here and shell out the huge money to put the Flower in my captain spot tonight. I think he's been playing just too well to really avoid it. Now, as a value option for you on top of that, because you're going to need some value when you're paying that price tag, you can look to a guy like Alex Tuch, who's only coming in about $6K. So you're going to need to fill out with a couple guys like that. William Karlsson's another low price option to find if you're going to go with me and pay all the way up for the Flower tonight.
Who's the captain for you, Paul?
First of all, I love the call on Alex Tuch as a bench guy. Good call by you, AJ. You're finally starting to join the dark side here. I've focused on the top line for the Knights tonight to be impactful, and that means I choose between Stone or Pacioretty in the tonight's showdown format, guys. I'll go with Stone because he's going to cost me $3,000 less than his line mate, and that'll make it easier for me to get Fleury into the lineup tonight as a support guy. I don't think he's going to get the big game score, though, because this is going to be a game where I think the Canadians are not only going to have trouble scoring, they're going to have trouble getting shots on goal.
Jeff, wrap it up.
Look, I like the goalie calls tonight, but if you're in big GPP, like I really think you got to lean Carey Price here. He's 5-2 on the road, like I said. I mean, this is kind of a do or die spot for Montreal. I know that sounds crazy, but if they don't split these two games, like I don't see this series going their way. If you just hate that call so much, Alex Pietrangelo is just absolutely killing it in the playoffs. Blues fans just crying their eyes out watching this guy play right now. Averaging over 4 shots on goal per game. Even if it does end up being a bit of a shootout, Pietrangelo is playing over 25 minutes and producing. I think his price is really, really good right now for a captain spot. So again, if you're leaning a little bit more Vegas wins a close game, I would go him.
U.S. Open's a big deal, folks. We're going to talk more about it here on this show before, of course, lineups lock and the tournament begins tomorrow morning. Normally, Moose would be weighing in. He did that yesterday, so we're going to get Len Hochberg's opinion. But we thank you, AJ, Paul, and, of course, Jeff, for being here with us. The Sweat rolls on after this. All right, we've got 5 or so minutes left here in the sweat and plenty of golf talk to cram into it. Len Hochberg joins us. Of course, you know him from RotoWire. He is the senior golf writer and also the 2020 DFS Writer of the Year for golf. How are you, Len?
Doing well, Adam. Good to see you. Even though it's 1,000 degrees here in Los Angeles, I have my 2008 Torrey Pines U.S. Open sweatshirt on for this segment.
I'll tell you what, it looks good. It looks comfortable. We remind the people playing in contests and building lineups, again, starting tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern time with the lock. There are 3 millionaire contests for DraftKings that you want to obviously jump into for an opportunity to win some of that big money and qualify potentially for the Tournament of Champions as well. But let's get into it here, Len. A little PGA Tour chase or fade. See if you agree or disagree with some of these statements about the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines in San Diego. Now, we have a number of golfers north of 10K this week. There's Brooks Koepka. There's Bryson DeChambeau, DK's own Dustin Johnson. You got Jordan Spieth, John Rahm. Only golfer over 11K is obviously Rahm, and some guys that butt right up against them salary-wise as well. One name who I alluded to right there, just under 10K, who's done some damage here in the past in majors, is Rory McIlroy. How are you feeling about him at 9,900? Chase or fade that he is in the running here to win this weekend?
Yeah, it's 9,900, under 10,000 for Rory McIlroy in a major. It really made my eyes open a little bit. He did not play Torrey Pines for much of his career, but he's come on board the last few years. He was top 5 his first visit. He was top 5 his second visit. And then he was 16th back in January. So he's played this course very well. He also won recently, and then he was 18th at the Memorial. So I like Rory McIlroy a lot. It all comes down to the first round. Rory McIlroy, we all know the narrative by now. He shoots himself in the foot. He shoots himself out of the tournament in the first round and then plays great the next 3 rounds. I think we're going to know a lot about Rory McIlroy by Thursday night. I like him this week.
Now, let me give you a range here just under Rory. You can go from, let's say, $8,500 all the way up to $9,700. So, again, just under McIlroy. Guys you'd like to fade versus chasing, obviously. Who stands out?
Yeah, there are so many good golfers in this range because every good golfer is in this field, and just some guys have to bump down. Colin Morikawa, normally a $10,000 guy. He's at 9,500. I mean, his game is made for U.S. Opens. Just below that, Xander Schauffele. He's in the top 5 or 6 at every U.S. Open. He doesn't win them, but he's only 9,300, so he doesn't have to win it to pay off for you this year. 8,900, Tony Finau, same deal as Xander Schauffele, top 10s almost all the time. Like him a lot. Patrick Reed won Torrey Pines in January, $9,000. Probably the 2 guys I like least are at the top and the bottom of your range. 9,700, Justin Thomas just has not been playing very well lately and is not a big fan of Torrey Pines, has not been back in a number of years. And Scotty Scheffler at 8,500, he's good. I like him. He just doesn't seem ready for majors just yet, at least to really super contend and win.
Let's see if we can do the last 3 questions in about 60 seconds. Phil Mickelson, how do you feel about him finally winning the U.S. Open at $7,700?
Liked him to make the cut at the PGA. Of course, didn't expect him to win. Like him to make the cut this week. Majors are a different animal. Major experience matters. Phil should be able to make the cut.
How about a value play you're chasing this week?
Another guy, Justin Thomas, $8,000, top 10 at the last 2 majors. He's only 8,000. He's like 60 to 1 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Crazy good price for him. Veteran, won at the Farmers. Paul Casey, 7,900. Harris English, 7,300. Top 25 golfer in the world. Robert McIntyre, 7,000. Has never missed a major cut.
Len, who's going to win the U.S. Open?
Sorry, Bryson. It is Brooks Koepka. The guy, when he's healthy, he plays well in all the majors. He's a threat in every major. He finished second in the PGA. He's healthy now. Brooks Koepka will do it.
Well, in fairness, I think if Bryson won, it would bother Brooks a heck of a lot more. So at least
You're
there's
right.
that.
I think you're right.
Len, great catching up with you. Thanks so much for joining us here. We look forward to doing it again soon.
Thanks so much, Adam.
All right. Remember, you can catch the sweat weekdays, Monday through Friday, 11 to noon. That is 5 days a week, Eastern time. And then that is typically followed by a half dozen Madden simulations. Today is no different. We got the nooner coming up in just a few minutes here on the Dream Stream. I'll be with you with Zach Thompson, Chargers, Eagles in the rain on a wild weather Wednesday. Go nowhere. We roll on here on the Dream Stream. What's up, Dream Streamers? Hope everybody enjoyed the sweat. We appreciate you being here with us, obviously. We've got Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman. It's a wild weather
What's up?
Wednesday. So let's get ready for a little bit of rain. A little bit of rain action featuring the Chargers and Eagles. Chargers and it's like a horse and a bird, kind of.
Sure.
A Charger and an Eagle. We could go with that. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm great. What's your lineup looking like now that we've locked, obviously?
Yeah, so I embraced the rain and went with the Chargers DST as my captain. And that, because they're so cheap in your captain spot, does leave you plenty of salary. So I have Eckler, Sanders, Jackson, Ertz, and Keenan Allen. So I have all the top pass catchers and that Chargers DST. Who you got?
Well, here's what I wound up doing. I can't tell you it's going to be the winner because, as we know, these things are unpredictable, but also you guys are much better at building lineups than me. I have Marquise Goodwin in the captain spot. Marquise Goodwin.
Yep.
We'll see what ends up happening. He's been
How
good.
about that?
He's good.
Yep.
He's about 40% owned in our smaller contest, 11% in the captain slot. I had to go with the RB1s, ZT. Had to do it, but in order to obviously fit some balance around them, they're both flexed. Austin Eckler, who's about 85% owned overall, 25% at captain. Miles Sanders in 3/4 of lineups. He is chalky, 18% in the captain spot. And then none of these guys are really punt plays, to be honest with you. Zach Ertz, Keenan Allen, Joe Reed. A lot of people were thinking the Joe Reed value today at $4,800. He's in almost half of lineups.
Wow, yeah, a lot of people in on that play. The numbers in the larger free showdown a little bit lower for captaincy and ownership on both those RB1s. But yeah, that's definitely the place you got to start with both these offenses. They do run that RB1 as the third down back, so you will get quite a bit of pass catching from your RB1s, which is really how you get those monster games. It also helps raise that floor a little bit, right? Because they never totally bust, because even if they're not getting a lot on the ground, they'll haul in a few catches. Chargers out here in the white with the lightning bolts on the team.
Now, do you think the rain is going to impact this at all?
So the Eagles have actually done okay in the rain. I do think we'll end up with a decent amount of points here. I think the outside passing could be a little bit impacted by the rain, but most of the Eagles' deep plays and most of their big plays are actually run inside or right near the hash marks down the field vertically. That way, towards the middle of the field, instead of go routes on the outside. Most of their big plays are Deshaun Jackson and Marquise Goodwin catching and running after the catch, along with Zach Ertz, who almost caught that one before it was knocked away. So I do think the Eagles will be less affected than many teams are by the rain. The Chargers rely very heavily on Austin Eckler, so I think they'll be less impacted by some teams too. The rain always does limit those outside deep passes, especially by weaker armed quarterbacks, which is why players like or teams like the Bucks and the Saints are actually very impacted by the weather. We see Ertz reaching for the first. Are they going to give it to him? They do. First down, Eagles.
Ertz 1 for 5, but like you said, it's enough. About a minute gone by, opening quarter. Chargers and Eagles. We got lots to get into here. Not only football. There's always football. But you've been paying attention to what's been going on in the NBA today, and it's not even noon or just barely noon.
I was looking forward to asking you, what is today? Like, why is all this happening today? Is there like a date on the calendar that I wasn't aware of? It's
a
like
wild weather Wednesday in
bonus?
Finland. Apparently, it's just a wild day in the association. For anyone that has missed it,
because it's been crazy.
Kawhi Leonard is dealing with a serious sprained knee. He is out indefinitely for the Clippers. Chris Paul.
That only changes that series.
Yeah, it changes it dramatically. Chris Paul is out indefinitely because he has entered the league's COVID protocol. That is obviously significant there for the Suns. And you know, just when we thought like, all right, only a few teams are going to need head coaches this offseason. Stan Van Gundy's out in New Orleans after 1 year. Scott Brooks couldn't come to a new deal with Washington. He's out for the Wizards. So
less surprising, but also
less surprising. But suddenly you have a handful of openings.
Yep. And everybody's after Jason Kidd.
And honestly, like I will be shocked if Mike Budenholzer keeps his job after this series. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if Milwaukee's got an opening as well.
I think, I mean, it depends on the next two games.
It does. I mean, obviously, like they'd have to win, but again, yesterday was such a gift.
I know.
Such a gift from the basketball gods for, first Kyrie Irving obviously to be ruled out. The expectation was James Harden wasn't going to play, and he goes from, out to doubtful to questionable all the way to like game time decision to playing, and he does, but he was terrible. He was awful. Right. He was a complete non-factor. It more of a deterrent in my mind, quite frankly, than he even was helpful out there on the floor, and played a ton of minutes. KD had to have an otherworldly performance, but even still, we were just talking about this with Julian and Nick Whalen on the Sweat. You see this from time to time, not even from time to time. You see this not so irregularly in the NBA, where like a guy goes off, has 40 plus points, but his team still loses by 10. Milwaukee was up in that game considerably early.
They were up 17,
and there was no ability to close out the nets. I mean, it was just it was so bad on the part of Giannis and everybody else involved.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously huge question marks about that team. But then if they win game 6, which I mean, okay, let's say they do win game 6, force a game 7, it's back in Brooklyn. Do you think Kyrie has a chance to play in that? Because that was a pretty significant ankle injury.
Hard to know, obviously. I mean, it's and I'm not at all connected to that medical staff, nor are you, and anybody out there listening, as far as we know. So it's just the all of us here speculating, but didn't look like a guy that was going to be poised to play the next game. And I'm not so sure. I'm sure you saw the tweet. I'm not so sure I go all Reggie Miller and just sit everybody for game 6.
That was,
and play it for a game 7 as we get a touchdown there. Throw himself into a defender. Miles Sanders for good enough for the Eagles to get on the board. But, I don't know. Like we were talking about it.
I think you definitely just manage the minutes, right? You just don't play them. Both Harden and Durant played crazy minutes last night. Crazy minutes, very high usage.
I could understand not playing Harden next game. I could, because again, he was more of a decoy than anything else yesterday. It's like he didn't help you. He definitely didn't help you.
And on defense, he left you playing
Kevin Durant,
5 on 4.
Jeff Green.
Right.
But I mean, there's no universe in which you're sitting Kevin Durant. But Kyrie and Harden, I can understand that, trying to get those guys as healthy as you possibly can, knowing that you don't have. I hesitate to call it a buffer. Like nobody wants to go to a game 7 when you're up 3-2 in the series, but there's some sense. But like Kevin Durant has to be out there. Like it blew my mind, not to spend too much time on the Reggie Miller thing, but it blew my mind, Zach, that it's one thing if you say it or I say it, when a former professional athlete who played in the NBA and not like he had all this championship success, like Reggie Miller never won. He knows how difficult it is in the playoffs.
Right.
To suggest, let's just play it for a game 7. What? What competitor says that?
No idea. Yeah, right. Like let's just mail in game 6. We'll just play for not only play for a game 7, but not even really try in game 6.
So strange.
It shocked me when I saw it. I was like, "What? Wait, is this verified? Is this really him? Is there a blue check mark involved?"
Halfway through the opening quarter, after a Miles Sanders touchdown, it's 7-0 Philadelphia. We have got producer Tara Lynn, T. Pike, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, P. Fry, who I'm just waiting to see at the top of the leaderboard at some point for our sim because he just tends to be there.
Always there.
I mean, the man knows how to build lineups. There are a lot of times, and obviously, like he's hanging out, he's doing his ops thing, he's doing the manual scoring, but there are plenty of games that he's not working that I see him sitting top 5. Like, yeah, I'm just going to make a lineup.
Just, throw that in there. So, did the Van Gundy thing surprise you as much as it surprised me? Because I did not see that one coming. Like the Brooks thing, I think that to me, maybe not expected, but not shocking. The Van Gundy thing came out of nowhere for me. Maybe I missed it.
No, I agree with that. I mean, when people were talking about what sorts of coaching changes could come this offseason, I don't think Stan Van Gundy was really on anybody's radar.
Because he only had 1 year.
Right. I mean, it takes, you hear coaches talk about it all the time, definitely in other sports, like the NFL is a whole different animal than the NBA. NBA in a lot of different ways. I don't want to take away from the importance of coaching, but the NBA is in some ways like Major League Baseball, in that a bad coach can be really bad for you, no doubt about it. But
right.
A really good coach probably isn't going to win you much more than 5 more games than you would with an average coach. It's just the way the nature of the sport. You know, NFL, you hear coaches talk about like it takes 3 years to build a program and all
right.
that stuff. It's just a whole different beast. Basketball, it's not full on like roll the ball out there and go play, boys. I'm not saying it's like that, but it's not quite the same. So that
it's like wins above replacement, like wins above average or something.
Yeah, it's like, but let's not say it's all Hoosiers either. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it caught me off guard after 1 year for sure. But hey, if we get SVG back in the TV booth, that's okay. That's a win.
Yeah, he was excellent there for sure.
I'm definitely wondering now, because you've got obviously Boston, we talked about it, New Orleans, Washington, Portland, Indiana, potentially Atlanta if Nate McMillan doesn't get that job, although I think a lot of people think he will.
I think he will, but
possibly Milwaukee, depending on the outcome of this series. Which to you, and you don't have to like full on order it 1 through 6 or 7 or whatever the number, but I mean, what are the most appealing jobs to you?
Yeah, so for me, it's the Pelicans because of Zion. I mean, that centerpiece
of draft picks.
Yeah, Wow, that was one of the worst field goal attempts I've ever seen.
From 51.
I think it made it to the end zone? Maybe. Oh, it did. Yep, it landed more towards the front than the back of the end zone. A good 10+ yards short there. So, not a great kick. You asked if the rain was going to affect the play. Well, I think it affected that kick. Yeah, I'm not sure. It didn't seem to slow down the offense very much for either team, but it definitely derailed that kick, which maybe wouldn't have been good anyway. But wow, going nowhere. Goodwin with the catch there, so you're captain on the board. But to go back to your question, for me, it is the Pelicans. I think they've got more flexibility and Zion. And then you've got, I mean, even over the Bucks, I would take that job just because I feel like the Bucks are pretty locked into building around Middleton, Holiday, and Giannis, which, I mean, is not bad.
Right.
But you just got, I think, a little more flexibility to build in the New Orleans situation. And you're not starting with you have to win a championship right away. You've got to be headed the right direction, but that could be making the playoffs next year, right? That could be building towards a championship. Where Milwaukee, if you take that job, it's not championship or bust, but it's sure pretty close.
It just depends, I guess.
It's
picked.
My DST.
Picked on the 3rd and 3. There you go. Chargers DST, taking it back to the 31, and we'll get another play, maybe 2 before the opening quarter. Depends on what you're.
Not that different than a punt, really. On that, it's 3rd and 3.
It's a good point. Would have been.
I'll take the points anyway. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. I figured I'd see what Herbert did here. Out to Hunter Henry for a short game. Herbert's 2 for 4, so that'll take us to the end of 1. We'll look at some stats. But I was gonna say this feels a little stupid to say, but it sort of depends on ultimately what your priority is as a coach. And the reason that feels stupid to say, obviously, is because your priority is winning. And you know that as an NBA head coach, look at Stan Van Gundy, and that's not necessarily the best example other than the fact that he was just there for a year. You only get so many opportunities, so much shelf life to try and win, to try and build. So you want to go to the team that you feel is closest to being a contender. Maybe you view that as Portland with Dame. Maybe you view that as obviously Milwaukee with Giannis. Maybe depending on the offseason moves, you even look at Boston because obviously you have Tatum and Brown as a good young talented core. New Orleans wouldn't be there. New Orleans is obviously a ways away, but you have a supreme talent, like you said, in Zion and potential draft picks coming down the line that could turn into real guys. It's just, as a coach, are you going in thinking like, yeah, I'm going to have, like, I'll sign a 5-year deal, but am I going to actually have 5 years to try and build this thing out? You know, that's got to be in the backs and minds of coaches.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that team is going to be the best team next year, but I'm saying that would be the situation that I would want to pick for a longer haul, right? Like for a more successful tenure long term. But yeah, if you're talking which one of those teams is going to be best next year, I mean, there are some really good openings there. I mean, you could even throw Washington in there, right? We're talking playoff teams that have, or I guess if you count the play-in tournament or not, but whatever. Like, there are good teams, or at least teams that were top 8, top 10 in the conference that have openings. These aren't the bottom feeders that are just cycling through head coaches. And you could add Atlanta to that as well. These are pretty good teams and pretty good jobs for coaches that think they can take them to the next level.
Stats are updated through 1. It is 7-0. Philadelphia is in front. 2nd and 2 from the 39. And the Chargers.
First down.
Good enough for a first. Want to remind the people, since you are all here with us, and we appreciate that, a few hundred people watching along on the Dream Stream on YouTube, and thousands more across all our platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. We got some contests, folks,
what's up, Twitch
in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby that we need to fill up. Okay? So here's the deal. Last minute NBA, 2-gamer tonight. That'll fill. I'm not worried about that. That's
wait, it's last minute already?
By Bradley. No, I'm sorry. I'm so used to calling it the last minute, the original branding. The last minute now we do for showdowns, and it truly comes in the final minutes before the contest. No, this is the hashtag Conf Classic NBA. Conf Classic NBA has just about 20 spots available out of the 75, 7+ hours to fill. It'll fill. I'm not worried about it, but I'm just alerting you to the fact that it is out there. Now, if I were to have any concern at all, maybe, just maybe, it would be for the hashtag Conf Classic MLB, because what I decided to do here, ZT, was make a 40-person contest for the early games. So this locks, folks, at about 2 o'clock, or 2:10, I think it is, Eastern time.
It is 2:10.
8
Cincinnati
games,
and
nice
Milwaukee.
early. That ball's overthrown. So we need 16 out of the 40. We're very close. You have about 2 hours to do it. Again, I'm not worried. $1 buy-in, payout to the top 10. So jump in, get involved. Hashtag Conf Classic MLB.
Just joined.
That is, there you go. Perfect. That's available to you in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. Now, those are the contests I'm not worried about.
Okay.
Here's the one I'm worried about. I've been talking it up, trying to do my part, trying to support my friend, Jeff Ulrich. But we're going to need some help. Because we are less than 24 hours away from the beginning of the U.S. Open.
That's true.
6 a.m.
I can't confirm.
Tomorrow morning. Moose, about a week ago, not quite a week, maybe Sunday, created the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza. The Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. And he insisted that you guys will fill up a max 200-person contest. Now, I made it clear to him, you don't fill it, it doesn't run, everyone gets refunded their $1. But I want to compete. I want to compete, gang. So we got to fill this thing up. And there were some entries overnight. Yesterday, we were at like 75. I think we pushed closer to 100 by the time the end of the Dream Stream came. We're up to 116 out of 200. There are still 84 spots that we need. Fumble. Turnovers galore in the rain today. My goodness. Harriman comes up with that.
Stands. Goodwin on the fumble there got popped. Fumbled it. So your captain just fumbled it to my captain. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. So we need 84.
Not really though.
84 people for the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza to get that contest to fill. By 6 a.m. tomorrow, you have 21 hours.
What percent chance would you give it of filling?
Well,
as the chairman of the commissioner, chairman, founding owner.
Oh, Jordan says he won the MLB Conf Classic yesterday. Very good, Jordan. Congrats. That's awesome. You had a great build. I looked at it. I believe it's going to fall short. I've been saying it all week that I think Moose
So
was
percent chance.
21 hours to go, need 84 spots. I will up my odds and say I'll give it a 25% chance of filling. I'll give it a 25% chance. Now, if Glash comes in, because Glash was in the chat yesterday when I was talking about
all
this.
you got to do is say, if you want to prove Koff wrong.
I did. I said that a few times
Oh, you have already?
Yeah, I said, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Fill it. Prove me wrong. Yeah, I did that whole thing.
Already played that card.
Already played that card. That one's already out of the deck. It's thrown away. That's the I've lost that card. Glash was giving me grief in the chat yesterday, saying that I wasn't being supportive enough to Moose or whatever, saying I didn't think it was going to fill and yada yada yada. So Glash, as that's me not being supportive of him, saying yada yada yada. He will be around for 3 sims today, 2, 4, and 6.
Okay.
I will be back at 8 with Moose. Moose is going to be on at 8 and 10. So Moose, and let's be honest, not a lot is going to happen, I don't think, between the end of the Dream Stream and 6 a.m. I think like this is our window. These sims to promote the heck out of this thing, especially tonight when Moose is on.
Right.
This is our window to really push this thing and get this thing filled. So I hope it happens. I'm rooting for it to happen. I want to be proven wrong, but more than that, I just want to participate. I don't want my dollar refunded. I want to play. I want to play against all of you. So let's get in there.
I think it can happen. I think it can happen.
What odds are you putting on it?
Given all the information you just gave me, I'm going to give it a 60% chance of filling.
60%. Wow.
That's high, right? I think Moose will hype it. I support Moose.
I really hope he does.
Support the Moose. We should get t-shirts or something that say that. That'd be kind of cool.
Support the Moose. I don't know what his catchphrase or whatever. I feel like we could do better than support the Moose.
Yeah.
Hashtag Moose Tracks.
Good with that. I like Moose Tracks.
Abby Rizzle, haven't gotten to enjoy a full sim in a while, so I'm enjoy Koff and ZT fully first. Well, thank you.
What's up? Thanks for hanging out with us on this nooner. Starting things off here on a Wild Weather Wednesday. There is a break from the weather. If you're not a fan of the Wild Weather Wednesday Sims, there is a break in the forecast at 6 o'clock because we're inside for the Rams and the Titans. So you can build your lineups accordingly. If you want to see how I think you should put together your classic lineup, you can always check out playbook.draftkings.com. Today, you look for the picture of Eric Ebron because he and the Steelers are taking on the Bears in the snow. Feel like we've seen that matchup about 85 times. Not quite, but it feels like it. And then in the nightcap after that Rams game and the Bears game, what do we have for tonight? It's a good one, but I don't. It's slipping. It's the Ravens. Yes, the Ravens.
Yeah, Ravens
and the Dolphins in the rain, I believe, in Miami, rainy South Beach. Miles Sanders with a run there for the first, keeps this Eagles drive alive. The Eagles, this would be an upset if they are able to hold on and beat the Chargers. The Chargers have been much better than the Eagles in our Madden season to this point. The Eagles are 4-4. They do lead the NFC East because the NFC East is struggling. Fair? You okay if I say they're struggling?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Struggling. While the Chargers are 6-1, they just beat the Ravens on a walk-off overtime winner. Were we on that game together? That was the overtime.
Point,
It was
right?
the overtime game. Lamar Jackson was about to go in and score the game-winning touchdown, and he fumbled on the 1 foot line.
Yeah.
The Chargers
We were.
recovered, and then Austin Eckler got the touchdown. Walk off. So that was their last game. So they're 6-1 now.
7-0 Philly. Couple minutes left here in the second. Obviously, just past the
And
warning. Carson Wentz.
Going down.
Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, P. Fry in ops. Undercover Boss
up,
Tom, our
P-Fry?
technical director, and Tara Lynn, our producer. As always, a good crew here with us to start off your Wednesday. Abby Rizzle says, Koff, there's not much hockey left. Enjoy greatness while you can, like LeBron tweeted. Make a Koff Classic NHL. See, here's the thing, Abby Rizzle. I'm all about that, generally speaking, but I feel like I kind of missed the window. You know, like much like NBA. You know, there aren't many
Showdown time.
Yeah, it's showdown time. Like today, you got one game. You got the Habs and Knights. You know, we don't really have the opportunity. I feel like we got to wait till next season. Jordan,
have you been enjoying the hockey?
NFL one? I think I should. I do think I should. In fact, Jordan says it should be a full 200, and that's NFL. So I'm sure that would fill. I wouldn't be too worried about that. What do you think?
About what?
Should we be doing 200-person contests for football? Do you like the exclusivity of making it a little bit smaller, like the 75ers we've been doing with basketball?
I prefer a 75er, yes, but I'm fine with 200 for NFL. I would rather have. So this is kind of the way I prefer to play in general. So
Yep.
I mean, you can take this for whatever it's worth, but I would rather have a 75er for the full slate, a 75er for the later afternoon game, a 75er for a Sunday night, Monday night.
Got it.
Like with different, smaller contests, but more spread out.
Sure.
Than one giant contest that includes the whole week.
I get that.
Just because you can have more fun building lineups different ways, and maybe, while that one lineup in the 200 can go out early if somebody struggles, or if one player goes off and breaks the slate and you don't have him. The variations of, well, this game's not included, so the fact that Derrick Henry had 3 touchdowns in the early window leaves you more to cheer for the rest of the day.
Makes all the sense in the world.
It's kind of the way I like to play, but yeah, whatever. I mean, 200 people contests are cool too. They're fun. Got no issue with
Mom
that.
says, I don't know the first thing about golf, otherwise I'd join. To which I say, Jordan, I get it, but at the same time, it's $1, it's $1, and it's a good opportunity to kind of get your feet wet and learn a little bit.
And also, playbook.draftkings.com, you can get all kinds of tips in place from there. From
You
Jeff,
see?
from Reed, from Mayo, from me, from Alex writes up the value plays. I mean, there is no lack of information out there on
point.
a variety of sites. I would recommend playbook.draftkings.com because that's where my stuff is, as well as Jeff and Reed, who are on these broadcasts all the time. But I mean, yeah, all kinds of good stuff out there. And it is a great contest to jump into, put together, even use somebody else's advice and picks maybe more than you normally would. And then enjoy it this weekend, watch it this weekend, follow it this weekend. And then you're that much more ready for the next few tournaments. That's how I would recommend it. But
you see how Professor Z here so seamlessly, effortlessly turned that into an opportunity to plug? I love it.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect. That was great.
Shameless self-promotion.
No. I don't think it was shameless at all because you advocated for everybody else's work and the website overall. If you had only highlighted your articles, then sure, we could call that shameless, but that's not what you did.
It is a flotilla of information this weekend.
Listen
I mean, we have so much U.S. Open coverage. It's crazy. It really is. Like, there is so much depth of information on Playbook. If you go there, there's golf pictures everywhere, and you just click on any of those, and they've got good info in them. We've got Read on pivot plays. We've got betting information there. We've got specific lineup. We've got course history. I mean, there's so many different ways you can look at this U.S. Open, and it's going to be a fun one. If you like watching players really struggle, the U.S. Open is your chance to see players who are the best in the world look like you and me. Oh, we're going to get a return. That was another ridiculously awful kick.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Ridiculously awful. Like, didn't even make it to the back of the end zone. And now we're going to get it again.
We're up to 75 away, by the way. 75 away from filling up the Moose Classic
Gonna
US
happen.
Open bonanza.
It's gonna happen. I've got a good feeling about it.
I want it to happen, man. I want it to happen. And we're a dozen away from the Conf Classic MLB filling. Remember, you have until 2:10 Eastern, hour 40 to do it. Conf Classic NBA has 17 to go. But the big one, just again, like to prove a point, fill up Moose's contest. Show him that anything is possible. Let's go all Kevin Garnett on him. Wentz 118.
It's going to happen. I'm telling you.
You got to remember,
I think it might be up to 75% now.
I have been telling him all week this won't fill. So not only
which is why you should fill it, people.
Yeah, not only can you, like as Zach brought up and I talked about in the past, like not if this is important to you, not only can you prove me wrong and all that. Here's the bigger card. Moose can rub this in my face forever.
And he will.
And he will.
I was going to say, it's Jeff. He will.
He will. So let's do it. Let's make it happen for Moose. Marquise Goodwin, monster game. 6 for 72 at the break, despite this being a 7-0 contest right now. He is my captain, folks. It's just other than he and Miles Sanders, that's all I've gotten right, which is why I'm in 40th in our 137-person entry. Pulpy is in front. Where is Z. Thompson hanging out?
I was in the main contest, so let me check that.
Checking your point total.
I was on the other leaderboard, looking at the large free roll. So let me check back over to the DK Simfan Friends League. You gotta say that fast because otherwise
you really do.
Doesn't go well. I am in 41st. So where did you say you are? 40th? I'm right there with you.
All right, we're hanging out. I love it. By the way, Neville Cleanup Hitter says, ZT, you nailed that explanation. You could sell water to a whale.
Hey, if you're thirsty, stay thirsty, my friends.
Lindenbaum says, Cough 200 for NFL. It'll fill easily and get 0 rake. Pat Mayo is a great tourney every week. One of the best on DK. No rake. Honestly, I don't know. I'm sure I'd have to talk to somebody about that. I don't have any personal control over that.
You do not.
I'm not pretending I do. But I don't even know how all that works. I guess I'll have to talk to Mayo. But let's not presume that I have
the rake thing.
But I also don't have the kind of like, maybe it's different here in Simland because you guys are used to me and I appreciate that. Let's not pretend I have the kind of gravitas in the industry that Pat Mayo has. Like there's a reason Mayo gets to do certain Mayo things. It's the Pat Mayo experience. It's the PME.
Exactly. Yeah. So a rake-free contest just means that the juice is taken out of it, right? Like the cut that DraftKings is charging, if you want to use that word, for the money that is put in is the exact money that is paid out in a rake-free contest.
No, I get the concept. I just mean like, why? I don't know. Why is DK going to look at me and say, yeah, let's have you do that? Maybe they just look at the power of the DK SimFam Friends League.
I think that's what it would have.
And all the money that's been garnering.
And all the 200-person golf contests that have been filling.
Yeah, that's right. So many. No, I'll say actually I have nothing to do with that. That's not me. I'm the NBA baseball guy now.
There you go.
I'm not the golf. But I was
nice of you to jump into the baseball fray. I mean, I know we had talked before that baseball wasn't really your jam, but
yeah, well, but we're getting to the basketball off season's not far away. Obviously, big slates are behind us, and I want to continue. I like the theme. I want to continue to have people involved. The DK SimFam Friends League, by the way, is closing in on 2,400 members.
That is so cool.
Which is just,
very cool.
It's wild. I love all of you. I am in awe of you. I am inspired. The leaderboard, man. You look at the leaderboard, like obviously we were talking about money and whatever else, and we won't pretend to know what the juice adds up to be. We can't do that math. But like, I'm looking at our dude Poppy Herb. Dude's won $14,000 just within our league.
Wow.
Never mind what he's been doing elsewhere. CEH, 12 grand. DeMac Lion, he's got a few. Like it just goes on. And
that's so cool.
It's nuts. Like you guys are great. You're all just awesome. You are all awesome. And it looks like baseball. I just pulled up the baseball tab because you can do that with DK. And baseball's not getting nearly the like not even 100 total contests for most people. NBA obviously has been crazy,
Right.
and I think I played some part in that. But now we need to make baseball happen. I think.
Move it on over.
Yeah.
Have you made your lineup yet for today, or just reserved?
No, I'm gonna do it after the sim. I just reserved my spot.
Same here.
Because we'll have time.
It's much easier to make lineups once lineups are out for these teams.
Also very true.
The lineups are out right now for the first 3 games on the slate, but not yet for the 3 o'clock or the 3:30 or the 4 o'clock. It's kind of an all-afternoon slate, which is kind of a fun way to go about it.
Yeah, I debated because the main slate is until what, 7 o'clock.
You got it.
It's good, just barely, but it's good. 7 to 3. I debated skipping the early, the 2 o'clock, and just making the regular contest that I've been doing for 7. Then I thought, let's get into it a little early in the day. Why not?
Let's
just
do
needs
it.
to fill up, obviously, but
yeah,
I think the people will do that.
I think it will.
10 away. You got about an hour and a half, folks. Moose Classic. We're talking it up like crazy, and it's 70 away now.
There we go. Slowly gaining momentum. It's kind of like a moose. Maybe Jeff has like a moose story he hasn't told yet that he's saving to get his last.
He definitely
few.
doesn't.
Well, maybe he'll make one up.
I say that because I was like, yeah, like the whole origination of him getting the Moose nickname was like, I got this Moose story.
Right, and he had to get a certain number of likes to tell the story.
Right, and the story was basically, I saw a moose when I was out once. so I definitely, there's no way he's got this like great moose story that he's been saving all this time.
Maybe he went out this week and made a great moose story happen so that he could use it for purposes of filling his. No, I don't think so. But maybe. Oh, he's looking for Sanders out of the backfield there. Tons of space, but Wentz overthrew him. 3rd and 13 now after the Chargers field goal narrows the gap. 7-3 Eagles still with the lead in this matchup of current division leaders in our Madden standings. Are the Chargers your biggest surprise as far as division leaders in the Madden standings? Yes. Saying just division leaders.
Yeah, I got to pull up the full standings to adequately answer that question, but I'm going to do it right now. Why? Because I love you, and because I love that run right there. A little catch and run out to the 44. Nice big gain. Huge. Miles Sanders getting it done. So let's see. New England at 6-3, the Chargers at 6-1, Browns at 5-3, Titans are 5-3. Eagles coming into this one are 4-4. Obviously, with a loss, they would drop to the Giants. A tie at 4-5. San Fran is 6-1. Green Bay 7-1, and the Bucks and Falcons are tied at 5-3. So, I mean, it's either the Chargers or the Niners, obviously, in terms of who would surprise you most. And on the one hand, I look at it and say, Raheem Mostert, obviously, like he's going to carry them to some level of success. I have more expectation for him than I do of Austin Eckler. But the quarterback situation, I have a greater respect for Sim Herbert than I do Sim Garoppolo. And as far as supporting cast go, I think the Chargers are it's kind of a wash. It's kind of a wash.
Okay.
Like the receivers. So I'm going to go Niners. I think the Niners are marginally a more surprising 6-1 than the Chargers.
Yeah, I can see that. I did pick the Chargers to win this division.
Well, you shouldn't be surprised at all.
Right, because the Chiefs are mediocre as far as win-loss. They're great from a fantasy perspective, but win-loss, they're not as good usually as the Chargers are. Their defense gives up way too many points to be an elite Madden 21 team. This Chargers defense is pretty good. So, yeah, the ones I did not see coming were the 49ers. They've been very good. And were the Eagles. I don't have the Eagles as my pick. I have the Cowboys, who you mentioned that if a loss would drop the Eagles into a tie, it would drop them into a tie with the Giants, not with the Cowboys. The Cowboys are 3-5. So they're a disappointment. So among the division leaders, I actually think the Eagles are more surprising as a division leader, just because I expected the Cowboys to run away with the NFC East because they are healthy, right? And that's the big difference between this version of the NFC East and the real life version of the NFC East that we saw in the NFL last year. The other team that I did not have in first place was Cleveland. I had Baltimore in that division. But yeah, we'll see how that all plays out.
Is the most surprising team in Simland overall to you, though, the 0-9 Colts?
Yes.
Like
definitely.
far and away the worst.
Far and away the worst, and not even competitive, really. And that the fact that they aren't good isn't a surprise, but the fact that they're that bad is a surprise. Because in our last season, basically from the end of the last season we did, which was the holiday season, so right around the first of the year, until we started this season, the Colts were like 20-28. They weren't good for sure, but they weren't this bad either. So they've just had a really bad run of games and faced a really tough schedule, which I do think is, I mean, not that I'm saying the Colts are going to go 0-9. At least we sure hope not, if you're an Indy fan. And for Chirag, who is an Indy fan, I hope that doesn't happen.
Whatever.
But,
he's a Lakers fan, too. He can suffer a little.
that's true. Okay, all right. I'll tell him you said so.
Do it.
But I think they do face a tough schedule this year, and we've heard that, and I think we're seeing that play out a little bit in these Sims with their 0-9 record. That being said, they've been outscored by 93 points. That's over 10 points a game that they're losing by on average. So it's not like they've been, close game, tough competition, just barely lost. They've been getting blown out. Eagles trying to build on their lead here, down inside the 10, first and goal from the 6. Wentz in the shotgun, wide open over the middle. D-Jax!
Down to Sean Jackson.
See in your lineup?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. He is in my lineup.
I'm happy to look, though. He is not in my lineup. That is not going to help me, and I also don't have the quarterback, so it's not going to help me at all.
Sorry. I have...
No, you're not.
I have Jackson, but not Wentz. I'm up to 20.
I've fallen to 72nd. There's a question from Carter/Barter. Says, Kaufman, how come you don't accept our friend requests in the DK Sim Fan Friends League? I just looked at my... I checked my phone, Carter, and I don't have any outstanding friend requests. Any requests that I have received, I've accepted. So are you sure that you have sent that to the right place? Or, conversely, is there a place that I should be looking for requests that I'm not looking? I don't know. I have roughly 100 friends, I think, on like within DraftKings. That is, I've not sought them out. It's just people who have sent requests and I've accepted. And I'm the only person that I've tried to be friends with who has refused me at every pass is Matt LaMarca. He says he doesn't want to be friends with me. And I have tried to be his friend on DK, and I will tell you why, Zach. I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
We've gone head to head so many times, and I want to know how I think we both think it's basically 500. Like so far, the juice is winning. We think we've basically broken even.
Eckler.
Look at this run by Eckler.
Speaking of breaking,
ow!
How about breaking away? Touchdown,
72-yard run. But
and he splashes down in celebration.
Impressive graphics, the water bouncing up out of the end zone. So I want to be friends with them, because if you're friends with somebody, you can look at their profile and see what your history is with them. You can see you've done, what your head-to-head record is.
Going for 2.
But he won't be friends with me to find out. Can we make it a 3-point game? Herbert, go! No!
Not gonna make it. Not gonna get there. Avery with the tackle, short of the goal line. Conversion is no good. 14-9 will remain the score. Still a touchdown would win it for the Chargers. We've seen them with some late heroics before. They'll try and pull this one out late as well. That was a big score, though. 70-plus yard touchdown for Eckler. as we near the end of the third quarter. First touchdown of the day for these Chargers.
So Alex says, Koff, it says you're not accepting requests as a pop-up when I click the add button. Well, I have no idea how that happened. How do I undo that?
No longer accepting friend requests. I have all the friends
I've reached
I need.
my limit. I have enough. Too
No
many
more friends here,
thank you very
please.
much.
Maybe that's why LaMarco won't be your friend too.
Well, now maybe he actually has tried to accept my friendship.
This is such a weird conversation. I feel like we're talking about MySpace.
It pretty much is, except MySpace.
Who's your top friends?
Money you've taken off of somebody.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
So I'm on the app, okay? I'm looking at the app.
Got.
I'm going to the friends section. All right, privacy. Let's go to privacy.
All right, while you do that, I'm going to talk about this tweet that Charlene put in our Slack feed because it is kind of interesting. Day 2 of Chargers minicamp. Drew Brees in the house with his former team there when they were the San Diego Superchargers.
He bailed on the Saints that fast, huh?
Right? Yeah. So the connection is offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi was the quarterback's coach in New Orleans. Chase Daniel also spent time in the Saints QB room with Brees, and he's out there working with the Chargers. Also, San Diego, not a bad place to be. It's always beautiful weather. I wonder if he is also going to be around the Torrey Pines area this weekend.
Maybe.
Could be, right? In town for a little bit of that and a little bit of golf, maybe. Maybe he's going to join the Moose Classic.
Omar
we still
says,
have
bro, you work at
empty...
DraftKings. That's a lie. You know exactly how to do it. Poppy Herb says, Yakov, I can't do head-to-heads with you because you're not accepting any. I just thought you were scared. No. So my
That's
fantasy profile
SCURRED.
defined was able to view your profile and your ready to play activity.
All right, while you work on that, I'll say that Austin Eckler, 116
really
yards,
by this.
8 carries, 116 yards. That's a pretty good average of 14.5 yards per carry. Boosted by that one long touchdown run. Keenan Allen also has a carry, which is kind of unusual for 12 yards. Zach Ertz carry.
When turned on, users who send you a friend request will be immediately added to your friends without needing to accept. Perfect. Let's do that.
Okay. Zach Ertz also has a carry,
like, cool.
minus 1 yard. You want to do Marquise Goodwin stats? Nope. Okay. 6 catches, for 72 yards for him. Has not moved since halftime. Deshaun Jackson, 5 for 52 and his touchdown. Austin Eckler with 3 catches as well. Multiple catches for Mike Williams, Hunter Henry, Dallas Goedert, tight end 2 for the Eagles, and Miles Sanders as well. So the only touchdown in that quarter we had 2, one for each team. Deshaun Jackson had one for the Eagles, and then Eckler answered with the long touchdown run. Still have a 1-score game headed to the 4th. Eagles have the ball and a 5-point lead. And now an update on Adam's friend status.
It says my posts indicate who's able to see your top level posts. Like what does that what does that mean? Top level posts. I don't post about anything.
No idea.
Okay. All right. Well, I hit that setting, guys, so you can try and add me as a friend or challenge me to a head-to-head or whatever else, and let's see if I actually get it. Let's see if it comes through.
Do it now so that we can tell you if it worked. First down. Fumble! Oh, this DST. Thank you, Chargers. That's a second fumble recovery for King. That fumble by Zach Ertz, but it might not stand. Let's see on replay. I can't tell. The knee is down. And the ball doesn't appear to be moving yet, so I think it might be coming back. It will. Eagles ball. Nope, no fumble. You thought you saw a fumble. You did not. There was no fumble there. Ertz first down. Chargers DST. Give back that fumble recovery. Just go out there and make another fumble. Come on, DST.
14-9. I don't think, pardon me, I don't think overtime is in our future. All right, so Abby Rizzle.
It would be a
the hardest
touchdown.
working DK SimFam host, always working for the people, even when his co-host could care less. Abby's not talking about you. Don't worry about that. So, all right.
Well,
I
mean, it could have been me about your friend request because I really don't care about how many friends you have. Sorry.
But Facebook friends, DraftKings friends, MySpace friends, Instagram friends, just total friends, real life friends, any friends?
All of the above. I mean, like, I'm happy for you. You can have all the friends you want. But
Is this because we're not friends on DraftKings? I like to think we're friends.
I've sent you the request so many times.
Why haven't you accepted?
Ignoring me. Yeah, no, that's not why.
So
we are
Abby,
friends at DraftKings, and that works. I'd rather that anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're real life friends. So
Exactly.
somebody send me a head-to-head or a friend request or whatever. We can make sure this thing works. Poppy, Herb, you can go ahead and send it to me or Abby Rizzle or anybody else.
Or all of the above. Just flood him.
Mr. Patrick says,
friend
Koff,
requests.
if you want to see your history with someone, go to the website on the desktop, click contest, switch to history, and then download your entire contest history.
You can do that, and then you could filter it. Like, that would work. It's a long way around, but
It feels, yeah, I mean, I'd really
buy your ticket for the long way around.
really just rather he accepted my friendship. Stop being such a jerk.
Well, maybe he can't. Maybe he doesn't see it like you
I don't-
didn't
I don't-
see all these requests
I
that
don't
are
think he
now
wants-
flooding in. Oh, well, there it could be that too.
All right, I'm gonna. Well,
Is
let's-
that Jeffrey? Alshon Jeffrey with the catch.
Download
there.
entry history. I just searched for Lamarca.
Yep.
Let's pull this up. Let's look and see if this works.
I think it will. It will just be a lot of entries for you. Like, you'll have to filter it down. Because it's all your entries, including the free ones. So all these free roll contests will be in there, which is a lot.
What a chore.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no, wait. No. That stuff didn't show up. So it looks like we've gone head to head 48 times.
Is it 24-24? Because that'd be pretty cool.
Let me find out. You take over this for a second. I'll count.
All right. Carson Wentz going to roll out. Going to run for the first and fumble. There's my fumble. And it was picked up by my defense. There's a flag on the play, however. And it is holding on the offense, which means that Deshaun Jackson, guilty of the infraction, that will be declined. That turnover will stand. That is the third turnover of the day for the Eagles. My DST came to play in the rain. Herbert going deep. It's 24-24, isn't it?
It's 25-23. Me.
Ah! Are you winning or losing?
Me. I'm up 25.
Okay.
25.
Well, I guess we know what's going to happen in the next two games.
That's outrageous. That's so.
I
great.
would definitely make the next two pretty cheap because you're going to lose them.
I mean, I
So that is
felt
25-25.
like, you know, he and I both felt we had split, but man, I didn't think that it was going to be so deadlocked. That's awesome.
You missed a fumble while you were away.
I wouldn't say I missed it.
Okay. Keenan
All
Allen's
right.
first reception.
You guys. Poppy. Oh, it's on, Cough.
So are the friend requests coming through now? Can we confirm?
I got one. I did get one from I don't know. I can't. It's a combination of letters.
Starts with an I.
Starts with an I. ICYU. Never me 1975, something like that.
Okay.
Mr. Patrick, 25-23. That means you're both losing and DK's winning. Yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Herbert.
Poppy says
big
just
in the
try
sack.
Cough, but it's still not allowing friends. Choker, it says you're not accepting friend requests. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I guess, you know, outside of the sim, I will have to take a deeper look into this. Because I'm very confused.
Well, inside of the sim, it's 3rd and 18.
4 away from filling up baseball, 12 away from filling up basketball, 63. No. 63. Still on golf.
I think
All
it's
right.
going to happen, man. I got a good feeling.
Well, I think if we continue to pump it up through the day, and I'm not going to be here until tonight, but if Lash does his part,
Yeah.
and Moose and I really try and drill this home in the evening, I think you're right. And
So are you changing the percentage? Yes. Because you said 25%, and you've been saying lower than that.
Well,
before today.
I mean, since we started talking about this, we've added like 25 people, so I have to.
Right,
I
that's
have
what I'm
to
saying.
up my percent.
So what
Yeah.
is the percentage now?
Yours was 60 before?
Yeah, and I think I would raise it, but go ahead.
I was going to say I'm going to go up to around 60, but I'm also expecting you to go up to, I don't know, 80 something.
See, but there's also the fact that you have to figure that the people we've already talked into it over the
gonna
last
be here
couple
all day.
hours are some of the same people that could be talked into it later, right? Or, or made aware of it.
I'm going to take it back. I'm not going to go that high. I'm going to go to 50. I'm going to go even 50.
Even 50.
Because I'm not confident enough that Glash is going to really hype this thing up over the next 3 sims. And I hope he's out there.
I think I would go up to 75, but I wouldn't go higher than that. I've got a really good feeling it's going to. But still that chance that, we run out of people. I also think, Moose could tweet it out, too. And that might...
He refuses.
He won't do it, huh?
He won't tweet it. He's like, he's trying to fill a 200-person contest with the least work possible.
So he's making us talk about it instead. Okay, that's actually a pretty good strategy on his part.
It really is. It's really quite impressive, actually. Respect him for it.
Sanders got the first down. Eagles trying to put this one away. Under 2 minutes left now. That first down, a big one. Chargers take their first timeout.
14-9.
Yeah. A lot of turnovers, not a lot of offense. Is that your dog?
Yeah, you can hear that?
Yes, I can.
She's kind of right above me. And
Okay.
I wondered how, I mean, I can hear it clear as day, but I wondered how much it was going through the microphone.
I can hear it in Zoom. I bet it gets lost in the crowd noise on the actual stream.
That could be. Yeah, T-Pike says he can hear it on the stream.
Right. So I think it's the dog gets lost in the crowd.
Shame, really.
She's fired up though. I think it was a Cardinals game.
Not my dog is not as behaved as, say, like a therapy dog, for instance.
Yeah.
Like she would not handle going to a game well. On those like baseball stadiums will occasionally do. Maybe it's more of a minor league thing than a major league thing, but they'll do like that. Bring your dog to the ballpark day.
Yep.
Nope.
No, not gonna happen. Huh?
That would be.
I think they did it at Fenway.
They might have.
They did it at Fenway. I don't know that it was for a game. It might have been like a off, like teams away. So we're gonna let people bring their dog to the park, walk your dog in the park, kind of thing.
That would be a total disaster.
Dallas Goedert with a big catch there. He's got 4 catches on the day. Tight end 2. Doesn't normally get that many catches. Just got the catch that put this one away. We're going to see the Eagles kneel it down. Probably just once, maybe twice. More. We'll see. They got to do it at least once more.
I'm just looking. I'm so confused by whatever's happening in my. Everything appears to be enabled that should be enabled.
So player of the game consideration here, I think.
Perfect. Just perfect. Has
That's
anyone watched Loki, by the way? Because we haven't yet. No spoilers. Just tell us in the chat if it was good. The second one, not the first one. The second one that came out
Right.
here today. But yes, awards.
No, I wasn't really. I was just
You were just
pivoting.
Just
I
pivoting.
was just ignoring what you were talking about and going on to something else because that felt
you
like
don't
the right
you don't view yourself as my personal DraftKings customer experience or customer service?
No, but DK_assist. Very
I might
helpful.
have to reach out.
That's what you should do. DK_assist has all the answers. They can definitely help you out and solve your problem.
Yeah.
If you ever have any questions about DraftKings contests, that is the right place to go.
Yeah.
I think the captain has to be Eckler. I mean, Goodwin was on a great pace there, 6 for 72 in the first half, but that was where he finished, 6 for 72. So Eckler is the Krusty Koff player of the game, even though his team ended up losing, did have over 100 yards rushing, also had 3 catches. So a very solid day for Eckler. Wentz had a solid day, 263, but just 1 touchdown. So I'm going to go with Eckler. Sanders had the other touchdown on the ground for the Eagles. Not my kid award is wide receiver 1, Keenan Allen, right?
Oh, really?
I mean, Herbert was awful, but Keenan Allen had 1 catch.
Yeah, but how about
Joe Reed had nothing.
That's what I mean. Joe Reed's, and he's more highly owned than Keenan Allen. And a goose egg, 44% of lineups, including mine. Bagel.
44% of lineups, though, is that in the free roll or the small contest?
The small contest. I don't know what the ownership is in the larger contest offhand.
Okay. 30%. Yeah, let's go Joe Reed then. That's a lot of ownership. I didn't realize he was so highly owned. And yeah, he did nothing. Keenan Allen did next to nothing, but Joe Reed literally did nothing. So he gets the Baby Star Billy Not My Kid award.
Although,
sorry, Joe.
Credit to him, it's not going to affect his average.
That's right. Unless I'm figuring it out, and then I go ahead and throw in the zeros.
There you go. Lil loophole. All right. So, yeah, the latest on Kawhi Leonard. Clippers fear suffered an ACL injury, and he is out indefinitely. We'll see.
That could be big even for next season, depending on what that needs.
Well, if it's a tear, yeah, absolutely.
Oof.
All right. Here's what we got going on the rest of this busy Dream Stream day.
Busy.
You have got coming up the one, the only, Brendan Glasheen, Jason Rossi, little Packers Chiefs, quite a tandem an hour from now. And after that, you will have Phonics and Christian DeAndrea for Cardinals and Niners. So that will follow the Mad Matinee. It will be the early bird special. And then to kick off the late classic at 6, Titans and Rams. Glash and Kenny Ducey. Ducey, the voice was not up to snuff earlier today on the Sweat. Sounded like he's battling a little something. I hope it comes back in time for the happy
hope his voice comes back, or what he's battling comes back.
No,
that's what it sounded like you were saying.
If that was not well articulated, I wanted to come back. I'll be here with Moose, trying to help put us over the line for that bonanza, that Moose Open Classic.
Yep.
For 8 o'clock primetime, Bears and Steelers. And then tonight, Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock, Brendan Glasheen is going to be probably in the chat, but Brandon Cristal, from Brendan to Brandon, BK with Moose, Ravens, Dolphins, as Zach talked about a little bit earlier on today. Should be a good time. Your weather, by the way, rain, wind for the next 2. Late classic, it's dome game. Don't worry about it for the 6 o'clock game. So rain, wind, nothing, snow and rain. Rain, wind, nothing, snow and rain. If you are thinking about the weather, that's all available to you on the DK Nation, obviously as well. You can look at the Madden Stream info page. It's all there for you. Make sure you check it out. ZT parachuting in today for the fraud shift, the one and done that we talk about, but not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. He's coming for the real deal. He's doing 2 tomorrow, and we'll be together again. Are we going to make the pact now that by tomorrow we will have both watched the second episode of Loki?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
I have time. Do you have time?
I'll make time.
All right. Let's do it. All right.
I won't sleep. I'll just stay up. We'll watch. So we will do that.
Of course.
And it's going to be great, and I look forward to it. Very good.
Excellent.
All right. Well, I will read through your chat as well and see if anyone actually commented on Loki. But in the meantime, we're going to go. Thanks to TL. Thanks to T Pike, Undercover Boss Tom, and of course, Patrick in ops. Just I don't see you at the top here, P. Fry. I don't know what's going on. It's an off day for you. The sweat. You're stuck with me a little while longer. The sweat comes your way right now. What's up, everybody? Welcome on into the sweat. It is Wednesday. It is hump day. We're halfway through the work week. We are here with you. Couldn't be more thrilled to be doing it. We're going to bring you so much information over the next hour. Your head is going to spin. And why not start with a little bit of baseball? I am Adam Kaufman, and we are bringing in DK contributors Kenny Ducey and Gary and Thorne. Fellas, welcome. It's good to see you, obviously. Gary, and you're missing your DraftKings lid today.
I am. I decided to take a shower, Cough. Thanks for noticing.
You know, you're allowed to put a hat back on after showering.
Nah. What's the point of showering then?
Well, that's a very fair point, which is why, Kenny is wearing the hat, obviously. Let's do a little baseball. Like I said, 8-game main slate. There are different slates over the course of the day. There's, turbo earlier, an early slate for 2 o'clock. So something people may be thinking about just a few hours from now as well. But this right here, it's the MLB price check, folks. And the way this works, you guys know it. We're going to identify guys that you really like at certain price points. So let's begin with a pitcher at 8K or above. Let's begin with the clean one, Gary and Thorne.
There's a ton of great pitching options on this slate. We talked yesterday about how there were none. It's because everyone was saving their best pitcher for Wednesday, I guess. But of the amazing pitchers on a dollar for dollar basis, I'm actually going to say I like Zach Wheeler the most, not Jacob deGrom. Zach Wheeler, if not for Jacob deGrom's presence, I think we would be talking a lot more about Zach Wheeler because he's been on an incredible run his past 5 starts. It's a span of time where he's got double-digit strikeouts in 4 of those 5 games. He's got a 1.65 FIP across that span of time, a 41.2% strikeout rate, which is just ungodly. That is a crazy number. And he's also holding opponents to a 197 WOBA in that span of time. The Dodgers are a tough matchup on paper. However, this isn't like an A-plus Dodgers lineup. This is like a C-minus Dodgers lineup. No Muncy, no Bellinger, no Seager. I think that Wheeler can get it done. And at $9,600, he's relatively cheap for his talent level.
Kenny, I've seen a lot of nodding in agreement from you, and that's not your MO. That's not what you do. So what are you thinking here?
Yeah, no, I really wanted to talk about Zach Wheeler here, and I'm not going to because Gary stole my thunder. So another guy I was prepared to talk about because I figured that Zach Wheeler would be popular is Clayton Kershaw. And I think that in the same game, Clayton Kershaw could also have a very good start. I don't think there's going to be a single run scored in this game. I mean, I guess technically there has to be one. But the Philadelphia Phillies have been that bad on offense. They're middle of the pack against lefties in WRC plus, and 84 WRC plus over the last week. Over the last 2 weeks, it's been the same story. No one on this team is hitting, and now Gene Segura injured. It's pretty much the epitome of the Philadelphia Phillies, right? Like they have all these talented bats, and none of them have been able to do anything. Alec Boehm is slumping. So I really just don't trust them to really bother Clayton Kershaw. And I know that, like Gary said, it's been a C-minus Dodgers lineup. It's been kind of like a B-minus Clayton Kershaw this year, but he showed you in his last outing against the Texas Rangers, 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. He can still get it done. He's been a decent fantasy starter all season long with a few hiccups, and I don't think that this is going to be one of those hiccups, just a Philadelphia Phillies team that's that weak.
Are you okay? You've got a Madden sim later on today, too. Is your voice going to hold up?
Yeah, the more I talk, the more it gets better. So that's sort of what happens.
That's definitely the opposite.
What happened was actually I bet on the Clippers to win the finals, and then Kawhi Leonard got hurt, so I yelled all the time.
Just been screaming at the clouds all morning. I totally understand. Let's stay with you and let's make you keep talking and get that voice better real fast, okay? How about a hitter at 5K or up?
I really like Nelson Cruz at 5K. I don't know why his price has come down, and believe me, this is a good pick despite the fact that I can't articulate it properly. They're playing Justice Sheffield and the Mariners. Justice Sheffield is a left-handed pitcher. And one of the automatic things that I'm always doing every day when I'm filling out my lineup is if Nelson Cruz is going against the lefty, I have some exposure. He's got an OPS over 1,000 against lefties. He is on fire right now, 3 homers and a 435 batting average over the last week. It's really hard to find a guy going as well as he is. Multiple double-digit DK fantasy point outings for him. The last time he faced the lefty, Marco Gonzalez, he had 11, 3 hits, three singles, and a walk. He's reached all 4 times. Valdez as well, the Astros, 17 DK fantasy points. So the last 3 times that he's faced a lefty, he's gone for double-digit fantasy points. And I don't think that that's going to be a different story tonight against Justice Sheffield, who we don't trust as a good pitcher in DFS.
Need a bat that stands out to you, Gary?
I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman. We haven't really seen like the NL MVP version of Freeman so far this season, but he has been really good at home against right-handed pitching. He's got a 404 WOBA and a 156 WRC plus within those splits. And this is probably more about Garrett Richards than it is about Freddie Freeman, or even if you want to use Ronald Acuna, who's 5,900. So pretty expensive, but I think viable on this slate. Richards to me is a ticking time bomb. This is someone who in his last 3 starts has allowed an opponent WOBA of 390. 66% of his batted ball events in that 3-start span have come off the bat at least 95 miles per hour. His last start against Toronto, he probably had 4 balls that should have been home runs that the Green Monster saved. Like he is so due to give up 12 earned runs in a game. And I think it probably happens tonight. I think Atlanta gets to him. And I think Freeman is a big part of that in the middle of that Braves order.
We've spent enough time together, Gary, and for you to know that I like the bargain bin. I like the value shopping. So we need a savings on a hitter. Who do you like?
Ahmed Rosario, who is actually maybe hitting better than the guy he was traded for in the offseason. Rosario's been absolutely on fire since May 12th. He had a 4-hit game that night, and since that point, he has almost been unstoppable at the top of Cleveland's lineup. He's generally hitting second. He draws a lefty tonight. He also draws the Orioles bullpen, which is always really appealing. But he's just $3,800 at a shortstop position where, generally speaking, it is very hard to find anyone below 4K that you like on a slate. But Rosario is slashing 360, 405, 477 since that May 2nd game. He's also got 6 stolen bases in that span of time. So there's a lot of different ways that he can get you fantasy points. And I just think this is a volume thing. Like, he's going to get 5 plate appearances tonight, most likely. I think Cleveland's going to score a lot of runs, and I think he's really going to be able to pay off this salary, which, again, is just $3,800.
With a sub 4K bats for you, Kenny.
Yeah, another Ahmed Rosario is going to carry me to an AL-only championship, Gary, and I'm glad you brought him up. Another guy on my roster who I really like tonight, who's heating up, is Tyler Lawrence France, $2,800. Yes, Ty France from the Seattle Mariners. You remember Ty France from such hits as, oh my goodness, how good is this guy back in April? And oh my goodness, how good is this guy back in spring training? He's back. He has 37 DK fantasy points in the last 2 games, and he gets to face Bailey Ober here. Now, the Mariners on the whole have done a decent job against right-handed pitching. Bailey Ober has done a less than decent job against everybody in a short time in the major leagues. I don't think that he's going to really fare very well tonight. And you know that France is a talented hitter. We've seen it before this season. We've seen it before in previous seasons in San Diego. I do think that he is another good candidate to continue to roll. I mean, again, this guy got as hot as anybody this spring when the season opened. Why can't he get hot again? 37 DK fantasy points the last 2 games, $2,800. I think you're catching lightning in a bottle here.
All right, there, Ken. Let's make the move to the DK Sportsbook, the both of us. Let's change our attention from daily fantasy to obviously betting. You joked about Kawhi Leonard earlier. Well, we need to drill it down on baseball. Favorite bet of the day, MLB. What is it?
Yeah, I kind of touched on it earlier, but I really like that. See, now my voice is good. I like the Philadelphia Phillies and the Los Angeles Dodgers to go under 7 runs. This is a game that very likely could close at 6.5. And to me, you've got a pitcher that's absolutely shoving on one end in Zach Wheeler. And by the way, another great thing that we have to talk about is Zach Wheeler. His spin rates are very much league average. So it's not as if this guy is a candidate to, see a ton of regression here. He's been lights out. He again, maybe the best pitcher in the league right now, and maybe will be the best pitcher in the league in a month when we see pitchers start to, not use their sticky stuff. And the Dodgers have they've been okay over the last week or 2, but they haven't been great in the run scoring department. And on the other hand, you've got the Philadelphia Phillies absolutely struggling at the plate, and Clayton Kershaw in a big, I wouldn't say bounce back spot because he had a good start against the Rangers, but he's really trying to right the ship for his season. I think that this is easily under for me.
Aaron?
I'm actually going to stick with that same game. I'll admit, I think the safer play is to take the under. I agree with Kenny in that sense. But if we're projecting this as a really low-scoring game, I mean, Kenny said earlier he doesn't think a run will be scored. But like if it's going to be 0-0, 1-1 going into late innings, I think you just have to bet the underdog here. I don't quite understand why the Phillies are plus 133 on the money line with Wheeler pitching. They are 5-2 in his last 7 starts. As Kenny sort of alluded to, Clayton Kershaw's been fine so far this season. His advanced numbers, his ERA estimators are a little bit better across his last 6 starts. But in that 6-start span, he's got a ERA over 4, and he's given up 5 earned runs in 3 of those 6 starts. Yeah, it's great that he pitched well against Texas, but Texas is horrible against every left-handed pitcher, let alone a Hall of Fame left-handed pitcher. So again, I'm not guaranteeing the Phillies are going to win this game, but I think this should be closer to a pick'em. And the fact you're getting plus 133 on arguably the hottest pitcher in baseball, I will take that every day of the week.
I mentioned it earlier. Kenny will be back in Simland a little bit later on this stream day. Garion, we miss you there, buddy. I hope you're going to come back and join us again at some point. But
oh, no, my internet's crapping out.
Got all I get. Yeah, it's Wayne's World at the drive-thru, basically. We're losing Garion. All right, we'll let you guys go. Appreciate you joining us here on The Sweat. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we're kind of going to stick with baseball. We're also going to mix in golf. What I'm telling you, we're going to get into the weather with Kevin Roth and find out what impact the weather is going to have on games that you care about and events you care about. That's next. We're back here on The Sweat. Thank you for being with us. Well, like I said, we're kind of going to stay with baseball. We're also going to mix in golf, and we're going to do it with Roto Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth. Kevin, I think this is the first time we've had a chance to sit down and chat. I'm so used to seeing you here on the stream with the shirt, the tie, the jacket. It's good to see you loosen up a little bit for us.
I was just thinking that. I feel like every time I come on, I'm getting more and more casual, and now I'm in like a V-neck t-shirt. So sorry I didn't bring, my finest for our first meeting.
Well, don't go full Pat Mayo and just ditch the shirt altogether. We want you to remain somewhat presentable on camera. So let's get into this stuff because, like I said, the people need to know how weather is going to impact any sort of bets or DFS plays that they care about. Let's start with baseball because we were just doing baseball. Any weather concerns for the games later on today?
I wouldn't say there's any concerns, but there is a spot that I'm really interested in, and that is Colorado. Look, always in Colorado because of the high altitude, the ball just flies out of there. We know that. But it's also going to be 100 degrees around first pitch in Colorado for today's game. You add in that heat, that just stretches the atmosphere a little bit more. It means the ball carries even better. So already this is a spot we wanted to target. Give me 100 degrees in the best hitting spot, and I'm all over it. I love it. Give me the overs, give me the bats, give me everything you want there.
All right, so that's today being Wednesday, but let's look ahead later on toward the end of the week, the weekend, anything that you're seeing on the maps and the forecast that you're I don't know if, again, concern is necessarily the right word, that you here's a pun, that you have on your radar for a little bit later on in the week for baseball.
Well done. Yes,
Thank
actually,
you. It's not that well done. Not when I set it up the way that I did, but I appreciate you humoring me.
So I was looking at the overall pattern here, and that heat that we're seeing out west in Colorado, that's gradually going to move east. So as we move into the end of the week, I think we've got Boston in Kansas City on Friday. Should be about 100 degrees for that game. I love the bats there. And then that heat continues to gradually move east as we go through the weekend. So now you're looking at those East Coast games, games in New York, games in Washington, the entire Eastern Seaboard by this weekend should be really hot. And again, we want that heat, we want that humidity. All of those factors help the ball carry farther. So those are the games I'm targeting as we look ahead towards the weekend.
U.S. Open, of course, is teeing off tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern time is when lineups are locking. That's in California. So anything we should be aware of there weather-wise?
It's San Diego, so it's not exactly known for extreme and volatile weather
80
here.
and sunny. That's it.
Exactly, yeah. So no issues with rain. We're going to see calm winds in the morning and then light winds as you head into the afternoon. So basically no wind early, and by the afternoon, you're talking 5 to 10 mile per hour wind.
All right, let's get this is tricky. We're putting you on the spot here. We need your best weather-related advice for DFS in the US Open. What do you think?
Okay, I've got it. It's easy. I think if you're trying to play the entire tournament, you're not going to find a weather advantage. Like I always want one. I always look for one, but I'm not going to come here and give you a lie. There's no weather edge to be had in the entire tournament. But if you're doing the showdown slates, each and every day, the weather follows that same pattern where you start with calm winds, and then by the afternoon, those winds pick up to close to 10 miles per hour. It's not going to be impossible weather in the afternoon by any means, but it's better in the mornings than the afternoon. So for showdown slates, if you're playing them any day, I like the morning golfers as opposed to the afternoon golfers.
Kevin Roth, the Roto Grinders chief meteorologist. That's Kevin with a V as in a V-neck T-shirt. Thank you so much for being here with us, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy all that is to come in front of us here, baseball and golf-wise. Absolutely. All right, let's stay with golf. And, full disclosure, because you will see I'm wearing something different. I had the opportunity this week to chat with Jason Sobel from the Action Network, get his DFS and sports betting advice on all things U.S. Open. We're going to give you that in just a moment. Thank you for being with us here on The Sweat. Well, we are fresh off the Palmetto Championship and a victory, the first ever on the PGA Tour for Garrett Higgo. Now let's get into that, as well as, of course, turn the calendar to the U.S. Open. It's major talk time with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how's it going?
Great. Good to be at Torrey Pines. Can't wait to get out and see the course a little bit and try to talk to some of these players, figure out what's exactly going to happen this week. I can't wait for it. It's going to be a great week.
Well, I want to know what's going to happen with Jon Rahm, because he is at the top of the leaderboard on the DK Sportsbook, plus 1050 odds to go out and win this thing. But as we know, he's coming off a situation in which, led for a few rounds and then a positive COVID test wound up sidelining him, hasn't been able to golf since. So what should we expect from him?
Yeah, I think Rahm's going to be playing mad this week, and Rahm tends to play pretty well when he gets mad. So I think this is a good spot for him. Look, the U.S. Open over the last 5 years, and this is something that I'm going to repeat over and over this week, but over the last 5 years, we've seen big, strong, athletic players win this golf tournament. Brooks Koepka twice, Bryson DeChambeau, Dustin Johnson, Gary Woodland. What they all have in common is they're big, strong dudes. They can get it out of the rough. Jon Rahm fits the profile perfectly. He's also played really well at Torrey Pines over the years. It claimed his first PGA Tour victory back in 2017. At this very event, at this venue. So I do like Jon Rahm a lot. I think he's deserving of being the favorite. I do think there are some question marks around some of those other elite level players. And it's sort of a chance to kind of look at a guy who hasn't won since last August on the PGA Tour. But like I said, I think he's a worthy favorite. I don't know that I'm chasing that number this week, but I do like him.
All right, let's talk about some of those other elite golfers, obviously behind Rahm in terms of their odds to win this. At plus 1,500, you have a pack here. Dustin Johnson, you have Xander Schauffele, of course, DraftKings' own Bryson DeChambeau, and it's an interesting trio. You can tell me who stands out to you among this group. DJ in particular, of course, coming off a solid performance, top 10 at Palmetto. Does he give you enough comfort, confidence to roll with him this week?
All three of those guys, Adam, are guys that I like. It's hard not to like them, but I don't love any of them. I'm not picking any of those guys to win. So to chase those numbers, I think you've got to really love those guys this week. You've got to be a big DJ guy, a big Xander, big Bryson guy, and really like those guys a lot if you're going to be placing a bet on them. For me, I like them. I could see any of those three guys winning this golf tournament. If I've got to pick one, I'm probably going with Dustin over Bryson and Xander, but it's really, really close. I'm not sure I can separate the three, and that's probably why they all have the same odds coming into this one.
Well, then once again, you have to pick one. I'm going to make you choose here, and it's between Jordan Spieth, plus 1,900, and similar odds for, of course, Bryson's really, really good friend, Brooks Koepka. Who is the greater upside out of these two?
Okay, this one I can choose. I like Brooks a lot this week. Hey, it's a major championship week. We like Brooks Koepka. I mean, time and again over the last handful of years, we've tried to say Brooks can't do this. He can't just go miss cuts at other events and then show up at a major and flip the switch and all of a sudden say, hey, I'm going to play well now and start playing elite level golf. And yet he does it every single time. He did it at the PGA just last month at Kiowa. So I think that Brooks is going to have a really, really solid week. I don't think this is a great course for Jordan Spieth. He's stopped playing in the Farmers Insurance Open a little bit. I just don't think it suits his eye. There was talk of a little ankle issue early in the week. So I'm all aboard Team Brooks this week in this one.
You mentioned the Farmers Insurance Open, and it's a good segue to Patrick Reed because, as we know, shot really well at that thing, won it at this same course, minus 14 for that event. And he has longer odds for this tournament here at the U.S. Open, plus 2,500 on the DK Sportsbook. What do you make of him this week?
Well, the only comp we have to the U.S. Open and Farmers Insurance Open, both being played at Torrey Pines in the same year, is back in 2008 when, of course, Tiger Woods won both of them. And you look at it and you say, well, yeah, but he was Tiger Woods. But maybe there's some correlation. I do think that this course doesn't necessarily change as much as some other courses. There are other places that you can play them in January, then play them in June, and there would be a completely different golf course there. I think this one stays somewhat similar for this event. So I do think that the sight lines, the angles should still treat Patrick Reed pretty well. So I do like Reed this week. I've got him in my top 10. I think somewhere in the back end of that top 10 after the top 5. So yeah, I like him again. Don't necessarily love him, but can I see him winning this golf tournament? Yeah, absolutely. When he gets on a roll, he gets on a good roll. And that's what we saw at Torrey earlier this year from him.
With this being a major event, of course, Jason, the odds have been on the DK Sportsbook for quite a while now. Any odd shifts during that time that have caught your eye?
You know, Adam Scott has not played his best golf recently, and his number has drifted just a little bit. That makes me like him a little bit more. Like I said, he has not really contended really since before the pandemic last year. And so it's hard to jump on Adam Scott and be really confident in it. But if you're looking for a bigger number from a guy who's capable of winning a major championship, that's one number that I think I look at and say, you know, I can see some value in that one there.
I'm looking for longer odds, long shots. Who do you like?
Depends how long you want to go. I can give you somewhat long. Jason Kokrak is a guy who is completely undervalued in the marketplace. He's still being priced as if he's a pretty good PGA Tour player. He's better than pretty good. He's got 2 wins, one of only 3 players with 2 wins on the PGA Tour this season. He's a really, really good player. I like him for a top 5 this week, so I think he's completely undervalued. If you want to go way down the list, I mean, I can look at Shane Lowry. I can look at Gary Woodland. I like their numbers. They're capable of winning majors. We've seen it from them in the past. If you want just complete total long shot flyers, I'll give you 3 names at him. Justin Suh, who plays really well on the West Coast. Sahith Theegala, same thing, young guy, played at Pepperdine. And Chan Kim, a big dude who, again, fits that profile of a guy who can hammer balls out of the rough. So, look, I'm not saying any of those guys are going to win, but you want to play some top 20, top 30, top 40 props on those 3 guys, I do like them.
All right, so those guys you shouted out, I know you like, but who you fading? Who you staying away from this week?
Since the 2017 PGA Championship, Sergio Garcia has played in 13 majors. He's missed the cut in 11 of them and failed to finish in the top 50 in the other 2. At some point, we look at Sergio and say, it's not just a coincidence, it's a pattern. Something is wrong with his game right now for the major championships. I actually like the way Sergio's been playing. I like the way he's driving the golf ball. He's second on the PGA Tour in strokes gained off the tee right now. But until he shows me that he can play better in a major championship, he's a fade for me in the big ones.
Here's what it's all about right now, though, Jason. Who is your pick to win the U.S. Open?
I'm going with an older player who has some ties to this event, who would be a great story if he finally wins this one. No, it's not Phil Mickelson. I'm going with Paul Casey, another Arizona State guy. But Casey, I think, has derived some inspiration. I spoke with him a few times during the PGA Championship where he said he was rooting for Phil Mickelson. He wanted Phil to win. And I think he's going to get some inspiration from that. He's played better at the majors over the last few years, especially at the U.S. Open. It was 17th last year at Winged Foot. So I like a guy that can, like I said, and I keep repeating myself, but guys who can gouge the ball out of the rough. Paul's got these big old forearms. He can get under the ball, hits a high ball. I think that's going to help this week. And so I'm not completely confident in it, but I do like the number next to his name, and I do like Paul Casey this week.
Welcome back here on The Sweat. We're about halfway home. We've got a ton still to cover, a lot behind us, a lot of golf talk behind us, obviously, and more of that concerning the U.S. Open later on in the program. But let's get to the hardwood, NBA. I'm Adam Kaufman. We bring in DK contributor Julian Edlow and, of course, RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen, kind enough, both of them, to join us here. Guys, it has been just a wild morning in the association. So you have Kawhi Leonard dealing with a sprained knee. He is out indefinitely for the Clippers. Chris Paul for the Suns out indefinitely as he has entered the league's COVID protocol. And then you have Stan Van Gundy, no longer after just 1 year coaching the New Orleans Pelicans. He's looking for work, maybe back in TV, but that's another team in need of a new head coach. So like I said, tons going on, but let's start with what happened on the floor last night. The Brooklyn Nets, somehow, some way, on the heels, on the shoulders of all things Kevin Durant, coming back from big deficits to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. Durant, guys, was just outrageous. Had about 100 fantasy points, and that's flexed. Never mind if you captain him in a showdown. He was outrageous. Brooklyn is up 3-2 now, Jules, in this series. What did KD's performance last night with the 49, 17, and 10 do for his, your overall thoughts on the series, but also odds on the DK Sportsbook for this team?
Yeah, so I was ready to talk about how it kind of changed the landscape in the Eastern Conference. And then we get this morning that makes KD's like all-time historic Game 5, like the third largest news story in the NBA.
Yeah.
And now Durant's game literally impacts the entire championship board. Chris Paul will see, he's obviously praying for the Clippers and the Jazz to split these next two games and buy himself a couple more days so that he can get on the floor potentially for a Game 1 or Game 2 of the Western Conference Final. And then you have Kawhi Leonard. It doesn't sound good. He's out Game 5. He's out indefinitely. He usually, when it sounds like that, he's probably not going to be able to return for this series. We'll see about the next round if the Clippers can somehow pull this out. So, yeah, the impact of all these things combined, title odds just reopened before we're recording, late morning on the East Coast. The Western Conference is still shut down, but the Nets are plus 200 favorites to win it all, followed by, if you've got a Utah Jazz in the West ticket, you just had a heck of a morning. Jazz plus 250 to win it all. The Suns were around plus 375. They moved down to plus 450. Clippers plummet to plus 1,000. It's about as wild as it can get in terms of a morning for the NBA, but the one part that I do want to say, the Nets gutted out that game. They still have to find a way to win another game in this series and win 4 more against a good Sixers team or an exciting Hawks team. And Harden's laboring through some stuff. Durant's going to be tough to replicate that performance many times. Kyrie, that ankle looked really bad. We'll see if he can potentially play in an Eastern Conference final. There have never been this many moving parts trying to handicap the NBA in one single time.
Speaking of moving parts, Jules, just as you were talking, we have more breaking news from the NBA. Scott Brooks is out in Washington. So that is another team that needs a new head coach. So, Nick, let's go with you. Talk more about KD. So do you agree with what Reggie Miller tweeted last night? Maybe just sit Harden, sit Durant for Game 6, put all your chips in for a Game 7 and be as fully healthy as you can be?
No, I do not agree with Reggie Miller, believe it or not. And I was listening to the Bill Simmons pod this morning, and he kind of echoed the same thing. He thought they should sit Harden in Game 6 as well. Reggie took it to another level, saying they should sit Kevin Durant. But it does seem like, despite how pathetic of a performance this was by the Milwaukee Bucks last night, that there is still a decent amount of optimism that the Bucks are going to win Game 6. And I think that's fueled by the fact that James Harden's hamstring is probably going to be extremely sore. James Harden also didn't look good for most of last night. He made some nice passes, had some nice defensive stands given his limitations. But for the most part, there's an argument to be made that the Nets would have been better off not having James Harden, at least on the offensive end, based on how he shot the ball last night. But again, for as great of a performance as this was for Kevin Durant, it was exactly, I think, what people wanted to see from him after like 4 straight years of Durant playing on a stacked team, never really having the odds against him and being in this position. It was awesome to see. As a KD fan, it was exactly what you wanted from Kevin Durant. But for me, like, the bigger story is just how the Bucks let this game slip away from them. There's been plenty of times where a superstar goes for 40 plus points in a loss because there are no other options. And there was really nothing that, the Nets had no other options but for Kevin Durant to have a game like this. And if the Bucks play even semi below average offense in the second half. They still probably win this game relatively comfortably, but they just completely shut it down. They would run, one screen and roll. And if it didn't result in a layup, then whoever has the ball is going one-on-one and chucking up a contested mid-range shot. I was really disappointed, not only in Giannis and Middleton, who I think took the brunt of the criticism last night, but I thought Drew Holiday looked a lot like Eric Bledsoe. I mean, he's the guy that's supposed to calm everybody down, make sure they get good shots, back it out, if things are out of control. And I thought he was the worst defender of all with some of his decision-making down the stretch. So, the main storyline is KD's incredible. He's the best player in the league right now, but equally so, I think this was an extremely winnable game and an extremely winnable series that was served on a platter to the Milwaukee Bucks, and they just could not take advantage.
Nick, we'll get back to the East, but for now, let's go to the West. And as mentioned earlier, Kawhi Leonard, he's going to miss Game 5 with that sprained knee. Could very well miss the rest of this series, obviously out indefinitely, dealing with a serious issue. But with that in mind, a lot of people are going to be really excited about Paul George. There's no way that he can disappear now in this situation with all the attention on him. He's not going to be able to for this team to have a chance. You look at some of the just updated numbers, updated odds on the DK Sportsbook. You have the Jazz for a 7.5-point favorite right now. 7.5, that jumping up from 3 just yesterday afternoon with this news. So does Utah hold serve, you think, in its home floor and actually cover here?
I think they have to, right? And like Julian said, their title odds have now jumped up to plus 250. The Clippers have plummeted all the way down to plus 1,000. The Jazz are now kind of in the same situation that the Bucks were in heading into last night's game, but instead of going up against Kevin Durant, you're going up against Paul George. And Paul George is not Kevin Durant. And for as great as Paul George has shown that he can be at times, I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are saying, all right, it's Paul George's time. He'll just go for 50 and he'll carry the Clippers, on the road at Utah. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a perfect setup now for the Jazz, who obviously struggled in games 3 and 4. They were outplayed, outclassed on the offensive end. And when you talk about removing one of Kawhi Leonard or Paul George, you could see Kawhi Leonard having a game like Kevin Durant had last night. I just don't know that it's possible for Paul George to have that kind of two-way impact where he just puts the entire team on his back against a really good opponent. So I think that line movement is legit. I think it makes sense. And the other thing, that this really benefits Utah is they now have a little bit of leeway with Mike Conley, who I guess in this analogy is the James Harden of this series. If he's kind of 50-50 for this game, I think now you feel better about maybe giving him an extra 2 days to rest up for Game 6, as opposed to throwing him back out there when the opponent doesn't have its best player.
Jules, to Nick's point, I mean, can playoff P here go all Kevin Durant and obviously help his team out, avoid the Jazz covering at home, or is that just unrealistic to ask?
I mean, Utah's going to win this game, I think. Covering the 7 points. This is back down to 7. I think it'll settle around 7. I'll lay the 7 with Utah. I think it's, we've seen some domination at home on both sides of this series. Even though the Clippers kept it kind of close, it's going to be a different story without Kawhi. Now, that said, there's still some ways we can take advantage here. I'm very interested in looking at Paul George's 3-way prop on the points, rebounds, assists. I think he's going to get his numbers. I'm very interested in playing him for $8,600 on the 2-game slate. He's clearly going to have a lot more usage with Kawhi Leonard off the floor. But that performance by Kevin Durant was like a notch that only a handful of players ever can really hit. Guys can put up that stat line, but not really anybody can do it that efficiently with that type of, thumbprint on the game as their own. That's LeBron can do it. Anybody else, maybe not. So yeah, Paul George can get, 40 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists tonight. And I can see the Jazz winning by 10 points. It's just Paul George doesn't have that type of impact that Kevin Durant does. And that's not even a knock on Paul George. It's just acknowledging how great Kevin Durant was in that game.
Moving back to the East here, and you had Trae Young, who was just awesome in Game 4, a win for the Hawks to even up that series with the Sixers. That one stands 2-2 right now. Philadelphia at home, 6.5-point favorites. Felix, is it too high?
Oh, man. This game, I don't want to cop out of giving an answer. The Sixers are going to win this game, so I guess I would like them to cover. I really think they're going to win this game at home, but this one to me screams just getting into the game live. I need to see what Joel Embiid looks like, because the last thing we saw, he started the game off great. They went up 17 or whatever it was. And, Embiid was fine. And then 0 of 12 in the second half. He hit the floor a lot of times. His body language is his body language. He's always kind of mopey when things aren't going his way. I think things should start to go his way at home in game 5. Let's remember Embiid scored 79 points in the first 2 games of this series, 44 in the 2 games in Atlanta. He should be a lot better at home. I just need to make sure that he's healthy. So if Embiid is engaged at the start of this game and sees some shots go in, you might even get a little worse of a number, but I'll be interested in Philly. This is also another one, the Sixers, remember that bounce back in game 2 at home, like a first quarter, first half play on Philly makes sense. They should come out with a lot of energy in this game. And Trae Young's probable with the shoulder injury. He's obviously going to play in this game and play 40 plus minutes, but he shot just over 30% last game. So it's not to say that the shoulder injury isn't going to affect him. Look how much the hamstring affected Harden last night. He couldn't buy a bucket. So Young's going to be impactful in this game, but his being dinged up and missing some shots might be a little bit more of a storyline than we're letting on here.
Nick, how do you feel about the 6.5 for Philly?
Yeah, I think Julian said it best. This game and this whole series comes down to Embiid's health. If he looks like the Embiid from the second half of game 4, when he put up like arguably the worst playoff half that we've seen from a superstar in a really long time. I mean, 0 of 12 is like record setting bad. And then of course missed what looked to be a pretty easy layup that would have put Philly up late. If he looks like that, then Philly probably loses this game, and 6.5 is way too high. But if he looks like the Embiid from the first 14 quarters of this series, then I think that's about right. And I think, Julian was kind of on the right track, that Philly has a good chance to retake control of this series. They've been the better team for the vast majority of these games. I mean, it doesn't really feel like it's a 2-2 series. I think Philly, as long as Embiid is healthy, should rightfully still feel pretty confident about pulling this out. And for as bad as Embiid was in the second half, they still had a great chance to win that game. Some other things didn't go their way either. But, as long as that meniscus isn't getting worse as the series goes on, I do think Philly probably wins this game tonight. But like Julian said, you have to consider the Trae Young factor as well. I mean, never a good sign when someone has a massive, like 90s Patrick Ewing heating pad on the shoulder mid-game. So for as much as you have to worry about Philly's health with its star, that's a concern on the other side as well. So, the line feels a little bit high, but I do like Philly to close tonight.
Nick, I love seeing white chocolate on the wall behind you. Jules, lots of Celtic pride. Always a great time. You guys, you're a pleasure. Go monitor Twitter for more NBA news in the next 20 minutes, because it has been outrageous. We'll get to NHL on the other side, bring in some other friends from RotoWire, along with, of course, Moose Ulrich. That's coming up. Let's get to the ice. A little puck talk with our friends from RotoWire. Of course, none other than Paul Bruno and AJ Schulz, as well as, of course, Jeff Ulrich, DraftKings contributor. Fellas, good to have you here with us. And just the one game tonight, a little showdown action going on between the Vegas Golden Knights and, of course, you've got the Montreal Canadiens, or game 2. Pardon me. We've got,
You're right, pal. You're good.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, all sorts of for a half second, I was like, that's not how the NHL playoffs work. And I remembered this weird COVID situation we're in, and it threw me off completely. So, Moose, let's start with you. You're eager to talk, and you know stuff. DK Sportsbook Vegas minus 250 favorites on the money line. Okay, so how do you feel about it after a game one in which the Golden Knights look really good?
Yeah, I mean, I think Montreal played them pretty close, if we're being honest. Like, I think that the game was closer than the score kind of indicated. It was one of those situations, but I'm not quite ready here to just jump on the Montreal side. I mean, the line is certainly big enough if you want to do that. Now, the nice thing is this line has gotten so big that you can take Montreal here, and I would do that, but I would go to the puck line. I would take them plus 1.5 in this game, minus 127. Carey Price has a very good road record in these playoffs. He's 5-2. I think that, like I said, I think that score was a little bit just not quite indicative of how the game necessarily went. I think Montreal had their chances early. They just didn't capitalize. I'm expecting a close game too. I'm not confident enough to say Montreal necessarily pulls it out. If I'm going to pick Montreal for a win, it'll probably be in Montreal. I do like the Canadiens puck line, though, at plus 1.5.
All right. I don't always know what I'm talking about, but Paul, you've been locked in of late. So let's go to you here. Montreal, you're going to chase the Canadiens.
No way. I think the sand is about ready to pour out of Montreal's hourglass in this surprising postseason run. Consider that Petry's out with a broken finger. Shea Weber's playing with a hand injury that removes their top veteran defenseman as threats to impact this game. Tatar and Evans may be ready to return. That's a lot of ifs, guys. And let's face it, the top line for Vegas didn't show up in that first game, and they still won by a pretty comfortable margin. I think that's going to change tonight. So I don't see any chance that anybody should put any money on the Montreal situation, no matter what the bet is. Because on the flip side, the Knights are only missing their bottom six forward, Thomas Nosek. They're ready to break out, and I think they're going to do it at home tonight.
AJ, you don't like a Habs bounce back?
I don't, and I like it even less than I like agreeing with Paul here. So, this one pains me here, but yeah, I'm not chasing the value on the Habs here. They're just too outmatched throughout the lineup. As Paul mentioned, Petry, Evans are both technically game time decisions tonight, but I'm not expecting we'll really see either in action. And I also don't like getting just even money on the puck line here to give up a goal and a half. Like, that's just not enough value for the risk. So I'm going to look alternate puck line and get the Knights at minus 2 goals for plus 155 to grab some good value here. It's a margin of victory they've achieved in 3 of their last 4 games. I expect that trend to continue. And if you want to take on that little bit more risk to avoid the potential push, as you guys know I love to do, you can go minus 2.5 for plus 195 as well here.
Paul, you can take a look, obviously, at the odds on the DK Sportsbook. See the NHL standard 5.5 as far as the goal total here for this one. You going to go over or under?
You know what? I'm looking at the over tonight. I credit Montreal for starting strongly in game one. I expect the Knights to get off to a better beginning, and that's going to lead to a lopsided score in their favor. The top line will show up and make up much of that score line in getting us to the over, and I don't think it'll be a problem. I think they'll get there pretty early tonight.
Moose, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I mean, Montreal's games, 8 or 12 of them have been 5 goals or less. Maybe I'm giving Carey Price too much respect, but I really don't think that's the case. I think you're going to see a close game here. I think you're going to, again, probably just see similar to what we saw in game one, where they only went to 5 goals. Montreal scored once. Obviously, they gave up a few more than they wanted to, but the thing could flip where we just get a close 2-1 game again. If you're getting 5.5, I would again just eat the juice and take the under here. I really feel like you're going to see more games like that in the series than not. So give me the under. I'll stay on it for at least one more game and see how it plays out.
AJ, offense?
No, they've got 3-time Stanley Cup champion, and I'll be honest, I'll just say it right now, future NHL Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury is sporting a 1.8 goals against average during a 5-game winning streak. On the flip side, the Habs have just 10 goals in their last 4 contests, so I'm taking the under in this one for some value. Again, with it sitting at 5 right now, if you want to avoid that push, take a little extra risk, you can go under 4.5 on the DK Sportsbook for plus 180.
Let's stay with you, AJ. How about a player prop for tonight?
I'm going to go with the 1-point player props here tonight, and I'm going to turn to Alex Tuck at plus 105 here. He's on a 3-game point streak right now. If you want to take him to tickle that twine, you can snag him at plus 210 as well. But for me, I'm going to look just a 1-point option for the even money. I think it's a relatively safe bet given their offense and his recent performances.
Pablo, you were so excited yesterday about player props. You brought literal props. What do you have for us today?
You know what? I think it bears mentioning that Carey Price has been on fire of late, but I saw some holes in his game, some guessing in his game in the last outing, and that makes me nervous for Montreal fans. I think the big line's going to take advantage of that tonight. So my props are on the first line. I'm going to take Pacioretty and Stone both to get 2-point games and paying plus 285 and 275 respectively. If you want to take a flyer on Montreal scorers, I won't look any further than Toffoli at plus 220 or Suzuki at 280 to get a goal. But that's a long shot tonight. I like the way Marc-Andre Fleury is playing. I don't like the way Mr. Price looked last game, and nobody's talking about that except me.
Jeff, what say you, sir?
I don't think Paul would ever like the way Carey Price looks, just based on his fever for the Toronto Maple Leafs. But I'm more in line with AJ is thinking. I like the Alex Tuch call a lot. I think the Vegas third line really played well for them, and they're going to continue to play well. Tuch is just a good player as well. I am of the opinion you should be looking as well if you're going for props. So maybe more on the shots on goal props. Cole Caulfield, the Canadians really just don't have any other choice but to just keep putting this young guy out there. And the one thing he is doing is getting a ton of shots on goal. I really like targeting his over on the shots on goal prop tonight. It's at minus 106, which is just fine. Over 2.5 shots on goal. Again, he's playing well over 15 minutes a game right now. The Canadians aren't going to stop playing him because quite frankly, he looks like one of their most active offensive players out there. So again, I don't really want to get on the goal props for Montreal because I think they're going to have trouble scoring goals in this series, but absolutely keep targeting Cole Caulfield on the over on the shots on goal prop.
Plus, JJ Watt's a super fan. You can't go wrong there,
right?
Right?
That helps. Absolutely.
All right, last question before we get.
Wisconsin.
What's that?
I said, I'm Wisconsin, boys. I'm Wisconsin.
There you go. All right, one more before we get you guys out of here. AJ, let's go to you here. If you're thinking, we've been talking odds, excuse me. If you're thinking DFS, though, and you want to slide one of these guys into the captain spot for a showdown between the Golden Knights and the Canadiens, who are you looking at?
I'm going to step out of my normal MO here and shell out the huge money to put the Flower in my captain spot tonight. I think he's been playing just too well to really avoid it. Now, as a value option for you on top of that, because you're going to need some value when you're paying that price tag, you can look to a guy like Alex Tuch, who's only coming in about $6K. So you're going to need to fill out with a couple guys like that. William Karlsson's another low price option to find if you're going to go with me and pay all the way up for the Flower tonight.
Who's the captain for you, Paul?
First of all, I love the call on Alex Tuch as a bench guy. Good call by you, AJ. You're finally starting to join the dark side here. I've focused on the top line for the Knights tonight to be impactful, and that means I choose between Stone or Pacioretty in the tonight's showdown format, guys. I'll go with Stone because he's going to cost me $3,000 less than his line mate, and that'll make it easier for me to get Fleury into the lineup tonight as a support guy. I don't think he's going to get the big game score, though, because this is going to be a game where I think the Canadians are not only going to have trouble scoring, they're going to have trouble getting shots on goal.
Jeff, wrap it up.
Look, I like the goalie calls tonight, but if you're in big GPP, like I really think you got to lean Carey Price here. He's 5-2 on the road, like I said. I mean, this is kind of a do or die spot for Montreal. I know that sounds crazy, but if they don't split these two games, like I don't see this series going their way. If you just hate that call so much, Alex Pietrangelo is just absolutely killing it in the playoffs. Blues fans just crying their eyes out watching this guy play right now. Averaging over 4 shots on goal per game. Even if it does end up being a bit of a shootout, Pietrangelo is playing over 25 minutes and producing. I think his price is really, really good right now for a captain spot. So again, if you're leaning a little bit more Vegas wins a close game, I would go him.
U.S. Open's a big deal, folks. We're going to talk more about it here on this show before, of course, lineups lock and the tournament begins tomorrow morning. Normally, Moose would be weighing in. He did that yesterday, so we're going to get Len Hochberg's opinion. But we thank you, AJ, Paul, and, of course, Jeff, for being here with us. The Sweat rolls on after this. All right, we've got 5 or so minutes left here in the sweat and plenty of golf talk to cram into it. Len Hochberg joins us. Of course, you know him from RotoWire. He is the senior golf writer and also the 2020 DFS Writer of the Year for golf. How are you, Len?
Doing well, Adam. Good to see you. Even though it's 1,000 degrees here in Los Angeles, I have my 2008 Torrey Pines U.S. Open sweatshirt on for this segment.
I'll tell you what, it looks good. It looks comfortable. We remind the people playing in contests and building lineups, again, starting tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern time with the lock. There are 3 millionaire contests for DraftKings that you want to obviously jump into for an opportunity to win some of that big money and qualify potentially for the Tournament of Champions as well. But let's get into it here, Len. A little PGA Tour chase or fade, see if you agree or disagree with some of these statements about the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines in San Diego. Now, we have a number of golfers north of 10K this week. There's Brooks Koepka, there's Bryson DeChambeau, DK's own Dustin Johnson. You got Jordan Spieth, John Rahm. Only golfer over 11K is obviously Rahm, and some guys that butt right up against them salary-wise as well. One name who I alluded to right there, just under 10K, who's done some damage here in the past in majors, is Rory McIlroy. How are you feeling about him at 9,900? Chase or fade that he is in the running here to win this weekend?
Yeah, it's 9,900, under 10,000 for Rory McIlroy in a major. It really made my eyes open a little bit. He did not play Torrey Pines for much of his career, but he's come on board the last few years. He was top 5 his first visit. He was top 5 his second visit. And then he was 16th back in January. So he's played this course very well. He also won recently, and then he was 18th at the Memorial. So I like Rory McIlroy a lot. Oh, it all comes down to the first round. Rory McIlroy, we all know the narrative by now. He shoots himself in the foot. He shoots himself out of the tournament in the first round and then plays great the next 3 rounds. I think we're going to know a lot about Rory McIlroy by Thursday night. I like him this week.
Now, let me give you a range here just under Rory. You can go from, let's say, $8,500 all the way up to $9,700. So, again, just under McIlroy. Guys you'd like to fade versus chasing, obviously. Who stands out?
Yeah, there are so many good golfers in this range because every good golfer is in this field, and just some guys have to bump down. Colin Morikawa, normally a $10,000 guy. He's at 9,500. I mean, his game is made for U.S. Opens. Just below that, Xander Schauffele. He's in the top 5 or 6 at every U.S. Open. He doesn't win them, but he's only 9,300, so he doesn't have to win it to pay off for you this year. 8,900, Tony Finau, same deal as Xander Schauffele, top 10s almost all the time. I like him a lot. Patrick Reed won Torrey Pines in January, $9,000. Probably the 2 guys I like least are at the top and the bottom of your range. 9,700, Justin Thomas just has not been playing very well lately and is not a big fan of Torrey Pines, has not been back in a number of years. And Scotty Scheffler at 8,500, he's good. I like him. He just doesn't seem ready for majors just yet, at least to really super contend and win.
Let's see if we can do the last 3 questions in about 60 seconds. Phil Mickelson, how do you feel about him finally winning the U.S. Open at $7,700?
Liked him to make the cut at the PGA, of course, didn't expect him to win. Like him to make the cut this week. Majors are a different animal. Major experience matters. Phil should be able to make the cut.
How about a value play you're chasing this week?
Another guy, Justin Thomas, $8,000, top 10 at the last 2 majors. He's only 8,000. He's like 60 to 1 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Crazy good price for him. Veteran, won at the Farmers. Paul Casey, 7,900. Harris English, 7,300. Top 25 golfer in the world. Robert McIntyre, 7,000. Has never missed a major cut.
Len, who's going to win the U.S. Open?
Sorry, Bryson. It is Brooks Koepka. The guy, when he's healthy, he plays well in all the majors. He's a threat in every major. He finished 2nd in the PGA. He's healthy now. Brooks Koepka will do it.
Well, in fairness, I think if Bryson won, it would bother Brooks a heck of a lot more. So at least
You're
there's
right.
that.
I think you're right.
Len, great catching up with you. Thanks so much for joining us here. We look forward to doing it again soon.
Thanks so much, Adam.
All right. Remember, you can catch the sweat weekdays, Monday through Friday, 11 to noon. That is 5 days a week, Eastern time. And then that is typically followed by a half dozen Madden simulations. Today is no different. We got the nooner coming up in just a few minutes here on the Dream Stream. I'll be with you with Zach Thompson, Chargers, Eagles in the rain on a wild weather Wednesday. Go nowhere. We roll on here on the Dream Stream. What's up, everyone?
Whoa. Hey, hi. Whoa. Hey. Someone has their notifications on.
Always setting it to an hour. If it goes over that, I'm going to get angry. No, I'm just kidding.
Jason Rossi, Brendan Glasheen. Hello to all of you on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Wow, what a matchup here for 2 o'clock, huh?
Dude, it doesn't get better than this, and it doesn't get more complicated to build a lineup construction. And we got Wacky Weather Wednesday. Whoa, zoinks! So I don't know how that's going to play into your lineup construction, but still, it's pretty damn exciting.
Yeah, lineups have locked. Packers, Chiefs. Well, give it to me, man.
Give it to you straight. I'll give it to you straight, and I'll give it to you hard. Here it is, baby. All right, we're going Captain Tyreek Hill. The guy's been on an absolute tear. His defenses just can't seem to catch up with them. Even his lowest output in the last 2 months is 7 points. So that would stink, but I'm going there. I got him teamed up with Patrick Mahomes, Robinson from them. Also, I got DeMarcus Robinson, and I had to go with Ricky Seals-Jones because of my just numbers. So those are 4 Chiefs, the 2 Packers. I went with Aaron Rodgers and Devin Funches, and purpose being that I can't tell you the last time, Glash, I stacked quarterbacks. Probably, I don't know, when I first started on, and I thought quarterbacks got way more points than they do, but these are 2 guys that average in the 30s when they're hot, so went there.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I haven't done this in a while either, playing both quarterbacks, but trying to pay for a captain that's cheaper to get more dudes in there because it's such a juicy matchup. So DeMarcus Robinson. That's his name, right?
That's it.
Yep, DeMarcus. Took me a second there. DeMarcus Robinson in the captain spot. Mahomes, Rodgers, Tyreek Hill, Aaron Jones, and the Lazard King. That's the build. There you go.
I like it. You didn't go, I guess Lazard's your deepest for a vulture-esque play, but nothing too extreme. As we're in the rain. Look, I kind of like these Chiefs with the undertone of yellow there. Some of those long sleeve Under Armour special teamers look kind of sick.
Here is Rodgers. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Losing points to start. Who lined up the DSTs in this one? Because you know what? Watch it be one of those games, Slash. Watch it be one of those darn games.
So good field position for the Chiefs at the 22. What, you like that voice reaction there?
It's like when someone's trying to get done on their last set at the gym and just that wailing moan comes out. It does actually help. It does help you push that final weight somehow.
I agree.
Or on a run, if you're on a run, I know you crush that cardio. Sometimes if you just got out, if you're doing the stepper and you have 5 minutes left, you just
Dude, I yell. Because sometimes Kelsey touchdown.
This is the guy I questioned so much with Kelsey, and I took him out because he's kind of been a little soft recently and averaging around that 15 points most. So, hey, gets the first touchdown of the game just like that. The turnover pays off. But I want to know more. So wait, are you now? Answer me this. Riddle me this, Mister. Are you in your apartment gym or are you at a gym facility?
Apartment gym.
So at most, what is it? 1 or 2 other people at most at a time?
Maybe 5, including me. Yeah.
So are you known as that guy then in this gym?
I won't really do it unless I look around. It's lunchtime. I usually go later in the day, but today I went before because I got the long stretch here from 2 to 7 or whatever. Sure. So I'm you know what? I'm alone. So yeah, you're right, dude. I did 40 minutes today, and I'm in that final 5. I'm let's go. Start singing the song that I got on my phone.
What song was it? Come on.
I did it to several songs.
Well, give me a few. Give me a little if we were all flies on the wall. You don't have to sing, but just let us know the song that you're singing.
Definitely some Pitbull.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give you the artist. I'm bad with I'm bad with titles. Let me
ask you. Are you also singing all the wrong lyrics?
Oh yeah. I'm just like then I know like 4 words in the refrain. Yeah.
Bussy, you know you want me. You know you want me.
Everything you like.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much.
Oh, come on. We all do it, right?
Oh, of course we do. Like when I'm in my car is my like haven for singing loud. So I'll windows down, blasting down the highway, 75 plus miles per hour. The song's on. I know a third of the lyrics, but that doesn't stop my mind from thinking I know it.
All right, Packers. Let's not screw this up. Packers D. I know the Chiefs had caused the turnover. Chiefs D in our contest, 2.9%. Packers D, 0.7%. And Gorg's DK rostered both. Gorgs is leading the free public showdown. Love the contrarian play. So in the bigger contest, Packers D, 4.8% owned. Chiefs D, 6.1% owned. And the touchdown is Travis Kelce. He's 10% in the captain spot, 43% overall.
Shock, 10% is a pretty high number there. So I'm guessing it's like Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Hill, Mahomes, Kelce, like splitting a majority of that captain spot.
See you on Twitch. See the DK Sim fam on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Second of 6 Madden Sims today on the Dream Stream. 2nd and 5 for Rodgers. And down he goes once again.
Gotta love it.
Glash, Rossi, producer Tara Lynn, Tom on the 1s and 2s, Patrick from the Game Ops team. We're all here enjoying your company.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, what do you want to talk about today?
I could weave you so many tales. Well, you know, it's funny. We finally have like a Green Bay game, and like, there's really no more news to really speak of with this whole Aaron Rodgers situation. You think you could hammer this for the hour, but realistically, right now,
Rossi, I'm offended that you said that.
What happened? Did I miss something?
Well, okay, you didn't get it. Rodgers was wearing a shirt that
Oh,
said,
yes,
I'm
yes.
offended.
I love that. By the way, that is such a good point. The thing about Aaron Rodgers, like, I can understand why people would not like him, but is equally, like, now I think he's equal parts likable. Like, something like that.
He's embracing it.
He is, and he's just like, whatever, dudes. Like, I'm living my life. Like, being a celebrity of any sort, sports, music, movies, TV, whatever it is, like, you have to be self-aware. And I think that's as important as anything. And I think Rodgers is as self-aware as they come at this current time. And also could give 2 craps what people think about him.
JP, also the sign on Twitch. We see you. I'm sure Patrick will correct what you're talking about. The Clyde Edwards-Helaire screen pass catch. If you're just hopping in, midway through the first, Kelce has the touchdown. It's 3rd and 5. For the Packers, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Brooks Koepka, and Phil Mickelson all chatted with the TNT. It's TNT, right? The TNT crew to preview the match. What's the official title? Like the match part 2?
I thought it was just the match. I didn't know if they added a part 2. I know it is technically the second one, but I didn't see them add the part 2.
Yeah, that makes sense, because what we're going to call it, the NBA Finals, part 100 and whatever. Yeah, just makes sense to keep the title short and sweet. The match.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of interesting.
They were chatting, and the latest is from Aaron Rodgers, and I think that was just to be a little newsy here. I think the "I'm offended" is in response to the general manager or the owner. I think it's the owner.
Well, they don't have an owner technically. It's like
crap. Yeah, you're right.
It's like the GM dash like guy
president.
Who, like, president. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, because the GM has a weird name, and I really don't feel like looking it up right now. But the president, I think, is Mark Murphy. Is that right? Mark Murphy said, "Oh, he's kind of a handful to deal with. His personality."
Yeah, that's
yeah, Mark Murphy. I got it. Okay.
Dude, you know what's going on right now? There's the battle of who wants to look good. At the end of the day,
complicated fella, Rossi. That's what
They called
That's
him.
what they said. That's what they said about him.
And you know what? I don't believe. I mean, I believe.
CEO. There it is. Sorry.
All right. So like, I believe that though. I believe he is a complicated fella. Well, guess what we're noticing now across the league? There's a lot of complicated fellas. So what you need to do now, if you're Green Bay, is humble pie the crap out of this. Save face by being kind. Like, yes, you're gonna have to be honest, and like, there's a little bit of probably difficult when you have the star quarterback that's been there since day one, who should understand what that these things happen. But he's seeing his friends, his colleagues, his I guess you could say like constituents winning Super Bowls, like the Tom Brady's of the world, and like his legacy kind of is being depreciated potentially. But if if you're Green Bay, you should just be like, hey, we have every intention of Aaron being here. That's all. Just simple. We have every intention of Aaron being here. We're doing our best to keep you guys in the know. As soon as we hear anything, and we hope to have him here, and we would look to win the Super Bowl this year. That's it. That's it. And it's lip service, it's BS, but you know what? The best teams do that. I don't need them. Don't don't be like, yeah, he's complicated.
And if they do that, Rodgers will play the game and then say, I know the Packers are committed to winning. I love my teammates and my coaching staff. We're committed to bringing a Super Bowl here, and I am thrilled to be here for as long as they'll have me, or something like that.
It just puts him more on the hot stand, right? Like the hot seat. Like, hey, the Packers are all about still having you there. Do you think you'll be back? No comment at this time. I'm working on something. Like, then he has to do that instead of like getting almost the advantage by wearing a I'm offended t-shirt because they made a remark that could allow him to look good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so I really don't want this in my NFL. This is very NBA to me.
Well, too bad it's happening. Russell Wilson already did it. Tom Brady's already done it with the Patriots. And Tom Brady was a little bit different because Brady was a free agent.
Yeah, and both were because, yes, one, he's a free agent, and two, Russell Wilson's now singing the praises of Seattle now. It's all
Deshaun Watson before, other stuff happened.
And we'll see how that's still going to play out. See, I still believe all these guys will be under center for their current organizations. I think it's going to be too hard to...
It's leverage. Players have leverage now in sports.
You do.
And I kind of get it. I do, because they're realizing that they're not exactly worth more than the franchise. I know NFL franchises are like billions of dollars. I get it. They're not technically worth more, but man, these guys do a lot for these owners to make money. So I get it. I do. They're playing games. Russell Wilson, the nicest guy ever. He hates drama. Mm-hmm. Russell Wilson is always the guy at the end of his tweets or his Instagram posts, on the beach with Sierra, ends it with hashtag Go Hawks. Like, he's just he's the company guy, That'd be like me being like signing every tweet or post like, woohoo, go DraftKings, go make a contest.
Just hashtag DraftKings, everything.
Like, I get it. He's like playing the game, No,
listen. Reed's T over there says Russell Wilson's wife loves drama. Well, maybe she does. Who knows? That's the other thing. There's so many things going on behind the scenes now with these players are no longer just themselves. They have teams. They have, the team. We heard all about Team 3 or whatever. Russell Wilson's people, because Russell never said anything. It was his people. So, okay. All right. Okay. We get it.
We've hit the quarter break. Let's go through the stats, and then I have something to say. Patrick Mahomes is 6 for 6, 39 yards and a touchdown. Aaron Rodgers is 2 for 5, 29 yards.
He has that fumble loss.
And he's fumbled. Mm-hmm.
Yuck. Good bad start there.
Pepe says, Glash, every time you use your high-pitched voice, my dog puts his ears up and looks at the TV. Are you asking for more?
Yeah, and guess what? The best part is we're not even on his TV. He just looks at it.
Right. Jones is the leading rusher, 5 for 28. Nothing out of CEH. Actually, negative. 1 from -3. He's got 2 catches, though, for 13 yards. Kelsey has 2 for 16 and the lone touchdown. MVS, 1 for 13. Sammy Watkins, 1 for 7. The great punt play in Ricky Seals-Jones, 1 for 3. And Devontae Adams, 1 for 16. Okay, so keep the camera here, please. You can even come to a wide shot, one shot if you want. Got a little something to say. So, little birdie told me in the last sim and even last night, Spurdy might be named a cough.
Cacaw? Was it a cacaw?
The bird might have a cough. Hint, hint. So apparently, Jeff Ulrich is trying to fill his Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza contest. I here am going to be positive about this experience because I understand that while the DK SimFam Friends League has 2,300 plus members, well, there's not 2,300 of you here, but I'm going to appreciate the 276 people watching on YouTube and the 40 of you watching on Twitch. So, to show my commitment to the cause, and for you folks to make lineups, I'm going to really show positivity and put all the old moose antlers. Let's give Jeff Ulrich what he needs, not what he wants, and let's go fill this thing. Okay? Let's go fill this thing. This will be on for the rest of the day. This demonstrates positivity and really committing to a cause. We can go to the second quarter. There we go.
All right. I'm all about going full in on the cause if you see me recently. So I'm going in on this. Where is it? Is it in the DK Friends League? Actually,
yes,
you know what?
DK SimFam Friends League.
Yeah,
Moose Classic US Open Bonanza by Wave Goodbye.
I saw our boy Tommy Freeze Pops tweet about it too. So I'm going to go. He has a link right here. His last tweets.
Yep.
Man, were people being negative about this? Is that why something happened here?
No. The people have been great.
Not the people. I'm not talking about the people. I'm saying just one potential source.
Oh, yeah. Won't name names.
Okay. So bleep that. I ain't into that.
Just saying.
What, 2 days to fill this thing up? How many people can go in? Oh, you only 55 people. I bet you get that done today.
My only point, my only little issue with it is Koff will come on here and go, well, there's 2,300 people in this league. How have we not filled it? And he'll say it on the sim. I'm like, Kaufman, you have to appreciate the people that are here, that are watching, and that are in the free roll. You're yelling at the wrong people. You're pretty much yelling at no one. It doesn't make any sense.
Here's my advice, and I always say this to Koff, and Koff's great, don't get me wrong, is courtesy goes a long way. So, hey guys, Moose got a contest, like what you did, in that sense, just be like, hey, Moose got a contest, enter it, you got 2 days, put together your lineup. We have 18 golf shows you can get some advice on throughout the next few days. But there you go. But to not be you don't call people out. That's bad.
What was Jeff thinking to make it for 200 people? He doesn't get it. Well, that's really negative energy. Cheer up. Encourage people to join.
Yeah.
And thank the people that do join, as opposed to, fill this up. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, what are you, Hot Take Charlie over there?
What kind of energy is that? Prove me wrong and fill it.
Yeah.
Jeff can stick it to me. Well, why does that have to be the angle? How about just, hey, there's a golf contest up. My pal Jeff made it. Would be great if we filled it.
And
Instead
then
it's, why would he, I already told him, why would he make it for 200 people? Doesn't make any sense.
He did it with 3 days, so I guarantee this thing fills. And now that we're talking about it enough, let's get in there.
Rossi, I don't get it. I told him it's too big. It's dude, you're already negging the thing. Let's express positivity and appreciate the people that are here, that are getting involved. That's all. That's it.
I agree.
Contest is titled Moose Classic US Open Bonanza, created by Jeffrey Ulrich. His username on DK is Wave Goodbye. Producer Tara Lynn says never approved of this.
Yeah, but I found it better. She goes, you guys make me want to go to a desert island and change my name and number. Oh. I'm sure we're not the only people that have made you feel that way in life, but we're just the latest. By the way, Twister says, sorry, I only play mini golf, which always reminds me. All my buddies will send out, we have group messages. Oh, look at Kelsey's eating today. But we always have group messages tea time Friday, noon, got one spot. And I'm always mini golf, question mark. I do it every time to the point where they're never gonna, I think that group's I'm just gonna be taken out of it soon. Because I'm a mini golf guy. I love me some putt. If it ain't colored balls that I'm hitting, it ain't worth it.
Balls at the 20. Kansas City touchdown belongs to Kelsey. That's the only points we have thus far. There's a completion. I think it's CEH to the 11.
Basil, drop your username in.
Yep, and we'll add names. I'll help.
Yep, you can do that.
We'll add names. If that's what it takes, we'll do it. We'll add names. We're almost at 150 entries for Jeff.
Yeah, it's going to get there.
149 now.
Look at that. See? That was a 4-person rant.
Yep. Mahomes throws it away. Johnny says, Hill touchdown here.
Love to see it. Would love to see it.
Pepe says Kaufman actually said Moose could rub this in my face forever. His actual words.
Well, we can make something physically get rubbed into his face.
Robert says, Glash, you don't need an excuse to look silly. And that's true. It hasn't stopped me before. Don't you worry. Congo Cap thinks there's something wrong with me. I fully acknowledge that. That is true.
Listen, anybody that's in our somewhat line of work, there's something clearly wrong with us. Like, we already.
There's something wrong with all of us when you really boil it all down.
True. Nobody's perfect. We're all works in progress, but individually perfect in our own ways. And we were built this way.
I was built this way.
That was the song while he was grinding it out.
Peace of mind. I want in. This Moose Madness sounds great. Love me some golf. Well, little inside joke. When I first started the DraftKings, Jeff would always call me Brandon, so I would just start calling him Goff and leave an E out of his name.
That's why I have to. I do it all the time too. That's why I have to stop calling you by your first name. I just call you Glash. I'm gonna say Clash. I can't say anything right.
I mean, to be fair to you, now we do have a Brandon on our commentary.
Yeah, that threw me off. That's why I just call him BK and I call you Glash, because I'm gonna make mistakes because I am a certified moron.
Well, you were calling me Brandon before BK started here.
That's why I'm saying I'm a moron. Hey, Brandon. No, it's Brendan. Okay, Brandon.
Second and goal. Little dump off here to CEH.
Oh, he's gonna. Gets a nice tackle there. So they saved the touchdown. So half a quarter here. CH could bounce it in from here. He is a little bit of a threat on the ground. Third and goal. This is going to be an interesting play here because they don't get it. Do they go for it? Do they go crazy? Let's see.
Rossi's here for this one. The next sim, I'll be with Christian, 6 o'clock, Ducey.
Ooh, we get a Glash. That's a horrible run. And yeah, you get the Glash takeover here. Rossi, Christian, Kenny. What a mix. That's like the, what is it, Neapolitan ice cream of hosts. Like all different flavors right there.
Gotta be honest, it's kind of fun playing with these antlers.
Of course it is. I haven't seen those antlers since Sim Santa and his little Rudolph.
Oh my God. That was a fun sim, Rossi.
That was 2 days. I think it was the 23rd of December because it was the last Sims before the holiday.
Oh, we were singing too. We oh God, I gotta go find that.
We sang. We were very cheery. I think we did 2 Sims in a row too.
I think I went. Now I remember. I sat right here and I pretended I was on the sleigh, or you were pretending I was
leading the sleigh.
I'm gonna stop talking because that could get clipped.
Everything gets clipped.
The Twitch fam is really active right now clipping. They clipped my rant of me. I felt like Stephen A. Smith being like, all right, put the camera on me.
Look over here. Look over here.
Put the camera on me.
Yeah. The New York Knicks should be embarrassed. Should be embarrassed.
This is blasphemous.
I love him. Love Steve. I'm a huge Steven. I like all those guys. Everyone wants to hate on him, but like you're still intrigued enough to hear what they have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Like even Shannon Sharp, who's very interesting at that role. I just I like to listen to him sometimes. Skit, listen to this, Skit.
Shannon Sharp cost the Falcons a first-round pick. Still got a second. I mean,
it's still really funny. I don't think anybody was given a first either way, but that's just me. You're right though, because once somebody knows the market,
it
goes the other way. It doesn't. Oh man, I got to go higher than everybody else. Like, nah.
Didn't DeAndre Hopkins speak out on that? Like, why are me and Julio Jones only getting second-round picks in return?
Yeah, well, guess what, DeAndre? Worry about you, bud. I understand
it really has nothing to do though with their
value.
I guess I get it, but like, dude, it really has nothing to do with that. If you're DeAndre Hopkins, you've clearly demonstrated, and I'm not saying this is as a negative thing. You've clearly told the Texans, like, I've had enough of you. Well, you don't think someone from your team, your organization, is going to share that with someone?
Yeah, and it all depends on how desperate the other organization is. Like, Jalen Ramsey was 2 first-round picks. 2! But you know why? Because the Rams valued that, and they said, this is the position. If we get that dude here, it changes everything. With all due respect to Julio and to DeAndre Hopkins, we can value them. We can look at it from a fantasy perspective and all that. But at the end of the day, these organizations, the Cardinals didn't look at it and say, well, we need to give up our future, because giving up first-round picks in the NFL is different than any other sport. Like, those are franchise potential changing picks that you really don't want to give up, part ways with.
Wow.
Like Ashley Edwards says, talking about that time, she goes, that was my first time watching The Sims, seeing you two as Rudolph and Santa. Reason I kept coming back.
That's fun. That's awesome.
Awesome, Ashley. I love to hear that. It really does, because, Glash has been the king of characters since day one-ish. But, like, the beard, I just said, you know what, if I'm going to have this ridiculous beard, I might as well put it into play. I didn't shave that thing from, like, Halloween till Christmas. And I don't know what it is about my beard in the winter, but it definitely grows more ferociously than it did right before the shave.
Well, and Rossi, you always remember your first.
Never forget. Sometimes you want to, but you never do.
Smash? Ricky Tease?
Yeah, there's so many Clippers now.
You always remember your first sim. That is.
Your first sim dress up.
Yep. I went to my first sim play.
Yes. Oh,
it's
yeah.
a Christmas one.
Giggle Pig says, I remember that sim. I asked Santa Rossi to give my ex-girlfriend something, and even though he said he doesn't do that type of thing, my wish came true, and it was very bad Christmas for someone. Well, Giggle Pig, you're a spiteful man. I'm sure you're big into like Olivia Rodrigo right now, because she's like that chick singing about all those spitefulness, but I guess good for you, bud.
1:01 to go, first half. Kelsey with the lone touchdown. Butker has nailed a field goal. Crosby's missed one. Aaron Rodgers has fumbled.
Butker.
Susan. Oh, yeah, Rossi, we did Christmas cards, too. Susan, I have screenshots of the Christmas card. They came out good.
That was Daniel, I believe. Daniel was just, what a delight he is to have a part of our team. But yeah, that's right. I have those screenshots. Do I have them right here on my desktop?
Okay.
Not that I think we could do anything with them necessarily right this moment. I could put in the Slack, I guess. But do I have them here? Or did I have to reload my computer since then? I had a big crash once. And that's not on my desktop. I could find it.
Glad you're okay.
Oh, dude, it's brutal. You must have had those issues where your computer just have to like go back to factory settings and everything's broken.
Please don't say that.
Sorry.
This is my second computer since the pandemic began. I had a virus problem.
The worst, dude. Because we use these computers so much, probably more in the last year than we ever have.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, and you're streaming, you're doing so many things on it.
3rd and 10 for Rodgers and the Packers. 0 points scored in this first half.
If I can, I'm actually going to do something not work, because Dan Russell puts in the chat. Rossi points this out to me because he's been really trying to push me. He says, Rossi, I just got home from the hospital. They did my second surgery at 12:30 on the other cataract. This is how easy it is. 2 hours later, I'm at home watching you guys. So appreciate you, Dan. Good on you. Right now, I'm going to text my buddy and see if he can make an appointment on Friday for me to get my glasses. Buddy. My pal. Hey, buddy.
You so buddy. Come on, Crosby. Don't let us down. 44-yard attempt. Here's the snap, the hold. Whee! It's good. Yes. Crosby, 4-3. Hey, speaking of, I really didn't mean to do that, but we'll go there. Marv Albert had a nice moment last night during the Nets-Bucks game. They gave him a jersey, and it said Albert on the back, and instead of a number, Rossi, it was a microphone. It was really cool.
It was really cool, and good for him.
Yeah, great career. Because, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe he will call the Eastern Conference Finals. Western Conference Finals are on ESPN.
Yeah.
So, I think, I would guess TNT would give Marv the conference finals as like his last hurrah. I know Daniel has said this on a previous sim in the Slack chat. That maybe they'll let Marv do a finals game, kind of like they let Craig Sager work a finals game.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Doc Emmerich they did for hockey. Yeah, there's a lot of guys. That's a good point. They should, or at least have him be involved somehow.
Yeah, give him a game.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know what makes sense. Give him game 1 or game 2 or something. I don't know.
Especially
Beat on Walk. What's up? Good to see you.
Our guy Dwayne says, Rossi and Glash are my first round draft picks for sports commentators. Koff's second. I don't know if you got multiple. And he says, traded Ducey for freeze pops. So quite the lineup.
Like actual freeze pops or the guy?
Yeah, I think he means the actual freeze pops. I would trade Ducey for freeze pops too. Those things are delicious. I trade most people for them. Even though, I'll be honest, I haven't had a freeze pop in a dog's age, which I don't know how long that is, but it's been a while. Is that 7 years?
Yes.
Oh, DFS Queenie, we could only hope. I think Glash gets the hookup because he does more than like I'm just like here for this, but
I'm here for this.
yeah. Dan Russell, good on you, Rossi. I'm proud of you. I can only speak for myself, but now how much more research I have been more confident and zest for life. Well, I love to see that, Dan. Appreciate you always. And yeah, I sent the text to my buddy. I will let you know if he replies. There could be Rossi with no beard, no hair, and glasses by next week. We shall see. I'll be like Lex Luthor meets Clark Kent and wearing a trash bag.
What a long ending to this first half. There have been like 3 different possession changes because no one wants to move the ball and a lot of incomplete passes. Here we go from the 18. Aaron, slingshot, engaged, complete to Adams.
Nice catch there.
Did he get out of bounds?
He did.
He did. Okay.
So still 2 timeouts, 20 seconds, 34-yard line. Need about 30 yards to make it even a. Well, no, honestly, Crosby stinks, so we probably need about like 40 yards.
Travis, I'm sure you've had a handful of those in Maui. I think that's where you are in Hawaii, if I remember correctly. Cristobal says Sarah is a sleeper pick. Yeah, Sarah came in here, did some play-by-play on Monday.
Oh, she did again. I love it.
Or was it you were there?
No, not this week.
Oh. Yeah,
I did it in the past with her. You left for like halftime and then a third quarter.
Oh, yeah. A lot of memories in Simland.
It's great, man. It's great.
As my manager likes to say, I could write a book. It'll be a long book.
Hopefully there's a lot more interest than we would think.
The solo leader in the DK SimFam Friends contest. State Farm guys are here to give Rossi bald insurance. Aaron Jones.
Oh, gets out of bounds.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Got out of bounds too. 2 timeouts to work with. In the public free showdown, Razor Wade. Not Blade, Wade. As in Wade Miley.
Shout out Reds.
Here we go, Aaron.
You got 2 shots here.
Aaron!
Oh, he's taking too much time. Bad call. You're gonna. All right. So they're gonna have 1 shot here, Glash. We're going to half after this play. Aaron Rodgers has been pretty bad so far in this game. You know, he threw a couple tough ones, but at the 49, clearly has the arm to get in the end zone, and he is known as kind of like the Hail Mary King, right? He's thrown a ton of them in the NFL. Let's see at Simland if he can replicate it here against the Chiefs.
Oh, Aaron, wind up and gun it. Here we go. Do it.
3-man rush.
Here we go.
Those are the
Here
good
we go.
Short. Intercept.
Oh, picked.
Gross, dude. Just gross.
Boing, boing. We tried to, build the moment, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, it's a tough one. By the way, this is a 4:25 game on this year's schedule, which I'm just a little surprised. I thought this was a Monday Night Football game.
Yeah,
but no,
they wouldn't give ESPN this game.
Well, I'm sure CBS or where it currently sits is probably like, thank heavens. Well, we'll see what the Packers are at that point if things don't go a certain way. But yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. The 4:25. What week are we? Are we in week 8? I believe we're in week 8.
No, 9.
Exactly as I said, 9.
Yeah, 8 plus 1 is 9.
Thank you, TP. Is it still? I thought they changed that.
No, it's 8. No, it's 9. Yes, I was just testing you. It's 9.
I hope you have
magic number. That's from School of Rock.
You know what's funny? Never watched that movie, and I get very ashamed of myself for not watching.
Dude, I love it. You'd crack up.
I know. I love music. I love Jack Black. I just when I first started, I thought it was like goofy, like too goofy for me. Like a lot of these Will Ferrell movies I haven't seen, but it's going on the list. I have a lot of people give me a lot of suggestions recently, like the show Dave. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's on like That's on like season 2 premieres tonight, and I was told by our buddy babysitter Billy, got to watch it. So I said, okay, I will do it.
Calvin says, Brendan, are you calling the stream with Dana White?
Listen, guys, he's such a meathead. Dana White is like primo meathead, and I kind of love him for it. Yes, I'm Dana White. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet. Of all the names we got the other night, we've gotten a lot more. So, wait, Lisa Robinson, you're making me insecure. I have to shave my sideburns. I'm pretty sure everything's equal and gone, isn't it?
You're fine.
No, I know, but I'm like, I think it was all gone. Lisa, don't make me any more insecure than I already am.
Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza.
Enter that.
The title of the contest by Jeff Ulrich in the DK SimFam Friends League. This locks at what, like first thing tomorrow morning?
Yes.
How about we fill it before this sim is over? That'd be cool. That would be fun. That's positive. We're at 159 right now. Do it for Jeff. If you've loved Jeff Ulrich since you've been watching Sims, since the very beginning, grow antlers in your made-up brain and say, I'm going to use my antlers well, and click on the keys of my computer or my phone, make a contest, make a lineup rather, in the contest. You can do it. I believe in you.
We really do believe in you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what? We're not doing this for...
They speak to me.
That's like very...
They trust you.
Very Twin Peaks of you.
Having fun.
I will say, don't do it for me. Don't do it for Glash. Don't do it for Tarolin. Don't do it for TP. Don't do it for our guy Tate. I'm sorry, P-Fry. Forgot who was here today. Sorry, P-Fry. You know I love you. Do it for Moose. Moose is just such a quality human being. Do it for him. Or potentially, if you're a spiteful person, you can do it to prove some other people wrong.
Don't do that.
I'm just saying, if that enlightens you to do it, then do it.
Emerson's forehead. You've been added. You've been invited to the DK SimFam Friends League. If you are not in this league we speak of, with this contest we speak of inside of it, pausing for effect, put your DK username in the chat. YouTube or Twitch.
Twitchy.
I'm going to copy on in there.
Bounce the cat, Boris and Bullwinkle calling the game. It's good. It's good.
Basil entered. Entered.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people enter. I like it.
Woohoo! Here we go. Strap on in.
Load them up. Load up the contest.
Loading up the Moose Classic Bonanza.
Oh, Nut says shave the eyebrows also, Rossi. Nah, bro. That was a one-man gimmick. I don't steal gimmicks. No gimmick infringement here. I know some buffoon who did that, all right? That's all I'm going to say.
Very good point by DFS Queenie. If you don't like Moose, you can try to beat Moose. Pausing for effect. Twitch. You could beat Moose in his own contest.
It's a great point. Mm-hmm. That's what we said the other day when we were doing the like thing. It's like, if you don't like me, then make me put more money out of my bank account. So, hey, whatever it takes. Listen, we're all motivated by so many different things. I hope love is the #1 common denominator because that's just the way the world works. But, hey, if you got a little bit of like, I'm a little angry, I'm a little Hulk, then go ahead and enter for that reason. Haters are out there. We know they're out there. We want to diminish them. But, hey, whatever gets it done.
Here we go, Rossi. People want to be in the league.
Oh, yeah, I see some T-Bone.
T-Bone. You're in the band.
Wait, is Premier Butter the username, or is that just like a comment from Logan?
Premium Butter.
I really hope that's a name.
That is indeed a username. Premium Butter.
I love that.
Let's go. Justin Carnivale. Bring your A game. Love it. Justin, welcome.
Justin is in.
He's in. He's got an invite to the party.
Logan B, username, Premium Butter. Okay, can you give me a little backstory on that, Logan? I'm very intrigued if that's, why you came up with that.
Derek, Sniper 41. I want to play. Oh, you want to dance too? Here we go. Here it comes. I don't know what kind of mood I'm in today, but I feel good about it.
You know what? I'm loving your energy today. And I hope it maintains with the next two guys too. We know Christian will give you all the info. My God. Oh, sorry. Whew. You know what I don't like about? Can I just go on one little side plot? Sorry.
Sure.
Is like when somebody like you have an iPhone? I think you do. We've texted. You get the blue. I believe you're an iPhone guy. So when you text somebody that's non-iPhone, you're in a group with a non-iPhone person, like they write like a long message, let's say, and then somebody likes that message. So then you get a text that looks like another long message, but it's just the old long message that is now just says liked by. Oh, it gets me every time. So like my mother-in-law is writing this big manifesto about 4th of July plans. And then my wife just liked it. But it did this whole bomb right there. So
Cook's looking.
Don't pretend like that doesn't happen to you.
It does. It does.
You pretend on me.
Ever so often. You know, I might as well join this golf contest because the Packers don't want to play offense today. Emerson's forehead, those moose antlers are upping your game, Glash. Could be a permanent fixture. I'll wear these things every day. That's what it means. Robert, please invite. Do not tempt me with a good time, Robert.
Butter. Did he ever explain, Logan?
He just said, yes, that is the username. Didn't really dive in.
I just want to know what it means. Is he a big butter guy? Is he like, I can't believe it's not butter? Or is he like the Irish butter? Is that premium butter to him?
Uh-oh. Tara Lynn's sending us Woj tweets.
Oh, Woj bomb.
Okay, this isn't that surprising. Charlotte Hornets guard LaMelo Ball has been voted the That's just out of habit from calling WNBA games. Has been voted the NBA's Rookie of the Year. Sources tell ESPN.
No, dude, I am surprised by that. The dude missed some time. Like, a lot.
Yeah, but he was like so far and away better. And I know, to be fair, you're right, but he also came back. Like, folks didn't think he'd come back. Gary. Is that a SpongeBob reference? Gary. Gary. Will there be a buzzword at 2:59? No. But you can tempt me. So yeah, well, okay, so you're surprised. I'm really not, because I thought he was so far and away better than the next guy, who's the dude from the Minnesota Timberwolves that was
hold on, let me look at the voting and I can tell you what.
Okay.
The only reason I think he does deserve it, because he was by far also the most marketable. This is last year, 2021. It was John Morant. He was not the Rookie of the Year this year. Let's see.
Oh, first down, Funchess.
Got it. LaMelo Ball. What is this? Anthony Edwards, you're talking.
Anthony Edwards, thank you. And the chat was on top of it. Trey Day, thanks.
Thank you.
Joseph Workman, Glash, I'm back, baby. Got out early for good behavior. Missed all of you. Matthew Uriah, Kai Mitchell, always so pleasant and nice to people here. So happy I faded Tyreek Hill. Yeah, it sucks when 50% of y'all. You really got us, man. We're all going to have an awful day now because of what you just put in the chat. Thanks a lot. Here we go, Packers. First and goal. Let's go. Ooh. Rossi.
Ooh.
Gorilla has updated us.
Oh, yeah.
37 spots remaining in the Moose Classic US Open Bonanza. Get in there, fam. Oh, dude.
Come on, man. We're going to fill it. We're going to fill it today.
We're going to fill it. I want to fill it by the end of the sim. We can do it.
We can.
We can do it. If you put your mind to it.
Dan Russell and to the rest of you, 3:30 Friday. I have an appointment to go get glasses. All right? You motivated me. So let's fill Moose's contest. Let's keep the good vibes up. All right? Because now I'm going to have weird headaches throughout my entire weekend because I'm going to be wearing glasses. So it's for you guys.
There's a good energy in the sim.
No, where's Freak? I need Freak and Brian C right about now.
Oh. Oh, Sarah. Hi. That's a really creepy voice.
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
That was Rossi, not me.
I'm in the other room working. This is what I call work. Don't go on one of those calls.
Yo, that's Rossi.
That is not. That is me. I'm wearing antlers. By the way, it's a good time for everyone to know to fill up Moose's contest.
It's kind of like Marvin the Martian. I got the premium butter. Here we go. Logan B. Xbox gave me a free 1-month trials in the early 2000s for users, and I would make my new account because I was in grade school and I had no money. Premium butter was born from share random fridge items. I absolutely love that. I love that story so much. I love when people like explain where their names came from if they're not obvious. Brad, it's a $1 entry, right? I believe I saw. I think I entered it. In the Moose. Yeah, $1. $1 freaking dollar. 200 enter. You can win some good money on this.
Oh, CEH. Nothing doing.
Sarah, stop following me. Now my voice changes. Yeah. Oh, there he is. The freak. Freak! Outstanding energy in the commentary. Appreciate you, bud.
165 out of 200 in the Moose Classic US Open Bonanza. We're doing it.
Come on, we still got a minute. I bet you 170. Let's get to 180 before the quarter's out. Everyone just throw lineups out there. You can edit it later.
If you are not in the DK SimFam Friends League and would like to be added so you can join this contest, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you are, toss your username in there. We will add you so you can join the fun.
Yeah, I like Ty the Raider says, I enter the contest. I know zero about golf. You'll probably win, dude. You'll probably win.
Kelsey with the extension for the first down to the 48 of Green Bay.
Brad says, thanks. How do I find the contest? Go onto your app or your DraftKings, website, and you can check out the DK SimFam Friends, and you search through and you'll see it. Sounds more complicated than it really is, though. I promise you.
Eric says, where do you find the contest? Go to leagues. Whatever leagues you might be in, this might be it. DK SimFam Friends. You'll see a golf ball for under sport. Moose Classic, US Open, Bonanza.
Follow that. There it is. There's our guy, Brian C. jumped in. Look at that. We called out the freak and we called out Brian C. and they both showed up and they both gave us exactly what we're looking for. Gotta love those guys. Gotta love everybody. Good vibes in here today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Making my day. For one and done, this is exactly what I needed to boost in the middle of my day.
Oh, we've talked about this several times. You just got to leave it all out there if you're doing one.
It's true. By the way, second thing of water today. I've had a ton of water.
Dude, I'll sip up with you.
Cheers, brother. You're in this thing for the long haul, so.
Yeah.
To Glash, everybody.
Moose needs to hydrate. Moose. No, moose. Moose is plural. Mises. Mises need to hydrate too.
Many Mises.
Kenny Ducey's bad takes is weighed in. Let me know if you want my lousy picks for PGA. I have no clue about it. But hey, DK lets me do whatever I want. Not entirely true.
Oh, God. The parody accounts get me every time.
Dwayne wants to be added. All right, Dwayne. Welcome to the DK SimFam Friends. I wish we could do a little voiceover when you click accept invite.
Hello,
Dwayne. Hi, I'm Adam Kaufman. I'm the commissioner.
You do those.
Thanks for joining. Prove me wrong. Have a good day. Bye.
Don't forget to enter my daily basketball, baseball, or football contest, whatever season it may be. I give you contests for me to take that sweet, sweet money.
Yes, I wish you the best of luck, and I really hope you do well. However, I do want your money so I can pay for my kids' college fund. Goodbye.
I got 3.
3.
3.
Future Syracuse Orange.
Go team. Woo!
But seriously, join.
Please.
Prove me wrong.
Here's my Venmo. Jordan Warren said he
doesn't have Venmo because only his wife does. It's kind of sad. Go ahead.
Very, yeah. Jordan Warren says, yeah, my username is my Xbox gamer tag, and I couldn't think of anything. But I'm a pretty good coach. I love that. Just what a blanket statement. I'm a pretty good coach. At what, Jordan? Coach of what? Coach of life? He says, so I created Super Coach 2000. It's because it sounds like a fake product or something. I like that, Jordan. But what do you coach at? Basketball, baseball, jiu-jitsu? Train them up? I could use a coach, life coach. Let me see, where are we at with this contest? Where's it at?
170.
We got it. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, Brad Schmidt. We need your username, man.
Smitty!
Hey, Smitty!
What? Oh, nice catch. 171 in here. You have 18 hours to fill it. I think we could get it as close to filled by, I bet you by the end of your 4 o'clock with you and Christian. I really believe that. That's 29 more, and you'll have new audience as we go through these. So I think you'll get it.
Word. Mahomes to Kelsey. Let's look at the leaderboard here. I am not doing well at all.
Yeah, I'm going to be embarrassed to look, but I will because you asked me to.
Our man, DW Nasty 7.
You're nasty.
DW Nasty.
Oh, I'm in like last place.
Yeah, I'm pretty close. DW Nasty, first place right now with Funchess and the captain. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, Watkins, Chiefs D. Chiefs stack, Funchess captain. Brad Schmidt, 24. On it.
PhD says, Rossi looking like broke Shane from The Walking Dead. That's like maybe the nicest one yet. That guy is an absolute stud. But a broke version, I get it. Or like mentally broke. Walking Dead was so good there for a few years. Trying to see who else is in here.
Patrick.
Running it. Yeah, I'm in 128th out of 137. As my man Lamarca would say, I'm absolute cheeks in this contest. Absolute cheeks. I have 0 from your captain. I have Tyreek Hill, my captain's got 3.9. He's well on his way to the babysitter billion, unless he can turn it around in the last 5.5.
First and goal.
We need a touchdown here because you know if we get a field goal, what's going to happen?
Play action.
Oh, fumble!
The Packers
pick it up, big fella!
The big fella!
He's speedy!
You can do it!
Where's Tyreek?
You can do it!
Too much speed on that. Any other team, I truly believe, that would have been a touchdown. The Chiefs have the fastest receiving core in the NFL and also here in Simland.
Kenny Clark. Mahomes tackled him.
What a move. Wait, that was Mahomes who tackled him?
Yeah.
Wow, good on him.
Good for him. Doesn't get points for him.
Jordan, appreciate you, dude. I love this. He's saying he's coaches. He says, I also went straight to conditioning coach for wrestling, ended up becoming a head coach of middle wrestling team. Didn't win any chips, but most of my teams made it to the finals. Good for you, dude. Congrats. Love that. Good on you.
After the Adams catch, ball to 26. Rogers spins. Tucks and runs.
He's going to score.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers, touchdown.
From that view, Glash, I thought a corner or safety was eventually going to step up and lay the wood. But instead, Aaron Rodgers, complicated guy, gets it into the end zone. Yeah, GF Jr. will just go. It says, Hill was terrible. I had him my captain as well with a hands and face emoji. Face and hand, should I say. There, Rodgers really helping out a lot of lineups here. I think I'm going to move up to... Ooh. There you go. P-Fry, good job. I went from 128 to 119. Oh.
Larizi, 210. OMG, Rogers. Yeah, I'm going to add you. I don't know how to pronounce this username on Twitch, but I'll add you.
I'm going to say Gungi.
Gungi.
Gungi 11. I love the number 11, dude.
Yeah, Sticks, kid.
Big Sticks guy here.
Yeah, here you go, Sticks. Wait for your pitch.
No. Good eye, Sticks. Good eye.
Yeah, good eye, Sticks.
Nothing better than the good eye compliment. All that really means is you were too scared to swing, and luckily it was. I got so much good eye in my day of playing baseball.
Yeah, that's so true. If you remember the amount of times your parents or your coach had to say "good eye," just you suck. Like,
yeah, that's really what they meant. Swing
you're not
the
aggressive
bat.
enough.
Yeah.
We have about 400, almost 400 watching on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. Hit that like button on the YouTube stream if you have a like to give. If you don't mind, if you're feeling, you want to be likable today, hit the like. Twitch, be sure to follow us on Twitch. We have 3.1K followers.
Gotta love it.
There's Kel's dog. 8-yard gain. Mahomes closing in on 200 yards passing. One more push. If you have not yet joined, well, I say one more. We'll probably do another one before the sim when we're on camera before we say bye. The Moose Classic US Open Bonanza. The number right now, we're sitting at 174 entries. Enter because you like Jeff Ulrich. Enter because you want to take everyone's money that's in it. Enter because you like golf. Enter for positive reasons.
Enter to enter.
Yeah. And may I add,
this is the right thing to do.
If you're not in the DK SimFam Friends League, if that sounds like gibberish to you, like what are they talking about? Well, put your username in the chat. We can add you.
Yep. By the way, the Packers here have a huge opportunity. If you have Aaron Rodgers, you have Devontae Adams, you have Aaron Jones, this is the time. Funches, Mercedes Lewis, somebody step up here. Aaron Rodgers is the only one with the touchdown, throwing a pick, has fumbled, but they can also put this game away with the touchdown. Less than 3 to play. Oh, Rodgers. That was a nice catch. There's Funches. Tons of fun, baby.
Care Bear on Twitch. Oh, when my coach told me good eye, I thought he was telling me to have one eye on the ball and not wonder what the catcher was doing.
Hey, whatever worked, whatever made you feel like it was actually a compliment, then I'm good for you. It's good for you.
Thanks, Dean.
Yep. Appreciate you, Dean. Damon says, I'm left eye dominant, even though I write with my right hand and shoot. But surfing and skateboarding, I said I rode goofy. Hey, man, whatever. Like, good on you. Giggle Pig's also a big 11 fan.
Choker, 2 golfers that will finish top 10. God.
I'm going to say Brooks Koepka and Jason Day.
Okay. Koepka's the 5th most expensive guy in the contest.
Yeah, Day's a little bit lower.
Day is much lower.
I like him. I'm a bit, you guys know I ride them vultures, even though, Day's a green jacket wearer, but I like low buy-ins. Low buy-ins.
I mean, you're going to have to play one or a couple. You want to pay up.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
David says take Paul Casey as his winner, and then Pendrith is his sleeper. Okay. All right.
Okay.
How about Choker? I'll steal those. I'm not a big golf guy. I know like the top names on this list, but after that, it's like,
Yeah, I know a decent amount. I used to be in like one of those like family contest things. It's like, but
Cook's looking. Jason Day is not playing.
Perfect. Get him in there.
Yeah, Rossi was talking about fades.
Yeah, no, I'm still playing Jason Day. I'm putting him in there. Got to go with the guy that's not playing.
It's punt play.
Real cheap in the lineup, as in doesn't put him in there. Oh, who do I have? I just made a contest. Who am I thinking of? I'm not thinking Jason Day. Who the heck did I just meet? I'll pull it up. Clearly don't listen to me. How about that? Listen to Moose. Listen to Reed. Just listen to Emerson talk to them.
Oh. Would you look at this? Tom, on the 1s and 2s, our technical director, sitting in 3rd place in our contest.
He's ready.
Huh. Sneaky. Mo says 22 people to go. Rossi, we hit the 180 plateau.
Well, not yet. Almost.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's
Ball game here, though. They're taking knees. So they're going to run the ball here. So I'm not going to give my players of the game just yet because they're going to run the ball here so Aaron Jones could score a touchdown. We all know how this works.
X Factor is lit.
Oh, they're going to throw it? Dean's in first. Dean's going to... Oh, wow, Aaron, don't do anything stupid. All right, that's your ball game. All right, so I'm going to take... Oh, this game is rough. Travis Kelce's going to be the player of the game. Travis Kelce had 70 yards on 7 catches, scored a touchdown, 35. Captain, you said about 10. So he's going to be the everyone enter Moose's contest player of the game. And I'm going to say the Not My Kid Award. Very easy here. Tyreek Hill. Absolutely offensive game. Just embarrassed. I'm not at Blake Jarwin levels with him. If you don't know, Glash, I'm at Blake Jarwin deleted from Madden, but that's a story for another time. 1 catch, 16 yards for one of the greatest players in this Madden game. That'll be it. There's your awards. Stinker. Wasn't what we thought it would be, but that's okay. The rain, baby. I can't stand the rain. It's my window. That's it. Enter Moose's contest. Don't be a fool.
Do it.
Bad Boys of Pop says, Rossi, I'm going to captain Arnold Palmer. Who else isn't playing anymore? Is Tiger playing? I don't even know. I listened to Get to the Green yesterday for a little bit, and I was just listening to my guy Reed wax poetic, which again, I'm calling him out. You can see me. Reed, you're in freaking Hawaii, dude. Get out of that Airbnb. I want camera beachside. I want palm trees. I want ambiance. I don't want an apartment. You don't want to look like what this crap house has. Like, enough. You're in the coolest spot potentially in the planet. Show us. We all want to see it.
Chris Adams, Zach Thompson puts a lot of work into his write-ups. Yeah. And today, just if he didn't have good picks today, well, a lot of times he has good picks. So you're just highlighting one particular article. That's not very fair. Want to shout out, I think the name was Mr. Connor Christian in the chat here. Connor finished in 2nd place in our contest. 3rd place, Tom, our guy, Tom, from the production team. And then Dean Murray, 1st place.
Dean. Keep fighting that fight, Dean. Keep fighting that fight. And Dean, if you can help Massachusetts, get on there, get it together, I love you even more. That's all I'm saying.
Nice job, Dean.
I don't want to drive to New Hampshire, bro. Just don't want to drive to New Hampshire. Dean, you got me? Appreciate you.
That's, of course, if it holds, but we'll see. Hopefully, for your sake, it works out well. In the $250 free showdown, Cudworth in 1st, Kelsey and the captain, Mahomes, Rodgers, Funchess, Watkins, and the Chiefs defense. All right, Rossi, you're back tomorrow. Terrellin says you're back tomorrow at
8 p.
Me and you, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock.
No, I don't think. Are you with? Oh, yeah. Love that.
Tomorrow night.
Good.
Yep.
We get to team it up again, baby. Run it back. We're going to run it back.
Nice.
Tomorrow. Put
Good
it in your
stuff.
phone.
I'll be here at 4 o'clock with Christian for Cardinals Niners. One last reminder before we scoot on out of here. DK SimFam Friends League. The Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza by our own Jeff Ulrich. He's been doubted, talked down to, that this thing will not fill. Well, we're only 21 away from filling the 200 entry contest. Do it.
Do it. Don't be a fool. Be that guy. Get your entry in. Even if you know nothing about golf, you never know. And also, don't forget about this. Drink that water, baby. Drink that pure water. That glorious water.
Do it. All right. Hopefully we can fill this sucker up like Rossi predicted in the next sim.
I'm almost going to guarantee before 5 p.m. today, that thing is full. Because we got nothing but goats, great people, extraordinary people that back the good ones, that back the real peoples, all right? The real reals. And Moose is as real as they come. Look at what Glash is not taking that off until it's filled. All right, so let's do it. Do it for Moose. Moose.
Okay, we gotta get out of here. Okay. Terrellin, what's coming up next? The no laying up podcast starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up preview show, presented as always by the DraftKings Sportsbook. My name is DJ, joined as always by my compatriots. Solly, how are you?
Wonderful, glad to be here.
Your home improvement project looking great behind you there. Love it. Neil, surrounded by many leather-bound books, looking great. How are you?
I'm in the Beluga's in the Midwest. The whale's made his way inland. He's in his uncle's office. My uncle calls it the pit.
And of course, Tron, Torrey Pine's biggest fan. Thrilled you could be here as well.
Thank you. I'm so excited for the tournament this week, but really just for the architecture. Wonderful course.
Well, let's start positive. DJs, let's start positive. What are you excited about this week, U.S. Open week?
Man, a lot of things. I'll take the easy one, I guess, going first, and I'll say West Coast U.S. Open. I mean, West Coast Major Championship is pretty much undefeated. I think everybody enjoys settling into the couch, watching golf a little bit later. You got plenty of time to grill out. You got plenty of time to do all sorts of things. Golf on the West Coast is fantastic. Even better when it's a major. Even better when it's a U.S. Open. So I'm very excited to just be a really happy golf fan this week.
And Torrey does, it has some, faults, but it does have scenery. There is a nice element to, and a pleasant element to watching golf at Torrey. Neil, what's got you excited this week?
A couple things for me. I would say, first off is I'm going to OD on the motorized parasailing visuals that, we're going to get on the telecast. So the guys just zooming around up there. Woo!
I don't know if they're motorized. They're motorized in Jack's Beach because there's no thermals. But these guys are riding the thermals. There's no motors.
They don't have motors on them?
No, it's all hang gliding, baby. All hang gliding.
So I'm excited about that. I'm also excited. I feel like it's a course a lot of guys have a lot of history on. I'm hoping, even though the venue isn't the most exciting, we get a showdown. I want to see a duel on the weekend. Some guys that are really comfy on this course, battling it out for a U.S. Open championship. And I'm also extremely excited to watch Xander's dad on Father's Day when Xander raises the trophy, and just the father-son relationship there, just seeing that go to the next level after a major championship.
Wow, I think I heard a pick in there. TC, what's got you excited?
Somewhat the same stuff as Neil. There's definitely horses for courses. I think it's about time for Rahm to get off the pot. Maybe Xander as well. I'd like to see either of them win. I think the Rib could be a dangerous pick this week. And I want to see the Bryson Brooks thing. Am I shallow? Am I a new age golf fan? You know what? Maybe I've gone soft, but I'm excited to just see that keep bubbling up to the surface.
I would say a combination of a lot of what you guys said. I think while Torrey is not a great venue, I don't think it's, we see it every year and it's not exciting. And now we're seeing it for a major championship. That's definitely not exciting. However, that does not mean we're not going to get a great tournament and not get some excitement. I think it's going to be a little, kind of what, I don't know. We'll talk a little bit of stuff here in a second in terms of what kind of style of play it's going to reward. I think it is going to play a little bit different than what we're used to seeing in January/February, whenever this tournament is every year. We're going to see a lot of it because there is a lot of television coverage this week. Thursday, we're going to start on the Peacock from 9:45 to 12:30.
Can't stop the cock.
And then 12:30 to 7 on Golf Channel, and then moving from 7 to 10 Eastern on NBC. Friday is very similar, except it moves, from 12:30 to 6 Eastern on Golf Channel, then 6 to 9. Real nice window there on Friday night on NBC. Saturday, 11 to 9 on NBC. That's the only day you don't have to change the channel. And then Sunday, 10 to 12 Eastern on Golf Channel, and then 12 to 8 Eastern on NBC. Is it fair? Is anybody at least a little disappointed that coverage is wrapping up a little bit early, 5 p.m. local time on Sunday? I know they got to leave a little time for the playoff, but it's kind of a little bummer, right?
We got Olympic trials.
Yeah.
Right?
This is, we can rehash a lot of the U.S. Women's Open stuff. It's basically 2 seasons worth of condensed into 1 year, right? They gotta make some adjustments. It sucks, of course, but you get why, what does NBC spend about $1 billion on the Olympics? I guess I get why they got to give that some run.
Well, and again, I'd like to just throw a shout out to Fox for signing this awful television deal that they had to get out of and sell for 30 cents on the dollar, because that's why we're going to get a lot of coverage. But I will say, I'll say it every year probably. We're going to miss them. I have not heard any new bells and whistles, innovations, or anything that NBC plans to bring to this telecast.
On the contrary, I heard that NBC has the full complement, and Tommy Roy's pumped for this year. Versus, I guess, on the broadcast call the other day. I guess they were a little hamstrung last year, but they're back netted up to, full complement of features and cameras and everything like that.
Which I think is going to look pretty similar to what we see on the PGA Tour week to week is my issue, right? Fox would come in every year and just like throw a 12-6 curveball, just buckle everybody's knees and do something different, some kind of innovation every year. And I worry it's going to feel a little bit like watching a tour event, but look, we'll see. We'll find out.
Brown suit that one year.
That's right.
That was the biggest curveball.
They lost the suit. The USGA lost the suit. Well, let's get into a little bit of Torrey. I know we probably spend the beginning of every Farmers Insurance recap pod talking about, I feel like there's a new crop of people that come in every year that, maybe are new to the podcast and just say like, well, I don't get it. Why don't you like about Torrey? It's beautiful. It's a municipal course. It's, blah, blah, blah. TC, tell us what you don't have to tell people what to think. Tell me what you think, though, about Torrey Pines and the way it plays for professionals.
Yeah, and maybe this is morphed into some hipster thing because it's like a trendy thing, but I don't know. It's just not I guess they've moved a couple of the fairways closer to the cliffs, but for such a spectacular piece of land that plays, along and over and through so many different little canyons and features, it feels like Firestone on the Pacific Ocean to me, which, like we played Sandpiper a few years ago up the coast in Santa Barbara. It's kind of the same thing. It's like, it's just this kind of just flat, unimaginative. It doesn't really have any soul, or like there's nothing cool on the ground, right? You've got the views and but they've spent an ungodly amount of money fixing the irrigation, fixing some of the, I guess the turf conditions are a lot better this year versus 2008. But it just seems like it's throwing good money after bad. And I get the lovable elements of, the paragliders and the fact that local San Diego residents can pay $75 and play it, but it just doesn't stir anything within me, I think. I also get frustrated when I look at picks or I look at a field and I think there's 20% of the field can win this versus a lot of tournaments, 60, 70% of the field can win this. And, maybe that yields better finishes or better leaderboards here and there, because the big names do rise to the top. But in a certain sense, that feels almost a little bit, it just doesn't feel as natural or doesn't feel as organic like that.
It feels weird to not have the mystery of a golf course for a major. I mean, obviously Augusta's same one every year, but there's always like Kiowa. I mean, it played like this 9 years ago. I don't know. It kind of may fit this, but like something you see every year and then just kind of tweaked a little bit and playing a little different, a different time of year just doesn't have the same kind of excitement, especially when it's not one of the great stops on the PGA Tour calendar.
I did think Pebble had a little bit of that a couple years ago. It was fun to see the difference between how it plays in February and how it played, in June. But I'm with you. Torrey Pines is not Pebble. I think for me, Torrey Pines, a lot of it is. I don't know if it's repetition or I don't know if it's kind of lack of imagination, but it is. Having been there a couple times, it's one of the coolest places in the world to walk around. Like it would be one of the most unbelievable public parks in the world. But as a golf course, like it's kind of just the same thing over and over. There's a couple holes that use the use the coastline, but the rest of it is kind of you feel like you're playing golf. It could be 100 yards from the coastline. It could be 2 miles from the coastline. Like there's nothing in between you and the coast, but it also, you feel weirdly disconnected from it, if that makes sense. And thinking back on, I don't know how golf courses are routed or how these decisions get made or any of that stuff, but think about when we were at a place like Sheep Ranch this past year for Tourist Sauce, and there's holes going at the coast, there's holes going along the coast, there's holes going away from the coast, like the coast is a factor like 13 different ways, 13 different times. And at Torrey Pines, you get there and it's like, man, number 3, like what a beautiful shot down to the coast. Man, number 4, unbelievable, man, right on the cliff. I can't tell you anything about any other hole. I know 18 has a pond left of it, but yeah, I don't know. Don't hit it in the rough. That's pretty much like I've been there and I've walked all the holes a number of times, and like that's kind of all I can tell you about it. So
like
maybe that's a me problem, but it seems like a lot of other people have that problem too.
People say that about Pebble sometimes, where they say, "Hey, if you drop this, if it wasn't next to the Pacific, but it is next to the Pacific, and it utilizes that coastline, right?"
Yeah. People say that, or you say that?
I say that. But like I'm giving Pebble a compliment.
I know, that's why I'm so shocked. I'm just I heard the boomerang whizzing by my ear there. But I love to hear it. Sorry, I welcome it. I welcome it.
Yeah, and then I don't know, like just all the money that they've poured in. They spent what, $20 million here recently redoing it. They spent an inordinate amount of money before the last U.S. Open redoing it with Reese Jones, and I feel like the greens are just like, there's just nothing interesting about the greens. And
there's nothing interesting about the tee to green test either. It's kind of the same test for 18 holes. It's not testing a variety of skills. Even going back to Olympic Club, and I had issues with setup at Olympic Club, but like it was ball below your feet lie. Can you draw one against this slope and use this? Can you hold a green, go into an elevated green? Can you hit this downhill shot? Can you, hit this shot out of the rough and hold this green over that bunker and that kind of stuff? And it is none of that. Like there's just no creativity. There's not even
dog legs.
No, there's not even like memorable golf shots out there. Like
that's unbelievable place to play Frisbee.
Sure.
Unbelievable. But
the only
variety of golf holes, not so much.
I agree with pretty much everything I'm hearing. The one thing that hurts too this year is that it's going to be a thick rough fest again, similar to Winged Foot, which is a little bit, I'd like to see, I know you guys are talking about it after with Randy, after the Women's Open, how they get a little bit of a diversity to like, there's a place for that, like bomb it long and hack it out of the rough type of open. I just wish maybe this year we had more of an Aaron Hills or something that had a different look, or even Chambers Bay. Like you got a little bit of a mix up, but Winged Foot last year, I feel like it's going to be that a little bit on repeat.
Or if you do that, like go all in on that. Like I saw a picture of Ben Hogan at Olympic from,
oh my God, I saw that too.
And the rough is like up above his knees, and like
it looks like he was going to pick up ticks.
If they want to do that every 5 years or so, like once every 5 years, and just make it completely impossible, like that's sick. But like just doing this kind of boring, like the rough's going to be thick, and like it's just not interesting golf, right?
No, that's why like you can have a good leaderboard, and it probably will be one, and it probably will be close and probably be exciting, and yet the golf that gets you there can still be really boring, and that's what I'm afraid of, honestly, going into this week. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see how that's going to be wrong, because we've seen Torrey a lot of times, and it's always plays that way. Greens are going to be a little more firm. Balls will roll through them, but they'll stop right there in the rough that's grown up right next to the greens, the rough that sits between the bunkers and the green, and the very circular greens that just don't inspire a lot. So,
well, we'll see a lot of those little choppy chip shots out of the,
so much fun to watch on repeat.
Just Pebble, we saw. I was like, oh man, like it just makes me anxious to watch that.
I think what kind of it's tough. It's an unfair comparison, I know, because Augusta is Augusta and Torrey Pines is Torrey Pines. But think about all the different shots you can remember from Augusta National on all the different holes from all the different years, and outside of Tiger Woods 2008 U.S. Open, like we see Torrey Pines every year. Name a couple like memorable shots that weren't on the 18th hole. I can remember Rahm's eagle putt on 18. I remember a couple wedges that came. Kyle Stanley that overspun a wedge into 18. But like other than that, man, I mean, I watch it every year, and I just don't remember any of it on anything. And I think that is an oversimplification, but that
Patrick Reed had a great chip shot left of 10 this year. I don't know if you remember that happening, but it was really good.
That's right. People will remember that one, I'm sure. But you know what I mean? Like that's an oversimplification, but it's kind of a good litmus test, I feel like, for remembering the memorability.
Is even just so vanilla, right? It's just they all look the same. They all look like any public course you played that was built between 1970 and 2010 that Reese Jones had a hand in. Like, it's the exact same look, just plopped down on this spectacular, kind of like tabletop cliffside. And I know the Coastal Commission would never let them move some of these holes closer to the cliff or whatever, but man, it just feels like such a waste.
Well, let's get into some of the storylines here. And I'm well aware that we're recording this on Monday evening. And by the time this is published, I would have to imagine, because this happens to us every time we just talk about the number one storyline, the news will be out on what the pairings will be. Brooks and Bryson, a lot of anticipation as to whether or not it's going to happen. Joe Klein 41 asked, as much as we'd all love to see it, is it really fair to Brooks and Bryson to pair them together at this point? We all know they'd be doing it, and crowds would be insane. I can't believe I'm asking if something is fair to Bryson. So one, should they pair them together? I think it's a rather easy question, but let's go ahead and address that. And I'm sure people will, as you're listening to it, you already know whether or not they're going to be paired. I don't think they'll do it, but what do you guys think?
Hell yeah, it's fair. They created this monster themselves.
Buckets. Yeah, they're dying for this attention.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Joe. I'm like, I guess I'm stuck between like, do I want to watch it? Yes. Do I think it's like totally the right thing to do in the spirit of hosting the most fair competition ever? Like, I don't really know. And then you get to like, okay, well, which one of those two things should matter more, right? And if the answer is like the entertainment product, then yeah, hell yeah, put them together. But if if the USGA feels the answer is the latter, then I guess I would understand why they don't do it. So that's a total cop-out answer, but does that make sense? Is that off base?
I think it does. I honestly think that it's less of a big deal if everybody yells, come on, Brooksy, at Bryson, if they're in the same group. I think it's super annoying if they're not paired together, but it's kind of just like Bryson can treat it like a true away game situation. And, they're cheering for the guy right next to you and not for you. He has a chance to take it personally and go out there and go win another US Open. So I do not think it's unfair in any way. I do think I still am in the camp that Brooks riling up people to yell stuff is just lame and kind of like outsourcing your fight. But it kind of threw a little cold water on their back and forth for my sake, just from my entertainment standpoint. But absolutely, they should. They probably won't. I have a feeling that it getting pushed a little bit 2 weeks ago at the Memorial will be what causes them to not do it. If they don't do it, that would be why, and I don't think they'll do it. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to lose out there.
You need to give Bryson a chance to stand up to the bully, though. I think the USGA would be doing him a favor.
I'm not afraid anymore.
Yeah, I'm not afraid. Let him face his demons a little bit.
Can we just do this one heads up? I mean, I know DraftKings will have this week, but the
Brooks it already.
Yeah, they already did. It is boosted. I am in Illinois, by the way, so I'm gonna, be dropping bets like crazy, I'm sure. So I'm very interested in all the boosts. Bryson Brooks, the heads up match. Who are you taking? I think they have Bryson as a slight underdog right now.
You're going to see in my picks here later as to why, but I'm going to go with Bryson. I think that I kicked myself for not taking him at Wingfoot last year with how that played into Bomber's Paradise, and everything is standing up, looking to be the exact same. The longer hitters have always favored well here, and there's going to be thick rough. So why not believe Bryson won't do it, or will do it? Won't do it. I think Bryson's going to win. So
yeah, I would take Bryson too. I mean, Trom was reading off Brooks's results this year. I mean, it's like miscut, second, win, miscut, second. So it's just hard to, I don't know. It's hard to like bet on that, like inconsistency.
But I'm not, this is the first major where I'm not falling into the Koepka trap and forgetting about picking him. Cause I do it every week.
I know that's right.
Every time. And I'm just finally going to do it. Like so I don't have to kick myself either.
I think Brooks, I got Brooks. They're like not to win, but I got Brooks to beat Bryson.
I took Bryson. Same reasons as you, Solly. I mean, Brooks is coming off a miscut, and Bryson's, been Mr. like thick rough equals trophies. So
Mr. Thick Boy plus thick rough equals trophies.
Exactly.
Equals thick trophies.
John Rahm is the favorite. Should he be the favorite?
I think so. I think we kind of talked about this. I don't know if this was going to the PGA or what, but there's so many thoroughbreds right now. It feels like there's a lot of parity and a lot of thoroughbreds, if that makes sense. Like nobody has really stood out as, I think
parity amongst the thoroughbreds.
Yeah, I think that yes, that's what I was trying to say. I think that it stood out when we were kind of trying to say, like, is Spieth the best player in the world right now? And a question that would sound fairly ridiculous for a guy who's only won the Valero Texas Open in the last 2.5, 3 years, actually sounds kind of realistic, because nobody's really totally separated themselves, and Rahm has been wildly consistent. Basically he's coming off a victory, of course, at the Memorial, and has had a monstrosity of a record here. So yeah, I think it makes sense.
I agree.
Yeah,
Neil,
I would say there's a lot of pressure though. Like he just had a lot swirling around him. So I wonder if that. I don't know if that doesn't seem to factor into the models though.
Probably been watching Netflix for the last 10 days though.
That's what I was going to say. He seems like a guy that would just be sitting in the room going absolutely stir crazy.
He's got God mode now too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It could be.
Maybe it takes a load off his mind.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, he could win by 14 this week. Who knows?
So the Brandy's not here to help us with the actual home game models, but the hometown hype seems to be very real for Xander. And I may have heard an insinuation from a certain mammal. Are whales mammals? They are, right?
They are.
Yes.
A certain mammal in the top right corner here. What are your Xander thoughts?
I just think, I'm worried about him going the Finau route, and I don't want him to do that. I don't want him to fall in with the wrong crowd. And he's just got way too much game. He plays well at Torrey. I just think I feel good about him breaking through. I think the hype is worth it. He's just so consistently in the top 10 at some point, kind of your argument with Finau, Solly, like it's got like you keep putting yourself in that position, you're going to break through at some point, and he just has all the game for it. So I kind of picked him and Cantlay at the beginning of the season as two of my horses, and Cantlay got one at the Memorial, kind of with an asterisk. And so I think he's up next. He sees the other guy in the Beluga stable doing well. He wants to do well for the Beluga. So, go win one for the Beluga. That's what I have to say to that.
Can just going down the odds sheet here, can Rory return from the dead at a place like Torrey Pines, TC?
I mean, I would love him to, but I guess, and he's such a good driver of the golf ball, you would think a place like this would suit him. I don't think it's ever really jived with his early season schedule, right? Because he typically plays in the Middle East relatively early in the season. But in this, I think is typically against or Farmers is typically against Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So I don't think like lack of record, I don't think is necessarily a negative against Rory. It's just more like, he doesn't have as much experience on this course versus others. I just can't trust him, I just can't trust him. Like, I like the guy. I respect the guy. I just can't trust him right now. He needs to give me a reason to trust him. And I'm kind of getting that way with Dustin a little bit too.
I was going to just jump in and say that same thing, Tron, is DJ, can't trust him right now. Totally.
The difference,
very similar.
The difference though is, I mean, Dustin has won one, in the last 7 years, and Rory hasn't. And like that's what Randy's deep on this block too. But like, yeah, we probably should, or maybe this was Solly that was saying this a couple weeks ago. But I mean, truly, nobody loves Rory more than me. Like, I mean, he's the best. I would pick him to win if I could see anybody win this week. But like, yeah, we probably should treat him like a guy that hasn't won a major in 7 years. It
kind of reset. It should be like an OWGR thing. Like it kind of ages, right? I mean,
and really
Patrick Harrington's won 3 and he's not a favorite, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
it's aged out. So
Shane Lowry's won a major like very recently.
Yeah,
I will say Rory's true strokes gained at Torrey Pines in 9 rounds is plus 2.46, which is 4th best of anyone in the field. And that's slightly better than expectation for him. So his run at Torrey has been better than most, if you will.
That's what I was going to say is, again, I'm probably speaking on my ass, but like, is Torrey Pines a place where you need, I don't think it's course knowledge that is why these guys play well. I think it's because they fit the mold.
It fits the play. Yeah.
Right?
So it's always been a place
Rory,
where
I'm not worried about him not having played there. Like, I think everything he's going to fit the mold of what the champion is going to look like. It's just a matter of whether he drives it well and makes some putts or not.
What sucks about Torrey is for tour golf, it is narrow fairways, but you can miss wide, and you're not punished exponentially for missing wide. The corridors,
leash.
yes, the corridors are enormous, and that's why Tiger was always able to succeed here. Like he could drive it far enough down there where he could hit wedges and stuff out of the rough and hold the greens. And it's not a driving contest. It's hit it far, and that kind of stinks. Where Rory's driving accuracy skills kind of even mitigated a little bit in that regard. But
I do feel the green, they're pretty big greens, and it's like greens within greens, right? So there's different, like if guys are hitting their spots, they get, good looks at it. But if guys are not hitting their spots or they're trying to recover, they can still get it on the green. And I think like one skill I think that makes sense at Torrey is like good lag putting, right? Because you're gonna have some long putts, especially if you're trying to recover from a bad angle or something like that. Not that angles are mattering all that much out here because it's relatively straight, but I do think there's a little bit of you've got some 50, 60, 70 foot putts out there.
Shout out to Dustin, the best lag putter on earth.
Yeah.
Let's go around and everyone make your pick to not win. Of course, the DJ Pie /Solly /Big Randy Memorial. You have to pick a player that is at or near the top of the favorites list to not win the tournament. And also your pick to win regardless of odds. And I'll kick things off and say, I'm going to pick Bryson to win, and I'm going to pick DJ to not win. DJ?
I'll lean right into it. What the hell? I'm probably going to end up with a bullet hole in my forehead here, but I'll go with Bryson to win and Brooks to not win.
Oh, yeah. TC?
I'm going with Bryson to not win, and I'm going with Victor Hovland to win.
I love that.
Like that. Neil?
Interesting. I've got DJ, not this DJ, but Dustin Johnson not to win, and I'm picking Xander to win this week.
Love it. Well, we're going to get to our picks here in a second. We're going to do two things before we do that. One is we're going to welcome in Big T.
Big T.
He is a DraftKings millionaire. This was our idea. We wanted to bring someone on. If you guys haven't been able to tell on the picks, 4 of the 5, I don't want to say of us, there's 4 people of the 5 no laying up guys that are in the negative
currently
in the
talk
negative
to us at the end of the season.
And some of that's due to sanctions and such. It's not due to my actual plays.
Just sanctions of you actually making you keep your score accurately. So we're going to bring in Big T to talk a little bit about how he comes up with picks for fantasy golf, for bets, for outright bets. He won he won $1 million at the Players Championship with his DraftKings lineup.
$1 million.
It's a jump to conclusions.
So we thought it'd be. We're obviously just slinging stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks. We thought to talk to an actual guy.
For yourself.
Speak
for yourself on that.
You guys, I'm speaking for you guys. I'm not speaking for myself at all. But
listen, I almost won a 29-1 last week.
How'd that pay out? How does that pay out?
Harrison just shit his pants.
Almost as in you just would almost entered the winning total in your winning column instead of
almost won the tournament.
We've had so many foul tips.
I almost misplaced a decimal point in my results.
Oh no. But before we do that, I want to tell you guys about the DraftKings Championship Series. So it's the top live and online competition series. If you're looking to get some kind of skin in the game, we're going to be playing a bunch of these this week. We're not going to go through all of our picks for that. It's the 2021-22 season is comprised of over 100 contests across 3 DraftKings verticals. It's the daily fantasy sports, there's sports betting, and there's casino games. And each of the contests awards cash prizes. We talked about one of the 100 millionaires they're minting, which is Big T. And it gives you a qualifying ticket to the end of the season Tournament of Champions. They got the championship series season includes fantasy golf, fantasy basketball, fantasy football, fantasy pick'em, sports betting, national championship, and more. It's just extremely interactive, it's a very competitive. Neil, how would you describe it? I always struggle to describe it.
It's nice to have some skin in the game. Yes. Like I kind of wanted to resist the daily fantasy stuff for a while, but I did it during the Masters and I really enjoyed it. It's nice to follow along with, 4, 5, 6 guys you pick for your lineup. And, you got to have some value plays in there. TC, I know you love value. And you got to have some horses in there. So, Big T, I could use a few pointers from him. So I'm was excited to talk to him.
I would say also the idea of potentially winning $1 million adds some juice as well.
For sure. I had way too much fun doing it during the Masters.
And so there's 3 championship series events for the US Open. There's the Fantasy Golf Millionaire, which is a $10 entry. It's the most accessible price point. There's the Fantasy Golf Millionaire, the $100 entry, and then the Mega Million Dollar, the $4,444 entry, which, listen, that's out of my price range, but some of our listeners, that might not be. So head over to the DraftKings Fantasy app. If that's not for you, the DraftKings Sportsbook has, of course, many options, which we're going to cover once we get back from our interview here with Big T.
Big T, how are you?
I'm excited to come on, and it's a big week of golf. So I think everyone's excited for the U.S. Open, all the best players, some trash talk between a couple of the big names. I'm excited. I'm excited for the weekend to hop on with you guys.
So what about this week, though? Who's a gut feel if you had like a top 3 to 5 players that you like?
So I'm always a Bryson guy, which is kind of contrarian, I think, because everyone else is kind of off of him, especially in the top. When you look at all the top guys, he's just where I go to right away. And it's funny because this week, as far as the stud guys at the top, I think it's Brooks and Bryson for me. Just looking at it, and it's just funny. They've got their little rivalry going where everyone knows about it at this point, but kind of going back and forth. And the course shapes up for them the best too. I mean, maybe Rahm you could throw in that bucket too. But like Spieth and DJ, these guys at the top, I don't like them as much as Bryson and Brooks. So that's kind of where I like at the top. And then as you go down, I mean, there's some guys that I think stick out a little bit that might not pop for other people. Like Justin Rose has looked pretty good in majors to me. I know he's had really bad form the last, year and a half, but it looks to be turning around, and you can still get him, 50-1 or something as far as win odds. I think he sticks off the page a little bit. We've seen him win in the past. I think he's a sneaky play this week.
What's it like winning $1 million kind of watching other people play a sport? And what I'm going for here is you are out of control of the situation. You know, it's not like you're playing in the sport and you can decide if a made putt makes you $1 million or not. What was that like at the Players Championship, having that much on the line?
It's crazy too, because I had some really good teams that day, and it came down to Bryson for the most part. And I'm sure you guys remember from watching it, but I don't know the whole where he chunked the ball. He totally topped the ball off the tee, somehow made double after he hit it in the woods, his second shot or third shot, I guess, after he takes a drop or whatever happened. But you feel helpless for sure, because these guys are the best in the world. You definitely feel helpless, but it's a fun feeling. One of my buddies, Head Chopper, lost $1 million on the 3-putt from DJ at the U.S. Open, whatever year that was.
Oh,
not sure if you guys remember. Yeah, but DJ
we remember
2 putts, he wins $1 million. He 3 putts, and he only wins like $100K, so it's a $900K swing.
If you're looking at golf plays, right, you can make outright bets. You can do top 5s, top 10s, top 20s, made cuts, missed cuts, all kinds of props. Anything there, any of those like buckets that sticks out to you most? We're still trying to figure out like where you should be allocating outright winners. I love me some top 20 plays. Some would say I'm dodging the pouch of misery when I do that. But where do you net out on all that?
For me, all I really do is outrights. I like the matchups. I usually dabble pretty hard in the matchups. Outrights, I don't really do all that much top 5s, top 10s, top 20s. Just because I have so much action and other stuff that I start spreading myself too thin if I do too much. The only time I'll do those is if I just love a guy that's maybe undervalued and kind of just take him in everything, take him in the matchups, top 5, top 10, top 20, kind of maybe go a little bit lower on some of the units and just pound the certain guy. But for the most part, it's just outrights in matchups for me for the most part. Yeah, I pick a few guys I like. I mean, usually I try to keep my player pool DFS-wise to 30 to 40 people in that range, which, what's that, 20 to 25% of the field, which sounds like a lot. But for 150 teams, I definitely have the least amount of people probably of almost anybody.
You play 150 teams a week?
Yeah, because that's the max you can put in these tournaments, and you just run all the different combinations and stuff. So, yeah, it's not as many as you think, though, when one of your key guys misses and all of a sudden half your teams are gone because Bryson takes a 10 hitting an OB or something.
Is that why everyone's tweeting mean things at the players when they miss the cut?
Yeah, people, that's ridiculous. That's a whole another topic, but it is. I like when the players have started chirping back at them a little bit, though. That makes it fun.
What about a young buck? You said Justin Rose, Bryson Brooks, established guys. You got anybody down in the in value land that you like? That's young and up and comer.
The one value guy I love that always comes through for me that probably won't win, but it should do well, I think, is Harmon. He always comes through. He always plays well. I don't know if he can win a U.S. Open. He might not have the length, but I think he can be in contention. Let me find a young buck down here.
He finished runner-up in 2017 at Aaron Hills to Koepka. I mean, and he was on your team at the Players, which is what –
he just always plays well. Like, I swear that guy is always just in the mix, and he gives you that cut equity where – his chances of making the cut, I don't have any numbers to back this up. Again, I'm a field player, but I feel like he always makes the cut. He's always at least in the ball game, which is what you want, right? If you got a sweat, you at least want a chance on Sunday. I got a guy 150 to 1, it looks like right now. Matt Wallace, he's always a big event guy. I think he could win the thing too. I think he's got a little bit of win equity. If the conditions get even harder, which I mean, they're always going to play hard at the U.S. Open.
He broke my heart at the Masters. I had him to be a top 4 Englishman, and he just melted down on the back 9 Sunday.
Yeah, he definitely fell apart. He's going to make it up for us this week, though.
Yeah. All right. Good. That's, what? I'm happy you pointed that out because I was looking at him again this week. So I'm taking notes over here, Big T. I like this.
Well, let's play out. We'll get you out of here on this. Of course, this is not for me being the leader by far amongst the 5 of us. I don't really need any of this. But if you're giving betting golf handicapping advice in simplest terms, how would you? What would your advice be?
As far as not picks, just as far as what to do?
Picks. Yeah, picks or strategy in general. No, in general, just overall strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say everyone loves weeks like this, the U.S. Open. Don't overextend yourself. As a gambler myself, I want to fire at everything. I want to bet 1 million outrights. I want to bet 1 million matchups, DFS on top of it. Just don't overextend yourself because you're excited. I mean, you're always going to like going into the tournament, but you never know how it's going to work out.
Thanks for joining us, Big T. Appreciate it. Good luck this week.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Neil, bringing up the rear here of the 4 of us. Why don't you take us through your picks?
Well, I got a couple of tips from Big T, and I were on the same page about a couple of things. So yeah, here it is this week. We're going Xander to win, plus 1,500, 40 nuggies. We're going Patrick Cantlay, top 5, plus 400. I feel like this course fits him pretty well. Clearly, he's playing good golf right now, so that's exciting. Home game models off the charts. Max Homa, top 20, plus 275, 40 nuggies there. And then we're going with a couple of top English bloke plays. We're going Matt Wallace to finish in the top 4 of English blokes. That's plus 280 for 40 nuggies. Shout out to Big T for that one.
I like that a lot.
And Ian Poulter to finish in the top 4 English blokes, plus 280, 40 nuggies. There you have it, boys.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just truly Data Golf picked threw out Ian Poulter as one of the worst course fits for Torrey Pines.
Really?
Hell yeah.
I love that pick though. I really love Bucket the Trick.
I feel like he's been playing really good golf the last month, 2 months. I feel like I keep seeing him up at the top of the board. So I mean, to get in the top 4, like I feel.
You're talking to the guy who laughed at Randy's pick to win the PGA or to top 40 at the PGA, which was Phil. So, DJ, what do you got?
Well, I'm starting, I already tipped my hand on this one, but just a very simple parlay. We are going Bryson over Brooks. I'm sure there will be nothing to regret on that one. And I'm also going, I got this guy in a couple plays. Solly, we got to see him up close at Colonial a couple weeks ago. Jason Kokrak over Harris English, who, is potentially flushing it. He was flushing it, then he stopped flushing it. Might be flushing it again, but Jason Kokrak over Harris English, that's plus 231 to parlay those 2 matchups. I'll go 40 nuggets there. We're going John Rahm to win. I already spoke to that. I know that's kind of boring picking the tournament favorite, but hey, they're favorite for a reason. Plus 1050, 45 nuggets on that. Let's circle back, push a couple more chips in on Jason Kokrak to top 20. Plus 188. That's 45 nuggets there. I've got Sal, you'll love this one. Tony Finau, top 4 Americans. Just a completely pointless victory there, but that really feels like good stuff. Plus 350. I love that, actually. Top 4 Americans plus 350. 60 nuggets on that. And then we will do just a straight forecast, just because I'm like Big T, man. I need a really big hit, a big dopamine hit. I
need a big win.
I need a real big win. Rom first, Bryson second. Straight forecast plus 16,500. We'll throw 10 little nuggies on that.
Sheesh.
Why not? Why not? I feel better this week than I usually do. I haven't
a little exacta for the kid. Just sprinkle it in there.
I haven't won a golf bet in like a month. The only bets I've won have been F1, tennis. Shout out to Djokovic. Told you guys he was
big win by Djokovic. He battled his tees off for the win.
So I'd love to win some golf bets. Would be fun.
TC, I would ask what do you got cooked up, but we know it's going to be simple and straightforward. You're banned from parlays and Heinz's.
Kitchen's closed. I just have a hot plate and a microwave over here. All my oven, my stove, my fridge, everything's gone. For those that don't know, I'm barred from making any sort of parlays, Heinz's, anything like that. So I can't really dip into the matchups too much. Before I get to my plays, I do have a question for you guys.
No.
Nobody's mentioned JT one time.
That's a great point.
And
I almost picked him as my guy not to win.
He's not a super straight driver at the golf ball, but kind of like you said, Sally, like it's, guys are going to spray it either way. It's just a matter of like, he's really, really long, right?
There's just so many guys at the top that are like, it's neck and neck up there. It's a flavor of the week thing.
He feels like one of the kind of like Rory, right? Like he feels like the guy that absolutely will fit the mold. Like he's the bouncers waving him in. He's one of the 20 guys that can compete, but it just, I don't know, man. It just hasn't been there in the majors. Until it is, it's hard to go with him.
I struggle with the guys that are skipping this event every year. Like if that's not the course, if he loved Torrey and how that played for him, he would be there. But he's played 4 rounds at Torrey Pines, and so that's kind of where I'm at with JT.
That's fair. Just wanted to ask the question, guys.
That's fair. You're a journalist.
Yeah, Deej, you've never had a problem going with the heavy betting favorite. I'm going to do that this week. John Rahm to win.
Love that.
50 on that. I got 50 on Big Tone, 20 on Big Tone.
Big T.
100 to win. My pick to win it all, Victor Hovland plus 2,800. Got 50 on that. And then I'm just going to burn some money like I normally do on Tommy Fleetwood. Top 20 plus 250 for 40. And Big Leash top 20 plus 240 for 40. He's hitting it well right now. Just a matter of, like if he can kind of just do what he does at Torrey, which is
TC.
Good thing you couldn't do matchups, actually, because I believe it was Sophie's choice for you, Fleetwood versus Leishman.
It was.
It's nice to see you back to the basics, TC. I think we're seeing some perspective from you after your your issues with the law.
Well, it's just six continuous months of employment. I think will do you. That'll do you really well.
It's a work release program for TC.
Give you some structure.
Yeah, he's peeing in a cup for us.
I don't even know how I have so much time to make these picks. I usually am so crammed by the end of this show. But TC, I'm going to one up you a little bit on my confidence in Mark Leishman because I'm taking him to top 10, 40 nuggets plus 600. Not dissimilar to your play that you made during the Masters, which I believe worked out very well for you. As we've noted, he loves Torrey Pines. I mentioned I'm going to bet on Brooks for like the first time ever in a major. Top 10 plus 175. I'm moving 75 nuggets in on that one. That feels fantastic. Will Zalatoris, we haven't talked about him. He hits it far enough, I think, to contend at Torrey. And a top 5 for him pays plus 800. So 35 nuggets on that one. Another winner that we haven't really talked about much in this show so far. 20 nuggets on Colin Morikawa plus 25.50.
I was waiting to see if somebody was going to bring him up.
Yeah.
He like.
So something like 14 of the 18 greens favor a fade coming into it, and that guy fades it better than anyone. Well, just saying. And then last
new golf shops to check out. Maybe find a new putter, Carl's Golf Land or something like that down in Southern California.
Discount Dan's. He could buy it online.
And then lastly, of course, 30 nuggets plus 1,500 on Bryson to win the United States Open Championship in back-to-back years. It would be sick if Brooks won back-to-back, and now if Bryson had back-to-back, that'd be pretty interesting. So All right, let's throw it over first. We're going to get Big Randy's picks in, and I believe he's got a debt to pay, a pouch of misery to pay.
One of three, right?
One of three, yes. So
if you're listening to this on the podcast after Big Randy, you will hear an interview we did with Akshay Bhatia, who has qualified for the U.S. Open as a 19-year-old, and we chatted. He was on the pod a couple years ago. Good to talk with him again to kind of see how the last couple years have gone for him and what he's learned in pro golf. So look forward to watching him compete this week. And otherwise, everyone enjoy a tremendous major week. We'll be doing live shows after every round, as we usually do, and those will be up on the podcast feed. You can watch them on YouTube. You can watch them live on Twitter as well. And I think that covers everything.
Guys, one last question. Make or miss cut for Philip Alfred Mickelson?
Miss.
I think miss.
I'll say make. What the hell? I think he's going to miss, but I'll say make for variety's sake.
I'm saying miss too. So
that'll balance out my pick. When I said he wasn't going to top 40 at Kiowa. So, all right, Big Randy, pay your debt, and then Akshay. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey guys, Randy here. To say it's been a bad few weeks would be an understatement. The truth is, it's been a bad year. I owe 3 pouches today. The guys have magnanimously allowed me to wipe the slate clean with 1 pouch punishment. So more on that after my picks. Let's get right into them. 200 nuggies. If I said I liked any of them, I'd be lying, but we'll fire away just the same. First parlay, all right? 3 matchups. Phil over Rose, Cantlay over Finau, DJ over Rahm. 50 nuggies plus 729 on that parlay. A couple nationality plays. I'm a sucker for those. Garrick Higo, top South African, plus 350, 25 nuggies. And then Matthew Fitzpatrick, top 4, Britain and Ireland, plus 130, 25 nuggies there. Is it pouch dodging? Hell no, it's not pouch dodging. Okay, I'm living in it. All right, I'm not dodging anything. 2 winner plays to round things out. Rory plus 2,000. If they're going to give me, 20-1 odds, I'm taking them every time. 50 nuggies. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. All right. But one of these days, a seance is going to be performed and he's going to rise. And I feel like it could be Tory. Maybe some Tiger vibes. Who knows? Other one, Colin Morikawa, plus 2,500, 50 nuggies there. He's won 1 major in California already. I think he could make it 2. Exquisite iron player, whiffs of a home game. You never know. But a couple of premier ball strikers, especially when they're on. So we'll see.
Hello, we're live. Hi. Here we go. Ride like the wind. Oh, that's Bullseye, not Bullwinkle. Whatever.
Okay.
My bad. Anyway, we have the Cardinals and the Niners. NFC West. Juicy division. Juicy matchup. Christian is here. Hi, Christian.
Oh, hey, Glash.
Hey.
I can't help but notice that you were dressed up like a menorah tonight. Did I miss Hanukkah? Because I thought it was about 6 months ago, but I'm never really quite sure.
Do you dare me to try to light each of these on fire?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need 2 more, but yeah, otherwise, yeah. I mean, it would be a good look, especially if you could feel like you'd fill the antlers with maybe a little bit. I don't know what kind of gas is flammable. Most of them, I'm sure, but yeah, you keep going for a while. Honestly, if it burned 8 days and 8 nights, you'd be. Anyway, what are we talking about? Right. It's Sim. We're doing a Sim today. Also, how are you? Are you good? You good?
Yeah. We're trying to fill up Jeff Ulrich's big contest on DraftKings. You guys should get involved as we've pitched since the start of the Dream Stream today. But see, since 2 o'clock, we've been a little more positive about it. So we brought the Moose Antlers out to express how fun it would be to get in. Not because you want to prove somebody wrong. I won't name names, but we're here to have fun. That's, you know? Hey, there's Kyler completing passes right out of the gate. That's
I tried
Williams.
At the last minute, I forgot. I'd forgotten what it was a Wild Weather Wednesday. So I was like, you know what? I should take DeAndre Hopkins out and put Max Williams in there, and that way I can afford something better than Robbie Gould and the 49ers defense in my flex spots. But no, I kept it the way it was, possibly because I was too distracted by your beautiful antlers, and now we'll see if I wind up paying for it. That's a little bit of insight into my lineup. But Glash, since you and I were on this broadcast, I was like, you know what? Got to do it. Got to captain Mostert. So my lineup: Mostert, Murray, Kittle, Hopkins, Gould, and the Niners D. How about you? What does your 6-man lineup look like?
So I put Kyler in the captain, and there he goes. Not for the first. Nice run. 11-yard rush for Kyler. His first yards on the ground today. Kyler's my captain. Mostert, Drake, Kittle, Gould. I played him as well. Kicker. The kicker's owned in 40.6% of lineups in our contest. And then Jordan Reed. That's my punt play. So, see how it goes. Big hole for Drake.
Just like that. Drake with a 22-yarder, Max Williams with a 22-yarder, and one Kyler Murray scramble. Just like that. We are inside the red zone. 1st and 10 coming up from the Niners 19 on a windy day in Santa Clara. Normally it's just sunny and awful, but today a little bit of wind like we're back in Candlestick.
9,000 plus entered the $250 free contest. Here is Kyler from the 19, taking off. Kyler to the 10. Gets out of bounds, smart. Because in the weather, he might fumble. The Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza by Mr. Jeff Ulrich. 184 entries, only 16 more to fill. That contest, of course, starts first thing tomorrow morning when the U.S. Open gets underway. We can end this. We can fill this contest in this sim. I have a good feeling we might. Chris Houston, what's up? Good to see you. Larry Fitz on the jet sweep.
Dude, if our first score of the day is a Larry Fitzgerald rushing touchdown, I'm going to lose my mind.
See you guys on Twitch. Filing in. Yep. Christian, good to see Bounce the Cat, huh?
Yeah, been a while, right?
Been a while. It's been a while.
Glad you made parole, Bounce.
Oh no, is that Arnold? Dan Arnold.
Dan Arnold, the pride of Wisconsin Platteville. Go Miners! Into the end zone. That is a Caw, caw, I'm a vulture. That happened right there. So a tough call for anyone with Jordan Reed in the lineup, hoping you'd be the vulture to let it down. No, Dan Arnold, 1.2K. This is only his second catch in like the past 30 sims, and it goes for his second ever touchdown here in Simland.
Tater Hater, I'll give you the choice, Clash. Do you want my like or do you want me to join Moose's contest? Join the contest first. That's priority right now. Ah, Noah Moon, good to see you too. Hi, Noah. Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Do you think there's a big contingent of Dan Arnold truthers out there who are just waiting for this moment?
Patrick Fry updating the scores for us today. Let's see. Let's take a look at the contest and see the ownership on Mr. Dan Arnold. We'll give Patrick a second to update the scores. He's usually very quick. Oh, Dan Arnold, where are you? Hey, Arnold. Move it, football head. Tyrone, you want to know the weather for the next 3 sims? Sure, can do that. There's no wild weather at 6 o'clock. Titans-Rams in the Dome in Los Angeles. So no need to worry about weather at 6. 8 o'clock, Bears-Steelers in the snow. Madden After Dark. Ravens-Dolphins in the rain. So none, snow, rain. Or dome snow rain.
Yeah, I mean, it could be pouring outside. We don't really know. We can't see it through the windows.
Right, true. Yes, it could actually be inclement, but it's an indoor stadium. Stick says, didn't somebody, as far as the commentators, say Dan Arnold is their captain spot earlier, Glash?
Was not me. Although would have been nice to have. Well, probably not nice to have. Would have been nice to have him as the punt play. Captain, we'll have to wait and see. I gotta imagine we're not gonna get a second Dan Arnold reception today. Dan Arnold here in Simland has had more than one catch 0 times. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing him. He's not. Maybe he wasn't rostered. He's not in the. He's not up top in the winning lineups right now. So, Chris Houston, here he goes with the pizza. The pizza offers. I'm in a Moose Challenge. Betting Glash, a pizza, I finish higher. Nah, I'm good. I don't play golf enough. Sorry, Chris. Just being honest. Here's Jimmy G. A lot of time, Jimmy. All right, at least he threw it away.
There it is. There it is. Dan Arnold's 2.8% flexed because DFS Queenie, of course, has him sitting at the bottom of her lineup. Good looking out, Queenie.
Yeah, hit the like button on your way in. 150 likes. Love to see it. Emerson's Peloton. I put Arnold because he's all I had money for. Oh, I see. Okay, right. So budget. Cheap spender. Terrellyn Asak has taken to Twitter. I'm reading it now. Terrellyn tweeted 2 minutes ago. So Terrellyn's not producing. She's on Twitter. Kind of sounds like Kaufman. Interesting. Terrellyn, oh, I'm sorry, Terrellyn, you don't like the comparison, but that's what Kaufman does. He goes and tweets about the Celtics while he's calling the sim. Anyway, Terrellyn tweets, how am I supposed to take life seriously when this is my coworker? Oh, and she's making fun of me. I see.
What? No.
Great producing, Terrellyn. Hanging out on Twitter. You've hit rock bottom. You've been compared to Kaufman. Just for that, though. We'll stop there. Here's DeAndre Hopkins with a 7-yard gain. What's new with you, Christian? I know we were together yesterday at this time.
Not too much. Not too much. A little tired. Kiddo made a beeline for the bedroom at like 5:45 this morning, went back and slept a little bit, and then went downstairs and promptly fell face first into a coffee table. So we've been dealing with that much of the day. She's fine. She just, nosebleeds and stuffed up now. She looks like she just got done with an MMA fight, which tracks. Yeah, other than that, things are solid here. Got a lovely new post route out right now.
Tell us.
A full breakdown, a running game breakdown. Which teams had the best offensive lines, which teams outproduced their blocking, and whether or not this Cardinals rush offense is going to get better by swapping out Kenyon Drake for James Conner and pushing Chase Edmonds to the #1 role. Spoiler alert, it's gonna. The advanced stats say so. Edmonds the more effective runner. And James Conner, despite a bad year in Pittsburgh, actually outperformed expectations because his blocking was very bad with the Steelers. So put him down with an average unit up front in Arizona. He should be much better, especially near the goal line. You can read all about that and more over on the post route, postroute.substack.com.
Nice. Dissecting the running game. Fidelis, yes. Wind Sim. Who is this? That's Drake.
Still Drake.
DraftKings says wind games are usually exactly the same as no weather. I don't know about that.
Hit or miss.
Sometimes the kickers can be really, off the mark.
Yeah. And then you'll see a lot of passes, like the accuracy goes down. Not much, but like quarterbacks will typically see like go 85% here in Simland, will drop down to like 70%. A lot of passes will get overthrown over the bells. Kenyon Drake killing it right now, which apparently he heard all the trash I was talking about him, and it's now coming up big.
Just another take development here on Terrellin's tweet. How am I supposed to take my life seriously when this is my coworker? Here's a solution. Just don't take your life seriously. It's more fun. No, I mean the general you, not her. I mean like anyone. I think my overall message would be, who cares?
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like we kind of got that. And I don't know if that needed to be said when you're wearing moose antlers to work.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We understand it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could disagree.
It's like putting a bumper sticker about wind power on the back of your Prius. Like we know it. We know it. You don't have to hammer it home. We got it.
Okay. All right. You're right. Fair enough. I'll shut my mouth and move on.
Yeah.
Oh, Reeties, did you know? Says on Twitch or Teller, that's life.
Life. Put it on the T-shirt.
Yep. Yeah, that's a bumper sticker. That's life. That was a great sim right there. Great three-person booth day. 3rd and 6. Kyler. Oh, no.
Big pick there. And are we going to get 6 points before halftime?
Oh,
no.
Kyler with the stop.
The Niners going to be in good position to get back in this one. Looked like Clash. We were going to get a 2-possession Cardinals lead, but Murray picked off, possibly because of the wind or possibly because he's not great as a drop-back passer. He's not the guy we thought he would be so far, at least. Picked off there. Niners going to have a chance to even this one up when we come back after the quarter break.
Here we are to remind you once again to join the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza by our own Mr. Jeff Ulrich. He is on later tonight. I think he's on Madden After Dark this evening. 187 entries in the DK SimFam Friends League. 13 away from filling. They're, just to give the people what they need. Let me check out real quick the contest details. So it's only $1 to enter. First place wins $27. You can, if you place 1 through 20, you win something.
Solid, yeah.
Yeah.
You got a 1 in 10 chance of making that dollar back with interest.
There you go.
Maybe even getting 27 times your investment. And you get to hold bragging rights over the rest of the DK SimFam community, which, trust me, that's meaningful. I mean, you guys have beaten the crap out of me multiple times. I've never really fully recovered from it, so financially or otherwise.
We've got a two-way tie for first in the contest. Kyler might fly in the wind. He's kind of done that so far. 24 rushing yards through the first quarter. The winning build has Kittle and the captain, Mostert, Murray, Drake, and both defenses.
Wow.
That was a good wow. Dan Arnold, 1 for 3 and a touchdown. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Dude, it's already a career day for Dan Arnold. We still have 24 minutes of Simland to get through. Now, Arnold's a guy. Has he signed anywhere? I know he was a free agent, and I know he's not ideal. Yeah, he is a Carolina Panther. They actually paid him pretty well, 2 years, $6 million for a guy who was an afterthought, a guy who was probably way too skinny to be an NFL tight end. He's like 6'6" and 220. Getting some decent developmental cash to join Matt Rule's system in Carolina, where Jimmy G. Let's blame that one on the win because that was oogly.
Someone, real quick, I think it was Brant in the chat earlier on YouTube, said, if you have the closed captioning on, when you say Terrell in, apparently it's spelt out Terrell Owens. Which is like, what? How does that work? So I thought that was funny. Oh, nicely done to Debo. First down. Christian, Dan Arnold, really random, but really cool. The Carolina Panthers put out a video on their website and on Twitter giving an inside scoop of the general manager talking to his agent and the negotiations between Arnold and the team for him to get his contract. It was actually really cool. So Arnold was the guinea pig, if you will, the first subject of trying this out. I encourage you to check it out. I thought it was really cool.
I gotta give it a look. He's gonna have a chance there. He might only be the tight end 3 because the Panthers went out and drafted Tommy Tremble out of BC in the 3rd round. So Tremble might go ahead and usurp him, and Ian Thomas, sim hero Ian Thomas there, of course. But I will stand anyone who comes out of D3 and can make a positive impact in the pros. You make an active roster after playing at a school of 1,200 kids and playing in front of your parents and a few local randos every Saturday. Good for you, man. You earned it.
Yeah, it was really cool. It gave fans, especially of the team, but just general fans, an inside look on how a contract is negotiated. And it was actually more simple than you think. They had mentioned, like you were just talking about, how Arnold caught a bunch of touchdowns at the end of the year because they had some injuries at the position. And I know that because Arnold was awesome. He was a good pickup in a deeper sleeper league I was in last year. Sleeper, the app, not sleeper like.
Yeah, no.
So I was like, oh, this is cool. Pretty cool inside look. So, all right, here's our kicker. Come on, Robbie. He's got this at 39 yards.
Yeah, he's not. Great in real life and pretty solid here in Simland. Doesn't miss that one. Although we've been to some Sims where he's missed multiple field goals in a game, which just feels wrong. But yeah, those Dan Arnold numbers. He had that stretch weeks 10 through 13. So like right when you're getting into the fantasy thick of things. 4 games, 4 touchdowns, not a ton of catches, 6 catches, but like that touchdown rate is tough to beat, man.
Arizona touchdown belongs to Dan Arnold. That's why we're giving the guy so much love. Gold field goal. About 6 minutes to go. First half. Glash, Christian, producer Terrell in. Tom on the 1s and 2s, and Patrick from the Game Ops team. It's great to have you with us today. Hit the like if you haven't done so.
We called you out earlier, Queenie, for having Arnold in the flex. We were very impressed with that Galaxy Brain decision that paid off at 2.8%. Glash and I don't play in the same fantasy league. We might have to get a SimFan fantasy league on this year, but Glash and I separate leagues on that one. I got one SB Nation league and then the Rhode Island Scumbag League with some friends from back home, which is like every week is like an actual week of fantasy and about 1 million prop bets that come with it. Is Kenyon Drake continues his solid day. The way he's been running and the way Murray has ended that last drive suggests they might just hand it off to Drake and get the hell out of the way at this point.
Yeah, it must be because you're the first person I thought of to have join our league.
I mean, to be fair, yeah,
must be. If you are in our fantasy league, you have to take Cam Newton with your first pick. That's the rule.
Exactly.
Also, real quick, Cam Newton had a good day today. Apparently, he had a good day. I'll be fair. I'll report the news. Cam had a good day to close out minicamp. He did stink yesterday. Mac Jones outperformed him yesterday. That's just coming from the
been in bad performances. That's the thing. Like, the only guy who's been consistently bad, it seems, has been Brian Hoyer. But like Mac and Cam kind of trade off which one looks good and which one looks bad day in and day out. And speaking of looking bad, my guy Tua, rough sledding yesterday. Threw 5 picks, but it was a symptom of being more aggressive with his throws downfield. So his heart is in the right place. Obviously, you want to see him get rid of those habits and shed those bad decisions, but you still want him taking those shots downfield. So hopefully a sign of things to come. He's not going to be a check down, low impact passer, especially now he's got Will Fuller, Devontae Smith in the lineup, Jalen Waddle in the lineup.
Carolyn reporting that, did you hear about Freeze Pops moving to Rhode Island?
I did see that. He put it up on Twitter. On one hand, I was like, oh man, when I go down to St. Louis, I'm not gonna be able to see him. I was like, oh man, but when I go back to Rhode Island, I'll be able to see him. So really a win-win for me. It depends on where in Rhode Island he's going. I think he said Pawtucket, which I used to have some buddies that lived out there, but no longer. I think the closest I've got now is Cumberland.
Cumberland Farms.
Yeah. Do we get a second Dan Arnold catch? This is the banner day for Dan Arnold. I'm now immediately happy, Glash. I was about to say, we're not going to get a Dan Arnold catch. A second Dan Arnold catch? Never happened before. I'll put a ghost pepper on it. I didn't, and I feel better. But now that we were having the Dan Arnold day, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. If we get a second Dan Arnold touchdown, Glash, ghost pepper bet. I will throw out the ghost pepper for a 2-touchdown Dan Arnold day. How much I appreciate and respect the University of Wisconsin-Platteville.
Jeffrey Burkett says you look like Johnny McEnroe from back in the day.
Nice. Yeah.
Is he taking his microwave, says Cristobal. I think that's installed in his building. Good question, though. That should be on the top of our minds. Clint says, LOL, Cam had a good day in June. Size up the Hall of Fame jacket. Cam Newton probably is a Hall of Famer, right? Uh-oh. What was I thinking bringing that up?
Yeah. No, he's not a Hall of Famer. If he won a couple titles, maybe, but no Super Bowl ring. The one MVP is very nice. It definitely helps his case, but the passing numbers aren't there, and he's a guy that if he did win a couple titles, he'd probably still fall short until later on when we go back and analyze, the Veterans Committee looks at the role that he played in kind of popularizing the running mobile quarterback and winning titles. I think then he'd get in, but based on how things are going, he would need one hell of a second and or third act to be even a Hall of Fame finalist.
I really do encourage folks to, well, more so for us, to turn on the closed captioning. It's actually kind of fun to read along with the chat. It's actually great. Like crystal ball is spelled crystal ball. Okay, we're getting feedback on Cam Newton as a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, is it negative? Because I feel like it would be negative.
Brian C's laughing at it. Clint is laughing at it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm not going to die on a hill about this. I just kind of threw it out there, and I really regret it.
Ash just wants to see the world burn.
Yep, that's right. Some people just want to see the world burn. People will die. Starting tonight. Kenyon Drake, another catch! It's a Joker reference, and I hope that happens. I hope that doesn't happen. Emerson's Peloton. Cam doesn't even sniff the Hall of Fame. I think the only way he gets in is if he leads the Patriots to a title this year, which I give like a 0.5% chance of happening. How's that? Cam Newton like reinvents himself and can somehow throw the ball downfield and run to some degree at age 32. That might be the only chance.
I mean, he ran fine last year. If he's back and healthy, I mean, I just feel bad for poor Josh McDaniels because he's going to get whiplash planning for Cam and then planning for Mac Jones a week later if that's what happens. What the hell is going on? They've thrown the ball to Kenyon Drake 3 straight times in a cold-go situation and lost about 5 yards. Tremendous play calling there from Cliff Kingsbury. And now we are about to get a Zane Gonzalez 30-yard field goal here.
Woohoo! Hey, 191 entries in the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza. If you're not in, get in. Oh, actually, I lied. 193. 7 spots remain. If you come in and you're like, what the heck are these guys talking about? If you need to get an invite to the DK SimFam Friends League, drop your username. Happy to add you so you can join the fun. You also don't have to. We're just encouraging you. Must Be says, reinvent your ears, buddy. Reinvent your chest hair. How would I do that? Like, that'd be a lot of surgery.
I think you could just, I feel like reinventing
Or a
the
razor.
chest, waxing or a razor kind of situation. Yeah, maybe you go in for the laser, but that's like, the forest, the thicket you've got going right now would probably take 8, 9, a dozen sessions perhaps.
Sessions.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta they gotta keep blasting those hair follicles with lasers, man. What a world we live in. But yeah, by the time you're done, your whole chest will be like a turtle's shell, just smooth, glistening, built for speed. You know, like a turtle is.
Brian C., it's underrated line in Shrek by Lord Farquaad. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to take. Or make. Shrek's awesome. Love a good Shrek line.
You know, Shrek Fest is coming back to Madison, Wisconsin this year. They had to go virtual, but what started off as one guy's like a love of Shrek memes has turned into an actual all-day event in one of our parks out on the east side where people dress up like Shrek, and there's a yelling competition, an onion eating contest.
That's amazing. I thought you were kind of making that up for it first.
No,
But
that's a real thing. It is bizarre. Shrek Fest. I'm gonna pop it into the.
Ooh, Jason. Hi, Jason. We'll add you. Shrek Fest, huh?
Shrek Fest. Whoa! They got one of those websites that plays automatically because it's $19.99 for now. Celebration of love and life, Shrek Fest.
All right, Jason, invite sent. Wow, that is something. Prepare to feel the warmth of his swamp. Ugh. The only touchdown here in the sim to this point, this particular sim, is Dan Arnold, and then a couple of field goals. Under a minute to go in this first half.
CJ throwing out a bet that would make you sim games without air conditioning on, and I would say that's A, not going to happen because, I mean, it sounds uncomfortable. B, we saw what happened to Kenny Ducey when he had no air conditioning. The man lost his damn mind. So I would recommend not putting an air conditioner bet out on the line for the rest of the sim fan.
Okay. I was reading some news for a friend. I'm happy for him. Oh, dude, actually, this relates to you because you're a big Vandy fan.
Yeah.
A friend of mine from, well, we didn't cross over, but I've met him. He's an alum at Syracuse. He just became the new voice of Vanderbilt for Vanderbilt Athletics.
Oh, wow.
Andrew Allegretta.
I'm not familiar. I know the guy he's taken over for, though, and he's got some big shoes to fill. But it turns out, as long as he doesn't show up to events drunk, he'll be fine.
Okay. I just put it in our internal Slack so you can get to know him. Brian C is now just putting in Shrek lines to the chat, to the YouTube chat.
I mean, why wouldn't you? It's not like we're getting a bang-up game right now, right? It's been mostly field goals. They outnumbered touchdowns 3-1 through the bulk of 2 quarters. Kenyon Drake has been great. Dan Arnold has 2 catches, which, again, feels like something we need to bring up. We need to talk about.
Yeah, we'll look at the stats here after the kickoff. Unless we, of course, get like a second left for... oh, they'll take a touchback, yeah. Carlos Edmonds says, send request. If that means an invite to the league, please drop your username. Need that. Need that to send the invite. There you go.
I'm looking at the sponsors for Shrekfest, and the first one is just a real dog. Sure. I want to believe that's just someone's random dog that like dropped off a bone at Shrekfest, and we're covering a lot of ground right now, but you know it's better than this game because, like we said before, through 2 quarters, 1 touchdown, and it belongs to a guy who is 2.9% owned, Mr. Dan Arnold, a UW Platteville minor. Not like he's old enough to just they're called the miners, mining town. They got big hills and they got a big M. You guys get it. You guys get it. Anyway, Kenny Drake, 10 for 76. So it'd be surprising if he doesn't hit the bonus today. Kyler Murray only 23 on the ground. Raheem Mostert, my captain, because I was like, you know what? Here with Glash, let's make that happen. 3 for 11 so far. Not quite the game we'd expected out of him. Drake also has a bunch of receptions because the Cardinals forgot how to call plays there in a 1st and goal situation, leading their first field goal of the day. They threw it to him 3 straight times. He lost a whole bunch of yards. Here we are. That's why he's now our leading receiver with 4 catches for 5 yards.
Five slots left. 5 for the Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza.
Look at you, fun-size Hercules, trying to talk trash about Vandy's athletic program when they're in the middle of a College World Series run. That's adorable.
Pajama Geek, Wes B, invite, sent. Carlos, invite, sent. Fidelis asking about Kittle. Kittle has 1 catch for 10 yards.
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, Deebo Samuel 1 for 21. Christian Kirk 1 for 11. I mean, these are guys who are getting outplayed by Dan Arnold right now. DeAndre Hopkins outplayed by Dan Arnold. Nuke 2 for 11. Just for a game where the weather impact is more minimal than in say rain or snow. This has been a very wild weather Wednesday start to this one. Plenty of time for it to turn around for business to pick up, but. Again, 16 total points, 9 of them from kickers and 10 of them to kickers, 6 to Dan. Hey, Arnold.
Hey, Arnold. Move it, football head. Ernest, nice job. Already entered the contest. Tom Cruise, come feel the warmth of Moose's swamp. And his bonanza. Nice. Oh, Tara Lynn dropping in some news or some highlights from 49ers minicamp. Trey Lance still working hard to get better. Let's watch this video. Good looking pass there. I'm not sure who it was. There's no numbers on the jerseys. Ooh, nice catch. All right, Trey Lance looking good. Hercules follows up. Their baseball team is awesome. The rest of the program, not too much.
Are you not familiar with our powerhouse women's bowling team?
Yeah, Hercules. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Women's tennis is great. The golf team is great. Football team's hired a new head coach who I think can get them back to respectability. All of Derek Mason era ended in tears. And the basketball program, man, is rebuilding. The Bryce Drew era was regrettable. Jerry Stackhouse seems to know what he's doing, but losing a big part of his offense with Dylan DeSue transferring to Texas. And we don't know if we're going to get Scottie Pippen Jr. back. He declared for the NBA draft without hiring an agent. No one seems to think he's going to be selected, but I mean, everyone thought that Kenyon Martin's son was like a 3-star prospect who didn't have any NBA hopes. He went pro instead of going to Vandy after committing, and he's playing meaningful minutes, or played meaningful minutes for the Houston Rockets. So who the hell knows? I like the way the Commodores are building back their programs. It's just going to take a lot of work because the last couple of years have been rock bottom for both football and the basketball teams. And the women's basketball team, too. Women's basketball is a mess. Steph White, NCAA champion at Purdue, WNBA vet, but a train wreck of a head coach for the Doors, which was a bummer to see. Nice person.
Air Bear on Twitch, can I get whatever has made Glash feeling the way he does? I cannot reveal. Reed Tees, did you know? Hey Glash, are you going to wear those antlers with Ducey on the stream? Care Bear says, somehow Ducey will be offended by the antlers. Reed Tees, did you know? Says, we can only hope. Care Bear then follows, I definitely see Ducey ranting about how it's, quote, not okay to wear the antlers, and somehow Glash is wearing them to mock or tease Ducey. I disagree with all of that, but I will keep them on. I said I'd wear them the rest of the day in honor of our man, Jeff Ulrich, so we can fill his contest. Kyler to Fresh Air. Let's see. Refreshing. Let's fill this thing so we can stop talking about it. 196 out of 200.
Darnell.
Here we go again, Darnell. Hi, Darnell. Afternoon to you, too.
Cool, buddy. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Again, if Fields starts from week 1, I will be very surprised. I will gladly admit that I'm wrong. I just don't see any benefit in doing so. Why would you throw him in there?
Darnell, for your sake, I hope you're right. But you do know, like, this is going to go back and forth.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Back and forth. For, like, the next 3 months. Till opening day.
Yeah.
So you could basically read an article by Friday that says, oh, Andy Dalton had a good day at minicamp. I think he's still going to be the guy. Like, you know, it's going to happen.
Oh, wow. Nice juke there from Kyler. Picks up the first. And it's been all ground game for the Cardinals, even though their one touchdown came through the air. Murray and Drake, over 100 yards between them. Murray only 37 of those, as Drake got bonus potential if they keep going to it.
Like gravity. Sometimes all you need is a little push. Gorilla updating, 3 spots left. Darnell says, my 2 favorite guys. Stop it, stop it. I've already cleared this up. Well, Darnell, if you get to talk, we can't talk back. How's that work?
I think he's saying he's not trying to open up a can of worms.
Oh, okay.
So, I think he's saying, okay, I know where you guys are coming from. We can move on. He just okay. Hey, we appreciate the information, the enlightenment.
All right, buddy. Do I read the next comment from Darnell?
Yeah, I mean, we already addressed that. We already talked about that.
Yeah.
You start Andy Dalton so he can get the crap beaten out of him instead of the rookie with the somewhat fragile future standing. Murray slides down well short of the first down line there. This drive is going to go nowhere for the Cardinals.
If you guys, I know there's like a ton of you that are dying to know what exactly Darnell's talking about. There is a link on our YouTube page from yesterday. You can go find it. I don't encourage you to go find it. I mean, you could though. Would be nice. Would be nice of you. Hit that like button for us if you enjoy the Dream Stream. 6 Sims today, wrapping up the early classic. I'll be here at 6 with Mr. Kenneth Ducey to start the late slate. We do have basketball pre-lock coming up after this sim, and that feels like a must-watch because of all the news that broke this morning with Kawhi Leonard, Chris Paul. Yeah, big day in the NBA. Not a good day for the league. Not good.
Absolutely wild. And LeBron coming out and saying, this is what I was talking about, pushing the season back. It's too much. And
LeBron said that, huh?
Oh yeah, he tweeted out. He's like, this wasn't for personal gain. This was legit. I didn't want guys to get hurt. And now guys are getting hurt. And you're even seeing Nikola Jokic saying, I'm not going to join Serbia until the Olympic trials. I need time off. I need to rest. Like, it just seems to be a very, very real case there. It's current New England Patriot and yard after catch machine Kendrick Bourne getting a catch there and moving his 49ers upfield. I believe he is the most prolific wideout in the game thus far for either side. 4 catches for 40 yards now, which is, not great.
Yeah, I love how LeBron also clarifies at the end. And I know about the business side too, those factors, so don't even try me. I get it. And you know what? Say what you want about him. LeBron's right. He does know. He said if there's one person that knows about the body and how it works all year round, it's me, for a guy that went to 9 straight finals.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's the only one that can say that one. Darnell says, you guys are good sports. I'll start hitting the like every day. Might make me feel a little better on the days I lose money. Oh, yeah, Darnell, it's great conversation. It's good back and forth. I love how you come in here with takes. It's good. That's why we read it.
We appreciate you too, pal.
Anna says, Anna, is it Anna or Anna? I always forget. Clash, please play the audio while you were with Ducey. It's going to be one of the best Sims ever. Oh, I know which audio you're talking about. That was brought up from Reed T's Did You Know today on my very Twitter. It might be the best 27 seconds of my life. Of Sim life.
There is going to be display.
Have you heard this?
I don't know if I have.
Okay. Well, since someone brought it up, maybe I'll play it real quick. Here we go. Tara Lynn, can I play this? Can I get my producer's permission? It's appropriate, I promise. I'm asking the producer if I can play it. Fine. Thank you.
Okay. A ringing endorsement right there.
We'll start it over. Here we go.
I'm reading the pod's fantastic. I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dickie Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. I call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. There's negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. What about my supporters? Read about my support in the chat, Clash. Come on, Clash. Read my support.
How long ago was this?
27 seconds.
I mean, how long ago did that happen?
Oh, good question. I'm going to click it again, but not to play it again, but just to see the date.
Yeah.
Let me, that was 3 months ago.
So back when we were still inside, vaccinations were coming along slowly. We didn't really know what was going on. Okay.
I love how Terrellin just says, fine. I'm like, fine, go ahead, play it.
I accept it. You're going to play it anyway. Whatever.
I was actually genuinely asking, though, because I was like, I should ask the producer before I start playing stuff. and it's from a previous sim. It wasn't like this is like off topic. Well, it's off topic, but it's it's not from like some random website or something.
Right. It's broadcast related.
Yeah. Is that Ross Dwelly?
That is Ross Dwelly. So your Jordan Reed play not even paying off right now.
Not cool.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Tara Lynn will be here with Shirag and Matt Meiselman to produce the Slate NBA Pre-Lock, the three talking points that you want to be here for. Here comes Mostert. Stopped inside the 5. Real quick, the topics for the slate. What are the best future bets after the CP3 and Kawhi news? So futures for the rest of the NBA postseason. Should you build around Paul George for tonight's 2-game slate? And who are the top values for the slate tonight? Those are the 3 main topics for this evening. Third quarter winding down. Gorilla is telling us two spots remain in the Moose Classic US Open Bonanza.
And 0 seconds remain here in the third quarter. We're going to the fourth. Niners trail 10-6, but third and goal coming up from the 2. Could be Mostert time, could be Vulture time, could be Ross Dwelly time, could be Jordan Reed time. Who the hell knows the way this game is going? Could just be a settle for Robbie Gould field goal time because we don't deserve nice things the way this is going. If you combine both quarterbacks' output today, they would still not be on pace for the bonus 224 between them. 1 touchdown, that's Kyler Murray to Dan Arnold. Sorry, there it is. On the ground, Kenyon Drake's looking pretty good. Gonna have to get a few more carries to hit that bonus threshold, but been pretty solid so far today. 11 for 80. Mostert only 10 carries for 30 yards, but could get a touchdown here. Really help boost up his numbers and make me feel a little bit better about captaining him on a day where he is, still getting outplayed at the moment by Dan Arnold.
So the first place lineup has Arnold, $1,200 to roster, 1.6% owned. Wild. Yeah. And in this contest had 9,034 entries. 2-way tie first place. Mostert and the captain, Murray, Drake, Bourne, Max Williams, and Arnold. Wow.
I'm currently sitting 89th of our nearly 150. Robbie Gould is my third leading scorer. He has more points right now. Oh, no, not quite. Sorry, I thought he had more points than Raheem Mostert, but instead he only almost has as many points as Raheem Mostert. If he kicks field goal here, he will have more points than Raheem Mostert. And, of course, both those guys staring up at Dan Arnold right now, who is almost certainly going to be our crusty cough player of the game because career day for him, 2 catches.
We have news to report. The Moose Classic US Open Bonanza by Jeff Ulrich, wave goodbye, has filled. Woo-hoo! Moose, 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 moose. Nice. And a touchdown. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is that use check?
Use.
Oh, no, another vulture.
Use. The vultures continue.
Use check.
Use check averages even fewer points than Dan Arnold. He was less expensive than Dan Arnold. This is his first touchdown since... This is his first touchdown ever, Flash. No, that can't be right. He had one rushing touchdown about 50 sims ago. That was it. So his second ever touchdown in Simland, just like Dan Arnold, who had his second ever touchdown in Simland in the first quarter. This game has been absolutely wild in the worst possible ways.
Unbelievable. I mean, sometimes believable.
Now we got to figure out how many lineups Kyle Juszczyk was owned in, because I can't. That's got to be even less than Dan Arnold.
People in the chat, as you would imagine, are really happy.
Yeah. This is tradition.
It's too bad. The plural of moose is moosey. Synergist and Mark tied for first in the contest now. Let's see if we no sighting of the Dan Arnold lineups are in a tie for third. You can officially say that Robbie Gould has more points than Mostert.
Unreal. I'm searching through these top lineups, seeing if I can find someone who threw Juszczyk in there. So far, no luck. Surprisingly, shockingly, all the powerful lineups out there avoided a fullback who scores a touchdown in 1% of his games.
Well, I can tell you this. The first place lineup in our contest, Kyler might fly in the wind. Gresh 17. Kyle Juszczyk, 3.5% owned.
Wow.
In the lineup.
So Juszczyk had a better ownership than Dan Arnold.
Well, this is our contest. The Arnold ownership I've been given off is the one in the big one.
Oh no, if you go down to where's Queenie's lineup? She's got him in there. So Arnold.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, right. You're right. Arnold, 2.8%. Yeah. Wow. Crazy.
It's wild.
Unreal. Congo Cap says I got him Christian in my $1 lineup.
Oh, nice.
Tom Cruise, Koff is going to take credit for the contest filling up.
Bounce. I came back for this. Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, you might be the factor. You might be why all these weird things are happening. 4th and 2 coming up for the Cardinals. You got to think they're going to go for it. They're in Niner territory. They got to get 2 yards. Kenyon Drake has been borderline unstoppable. Even if you don't hand it off to him, Murray can scramble for it fairly easily. Yeah, they are going to go for it. It is Cliff Kingsbury being bold, down 3 on a windy day. They're kicking into the wind from this angle. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Congo Cap needs Kirk to get going to get him to first place.
Care Bear Rambo pointing out the sim can only be redeemed by me having to eat a ghost pepper. Well, that would be if it came via Dan Arnold walk-off touchdown. I would be happy with that.
That would be.
I would accept my fate there. I'd have to make a deep dive into the grocery store and find myself a ghost pepper.
You might have to take like a 3-week break, like step away, and reevaluate yourself if that becomes a reality.
Queenie had Juszczyk in her lineup, baited him for Dan Arnold. The right play somehow.
I think Noah Moon, by the way, using the R word is now just a shtick. It's just his thing. But, like, here's the other way to look at it, right? The ownership on these guys is so low. 2 things. Number one, as I say all the time, someone is happy about what's happening right now. Like, there is a winner of the contest. They'll be happy. Number 2, at least it's some guy that's not going to impact most lineups.
Yeah.
It's not like it's Kittle or Debo or even like a Pettis, a wideout 3, just stealing all the points. Just my thought. JE says Moose contest filled equals Commissioner Koff triggered at 8. Get ready, fam. Yeah, Koff and his here at 8 o'clock. So I can already tell you what he's going to say. Well, Good job, guys. You proved me wrong, and I stand corrected. I'm really happy it filled. Looking forward to it. Best of luck to all of you. Look forward to seeing how we do against each other. Smash that like button.
I have one pick with Koff because he says something on Twitter along the lines of the world needs more Trevor Bauers, and that's absolutely not true. One is more than enough Trevor Bauers. Trevor's Bauer, rather.
Oh, Trevor. Jordan Warren says use check is 0.6%. Oh, pardon me, 0.76% owned in Classic. But the people who roster him probably also had Tyreek, Adams, and maybe Ertz or a loaded lineup. Tara Lynn is my producer, so I can read it. Says, you are spot on. Thank you. I take a little pride in that. That's what happens when you've been working sort of together for the last year plus. Like, and by that I mean in sim times. Oh, man. It's a good time. Cardinals down 3 with the ball at the 38. Give us a Dan Arnold touchdown. Just for Christian's purposes.
Yeah, you know, at this point, I wouldn't even be mad about it.
Oh!
That's not going to be Dan Arnold. But maybe gets us into Dan Arnold's range.
Yes, exactly.
At the very least, the Cardinals have the latitude to pull off a game-tying field goal from here, even into the wind. But DeAndre Hopkins into the red zone there, and this is where we've seen some bad throws to Kenyon Drake and one touchdown for Dan Arnold, who is not on the field right now. Fortunately for my taste buds and sinuses, Kyler going to take it and get down to about the 7.
Damon says, what is the Bengals record so far this sim season? Please and thank you. We've got the doc open right now. Cincinnati 3-6, basement of the AFC North, but it's not like there's a team dominating. Cleveland is 5-3, Pittsburgh is 4-3, and Baltimore is 4-4. So Cincinnati's still in it at 3-6. Kyler, 2nd and 2 from the 7.
There it is again. They did that same stupid play to Kenyon Drake, and once again, it gained no yards. So Kenyon Drake's got like 5 catches for 5 yards at this point. It has been absolutely brutal. There's some tough sledding for him through the air. And they're not giving him the handoffs he needs to get the bonus, so this game just toying with us right now. Also toying with my emotions because there's no Dan Arnold on the field. And oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! No! Kyler fumbles on his way into the end zone. The Niners jump on it. Touchback. San Francisco can whittle down the clock, and a touchdown will end it here. It's going to be a lot of Mostert, and not a great start for that one. It picks up 3 on the first time.
Wow. Wes on Twitch. Wes is asking who scored for the Niners. Do you want to know, Wes? Use check, the fullback. Tara Lynn reminding us to do awards.
I mean, I think we already know who the player of the game is.
Dan Arnold, right?
Dan Arnold. Dan Arnold. And then, they're going to be. Can we just babysitter Billy the rest of the people in this game? I mean, let's say George Kittle is going to be it for now because he has 1 catch for 10 yards, which is, less than ideal, I would say.
And how about our Not My Kid Award winner?
Yeah, that would be Kittle. Not my Kittle.
Did you play? I played him.
Yeah, I got him in my lineup. 55% of us do, and he got one catch,
1 for 10. Yep, not good. Well, look, this is what a sim like this is what makes the a sim like this makes the good ones really stand out because this kind of stinks.
it's not great. This would have been, if not for all the Dan Arnold intrigue, I would have opened up one of my Top Shot packs, just sitting, waiting in my inbox for me, marinating, getting a little bit better every day. That's how those work, right?
Yeah. First down.
First down there. Here comes the timeout. So if they get 2 stops in a row and if the Niners throw an incompletion on 3rd down, Arizona will get the ball back deep in their own territory, trailing by 3 with, let's say, about 1:45 to go. Not out of the realm of possibility. You just need to get those stops first. One more first down, and the Cardinals are pretty much cooked here in Santa Clara. What? Did he fall down on his own? Did he just slip? Did he do a barrel roll? What was that? Okay, all right. This game continuing to toy with our emotions. All right.
Also, just want to thank all of you that are here watching, of course, The Sims, 300 plus on YouTube and then over on Twitch. Great crew, about 60 on Twitch. Those of you that are watching The Sims, if you got involved with the Jeff Ulrich U.S. Open, Moose Classic U.S. Open Bonanza, pat yourself on the back. Round of applause. Great job. We filled it up. Filled it up, baby. Nice work. 200 entries out of a possible 200. Love it. So, and, I don't know, as a way of congratulating yourself, I can't think of anything else but hit the like button. And good luck. Crush it.
Niners are going to throw a big 3rd down here. And, oh, wow. Kittle gets himself out of babysitter Billy jail with that one. An 11-point play for the tight end. He'd only had 2 before this, so guess we got to reconsider now, Glash. Heard us talking trash.
Wow.
Yeah. Big shit there. All right, instead, you know what? Christian Kirk, you got 1 catch for 11 yards. It's going to be you, buddy, unless you can come alive here late in this one.
Wait a second. We have a developing. This is amazing. We have a development in the DK SimFam Friends League. Jeff Ulrich has created another contest titled Moose Open, U.S. Open Bonanza number 2. Quotation, parentheses, for the stragglers. For 100 people. He's created another contest.
Wow.
Oh, I love it.
What a generous person.
Take that, Kaufman. There are going to be 300 people playing golf with Jeff this week, not 200. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's great. Because I did text Jeff the minute it filled. I said contest is filled. That's great. Tremendous. Well, there you go. We'll promote the crap out of this one, too. Go make a lineup in the Moose Open, U.S. Open Bonanza, number 2. That is fantastic. Fantastic. Brother Phil, as we've always liked to tell you and share with you, it's not our call, the weather stuff. I'm sorry if you don't like it. 2nd down and 10 for Kyler. No timeouts remaining. Hey, there's not Dan Arnold, but Max Williams.
Oof. I mean, you'd think, right, in a Hail Mary situation, you want to get 6'6" Dan Arnold out there. Now, Glass, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying the Ghost Pepper bet lives, at least inside the hearts and souls of all the Dan Arnold maniacs out there. Oh no, Kyler, what?
Kyler, easy. Ooh,
wow.
Nicely done. Garbage.
And Christian Kirk gets the second catch of the day. Not going to take him off the babysitter Billy scrolls for now. But hey, if George Kittle can do it, so can you. All you got to have is Cerro Merdo.
DFS Queenie tied for first with Terry in our contest.
The same exact lineup, and it has Dan Arnold in it. It's beautiful.
It really is fantastic. I mean, in those two entries, the entries that are tied for first, they would be in a tie for third in the in the public contest, which, if I count correctly, there are easily more than 10 entries with Arnold in the third place lineup. Once again, the slate NBA edition coming up next with Shirag Hira and Matt Meiselman. I am sure, and actually I am sure, because we were already given the agenda for today's show. The best future bets after the CP3 and Kawhi news from this morning. That's a pass that looked good, but was too far.
We're gonna blame that one, I guess.
Maybe. DFS strategy for tonight. Should you build around Paul George? As a reaction to that news, and who are the top values on the slate? 2-game slate tonight in the NBA. Hawks, Sixers, and Clippers, Jazz. They're going to try and kick this. Well, actually, he should make that.
Yeah, they need a touchdown to field goal anyway. Fine. Good news if you got Zane Gonzalez, I suppose. We're going to get an onside kick here. If the Cardinals don't get it, this game's over. If they do, it's honestly probably still over anyway, but hey, at least it'll be a little bit more fun. Maybe, just maybe, we get that third Dan Arnold catch. Just maybe.
Jordan Warren says, who has great takes and advice on baseball? LaMarca. Most, if not all of these guys do, but you can't go wrong with LaMarca. Love that. LaMarca very committed to his craft. His research. This could be
Well.
Wait a minute. Did they get that?
It appears they did.
Get out of here. You're joking.
Appears they did.
Oh my God, they got it.
Yeah.
Wow. Cardinals with the ball at the 45. First down.
Okay, they gotta hurry. They gotta hurry the hell up here.
Oh,
now he's in the middle of the field. Now, yeah, they just can't tell who it was up front who just failed to pick the ball up, but that's a problem.
Oh my! Tick tick, 20 seconds.
Wow. All right, just throw to the end zone now. Don't even bother with anything that isn't a sideline route.
Oh. Kyler to D-Hop just to break our hearts.
Oh, no. And they're going to end 14 yards short. So they recover the onside kick, and they can't do anything with it. Oh, heartbreaker. Poor Dan Arnold. Standing there on the sideline wondering what could have been. A little bit better clock management. Woo. Oh, and did that move? Did that shake the chains there? Do we have a shake up in the leaderboards?
Oh, wait a minute. DFS Queenie still in first place.
But DFS Queenie doesn't have DeAndre Hopkins, and the person in third has him in the captain spot, and he had that last catch there. This is a thing right now.
It sure is.
Onside kick recovery could be seismic. Could have a major repercussion here. Amazing finish there. Well, not really, but yeah. It ended better than it started, but this was a game. George Kittle had a touchdown. The other two touchdowns actually belonged to Kyle Juszczyk and Dan Arnold, two guys who had combined for like 2 touchdowns in the 200 preceding sims that involved them. So wild day on a wild weather Wednesday. Our player of the game, the one, the only, the immortal Dan Arnold. Our babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award is going to go to Christian Kirk because he just didn't do too much of anything. Yeah, I think that is going to do it, at least from my end. Did I miss anything, Glash? Glash, you good? You good?
No, I think we're good. So Hopkins still, 5 for 74. Nothing to add. So it's in there. It's already updated.
All right.
Patrick Pittman, I invited you to the SimFam Friends League. I see you.
Wow.
DraftKings.
So Harry Beck with that Dan Arnold lineup going to hold on by a quarter of a point to take down the SimFam free roll. Beautiful. Oh,
all right.
Just beautiful.
And Patrick, you're invited. It's coming. Or it is there. And the last thing I'll mention here is DraftKings asking about Kittle. Kittle had 2 for 51.
And he dropped the onside kick that nearly broke the leaderboard at the end of the game. Amazing.
Sure did. Christian, good stuff as always. See you back here. You'll be here tomorrow.
I will. I'll be here 3-person booth with, I don't know, Terrell will be there.
Cough and Terrell in.
See?
Cool.
Perfect.
Sounds good. Shout out to the two-way tie. Terry, DFS Queenie, tied for first in our contest. Two-way tie for first in the free public showdown contest. Congrats to all of you who got in the Moose, the U.S. Open Bonanza by Moose. He has created another one. I love it so much. He's created another one for 100 entries. So get in there. That'll be great. I'll be here at 6 o'clock with Kenny Ducey for a Rams. Let's see. Rams taking on the Titans at home. No weather. If you hate the weather, there's no weather. Inside in LA for the Rams and the Titans. We do need to send it over to our great NBA guys, Shirag Hira, Matt Meiselman. They are here for the Slate NBA edition, playoff edition, 2 games tonight, lots of news. Let's not waste any time. Let's go to Shirag.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Christian. What's up, Matt? How's it going, Tim fam? Happy to be here. Exciting slate. Lots of news. It's the NBA, as expected. And I can't believe that we have so much to cover on a 2-game slate. Matt, how you feeling about it, man?
It's kind of a bittersweet day. Like, it's exciting how much is happening, but at the same time, we're losing good players that are great to watch. I mean, Chris Paul has been as fun to watch recently as anyone, with the exception of maybe Kawhi Leonard and a couple other guys. Like, these are some of the best players in the NBA now that we're losing games from. I mean, you obviously know with Anthony Davis, this has been going on the whole playoffs. The more of this there is, the more there is to break down, the more potential value, both in terms of DFS and betting. So it's cool from that perspective, but I don't think anyone wants to see all of this that's going on lately.
Yeah, it's been pretty frustrating to I woke up this morning checking out the news and it just started rolling in. First thing was CP3. Then it was Kawhi. Then it was Stan Van Gundy, Scott Brooks, Donnie Nelson.
We don't have time for front office moves. Like, those teams aren't even playing. We can't be bothered with this.
But the thing is, there's that crazy story going around about the Mavs and how Luka's upset now, and now the rumors are flying that he might come to LA because of their front office situation. SVG only had 1 season, and Zion's upset with who it was, and that was, their cherry-picked coach that they wanted there. And it's now what do? Zion's about to go in his contract year. You got to get him a good coach, put him in a position to succeed. They have all the pieces there. And even Scott Brooks, I was really surprised there, guiding them from that horrible start, the COVID outbreak, and getting into the playoffs, and not even as the 10 seed sliding in. They got up there. They went on a massive winning streak. Russell Westbrook didn't even make All NBA. That's another thing that I was looking at, wait, what? This All NBA setup for the guards was crazy too. And man, and that's not even talking about the massive game egg that Joel Embiid dropped in the previous game, going 0 for 12 in the second half, letting the Hawks come all the way back. Kawhi Leonard's massive dunk that maybe he got hurt on. Man, there is just so much going on. And it's just been 1 or 2 game nights. And then James Harden coming back and KD putting up the massive, spectacular performance for the ages. Man, I just don't even know where to start. It's just been fun following along in the league. But let's get to some betting stuff. Let's start there.
All right. So, you just rattled off, I think, the whole list. That was well done. There is a lot that just happened. So it's cool you could keep that all the top of your head. And the majority of those things would be the biggest story in the NBA in any given week, but this has been one of the wildest weeks that probably anyone can remember. So, yeah, from a betting perspective, I mean, I have liked the Clippers the whole playoffs, and I can't stick to that anymore. It sounds like Kawhi Leonard won't be back. We don't know if he has a torn ACL. That's the speculation.
An ACL injury at this point.
Right. So if he has any kind of tearing in the ACL, he's going to be out for the rest of the season. If it turns out that it's not torn, maybe he could come back next round, but it sounds like he's done for the series, and they most likely are not winning this series without him.
Yep.
Not impossible. And I think that if the Clippers somehow did pull off the upset tonight, they'd only be around a 2-point underdog in Game 6. So it's not an insanely unlikely thing. It probably won't happen. The Jazz are probably going to face the Suns in the conference finals, and what we're mostly waiting on is how many games will this take, 6 or 7. So from a futures betting perspective, one of the interesting things is the timing of Chris Paul's absence.
Yep.
And whether or not this Clippers Jazz series goes to a Game 7 will affect how likely the Suns are to win the next round. So if there's a way to kind of parlay those outcomes together, which, I mean, there's any number of ways you could do it, bet the Jazz to win in 6 with the Jazz to win next round. I mean, that's kind of hard to do, but Suns to win the Western Conference with there to be 7 games in this series. And I know we don't have all the lines up currently. I think they may be up before the night game tonight, or at the very least tomorrow. But you may have the same kind of situation leading up to Game 6, where Utah presumably wins tonight. And then the bet is, if the Clippers win Game 6, that favors Phoenix for the next round, because then Phoenix gets 2 extra days. Do you know how specifically the NBA schedule is set up right now? Like, would a Game 7 result in 2 full days of that next series getting pushed back? Is it starting the same day no matter
what? My understanding is that Game 7 for Atlanta and Philly is scheduled for Sunday, and they will not start the conference finals until all the teams have been decided.
Interesting. So it doesn't necessarily matter if the Western Conference goes 7, as long as the Eastern Conference goes 7.
That's my understanding of it. But what are the chances there? It's possible. I mean, Atlanta playing like crazy, and then Philly kind of choking it away. But Philly, that's what they're known for. They're just known for choking.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird looking at those series lines right now, because in my opinion, and you probably agree with this, the Hawks have a better chance of forcing 7 games than the Clippers do. The Hawks are smaller. They're smaller underdogs tonight. They'll be probably underdogs in Game 6, but smaller for Game 6 too. Although it does look like now, at one point the Jazz were only minus 275 or so for the series line. But then once we got full confirmation that Kawhi
is out,
done. Yeah, now the line has been moving towards Utah, so now they're up to minus 360. So yeah, that's an interesting wrinkle, that you can kind of play these 2 series together, and that will have an impact on Phoenix. I mean, every game is a big deal in a 7-game series. It's just not that many games.
Yeah.
And with the Chris Paul situation, it's not like your standard injury situation. He's not hurt. It's just how long until he can clear protocols, assuming that he's not legitimately sick from COVID.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of like, when will the league let him play? So any extra time is just, I mean, it's almost objectively better. There's no scenario where the extra time won't mean anything.
So it's setting up here where I saw one of the beat reporters talking from the Suns mentioning that the next update for Chris Paul will come on Saturday. So my understanding is he'll probably be tested thoroughly every single day up until Saturday, where they can make their kind of next call, because he was vaccinated. That is the thing right now. It's being called a breakthrough COVID-19 positive test. He was vaccinated. So, it was a positive test. So we shall see now. I mean, it's setting up for a scenario where you have to just wait it out until Saturday. And then if the Philly and Hawks go 7, then it wouldn't have really changed much.
Right. I mean, we have enough of a problem calling ourselves basketball experts. Like, maybe that's even a stretch, but if we're going to go to COVID experts now, there's no one's going to buy that. But maybe it's a false positive. I don't know. We can only hope. I mean, as someone who's rooting for the Suns to a significant extent, like I I want to say I have a hunch that it was a false positive and that he'll be playing. He won't miss any games. But
maybe
that's
hopefully he gets the
it's my own
LeBron treatment. Will he get the LeBron treatment? That's the big thing now.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
LeBron just gets away. I mean, it's insane how LeBron just gets away with everything. We don't have to get into that too much, but whether it's traveling or it's breaking the NBA's rules, there's just no consequences for him ever. But I know you love LeBron. I do too. I'm not a LeBron hater. It's just, yeah. It's funny how different players do seem to get different treatment. Like, I don't think there's any way if LeBron did what Nikola Jokic did to Cameron Payne that he's thrown out of that game, or do you think that's a stretch?
I thought it was a huge flop by Cameron Payne. Like, when I saw
he's a small guy though, like he is tiny.
He got hit by his like bicep. He didn't even really even get hit by his like hand or like.
But Jokic's bicep is like bigger than most of Campaign's body, so
yeah,
maybe it. I was surprised too. Either way,
yeah. And it's a pivotal game 4 in Denver. Like, cut the MVP some slack.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty dirty play, but like you usually just see a flagrant one.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
that
series
weird,
is over. Now
we
we
don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, and the crazy part is we came on the show on Monday and talked about how Chris Paul was a strong futures bet for Finals MVP, and now it's like, oh man, like who do you look at then?
I mean, he may still be. So we don't have the odds up right now.
Yep.
Paul is probably something between 10 and 20 to 1. Like, assuming he's back, he'll be a strong bet again. So I know at one point he was in the 40s, but he got into single digits, and then the line started creeping up as the speculation he might not play started to happen.
How are we?
Is that coming through?
I'm great.
I don't know
How
if
are
anyone
you?
can hear what we're hearing. Should we just keep going?
We'll keep going. Let's
Okay.
jump into the Hawks and Sixers. Why are the Hawks +7 now? They played pretty competitively in these games. So do you still feel that there's value on the Hawks side for this line?
So yeah, this one's weird. We can get into the other Eastern Conference game and why that line is moved. I think that's a lot more obvious why that's taking place, why the Bucks are bigger favorites and where they open. But Philly opened around 6, and now it's gone up a point. I guess it's possible that people legitimately thought that Embiid would be out, or that, because he didn't look good, like you said, over 12 in the second half. He didn't look good at all in game 4. It wasn't really his knee, but he could have been compensating in some way.
It's really he was kind of like shaking it out a little bit too.
Yeah, I feel like there is something going on there where it's not perfect, and it makes sense.
He's going to have surgery after the offseason.
He's playing with a partial tear in there. We don't know how significant the tear is, but there's something going on.
Yeah, he's just probably just taking pain medications, fighting through it, and then it just fell off a cliff. He's not getting that home court kind of like same medical attention that he would get at home, So it feels like maybe that's kind of the scenario that played out there. And that first game where they just really dominated in that third quarter and pushed away was okay. But now it's like that kind of wears off as the series goes on, and the more games he plays after the injury, it might not be like. And the crazy part that I realized too, what I was thinking about was he was all second team. He is now Supermax eligible. Do you give him the Supermax though? Like, that's the crazy part. Is he worth $50 million in 3.5, 4 years? Like, it's kind of scary off a dude that's had knee injuries in the past. It was kind of a fluke fall. Like,
yeah, I mean, this may be a crazy take, but I think when he's 100%, Embiid's the most valuable player in the NBA, because there's just no one who plays both ends like him. Like, Kawhi plays both ends, but not as well as Embiid, probably on either side, just because centers are more valuable on defense. The Embiid makes up for negatives of other players on his team. Simmons is a great defender, but other guys are.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. Centers are always more valuable defensively. Embiid is one of the best offensive players in the league. I think he would have won MVP this year if not for the injury issues. So yeah, it's just like, you're not finding another one of those. I think you just have to pay him and just eat the risk, because like that's not coming around. The Sixers will never have another player this good. I mean, at least not for a very long time.
And looking back on that draft, I remember that was the draft where Julius Randle went 7 to the Lakers. Number 1 was Wiggins. Jabari Parker was number 2. that year, and everybody was scared, like kind of a situation where you knew Joel Embiid coming out of Kansas was dealing with injuries already, and like that's why he fell to the Sixers to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird how it's taken this long to manifest. And in a season where he's been great for a few years, but this was really an elite season that he was having. And now we have to deal with this. And it was kind of a freaky fall, but who knows if this was something that was gradually progressing over time.
That's true.
And I think we'll never know, right? Like he could have had a partial tear months ago and it's just been slowly getting worse. And yeah, this is what we're dealing with now. So what's really weird about the Eastern Conference is like we had all this Western Conference news, but I feel like the Western Conference picture is much clearer right now because we kind of know Kawhi's done. And it's basically just when will Paul be back? But we know he'll be back at some point. It's just a matter of game 1, game 2, game 3. Like how long is it going to take? In the East, we have no idea when Kyrie Irving will play next. We don't know if James Harden will ever. I mean, sure, at some point, but we don't know if James Harden will look like himself at any point this season. At least not this series. It could take him some time, and he's not.
Well, that's the thing. Like even if he gets re-injured, there's a chance he's just gonna push through it and basically say like, "Hey, I'm gonna push through it. This is our one shot at being the champions." Like, I don't really have a choice. And then I can heal in the off season, and then if next season. The Nets have already shown that they will kind of baby their guys through an injury if needed. So,
yeah, but I guess it's different in the playoffs, right? And you would think if the Nets had more depth, Harden wouldn't have played. I mean, he didn't just play last night; he played basically the whole game. Not like Durant, who literally played the whole game, but Harden was out there for 45 or 46 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think that just tells you how little faith the Nets have in their supplementary guards, like those. If they had Spencer Dinwiddie, let's say, I don't think Harden, he might not have even played at all because they would have had the pieces around to make up for it. But then obviously there's Embiid, so there's so much uncertainty there. We don't know how Durant is going to respond to playing an entire game and then having to play 2 nights later. So I don't
think dealing with the shoulder injury and he's kind of nursing that.
Right. That was what I was going to say. I don't think we compared to the other stuff, that's not a big deal, but it's still something. And DeAndre Hunter's out, and there's just so much happening in the East, even more so than the West now. So like I have no idea who wins the Eastern Conference at this point. If you told me the Hawks win the whole thing, like make it to the finals, I don't really think that that's impossible because Embiid could re-aggravate the knee. It seems like he kind of is already. And then maybe they go up against the Nets where Harden gets re-hurt too, and then it's just Durant. And or they beat a Nets team with hobbled players that aren't 100%.
Well, and the depth of all the teams that are left, Hawks have kind of the most depth, and they paid for it this offseason. Like they went for it and got the depth. And now if they end up playing Milwaukee and Bogdanovich is kind of the key to get them over the hump, that's even going to be even crazier because the Bucks traded for Bogdanovich and then ended up having to rescind that deal because it ended up being like, I don't know, tampering or whatever it was labeled as.
I don't really remember that. This must have been a busy offseason, but I mean,
they had the trade in place for Bogdanovich with the Kings. DJ Wilson was going, Dante DiVincenzo was going, Connaughton, all those guys were going. The Kings had traded Bogdanovich to the Bucks, and then they got some tampering because it was a sign and trade deal, tampering issues. That trade got rescinded, and he went to the Hawks instead.
Yeah, there's so much happening. So that series, if that's the matchup too, like I still think the Bucks could beat the Nets, and if the Hawks play the Bucks, then it's total opposites because Milwaukee had very little depth to begin with, and now DiVincenzo, who you mentioned, is out for the playoffs. So PJ Tucker is getting these big minutes, and whatever, maybe he can like tire out Durant a little bit, although clearly that didn't work last game. But he's maybe the worst offensive player in the whole NBA. Like he can sometimes hit a wide open three and do nothing. He literally does nothing else. So
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why did Coach Bud not play the defensive player of the year from last year on KD in a pivotal game? Why was that not the switch made? And why was he taking threes and fadeaways in crunch time?
I don't really understand anything that the Bucks did yesterday. I can't say that it's a terrible mistake to have not played Bobby Portis any minutes because, like, whatever, Bobby Portis is fine. But I do think he's a big upgrade over Tucker. They just like the matchup versus Durant. But yeah, like, why didn't Drew guard Durant more? Why didn't they just double him? Because Harden missed every three that he took. It's like, let him shoot till he makes one. I mean, anyone who's ever
And they were
played
short
basketball
too.
knows that. It's like, this guy's off today. There's something wrong with him. Like, we're not going to respect his shot till he makes one. If he hits one, okay, maybe we can start guarding for real. But like Harden, the shots didn't look good. It wasn't like he was halfway down on those. Like, he wasn't getting the lift. It didn't look smooth at all. He couldn't. I mean, do you remember any times besides that and one from like the mid post where he kind of floated it up and banked it in, where Harden even got near the rim?
No, and Drew was up on him the entire time too, kind of forcing him to stay back. And that's kind of that odd 3-pointer that KD hit to like save it in the game where there was a couple seconds left on the shot clock. That was also a part where Drew was all up into Harden, forcing him to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, we kind of agree on this. The Bucks wasted Holiday's defense on a player who was half as good as he normally is, if not less than that.
I think they should have put Giannis. I mean, I thought Drew going on Harden was the correct play because Harden was still the point guard, so they kept forcing him to like have to cross over and make exerted effort to get into the front court. So I thought that was fine, but why not put Giannis on KD when he's literally going nuclear?
Right. That's my mistake because you said defensive player of the year, and for some reason in my head, I went to, okay, that's Holiday. That's not Holiday. Okay. Right. Giannis should, I mean, they're both unbelievable defenders, and yeah, it could have been either of them, but yeah, Giannis not being on Durant is weird. Did PJ Tucker just like demand that he guard him? Does he have something on the Bucks front office? Like, I don't really understand.
No idea. We have a question coming in from Twitch talking about some DFS. Let's get into the DFS.
Let's get over to that.
let's get to Korkmaz. Do you feel like Korkmaz will get 25 minutes again tonight? And is he a viable value option at 3,800?
Yeah, I think Korkmaz is absolutely fine. Not very exciting. He probably will get somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 fantasy points, playing roughly half the game, maybe a little more. I don't think the ownership is low enough. So we can kind of get into this. I think there are low owned plays on this slate, even though it's only a 2-game slate.
Yeah.
Where I just have other preferences. And especially with this Clipper situation, there's an opportunity for leverage where a lot of these guys are going to be really highly owned. So if Korkmaz fits in the last spot in your lineup or something, I think he's absolutely fine. But he's not a guy I would want to prioritize because he's just kind of there. He doesn't have any sort of game theory advantage that he's providing, and things like correlation and leverage and trying to go against what other people are doing and lineup constructions, that stuff matters so much more on 2-game slates where there's just less players, and whether the guy is a good points per dollar value just isn't as relevant. So I think he's fine value, but it's just, he's all right.
So who are you looking at more or less on the Clippers? Because I was looking at you. I feel that Marcus Morris is definitely going to be a player that. Why is he not coming up?
I think you've got him in the lineup already.
Oh,
that's how popular he's going to be. He's just being auto-selected for you.
Already auto-selected. 4,500. So what do we do with Morris? Do we have to look at Batum? Also Terrence Mann. There's options here on the Clipper side that could provide differentiation in your lineup. What do you do with Morris? You mentioned Korkmaz being kind of popular, but I think Morris is also going to be just there as well.
Korkmaz won't be in that range of ownership. I'd be really surprised because he's just like, he's maybe slightly underpriced, whereas Morris is very underpriced now with Kawhi out. I think Korkmaz was cheaper last game. Might have been 35 or 3,400.
3,500. Yep.
Yeah. And that was the first game Danny Green missed. Now he's a little more expensive. I mean, he's still a value, just nothing that crazy.
Yeah.
But Morris with Kawhi out, I mean, everyone on the Clippers will have to do more with Kawhi out. And Morris is probably the most similar player on the team in terms of his role, just like positionally what he does.
Yep.
So you would think that he would just take a lot more shots, but I don't necessarily think that's how it goes. I think the Clippers have shown a very strong propensity for just going with the hot hand. Like we've seen games where Rondo plays a ton, games where Rondo plays 0 minutes. Beverly, the same thing. Luke Kennard, like if he's making his shots, he stays in. Zubac started and then played less minutes in the previous game where he'd come off the bench. So I think this could go any number of ways. I don't know yet that I want to recommend Rondo, who may play 0 minutes again, but there's two main variables. So one, we don't know the Clippers starting lineup. I think there's a few players that could start for Kawhi. And then the other is that most lineups are going to include Paul George and one or more of Batum and Morris.
Yep.
With Morris probably being the much higher owned of those two players. So, like, I just don't think you are gaining any advantage by playing all of those guys and then just trying to find a different player elsewhere, because it's just such a commonly built lineup. And I think George is just way safer than Morris, where basically the only way he doesn't work out at 8,600 is if like the first game goes to overtime or double overtime and all those guys just score a crazy amount of points where he's like priced out because everyone's better, or blowout. I think
that was the other part. I think there's a chance here where the Clippers come out flat in Utah and they just get smoked and they just like, hey, we're going to take our chances again back at home in LA, regroup and try to take this. We got their best shot and try to take it to a game 7.
Yeah, I think that this playing for the blowout would have been better if Mike Conley were in, because then the spread's higher, there's more chance of a blowout, but it's still on the table for sure. So I think one way to play this is to just play George, maybe play one of Morris and Batum, not both, and then play a couple Jazz guys and expect that the game's close. Or you just assume the Jazz blow them out. Maybe George is still playable because he could play 37 of the first 39 minutes of this game. Even in a blowout, he could still have 50 fantasy points. We saw that with Jokic actually twice last series, where he didn't play crunch time because they were down so much, but he still was 60 or even 70 fantasy points just because there was no one else to do anything. So we could have that kind of situation. But you mentioned Terrence Mann. Like, I think playing fewer Clippers starters and more bench guys like Mann or Zubac, or maybe even Rondo, that one's more of a reach. I think that's more interesting. And then I think you get Embiid, Trae Young, who have the injury issues like we've talked about. You just get them at lower ownership because people are a little scared there. So the way I want to play this slate is Trae Young, Joel Embiid, some unique Clippers. I think Mann and Zubac are the priorities. And then you kind of just fill it out from there and see what works. I'm not sure what I want to do on the Utah side, though. That's a little more difficult. But I think you probably want one of Utah's scoring options, maybe two, but Ingles, Clarkson, Mitchell, like I think a good lineup should have at least one of them.
Yeah, and if you look at the scenario here where if you're jamming in all the studs, Trae, Mitch, Embiid, and PG, it doesn't allow you to really make that. So there has to be kind of a cut here, but there's an option where you can play potentially 3 of these 4 expensive players because of the value on the Clipper side. I think that kind of opens it up. If we go maybe dropping off Embiid and you look at Zubac from that side and play him at center and then come back with Terrence Mann as well, that gives you a nice little opening. Now you can go in a different direction if you're looking at that. If you play for the Jazz blowout, then you give up Mitchell, go with Embiid there, then you have a different kind of lineup construction. You don't have to play the 2 bench guys and you kind of open it up. Then you can play a Batum or something like that. So it really just depends on if you're kind of playing for the blowout, because then if you play for the blowout, then you have your situation where you can go with potentially with Ingles here. Maybe even Favors gets a little bit of a run. Yeah, he got posterized in that game, but at 3,000 playing 15 to 18 minutes, he could definitely get there. And then it kind of sets up a scenario where, you know, the other players are setting up where my biggest question though on this slate is what to do with Embiid. I'm kind of perplexed because I don't expect him to be as bad. It's in Philly. Like I mentioned, I feel like there's a little bit of, home medical situation that's much better than it is on the road. So I believe Embiid will be better, but as the most expensive player on this slate, does it set up as mandatorily needing him?
Yeah, there are so many variables to consider for this slate. I mean, it makes sense just given how much uncertainty we have across the league right now. But I think Embiid's going to be 40 to 50% owned, and George could be like 90. I mean, depends on the contest you're in, and maybe Embiid is over 50 in some contests. But George is going to be very, very popular. So while the Sixers could blow out the Hawks, and the spread is actually pretty close to the line for the other game, the ownership is such that you're not benefiting as much if you play for the Sixers blowout. So like, let's say Embiid is full health and the Sixers just dominate. Maybe Trae Young is kind of gimpy and the Sixers just crush them. There will be enough people that have lineups where it's like they didn't really use anyone from the first game. And even if you got the blowout right, you're still actually playing kind of a chalky lineup. So I think I think the way to do it is you almost have to go for the other route where you're fading players from the Clippers that other people want to play. And you just take the shot with Embiid. Like, he'll be popular, but not as popular as he should be. And the chance for him to put up 80 fantasy points it's there. Like, it's always there. And I think you're right that being at home and having been rested and everything, he didn't have to deal with being on the road in a hotel and away practice and training facilities and all that stuff. There's at least a chance that he looks a lot better. And I think we've seen it throughout the playoffs, tons of recency bias. People will make decisions based on what they saw in the previous game. Embiid looked terrible. So to anyone who watched that game, it's like, do I really want to play him? I can just play Paul George and Donovan Mitchell and, pay down at center. And I think that'll just be common. But just a quick note on that, like, if you're not playing Embiid, I think you do want another Sixers player, like one of their other two studs, because if Embiid isn't right and plays less minutes, we've seen how that benefits Tobias Harris. So you probably want to get one of them, if nothing else.
And Tobias being a little bit more expensive to Simmons will probably drive the ownership down as well.
Yeah, I think both will be relatively hard to get to, like maybe 20, 30, 40. I don't know if any of them reach 40%. Harris is more expensive, but Simmons is point guard only, so maybe it kind of just cancels out. But I do like Harris if you're not playing Embiid. I think it's hard for Harris to have a great game if Embiid has a great game, but there's certainly a chance for both of them to play well. And then the other point that I want to get back to quickly is that the timing of the Clippers starting lineup is going to determine a lot.
Okay.
So like, they could announce it early just because, or they could wait till 9:45 to announce it.
They're waiting until 9:45.
Yeah. So that will vary greatly by contest type, how to react to that. The smaller fields, higher dollar stuff, you will see more of whoever the fifth starter is that guy will get more ownership. And in some of these like large field, lower stakes ones, people will be more inclined to just lock it in early. Especially, it's not so much the dollar buy-in, but also just the fact like people play 150 lineups. It's very difficult to swap all of that around.
Yeah.
People just kind of let it, whatever. It's like, I played Zubac, but he's coming off the bench. He's still going to play whatever. I'll just leave him in. Whereas like in single entry stuff, it's like, all right, I can switch Zubac in my one lineup for Luke Kennard in my utility spot because that's who the starter is now.
Yeah.
So timing will matter. Contest will matter. It's a lot to keep in mind. But do you think there's a chance anyone else besides Kennard or Zubac starts in Kawhi's spot?
I don't. I mean, they've been going to Kennard in those scenarios where either Paul George or Kawhi sat during the season. So it's difficult to kind of look at it going in a different scenario, whereas they also need that size against Utah with Gobert in the middle. So the chances of them going in a different direction doesn't really make sense out of those two players. They need the shooting to stay within the game, or they need the size. So it's one of those two players. I don't see any other way that they can go with this.
Yeah, as someone who wants to use Terrence Mann, I don't want him to start because then everyone will use him. And I think like there's a very reasonable scenario, which I think may even be the most likely scenario, where the Jazz get out to an early lead and the Clippers have to mix it up. Yeah. So whatever they start with, like that won't be the lineup that sticks around. So maybe Morris is bad again and then Mann plays instead, or Zubac starts and picks up 2 fouls and then like Boogie comes in. And we saw him dominate for 6 minutes or something a couple of games ago and then not play anymore. Like I think maybe more so in showdown contests rather than the 2-game slate, but like you could see Cousins or Rondo play after not having played just because it's a shorter rotation now.
Yeah. Definitely. And there's anything is in play in these slates. And the best part about it is the salary hasn't moved or been adjusted because the injury news came out afterwards, after the salaries were already released. So this is the opportunity here to take advantage of. If you're making multiple lineups, try to make it that the variables with the Clippers players is what's going to make this or break this slate.
Yeah. The one last thing that I think we have to point out from an ownership perspective is that there are cheap guys on Atlanta too. And you're going to see not as much as Batum and Morris, but guys like Gallinari and Herter and John Collins will be pretty popular salary saving options. And Bogdanovich too, although he's kind of different position.
Lemon Pepper Lou did a little bit of work in that game too.
Yeah, he's I mean, I don't know if I want to say he's played well because he still never plays any defense, but he's produced fantasy points at a decent rate this series.
3,100.
Yeah, I think you want to get away from just playing like all the Clippers value and all the Hawks value. And Lou is an off the board value-ish kind of player. So maybe he's a better choice just from an ownership perspective. But something that people may not consider is like use groups if you use a builder, or just kind of like be mindful of that, where maybe you don't play Morris and Batum together. Maybe you don't play Gallinari and Collins in the same lineup because they're kind of dependent on the other not getting full minutes.
Yep.
So it and Bogdan, Herter, same kind of thing. Like these guys can't all be on the court together. There's just not spots for all of them.
All right. Final question before we jump off that I need to know about the slate. Out of the 4 studs, who is the one that's going to underperform relative to his salary tonight? Embiid, Mitchell, Trey, or PG?
It's a hard question. I think PG has the widest range of outcomes. So I think he's the most likely to get 75 and the most likely to only get like 40 because the blowout could just crush him. I'll go with George then. Yeah, I can go out on a limb and say I think he's the best fade mostly because of that ownership. But I think they're all going to be good. Most likely all those guys are going to be good. So kind of reaching there.
So if most of these guys, if you believe all of these guys, most of these guys are going to be good, the best way to differentiate will be looking for the cheap Clipper values off the bench, maybe the cheap Hawks values off the bench, or if you're looking to fade Embiid in there, Tobias Harris, Ben Simmons as the options there, or the Utah value guys as well. So a lot of ways to go in this slate. Before we jump off, I do want to quickly touch on this Brooklyn-Milwaukee bet before we head out for tomorrow's slate. 5.5, Nets favored. KD can't have a superstar, supernova performance again, but is this line too much in the favor of the Bucks?
So I thought it was too little at 3.5 and it moved. And I think the reason it was too little is because of just the way Harden looked.
Yeah.
I mean, he could just turn into, I guess it's possible he comes back and is just normal Harden, but it just seems so unlikely. Like there wasn't one moment in the game where it's like, oh, it's in there. And he just, was a little rusty. Like he had none of his typical Harden moves whatsoever. So I don't know that 2 days is going to fix that for him. And Durant's coming off a game where he played 48 minutes and now they're traveling to Milwaukee. I would still lean Bucks at this number. Like, I think it's probably a game you stay away from because there's a lot of uncertainty, but I would still lean towards Bucks covering at 5.5. And we already know Kyrie's out. So that's a big part of it. Like, we don't have to worry that he would just show up off the injury report and be back for this game.
Yeah, like Harden did. Harden literally hit for the status cycle yesterday. The last time I remember a player hitting for the status cycle was Rondo on the Kings when he had an illness. That was the last time a player went from out to doubtful to questionable to available.
Yeah. It was wild. Like he was literally ruled out. But once you saw it out to doubtful, didn't you kind of think like they're going to try now? Because why would they do that?
Yeah.
The doubtful tag is ridiculous.
Yeah. And then when he got upgraded questionable, I was like, oh, there's no way he's sitting now.
I guess it could have been like Anthony Davis where he went out for 5 minutes and then had to leave. Yeah. But he was going to start at that point.
Yeah, exactly. He was going to start and made it back. I think he'll play again. He'll make more than I think he'll make a 3-pointer in the next game. He was making them in warmups, but I think he'll actually make it this time in a game. And the Nets have a chance if Harden can get to even 10% of him, more of himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Harden will play much better, but Durant will play worse just because he can't play that well again. It's nearly impossible. And Jeff Green will have to play much worse.
Yeah.
So even if Harden and Joe Harris are closer to normal, Jeff Green is not doing that again. And the home court advantage will matter. And like, I think this goes 7. I have no idea who would win the 7th game. I think it'll be a toss-up basically, but the Bucks should be able to win this game. Do you want to give your thoughts on what Reggie Miller suggested? Is that the craziest thing that anyone's ever come up with, that the Nets just tank game 6 to rest for game 7?
I didn't hear that because I actually listened to all the games on mute.
It was on Twitter. I don't know if he said it on the broadcast or not. It might have been post-game show. He basically said that Steve Nash should rest Durant and Harden and just go all in for game 7. Like, they should just basically not try for game 6.
No, the league is gonna find them so hard. They find them during the regular season for resting. You think they're gonna not find them for a regular season or playoff game for resting?
But would it make them more likely to win the series?
I don't think so. I don't think it makes a difference at this point. Your adrenaline is running through. Like, you're either going to try and make this or you're not.
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely wrong. But if they were actually somehow allowed to just hold those 2 guys in Brooklyn and not even send them on the plane to Milwaukee and let them sit around for 3 days and get whatever treatment, the odds shift for game 7 would at least go up enough where it's a conversation. I still think it would be the wrong move.
Yeah.
Like, it could potentially be interesting but there's no way you're allowed to. Like, I just don't think it's possible you're allowed to do that.
Nope, we're not. And with that, we are out of time. Coming up next, though, Titans at Rams. Glash and Kenny on the call for that one for the 6 o'clock game. Before we jump off, thanks everyone for hanging out. I know we went on some crazy rants for some other different games, but that's what the playoffs are. You're hanging out with your buddies or by yourself, watching games and analyzing this. This is the stuff that we love to do. So trying to just pass the knowledge along so everybody understands where we're coming from, why we make the bets and choices that we do. Appreciate everyone for hanging out. Matt, thanks again for hopping on. He'll be back with me on Wednesday. Hopefully we'll be talking about Chris Paul back in the lineup, some amazing Suns games. But outside of that, thanks everyone for hanging out. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
All right, hello, hi, what's up? Kenny Ducey behind the, in front of the white wall, standing out very nicely with his DraftKings hat. I am here in my bedroom studio. Nothing else to see here. Kenneth, no weather for this sim, so we should be very much liked that we are together for a non-weather sim on Wild Weather Wednesday.
Yeah, what a novel idea, right? I saw that in the contest name.
Yeah, it works out well.
I'm pretty excited, but you know what? I'm not excited because I did roster Derrick Henry, and I have the feeling that a lot of people have Derrick Henry because it's a Wild Weather Wednesday.
Okay. Did you lose your voice?
A little bit, yeah. We're working through it.
Now you're not,
I think it makes me more tolerable. Honestly, it makes me sound a little friendlier.
You sound like a completely different person.
I know. You know what? And I'm a little sick. It doesn't hurt me to talk.
Good.
But I don't sound the same. And I thought, I could just say, hey, I'm sick. I don't want to do the Sims. Or I could say, you know what? Everyone's gonna get a kick out of how I sound, so I'll do it. I don't care. I'm not like bedridden. I'm okay. I'm just sound a little different.
You're sick. You don't sound like complete hell.
I just sound like a different person. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Kaufman sounds like hell when he's sick.
Yeah, that's the thing. I actually think I sound friendlier when I'm sick. So that's why I think I was like, I'm going to take advantage of this.
Okay.
I
just wanted to throw that out there before the sim started to make sure I wasn't missing something. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to ask him, make sure he's good.
No. But, if I get up, sometimes I get up during the Sims, but if I get up to get some water, that's why.
Good to hydrate.
Everyone's saying, hey, I sound great.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're gutting it out. Start of the late classic contest here on the Dream Stream.
You fill out a lineup?
I did. Yeah. Let me tell you what I did.
Brian C. Glashian and this random sounding dude on a Wednesday.
Kicking club. See, Glass,
Love
you're
it.
not the only one that can do voices.
What do you guys want me to do? Just sign off right now? Am I supposed to just leave the sim? Leave the Zoom call? I had a secret in college. When I would go out too late, I would drink a few too many Gatorades on a Friday night, and I'd have to host a radio show the next morning, and I would just like drink a little Dayquil, get a little medicine, and if I sounded like this, and have a little, and then I'd sound normal again. So I thought today, I said, hey, I'm gonna do the same thing, tried and true. Didn't work. Didn't work.
All right, away we go. Daryl Henderson with the run, but there's a flag. Holding. Illegal block in the back against Cooper Kupp. All right, so here's my lineup. I put A.J. Brown in the captain spot. Derrick Henry, Tannehill, Jeff Swain are my Titans plays. And then my two Rams, Robert Woods, Josh Reynolds. I can't play Jared Goff. I'm too committed to the bit, too committed to the, that strategy, if you will. Just can't do it.
I am with you. I can't play Jared Goff either, but this might be a novel idea, but I have, that's just great. I have a Titan stack. Who else out there with the Titan stack?
Is the puppy doing well?
She doesn't like that I have a Titan stack, and she's probably right. But I have Ryan Tannehill on my captain spot with Derrick Henry, Jonnu Smith, Adam Humphries, and then I have Cooper Kupp and Malcolm Brown.
What's your puppy's name?
Harlow.
Harlow.
She was
Harlow
bad
hates the
earlier.
Titans.
She stood up on my desk and tried to get. She actually knocked over a plate of food, so I put her in a cage.
Silly Harlow.
Yeah. Cooper Cup with a rushing yard. Thanks, Cooper.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Coop. 3rd and 6. Does anyone call him Coop? Henderson. First down after.
You know, that's a weird thing. I feel like he doesn't have a nickname, and I feel like his name feels so perfect for a nickname.
Cooper Cup nickname. Google search.
Probably just says Coop.
It literally says Cooper Cup.
Gotta love that.
Huh. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hold on.
Rams Herd. This is from a Twitter account called Rams Herd. September 10th, 2017. Fun fact. Cooper Cup's nickname is Cooper Cup. Cooper Cup, Cup. Yeah, it kind of already works, doesn't it?
Cooper Cup.
Yep. Works.
Brian C says he's hashtag Deucey Strong. That's right.
We have producer Michael here with us. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Tate from the Game Ops team. Rams are charging here on the first drive of the sim. Cup is in the slot right side. And Malcolm Brown scores.
Oh, there he is. Let's give it up. Malcolm Brown. Touchdown. I got him in my lineup. Do you have him in your lineup, Clash?
Nah, I don't. For those of you wondering who it is, it's Kenny Ducey. A little under the weather. Hanging in there. You know, someone's going to come in here and watch in like the end of the first quarter and be like, who is this guy with glass sheen?
That is going to happen.
Yeah. Hit that like button on your way in. Really, really proud of the DK Sim fam. We filled the Moose Classic US Open Bonanza.
What happened with that? I saw a lot of back and forth.
Do you want the... It really isn't a long version, I guess. I guess I'm wasting time. I should just tell you what the whole deal was. So, I guess Jeff created this contest for the U.S. Open a few days ago. I don't know exactly what day. But, in typical fashion, in the DK Sim Fam Friends League, Commissioner Kaufman had to, he can't help himself. He's got to weigh in on what he feels about the contest details. Notice when he makes a contest, we just all shut up and just kind of, except the chat. The chat will tell Kaufman how they feel, but we just go ahead and enter contest, whatever. Kaufman didn't like how Jeff made it for 200 people. Kaufman, immediate negativity. Oh, Jeff, I mean, why would you make it for 200 people? It's not going to fill. It's just not going to fill. It's not going to work. Like, you should have done it for 100, not 200. I mean,
I like this cough impression. I think, honestly, with my voice right now, though, I could do a better cough.
Do it. Do exactly what I just said.
And be like, but Jeff, I feel like I have to do it with the. He always has his ring light on. He looks like he can't even see because the ring light's so bright. Jeff, you're telling me that there's going to be 200 people that enter this contest?
No chance. As we see Tannehill get hit. We're in the first quarter, 7-0. Brown.
So you're telling me that he does that a lot. So you're telling me. All right, continue with your story. He does say that a lot. When he's like upset, when he doesn't get something.
So
doesn't he say that? Doesn't he say that?
Yes, he does. He does. Andrew, our technical director, is here because I guess so. Andrew was on the sim that this was brought up initially. Jeff said, "I don't know, man. I don't know, man." That's how Jeff says, "Man." You know that? I don't know, man. Koff insisted. Koff insisted it would fill or wouldn't. Wouldn't, right? Koff insisted it would. Oh. Wait a minute. Andrew says Kaufman told Jeff, to make it for 200 last week.
So he went back on. He reneged.
Oh, that is news to me.
Huh.
Interesting. Tannehill hit as he throws. Henry makes the catch, but short of the first, so we'll likely get a punt. Andrew says, I'll pull the tape. I'm pretty sure.
I'm excited.
This is messing up the story. Anyway, long story short, I did a couple sims yesterday, tuned into the 8 o'clock, and Koff was promoting the golf contest, but he promotes it in such a negative way.
Like he didn't want people to sign up.
No, he did. He's just like, well, prove me wrong. Fill it, DK Sim. Prove me wrong. So, and then, of course, he has to, at the end, he's such a liar when he says, oh, I really look forward to playing all of you and taking each other on. He doesn't mean that. He just wants to take him on, which is fine. But it's like...
I'm going to challenge him tonight to an NBA contest.
Here's my overall point, and I said this to him in the chat last night. He's like, he always goes this way. He goes, well, 2,300 people in this DK Sim Fam Friends League. That's fantastic, Kenny. Love how we have so many people partaking in our contests. He's yelling at the people that are actually watching, making the lineups. There's not 2,300 people here right now. He's like yelling at that. I'm like, wait a minute. You're yelling at the people that are probably making the lineups and actually partaking. I have to remind him that sometimes. So he's like,
Here's the thing.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Fill it.
Here's the thing. Koff keeps a lot of us in check. But I feel like he needs to be kept in check sometimes. The person that keeps people in check needs to be kept in check. And I almost feel like he doesn't let people keep him in check. He'll be like, and he'll be like, all right, Tweak. Okay. All right. Like someone's got to call him out on that.
So, it filled. River Rat 64 on Twitch. Who's the other commentator?
No one knows. My name is, what's my name? My name is, let's say Sam. Sam Sloman. I don't know.
Mike Bauer says Koff owns serious real estate in the mind of Flash. So now apparently anytime I want to bring up Kaufman, and now it's hashtag rent free. Can't talk about Kaufman now unless he's in my head.
Sam Skimper, that's my name. Sam Skimper.
What's the name again?
Sam Skimper. That's who I am today. Sam Skimper.
Stam with an M?
No, Sam. S-A-M.
Sam. Skimper?
Sam Skimper.
Sam Skimper.
Yeah, that's who you're doing the call with.
Okay. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget. Sam Skimper. Glash and Sam Skimper here with you. 7-0 Rams. Malcolm Brown with the touchdown. The overall gist of the story, Ducey, I just wish Koff could be a little bit more positive. Like, hey, get involved with the contest. It would be great if we filled it. It would be great if Jeff could get this filled and we could all, compete against each other and follow our lineups. It's going to be a lot of fun Thursday to Sunday. No, instead it's, why do you make it for 200 people? That's so stupid. It won't fill. I mean, what was he thinking? I tried to tell him.
Right, he's the guy that's always championing how many people we have. And now he's like, well, he loves things to be exclusive. That's why he does his 10 people contest.
He's a little negative. A little more positivity. Come on. That's all.
Robbie Noble says, Skippity Sam. Chad says, Sam Blimper. And PhD says, Scam Slipper. all of those. They're all me. Skippity Sam. Hello, that's me.
Yeah, Yeah, you know,
MES.
apparently when you try to call someone else out, it's rent free. Oh, in your head. Well, I guess we can't do that now.
Yep.
Guess we
Well,
can't.
that's very Gen Z of Cough to just be like, "Oh, you're triggered? Are you triggered? Did I trigger you?"
Yeah, man, I am. You got me. So, what I was going to add is Jeff has now, in spite of Kaufman, and I can confirm that is the case because of a text, Jeff made another contest for 100 people.
Wow.
That's great. It's fantastic.
I'm gonna join that just for the lulz.
31 of 100 entries right now. Moose Open, U.S. Open Bonanza, number 2 for the stragglers. So good. I texted Jeff. I said, LMFAO, did you create a second contest to troll Kaufman? And he just sent a laughing emoji.
I'm gonna join it right now. I don't even know what I haven't played golf DFS in like 8 years. I'm gonna join.
Awesome. Love it.
I'm gonna look right now. Leagues. You can't wait. I'm in 3 leagues.
That's all.
Did I just get added to a new league? Oh, never mind. No, I was always in
For the
this league.
record, Ducey was asking what the story was, so that's why I went there. Okay, Mike Bauer, come on.
I'm still not like really. I'm still not
Context
really
is everything.
clear on the whole thing. So Moose Classic, 200 people filled. Moose Open.
Yeah, that one.
I'm gonna join that.
Okay. Sam Skimper and Brendan Glasheen with you here. Oh, a fumble! Loose ball!
Still loose.
Jared Goff, nice going.
That's why I have the Titan stack today.
Jared Goff. See, this is why you can't trust this guy. He breaks your heart.
I don't even know who to play in golf. Should I play Mark Leishman this week? Like, what am I supposed to do? What do I do? I guess
We'll
I'll
read
just
some articles.
I'll
You
just
know
reserve-
the spot.
Yeah, I'll reserve an entry. I'll just reserve.
We're almost at 200 likes on the stream. Hit the like if you have one to give. If you don't mind, we appreciate it. Ducey, Glash. Well, I'm sorry. Skimper, Glash. Producer Michael. Andrew, Tate. I think our man Obi-Wan is in first place in our free roll.
Ryan C says Sam Skimper holds the Tennessee record for most rocks skipped in a minute at 73. Have you ever seen, by the way, there's a real video out there. The most rocks skipped consecutively.
Do you know the number?
I'm looking it up right now, real quick.
I
So 88.
I don't know if I can
is the
skip a
world
rock.
record.
80?
88.
88.
Kurt Steiner skipped a rock 88 times.
Wow.
I'm gonna send the video now.
I'll take a look as I build my golf lineup.
So here's how I know this.
Yeah, please. Do tell.
So wow, this is remarkable. During the lockdown, do you remember on ESPN, Glass Show, they had ESPN 8, the Ocho?
Yes, sir.
So one of the shows that they had on ESPN 8 was a rock skipping competition on this island in Michigan or something.
This is during the beginning of the pandemic. They did this.
Yeah, like March. So it was it was all old stuff. Like it was, pre-recorded or whatever. And I remember watching and this guy was in it, Kurt Steiner, and his son was in it as well. And they were talking about the world record, and they were like, he holds the world record at 88 skips. And I was like, there's absolutely no way that he skipped a rock 88 times. That is outrageous. And I looked it up on YouTube and I found it. But anyway, the moral of the story is you should watch it because it was one of the most compelling pieces of television I've ever watched. It was just all these guys at this stone skipping contest. And they clearly all went out, had a late night the night before, and they just show up and there's like boats in the water, like they have to, like, you know what I mean? Like they're using the water for other things, and it was hilarious. I have it recorded still.
What is other things?
Like it's like I think it's a vacation spot. So like you
Uh-huh.
watch it, and there's like kids in the water. It's pretty great.
First time playing Fortnite has clipped on Twitch the Sam Skimper state record rock throwing. That's nice.
What do you mean? Like me talking about it?
Yes. By the way, should make mention of this. Sorry, 1 second. It's 7-0, as you can see. Malcolm Brown has the touchdown. Brown in our contest, not in the first place lineup, which is odd. Oh no, he is. I'm sorry. He's no, actually he's not. He's in the yeah, he is. Well, okay, there's a tie for first, but each lineup does not have the same one. Malcolm Brown now is in the first place lineup in the captain spot, 2.8% owned, 22.5% owned overall. And in the $250 free contest, there he is, 16.5% owned, 0.9 in the captain. Jared Goff has already fumbled. There's Higbee to the 43 of Tennessee.
Giggle Pig says, Ducey sounds chill. OMG, what did I miss? Just lost my voice, that's all. I sound funny. I'm not Ducey, I'm Sam Skimper now.
Sam, did you lose this voice at a Yankee game?
No.
There's nothing related to that?
No.
Okay. Do you feel okay?
I mean, yeah. A little cold.
Yeah. That's annoying.
It is, especially when your job is to talk. Or part of it anyway.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like and you can relate to this because you've done some
of course.
College hoop.
And the thing is, I don't sound that different. I just, a little raspy, a little different. You know?
Yeah. So like the pre-COVID times, doing college basketball for a couple years, in terms of looking at the college basketball schedule and announcing schedule, the week for me was always that week of like second week of February. I knew. I just kind of basically signed up for knowing it's coming. Like I'm gonna be sick for like a game. It's gonna be awful.
Right, of course.
You know, and remember that guy was like okay to like go out places like under the weather and just like suck it like for certain work.
Right. People did that.
It's like a freelancer. You gotta go and work the game. We need the paycheck, right? Like we gotta go.
I actually did. I am a new freelancer. I wasn't a freelancer till last summer.
Oh.
So I don't know anything about that.
Well, I mean, in the case where you got to go work, I mean, Andrew, our technical director, he knows the deal. Like, you got to go. Sometimes you just got to suck it up and go to work, or you don't get paid. So
used to, right?
And a lot of folks in the chat can relate to that. If you've ever done contract work, like you gotta go. You gotta go and do it. It might suck, but you. So I've done a handful of broadcasts where it feels like exactly no work, no pay. It stinks. So I feel you. Or at least I remember I hated that. Like, it's like, I wish I didn't have to go, but gotta go.
Right.
Not sound my best.
But that was a thing too in modern day offices, or I guess I don't know what you'd call it, how the offices used to run, where if you took a day off, and you weren't really that sick, it was kind of frowned upon,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Edward said, no, I'm a new freelancer. Problem Kid says his voice wasted from arguing, not sickness. And yelling his point.
Well, let me say this. If you all really think that, then Ducey probably should have been sick a lot sooner.
That's right.
Like,
that's actually really right.
I mean, all of a sudden now it's middle of June. And if you believe that's the case, then he should have been sick. Like, when did you start? Last August?
August, yeah. My voice would be long gone by now.
He should have been sick by the end of the football preseason.
I'd be a mute.
Actually, there wasn't a preseason last year, so he should have been sick by like week 1. And he wasn't.
Ryan C said he just Googled Sam Skimper. Now I want to do it. He works at a food mart.
Tannehill 2nd and 6.
No, he doesn't work at a food mart.
Ducey, you're a big...
The first thing that comes up when you look up Sam Skimper is it says a credit card skimmer was found at Sam's Food Mart in Marshall, Texas. Brian, see, that's just lazy right there. That's just lazy. You're just not doing the work.
What a call out.
He's not. He looked at the first result, and then that was it. That was all he needed.
Derrick Henry in this contest, by the way, 35.8% in the captain, 83.5% owned overall, highest owned player. Woods was 46% owned, 10% in the captain. There's Henry making the catch. Jared Goff, 46% owned. Levante says, what's good, y'all? Just want to relax on the off season. Levante David. Oh, Levante David of the Buccaneers. Hi, Levante.
Oh, is he in the chat?
Yeah, Levante David. Congratulations on your championship, Levante.
Congrats, man.
Levante, what was your favorite part, besides winning the Super Bowl, what was your favorite part of this past season? Playing with Tom. I added that last part. Ducey, what did you make of all the NBA news this morning?
What did I make of it? It was awful.
Yeah.
It was so awful.
Not good, right? Not a good day for the league.
I think that this was, this is what they're reaping what they sowed in the NBA. Like this was bound to happen after the shortened schedule, which I know LeBron said, but I think in general, my friend put it best, and he said every playoff team has one bad injury, and the only healthy team has the worst coach, which is the Hawks. And I think that is so funny.
Wait, LeBron said that?
No, my friend.
Oh. See,
but isn't that true? Every team has a bad injury. And then the only healthy team has a terrible coach.
But why are you bringing the coach into this?
Well, it's because, like, in theory, you'd go, oh, well, the Hawks. It's just ironic that, like, the only healthy team has the worst coach. That's probably going to hold them back from winning.
Yeah, but Trey Young was banged up during the season.
Yeah, but he's healthy now is the point.
Is he though? Like,
yes, the Hawks are not. The Hawks are completely healthy. Besides, like, Cam Reddish, but who cares?
The Bucks are healthy.
Yeah, I guess they are.
Yeah. Bucks are healthy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Budenholzer, my God, some of the. Won't dive into that, but
maybe that's what my friend meant. Oh, that's right. Tate said the Bucks lost Dante.
DiVincenzo.
Yeah, every team that's not the Hawks has one bad injury.
Yup, that's a good call by Edward Pride. Hunter got hurt. He's out for the year.
Yeah. That's not a bad injury, though.
Right, he's not a star, all-star. But you can make the case worse than Dante DiVincenzo.
I don't know. The point is crazy postseason, and like you'd think that maybe the Bucks or the Hawks would be in position here, and it's just not the case.
Yeah. Yep. a fumble. It's picked up by Tennessee, but there's a flag.
He's going to go
what a
on
break.
Tennessee.
What a
Or no. Okay, yeah. It's an illegal block in the back. Wow.
Oh, it was against Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the end of the half, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I mean, the injuries, LeBron had a series of tweets earlier today saying this is what he feared would happen, and this is something I guess he was trying to explain. He said they all didn't want to listen to me about the start of the season and knew exactly what would happen. I only wanted to protect the well-being.
As always, LeBron knew. LeBron is the smartest person.
The other thing, and someone in the chat brought this up. Well, we'll get into this after we've got to go to a clip from the sweat. We'll look at some stats here. Goff, 12 of 14, 111. Tannehill, 6 of 10, 54 yards. The only touchdown belongs to Malcolm Brown. He's got 5 for 30. He's out rushing Derrick Henry, 3 for 20. Kupp with 2 for 8. Henderson, 2 for 13. Patrick Pittman, no problem. Glad you're in the league. Thank Kaufman for creating it.
Shout out to Pat Pitt.
Yeah, man. I really mean this. I'm not trying to mock Kaufman, but it is pretty fantastic that there's 2,300 people in that league. It's great. Awesome.
It is. It's very impressive that we got that many people together. And the size, the magnitude of the DK Sim fam never ceases to amaze me. And it's amazing. It really is.
Yep. We're still adding to it as we speak. Patrick's one of the newcomers. Higbee, 5 for 40. He's been the standout. Humphreys, 2 for 27. Henderson, 2 for 28. Cooper Kupp has 1 catch for 0 yards. Woods, 2 for 16. Reynolds, 2 for 27. And there are the defensive stats. Okay.
Also,
Earlier
by
today,
the way, Mike Bizzle said Danny Green is the only injured Sixer. Not true. Joel Embiid has a partially torn meniscus. That's a terrible injury.
Earlier today on the Sweat, the guys previewed Game 2 of tonight's NHL matchup. Vegas, Montreal. The Knights lead this series 1-0.
Moose, let's start with you. You're eager to talk and you know stuff. DK Sportsbook Vegas minus 250, favorites on the money line, okay? So how do you feel about it after a Game 1 in which the Golden Knights look really good?
Yeah, I mean, I think Montreal played them pretty close, if we're being honest. Like, I think that the game was closer than the score kind of indicated. It was one of those situations. But I'm not quite ready here to just jump on the Montreal side. I mean, the line is certainly big enough if you want to do that. Now, the nice thing is this line has gotten so big that you can take Montreal here, and I would do that, but I would go to the puck line. I would take them plus 1.5 in this game, minus 127. Carey Price has a very good road record in these playoffs. He's 5-2. I think that, like I said, I think that score was a little bit just not quite indicative of how the game necessarily went. I think Montreal had their chances early. They just didn't capitalize. I'm expecting a close Game 2. I'm not confident enough to say Montreal necessarily pulls it out. If I'm going to pick Montreal for a win, it'll probably be in Montreal. I do like the Canadiens puck line, though, at plus 1.5.
All right. I don't always know what I'm talking about, but Paul, you've been locked in of late. So let's go to you here. Montreal, you're going to chase the Canadiens.
No way. I think the sand is about ready to pour out of Montreal's hourglass in this surprising postseason run. Consider that Petrie's out with a broken finger. Shea Weber's playing with a hand injury that removes their top veteran defenseman as threats to impact this game. Tatar and Evans may be ready to return. That's a lot of ifs, guys. And let's face it, the top line for Vegas didn't show up in that first game, and they still won by a pretty comfortable margin. I think that's going to change tonight. So I don't see any chance that anybody should put any money on the Montreal situation, no matter what the bet is. Because on the flip side, the Knights are only missing their bottom six forward, Thomas Nosek. They're ready to break out, and I think they're going to do it at home tonight.
AJ, you don't like a Habs bounce back?
I don't, and I like it even less than I like agreeing with Paul here. So, this one pains me here. But, yeah, I'm not chasing the value on the Habs here. They're just too outmatched throughout the lineup. As Paul mentioned, Petrie, Evans are both technically game time decisions tonight, but I'm not expecting we'll really see either in action. And I also don't like getting just even money on the puck line here to give up a goal and a half. Like, that's just not enough value for the risk. So I'm going to look alternate puck line and get the Knights at -2 goals for plus 155 to grab some good value here. It's a margin of victory they've achieved in 3 of their last 4 games. I expect that trend to continue. And if you want to take on that little bit more risk to avoid the potential push, as you guys know I love to do, you can go -2.5 for plus 195 as well here.
All right, be sure to join us weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for the Sweat. It's 1 hour before the first Madden Sim each week, each day. So be sure to join. Get some advice, takes, suggestions, sportsbook, DFS. Check it out. Emerson Latzia is texting me. He's asking me about a link
what?
to this Jeff contest.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And it's like, dude. Like,
So wait, the second one?
Yeah, the second one. I'm having a hard time finding on the app where to hit copy link to a contest. You know what I'm talking about? Just to send him the link to it. Okay, it's Titans ball, 7-0. Malcolm Brown has the touchdown. If you're hopping in wondering who scored. So it's been a game of defense. Okay, here's the contest. I click on it. What if I click? Why is this being annoying? There's no link to be copy link. Send the link. Okay, I don't know. I'm having problems. Having trouble. Derrick Henry! Nice run. Ducey is chugging some water. Sam Skimper is...
That's right, Sammy.
Sammy!
Sammy S.
Having
Sammy
some
Skimp.
water.
Sam Stone Skipper.
Mm-hmm. Sam is hydrating. We can talk about the sim. What if I hit import? Nope, that's not going to work. What if I hit take screenshot? How about contest details? Oh, share link. There it is. Beautiful. Send to Emerson Latzia. Done. You're welcome. Must be walking the dogs. Or he just doesn't feel like doing it himself.
I'm a
Hit
big
that
fan.
like button for us. What's up?
I didn't know about this until today. There's this conspiracy theory that Jimmy Butler is Michael Jordan's son. Did you know about that?
No.
I mean, it's it's definitely false, but it's just funny.
Hey, so did you hear? So did you know when you in the DK SimFam Friends League? Did you know you can chat with everyone in the app? Did you know that? Oh yeah, we did this yesterday. I'm sorry. Yeah, we did this together.
Are you serious?
No,
Are you serious, Flash? You know that I can't chat with people. You know that I can't chat. You know it. You know I can't.
I actually forgot it was you. No, I'm serious. No, hold on. In my defense, I did 3 sims yesterday. One with you, one with Christian, one with BK. Then today I started with Rossi, then it was Christian, and now I'm with you. So I'm all screwed up. I didn't mean to do that to troll you. I'm sorry.
I thought that we were friends. You made this chill Sam Skimper turn back into Kenny Ducey. I just screamed.
I really didn't mean that. I'm sorry. It was with you.
Man.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
You should be sorry, honestly.
I am. I am really genuinely sorry. I forgot. And the Android thing. No, yep, it's coming back. Yep. You were there. Dave Grinzinski, Glash is losing it. I am. This is for at least this week, it's the last time I'm doing 3 sims in a day. I kind of did a couple of extra yesterday and today to make up for vacation all of last week. So,
Big walk-off single by Charlie Blackmon just now.
Does he still get a massive beard?
He does, yeah. Why wouldn't he?
I don't know. You know how baseball guys are and superstitions.
It's true. How you doing in the contest?
Good question. Not good. I'll tell you right now, the guy who's winning, Jimbo Gorilla, he's been the person in the chat that was updating us on that U.S. Open contest for Jeff to make sure it was filling up. First place lineup has Henry and the captain, Tannehill, Cup, Higbee, Humphreys, Titans, DST. That's the build. And I am in 132nd place, Ducey. My captain has no points. AJ Brown has nothing.
Want to know where I am?
Where are you?
28th, baby. 28th.
There you are.
Ryan Tannehill's done nothing for me. And as you can see on that play, really not doing anything. Malcolm Brown with the touchdown was nice. In a 7-0 game, you got to be excited about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 7-0 ball game with a punt coming up.
Well, and the idea here was, woohoo, no weather. And
Right, it sure feels like a wild weather Wednesday.
old man dog fan, how can anyone tell when Glash is losing it? Emerson joined the contest. DFS Queenie has a question. What's the better play tonight? Trey Young, Mitchell, or Paul George?
Paul George.
A lot of volume, huh?
Yeah, I look, the dirty secret about the Utah Jazz is that their defense all postseason long has not been good. So I want to go up against the Jazz defense. I don't want to go up against the Sixers defense, which has been incredible. They've been amazing. All postseason long, they've been holding their opposition at bay.
Jazz are home tonight. Dwayne says Paul George. How about this? I am is it a bad idea to be in on Clippers supporting cast members?
No, I don't think so at all. I actually did the story today on the DK Playbook about the showdown for this game.
Okay.
I really like Pat Beverly. I really like Marcus. Marcus Morris is priced as if Kawhi Leonard was going to play. He's still really cheap. So I like Marcus Morris a lot. And I also really like Nick Batum. I think Nick Batum's going to have a good game with Kawhi out. I honestly think that the Clippers are one of the best teams to target for DFS.
Okay. There you go. Brother Phil says, Glashy, why don't you captain a wide receiver drawing Ramsey in coverage? Once in a while, somebody has a game on him, but it isn't common. Well, that was just a really dumb decision, I guess, Brother Phil.
It was. Brother Phil's right.
Yep. Dumb decision. Shame on me. That's all I can say. First game in the NBA tonight, by the way, tips at 7:30.
Dwayne said Paul George. Dwayne is right.
Solomon likes Kennard and Morris. Well, and the other thing, too, and I probably should have played like a Corey Davis or something, Brother Phil, but I figured if I'm going to play Brown, I have to play Tannehill because I won't play Robert.
Right.
I won't play Jared Goff. Therefore, I wasn't like, well, I'm not going to put a Rams receiver in my captain spot, but I don't know. It was a bad idea. That's the long and short of it. Tony says, am I watching the wrong game? I thought the weather was gone. I mean, what do you want me to say? 7-0. There's a minute left in the third. I don't know what to say. It has not been a great day for yours truly in terms of like the scoring output in these games.
What were the other sims that you had?
The final of the last one was 20-13. There was an onside kick conversion at the end.
You know, I saw one onside kick in my whole sim career, and it was really, really riveting. And I think I was with you.
Yeah, I don't remember, to be honest, but I believe you. And Ducey, at 2 o'clock, we had a rain sim, Packers and Chiefs, and the Packers offense just didn't show up. So
Like they didn't show up to, like they didn't play the game, or?
No, they were there. They just didn't.
Okay.
So I kind of get it, you know, because pretty good matchups like Arizona, San Fran. There's enough there to get you excited, and then of course Packers Chiefs is fantastic.
Of course, Packers Chiefs. But then the Packers didn't show up.
Right. So in here, neither team has really showed up. Let's be honest. Is Malcolm Brown going to score again? Oh my goodness. Down to the 5. 44 yards on 6 carries. Shout out to Tate from Game Ops, producer Michael, Andrew, our great team.
You're talking like the game's about to end. They're in the third. We're in the third quarter.
Well, I'm just reminding everybody who our crew is. They deserve the love, you know. Anna wants me to play the. I'm not going to play that, Anna. There's some old audio, Ducey, from 3 months ago about Dickie Ducey.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Now you think an onside kick and Madden's riveting. I find that 27
That was
seconds.
great.
That 27 seconds of audio is pretty riveting. If you ask me.
You have it?
I might.
Can we air it during the quarter break?
I mean, it's up to our. I mean, it was aired on the Dream Stream previously, so it's not like we're airing something from a different website.
Yeah, we could re-air.
Okay, I'm in. But I want to make sure that we get proper clearance here from our production team, and they say it's okay. I promise it's not bad. It's me ranting about. Okay, my producer Michael says it's okay. Okay, good. I mean, I did the same thing with Carolyn. It says, look, I'm going to ask. I don't want to just go ahead and do stuff, you know? So, all right. Let me go get it. Let's look at stats. Reynolds, 4 for 48. Humphreys, 4 for 43. Henderson, 4 for 46. Higbee having a big sim, 6 for 51. But no one really jumping off the page.
Yeah, this has been a really crummy sim. 44 yards for it's bad when Malcolm Brown and Derrick Henry have the same amount of yards, right? I think that's what we can say about it. Like, that's pretty bad.
All right.
What are you doing? Just trying to scroll and look it up here?
Yeah, I got it. Here we go.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm ready.
I'm reading the odds, fantastic. I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dickie Ducey. And it just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But I call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. And all you read is negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. What about my supporters? Read about my support in the chat, Clash. Come on, Clash. Read my support.
My ring light just fell. That was so funny. I tapped my desk and my ring light fell.
So this is essentially, you know how we say like this is an interactive podcast? That right there is like talk radio. We can just start playing clips from Twitch.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Twitch fam for clipping that months ago. That was 3 months ago.
That was pretty great.
I don't know what that voice was either. I don't know if I could do that again. Is your ring light fine?
Let me check on it.
Okay. That's good because your lighting looks different. Brian Anderson, it's true. Why would DK want the games to suck? Well, also, again, as I like to say, someone played the defenses. They're liking this. Someone, not many, but some are liking the result. Malcolm Brown might score again. Not that time. River Rat says, get Smash Lanta some DK swag for the Clips. I would love to get everyone swag. It's like one of those things, like, you give one person something, then others are going to expect, well, I've been here forever. Why don't I get anything? Kind of thing, He wants the tie-dye hoodie. It's a good hoodie.
Yeah, that, Meringue Light's okay, but...
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Do you have the tie-dye hoodie?
Of course I do, yeah.
Okay. Malcolm Brown scored again, dude.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that.
16% owned, Malcolm Brown. Retease Did You Know is sharing a clip. It says, don't forget when Ducey announced his engagement.
I never announced my engagement.
Okay, then we're not going to play that. See, that's the danger, too, of playing these things. If you don't know what they are, you can go down a real rabbit hole. Yes, Smash Lanta, it's true. Unofficial production assistant officially needs a tie-dye hoodie.
I mean, the tie-dye hoodies, I feel like everyone's got them. So, like, it's not, they're not that exclusive. You know what I mean?
Well, the chat wants them now.
Oh, the chat wants them now? Well, we should give them out as awards.
It's a good idea. We'll have to add it to the good idea list. We've done we've done a million of these sims, right? Malcolm Brown just scored he just scored his 25th touchdown ever.
Yeah, his sim high in a game. That's what Michael just said. And you know where it's got me? It's got me in 49th place. I mean, I am pain right now. Not good, Glash. Not good.
Yeah. Chris Adams. I'm sorry you feel that way, but thanks for watching. 14-0. We're in the fourth quarter. Glash and Ducey coming up. You don't want to miss the 8 o'clock sim. We'll see what Koff has to say about Jeff's contest filling.
Oh, Koff's on?
Koff's on with Jeff at 8 o'clock.
I'm going to watch.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to make a lineup, and I am going to watch.
Absolutely going to watch.
I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, Bears, Steelers. Kaufman and Jeff. I mean, forget me and all my blabbing. Really, I've been here.
Forget you. Forget us.
I'm not joking. Like, forget me. I've been here since 2 o'clock. I've talked enough today. Like, that is where Jeff...
It sounds like I've been here since 2 o'clock.
Jeff Ulrich, Moose, gets to finally speak how he feels. He can stick it to Koff and say, hey, interesting.
Yeah, you know what, Koff?
Little promotion. Filled my contest, Koff, and he went ahead and made another one with 100 entries. And he's asking to get 100 by tomorrow morning. I think that's possible. 100 entries by tomorrow?
I'll be in it. That was a good Jeff. By tomorrow?
Spaceballs.
But I feel like he would talk like that.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, you know?
It's a big Jeff line, right? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Hey, you know, crazier things have happened.
Hey, you know, hey. Jeff does occasionally drop the the Canadian Mike Bizzle says, I'll be busy watching DeGrom, but sounds like fun.
Mike Bizzle.
Oh, it's a DeGrom night?
Yeah. Who was the guy who came in the chat yesterday? Who was it? Who was it, Glass? Who said that the Jets are going to finish last and the Bills are going to finish first?
Oh, Clint.
Hear me out here, okay?
You going to talk right now?
I'm gonna do my Clint.
I love how you start this with 5 minutes left in the game. It really is diabolical by you because you know you're done for the night in 5 minutes.
I'm gonna do my cleanse. Hear me out.
So you just kind of leave it there and let it
Hear me out.
marinate. Yep.
Hear me
that's
out.
good.
This guy who's won back-to-back Cy Young awards and leads Major League Baseball in earned run average. Hear me out. He's gonna pitch more. The Jets, though, the team that had the second worst record in their division, in the league last year. Hear me out. Not going to win their division. Hot take. Clint. That was like one of my favorite moments on Sims yesterday. I have to say, I had so much fun. I had so much fun with that comment.
Chad says, "Settle down, Glasheen." Well, I'm laughing. I thought that was great. Love you, mean it, Clint.
Clint.
Care Bear says, "I think secretly they are not playing in a dome and they put exotic weather on." Well, therefore, it's no longer a secret. If that was the case. That's from Twitch, by the way.
I think I like the Red Sox tonight, and I think that's where it ends.
Are you allowed to say that as a Yankees fan?
What?
That you like the Red Sox tonight? Of course. You just tell it like it is.
Tell it like it is.
Yep. 10 wins for the Jets.
10 wins for the Jets.
10-7.
10 wins.
Still got that piece of paper, you know. The Ducey,
You know what the problem with that piece of paper is? It's not like a comprehensive guide of how the season's going to go.
What do you mean?
It doesn't have the opponents on it.
It doesn't. But I can go. Oh, Juicy, please. I could go back and.
Yeah, you got to add the opponents to it.
All right. Let's see. Kenny has the Jets. I'll give you the trends. Kenny has them starting 3-0.
No. No trends. No trends. You know, because the way that you could make it sound, you think the Jets are going to go on a 5-game. It doesn't matter. It's just about how the schedule lays out, Flash. It's not like they're going to gain momentum. It's just they're going to play 5 bad teams in a row. Why don't you remind everybody, the opponents and who the Jets are going to be?
I see what you mean. Because right. When I was trying to tell you how excited we should be for schedule day, you're like, well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because look, I think they're going to win their first game against Carolina. But if that game were like in, November, I'd still think they were going to win, right? Okay, so let's go through. Carolina, I said they were going to win.
Yep.
New England, versus New England at home.
Win.
At Denver.
Win.
Of course.
3-0.
Versus Tennessee.
Just real quick, though. You have to have it's like, what's the first thing you do when you wake up?
Versus Tennessee.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up? You go brush your teeth, right?
Yeah.
Well, we can't put brushing your teeth in week 9. We have to put it in week 1. There has to be some sort of order to life. Like a schedule.
Versus Tennessee.
Yep. Okay, sorry. So 3-0. Week 4 is Tennessee. Okay,
yeah.
Loss.
Right, of course.
Yep.
Versus Atlanta.
Loss.
Yep. Wait, I said loss?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yep. You have them at 3-2 going to the bye week.
I might want to change that to win.
No. Keep going.
Okay, at New England, that's a loss, right?
Loss, yes.
Yeah.
3-game lose.
Versus Cincinnati.
Win.
Yep. At Indy.
Loss.
Okay. Versus Buffalo.
Win.
Yeah. At that point, yeah. Versus Miami.
Win.
Yep. At Houston.
Win.
Right, that's Houston. Versus Philly.
Win.
Philly might be one of the worst teams in football this year. Versus New Orleans.
Loss.
Okay. At Miami.
Win.
Yep. Versus Jacksonville.
Win.
Win. Easy win. Versus Tampa Bay.
Loss.
And then at Buffalo.
Loss.
Yeah.
So now you want to take one of those losses away and give them 11 wins. Now that's getting a little greedy.
Well, here's the thing.
Here's the thing. First of all,
If I had to revise, I'd probably say they beat Atlanta. I actually was sure that I said they were going to beat Atlanta.
Well, this
because
isn't
that game is played in England, so anything goes in England.
Someone clip that. Anything goes.
So anything goes in England. So I actually revisionist history. I think that Atlanta is the win, and then I think that they lose in Miami. So I'm not adding another.
You're just
win.
changing up two.
Yeah, I would just say that would happen.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Some would like to call it a path, but Ducey doesn't want to look at the path. He wants to just look at the matchups. He's got him at 10-7. I had him at 5-12. The one thing we actually agreed on out of the gate, I think the Patriots might lose that Week 2 game at New York.
I mean, yeah, the Patriots aren't that great.
I mean, they're good. They're improved, but I'm with you. Like, a lot of new pieces.
So Mac Jones is going to start, huh?
No.
No? Didn't they say that Bill Belichick had something yesterday, right? Didn't he say, like, Cam Newton looks amazing, or I don't know.
So, Bill said that Cam looks even better than he did at this time last year, which is kind of ironic because
yeah, right. That's like Jarvis Landry yesterday saying Odell Beckham's going to be even better.
Right.
He's going to be even better than last year.
Patriots signed Cam Newton this month last year. In fact, I think it was even the 1 year anniversary of signing Cam Newton last year was like June 30th and not June 16th. I mean, look, I knew what Bill meant, but this time last year he wasn't on the team. Look at this. The Tennessee, complete no-show. 17-0. Rams have the ball at the 15. I got a pizza. So
is Malcolm Brown going to score again?
Imagine. Tennessee's not using its timeouts. So must be to cave and commit to his take, because he keeps saying, well, the Patriots are going to make the playoffs and Cam Newton is their starter. And I'm like, you're not the only one who's predicting that. Come on. Give us a real take. If you love Cam so much and you believe in Cam, like, give us a real take. He said, all right, I got them in the divisional round. Cam as their starting quarterback. At 12-5. I was like, what? So, must be is all in. I hope he's right, because that would be a good story. Cam Newton signed with the Patriots June 28th. 1 year deal with New England last year. So, in Ducey, just from a news standpoint, Newton had a really, really bad day at minicamp yesterday. Jones outperformed him, and then Newton actually came back and had a really good day today. He was like 17 of 21.
Great to hear about Cam.
Yeah, so look, I think we got a competition, that's all. But I think Bill knows what he wants to do, and I think he wants to start Cam. And if the Pats get off to a good start with Cam Newton, he's going to be the guy. But if they're like 500 or a little bit below, makes it a little bit easier to make the change. But if they're winning games with Cam, he's going to ride with Cam, no matter how well or how bad he's playing. So,
all right, time for awards.
Yeah, sorry, award time.
So, Ducey's disappointment today is going to be. It's a hard award to give out. There's a lot of disappointing players, but none more disappointing than AJ Brown. Scoreless, catchless, whatever you want to say. Yeah, $7,400. Almost half of you owned him. AJ Brown is Ducey's disappointment. As for Ducey's delight, come on, Malcolm Brown, 2 touchdowns. Malcolm Brown was better in this one. He had more rushing yards than Derrick Henry, and he scored twice. Derrick Henry didn't even score.
That's amazing.
Malcolm Brown, congrats.
It's amazing. The game was not great, but pretty easy award selection. That wasn't really a challenge.
So now you're gonna discredit my awards. You're gonna say, well, anyone could have picked those awards.
Do I have to play that clip again?
Who are you, Adam Kaufman?
Do I have to play that clip again? Where are my supporters?
Go ahead and play it.
I don't think. Do we have time? Maybe we might have time. Maybe
I
we
don't think so. I don't think we have time.
I don't think we have time. Okay. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Producer Michael, Andrew, and Tate from the Game Ops team. Thanks to the Twitch fam. Ducey, you are back. You're not back. You're done for the week.
I'm done.
Wow, dude.
Sammy Skimper.
See you later, Sammy. Feel better. Good to work with you today. Next sim is at 8 o'clock. You'll have Kaufman and Jeff. I think you should tune in. That might be a little bit fun. It'll be really fun. 8 o'clock. The matchup is Bears-Steelers.
I'm really excited to watch Jeff Ulrich commentate a Bears sim with Adam Kaufman. It's great.
Talk about the sim. Okay, and real fast, the last thing we'll say is shout out to Amino for coming in first place in our contest. Derrick Henry was the captain in the winning lineup. That's kind of crazy. Woods, Reynolds, Henderson, Humphreys, and Brown, the winning build. All right, that's it. Good luck with your NBA lineups. Good luck watching the hockey tonight as well if you're into that. And, of course, your Madden stuff. We just got an alert. Joel Embiid is starting tonight if you were concerned. So that's good. Okay, coming up on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Business of Sports host Andrew Brandt joins Ross Tucker to talk more about the Aaron Rodgers saga.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It's a Wisdom Wednesday with Andrew Brandt, Villanova's finest professor, longtime Packers exec. Now he even helps to advise Gary V's agency. He is the man and the perfect guest for the Mark Murphy, Aaron Rodgers, complicated fella drama, the minicamp holdouts, the minicamp restructures. There is nobody better than Andrew Brandt. Very much looking forward to talking with him momentarily. We are always presented by DraftKings because they are awesome. They've got ridiculous deals going with the NBA and the U.S. Open right now. I'll tell you about them a little bit later. It's already Wednesday, which means college draft is posted. Even money with Nick Costos yesterday was incredible. You want to hear a couple funny stories about me? Listen to yesterday's Even Money podcast. Of course, you can also always watch on YouTube as well, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. We will have a Spread the Word winner later this week. Programming note, the Fantasy Feast will be recording tomorrow because of Brian's travel schedule with hockey. So tomorrow we will do the Fantasy Feast with Joe Dolan. But college draft, even money, already up there for you. And then we'll talk to Greg Cosell about, what are we up to, the NFC West already? NFC West breakdown on Fridays. Ross Tucker Football Podcast. We'll have a Spread the Word winner on Friday at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. Let's try to grow those things if we can. If you're not already following, please do. If you can engage anyway, it really helps. I just sent out an AFC Championship game press pass to a sponsor confirmation email winner. Not too shabby. Who wants next? All you have to do is take advantage of Raycon or Keeps or DraftKings or ExpressVPN, any of the offers you got over at rosstucker.com. And yes, I will give a YouTube shout out as well. Just subscribe to the YouTube page, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. And we're golden. That's all you need to do. Subscribe to that, make a comment. I'll notice. You will get a cameo style shout out. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
As promised, always good to be joined by my buddy Andrew Brandt, the host of the Business of Sports podcast. I see he's got a mailbag now at Monday Morning Quarterback. You're big stuff if you get a mailbag over at MMQB and Sports Illustrated. He's got the Sunday 7, which is a terrific newsletter each week. But Andrew, I got to tell you, you're on fire right now with your guests on Business of Sports. We'll get into the Aaron Rodgers stuff and the minicamp holdouts, but Chris Seeger, then O'Neal, the team president for the Sixers, which is awesome, and then Cameron Kinley from the Naval Academy that's not able to be with the Bucks at training camp. I have not listened to O'Neal or Kinley yet, but last Saturday, as I said I would here on the Ross Tucker podcast, I was driving to the beach. I listened to the entire Seeger interview. Very interesting, man. I didn't even know, I had never heard the term race norming until this came out. So I thought it was awesome for you to dive into that, for me to understand more about why it was in there initially, why they're getting rid of it, to hear it from Seeger. I mean, honestly, maybe it's because I'm a Sixers fan too, but and I do the Army games, so like the Navy Army Cameron Kinley thing, not being like every one of your guests recently is speaking to me, man.
That's awesome. You talked about Seeger. Let me just give your listeners, our listeners, quick highlights of the last two. So Scott O'Neal, as you mentioned, Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, they own the New Jersey Devils and the Sixers. So he's basically president of two teams in two different leagues. And, you know, I hear he wrote a book. I'm thinking, okay, he's going to talk about making big deals for Madison Square Garden or making the big deals for the Sixers or the Devils. But, geez, a different type of book. You know, he's talking about being present with your kids, being there. It's called Where Your Feet Are. So what a great book for leaders that it's not about being a hard-charging type A. Love my conversation with Scott O'Neal. Check that out. And this week, Navy's Cam Kinley denied a deferment so he could go to his Tampa Bay Buccaneers camp. 4 other service academy guys, Ross, were not denied deferment, so they're all going to camps, all like him, undrafted free agents. The Navy didn't give him an explanation, as they are wont to do, and he's kind of just hopeful. So he's come on my show and Dan Patrick, and he's trying to make his case publicly, and we'll see what happens. But what an impressive young man, not only football player, but class president at Navy. So the podcast has got some great guests lately. Everyone should tune into these recent pods.
Yeah, please subscribe and listen because they are phenomenal. I'm going to listen to both this week. The O'Neal thing's funny because couldn't you argue that he's not present and there as much as he could be if he was right since he wrote a book?
That's a good one. You know, he tells some life stories, as I know, you know, this is a pet peeve of mine. I'm not writing a book. Everyone asks me if I am, but I do tell a lot of stories through my columns, through here, my podcast, and he sort of put it all in a book, including a lot of, you know, he lost a close friend and goes through a lot of heartfelt stuff in there.
You know, I am curious to listen to the Kinley one, just because, as you know, the last couple of years I've done all the Army football home games, and I know that I think one of the players had said something to Donald Trump when they had visited.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but Donald Trump had, I thought, changed the policy so that these guys were able to defer their commitment. They still have to honor their commitment. They were just able to defer it because they had this short time to be able to, you know, pursue a professional career. I know the Eagles have Brett Toth and Elijah Riley. They got a couple Army guys. So, yeah, I guess I'm a little confused on why some guys aren't and some guys are not. Is it an Army-Navy thing?
Wish there was a reason. You think you're confused. What about this poor kid? Because 2 Air Force kids undrafted are now reporting to camp next month, and 1 Army guy and not him. And I don't know. And he doesn't know. But what an impressive young man. And he's not, you know, he understands the Secretary of the Navy does not owe him an explanation. He's very clear on that. He just hopes that it's reconsidered if possible.
So there's a lot to get to. We have to start with Mark Murphy, Andrew. I know you've tweeted about it. Although, you know what, Andrew? You haven't tweeted much about it. You've just tweeted not helping. Yeah, I've watched the comments by Mark Murphy. It's been talked about a lot the last 4 or 5 days. I don't think he was trying to take a dig at Aaron Rodgers, but I don't like to, paint you into a corner. I like to give you the broad canvas. Just your reaction when you initially heard that he said that he's a complicated fellow, and then maybe when you actually watch the video, your thoughts.
I think I should address, like you just said, I'm not tweeting a lot about this because I don't think there's much of a story beyond what I've said on draft day, which is they're not trading Aaron and he can't trade himself. So there's the headline. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm very connected to a lot of parties here, not in any direct way, but I spent 10 years in that office and I know Aaron. So I'm just trying to sort of see it from both sides. Yeah, it was not helpful. Is it causing a major chasm between the Rodgers and the Packers that wasn't there before? No, of course not. So I think much is being made of Mark Murphy's comments. I guess what struck me a little wrong, Ross, is that he invoked Ted. It's Ted's words, complicated fellow. Ted Thompson, the former general manager, unfortunately passed this year. Ted said those things a lot, but, Mark doesn't need to be saying that from Ted. Ted's a complicated fellow. So he didn't speak much. Ted didn't talk a lot, but he was a great evaluator. And he would say things like that about a lot of players, and I just thought Mark didn't need to go there.
Do you know Mark, Andrew? Have you had interaction with him? You guys did not overlap, correct?
We overlapped for about 6 months. Yeah. And I knew him before. I knew him when he worked for the NFLPA. I knew him when he was Northwestern athletic director. So yeah, I know him. And when I go back there, I see him. So I know him a little bit.
Do you think that the comment was intentional? Do you think that the comment was intentional and/or strategic?
I think the comment was appeasing whoever he was talking to, that we're trying to figure it out, and we're working on it. And really not much more than that. I don't think it was strategic. I don't think it was giving a shot across the bow to Aaron's side. And I keep getting back to where we are on Aaron, which is the plan. And I don't have direct confirmation on this, Ross, but I'd be shocked if this was not the plan in April of 2019. 2020? When did they draft Jordan Love?
2020.
2020. Start Jordan Love in 2022. That was the plan. That is the plan. The plan is to trade Aaron Rodgers, but not now. So they want Aaron Rodgers to lead them to the Super Bowl this year, then move to Love, and Aaron's probably not down with that plan, and there we are. And it's a control for the timeline, and Aaron may have said in some way, shape, or form, why are we doing this a year from now? Why don't we do it now? And that's where we are.
It's kind of funny, though, isn't it? Because if they win the Super Bowl, they're not going to trade him, right? Like, they're not going to trade a guy right after they win the Super Bowl.
But if they don't trade him, then they're in year 3 of Love, which, again, people can say, well, that's what Aaron did. But no one does that anymore. No one. No one takes a first-round quarterback and sits them 3 years, let alone 3 games. Do you really think Justin Fields and Mac Jones and all these guys are going to sit a whole year? No way. No way. So, yes, you're right. Now they're in a quandary if Aaron continues to play at an MVP level. But this idea that they were going to trade him this year and incur $30 million in dead money, no, it wasn't going to happen.
Do you think it's accurate? I mean, Andrew, you know Aaron Rodgers pretty well. Is he a complicated fella?
I knew Aaron most. We've stayed in touch over the years, but I knew Aaron most when he was a backup quarterback. Nobody knew him. He was dating a local girl in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and babysat my kids as a backup. So that was a different Aaron Rodgers. Do I think he's complicated? I think he's got an incredibly high intellect, wry sense of humor, and he can put people on blast. Those are his words. I remember him saying he can put people on blast. And what that means is they're out. They're just out. He doesn't deal with them anymore. And I wonder if he's put the Packers management on blast. They're just not in his orbit anymore.
That is really interesting. And
Yeah.
that's his words.
I remember him using those words. Yeah.
Always
stuck with me that he used those words. I never heard anyone say that way. You just put someone on blast means they're out. They're out. They're just out.
Well, he's been out of minicamp. So he's skipping the mandatory minicamp. Stephon Gilmore's doing the same thing. Looks like Xavier Howard for the Dolphins doing the same thing. What I didn't realize, Andrew, till recently is evidently teams, if they choose to, can ahead of time give the guys an excused absence and they don't have to be at minicamp. But if they don't give them that excused absence, then they have to fine them. My understanding now, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but it seems like for minicamp and training camp, teams have to fine these guys and are not allowed to give the money back. They're not allowed to forgive it. Now, I'm sure if they give the guy more money, it's like they factor that in, right? But that's my understanding, which I think, by the way, was very smart by the owners to put that in the most recent CBA, because then you really have that leverage. It was always being forgiven, so it wasn't really a big deal. But now it's like they have to take it.
Yeah, this is another change that's pro-ownership in the CBA, and we don't need to get into the management versus labor on the CBA again. But I think that I'm a little confused on what you said on the minicamp side. The minicamp, I'm not sure if you can forgive the fine at before and after. In other words, you could say excuse, then you don't fine before.
Right.
But I guess the question is after. So
my understanding is no.
Okay. And I know that's true with training camp. So $50,000 a day now, unlike Aaron Donald 4 years ago, where they just forgave the whole training camp fines. You can't do that. This is the new CBA. You can't do that. I mean, pick a number. Aaron Rodgers misses 30 days times 50. What is that? 1.5 million. That's unforgivable, right? So, yeah, you're right. Maybe they do a contract renegotiation and all of a sudden another $1.5 million shows up. But yeah, I mean, these are ways to avoid these kind of situations, whether it's Aaron or anyone else. My saying, deadline spur action. And somehow I don't think training camp's the deadline for Aaron and the Packers. I don't, Ross. What is it? Late August? Early September? He doesn't need training camp. So, and then we deal with the fines and all the money afterwards. I think that's the deadline. I don't think training camp is the deadline at all. And secretly, like minicamp, the Packers wouldn't mind that because they give Jordan Love real reps. So, yeah, well, this is really a lot of tangents.
Stephon Gilmore has a partially torn quad that he's rehabbing. I think it's kind of weird to not go to minicamp, to just throw away $100,000 when you're not going to do anything anyway. Yeah. I mean, you're just going to go and rehab your quad. When you were an agent before, and I know you do some consulting now, I'm not asking you about specific players. Would you recommend skipping mandatory things where they can't get the money back?
No. I mean, I was probably a conservative agent on that front. And what I recognized early on is these careers are so fleeting because, I had clients like you, Ross. I didn't have clients that had a lot of money to fall back on. So I had clients that were kind of scrapping to get on teams. So, and I had a couple, medium range guys, and of course everyone knows Matt Hasselbeck and his great career. But no, I would never advise to miss money.
Meanwhile, Jamison Crowder, Daniil Hunter, both those guys actually restructured contracts so that they could be at mandatory minicamp, which I thought was interesting too.
Yeah, there's a little leverage point there. And I know players and agents do that with teams. You want them there, it's time. Let's make this a deadline to get something done. And that does happen. I think it's interesting. I think everything is in football is deadlines, right? So, we're going to see a flurry of activity. We saw this, like you said, this limited flurry of activity before minicamp, and then we'll see a flurry before training camp. And then the Aaron Rodgers flurry, I think, will be late August.
Lastly, Andrew, it's kind of funny. I mentioned that I was driving to the beach last Saturday morning and was listening to your interview with Chris Seeger on the Outstanding Business of Sports podcast, and got down there to the beach. And where we go to the beach, which if people check out my social media at Ross Tucker NFL, you can see it's typically Avalon, Stone Harbor, New Jersey. Andrew, I would say half the flags that people have hanging out of their houses down there are Villanova. I mean, it's by far the number one flag. You're kind of raising your flag today. I see you got the Villanova gear on. What's going on there?
Okay, so these couple days, I'm recording videos for the Villanova student athletes. There's 600 of them. Because as people should know in the business of sports, now we're talking about college sports, we're 2 weeks away from NIL. Name, image, likeness will go into effect, not in the NCAA yet, but 6 states are like 10 states around the country. And even though it's not Pennsylvania, we need to be ready, right? So I am lecturing a series of videos to Villanova student athletes on name, image, likeness, what you can and can't do, what to look for in an NIL agent, which you're allowed to hire, what to look for in an NIL contract, say you do a deal with a local car dealer, a local store, what to do when you're approached by somebody. So I've been tasked with making a series of videos for our Villanova student athletes. I'm trying to be a resource for this great group of student athletes, and I think every school should be prepared. Even though Pennsylvania doesn't have a law starting July 1, you got to be prepared. This is happening right now.
It's going to be crazy, man. It's going to be very, very. I've had people tell me I should do something, through Go Big Recruiting with it. I've had people that are already working on NIL businesses reach out to me. It's definitely a new world, man. I'm very curious to see what ends up happening. I don't think anybody really knows. I talked to a lot of people. Nobody really knows how it's going to end up sorting out, but it's happening, and it's happening soon. That'll be something we can talk about, and certainly I know you'll spend a lot of time on it on the Business of Sports. Check that out. Check him out on Twitter at Andrew Brandt, which, by the way, is also, he posts the link a couple times a week to his Sunday 7. Just click on it and subscribe. You'll be very glad that you did. Andrew, fantastic stuff as always. Really appreciate it.
Always great to be with you, Ross. Talk soon.
So I mentioned earlier the ridiculous deals going on right now at the DraftKings Sportsbook. I mean, first of all, $100 after you put $1 on Bryson DeChambeau to have a birdie this week? Are you kidding me? Like, look, they still have some crazy NBA playoff promotions, but it's a huge event in golf. You all know what it is. And it's 100-1 odds on Bryson DeChambeau to have a birdie. Like, do the math. What are the odds the guy doesn't have at least one birdie? Not real good. So why don't you go get your, probably not allowed to say free $100. Why don't you go get your highly likely $100 using the code Ross at DraftKings Sportsbook. Again, code Ross.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross. Well, you mentioned the restructured contracts with Andrew. Thoughts on what the Jets did with Jamison Crowder and also what the Vikings did with Danielle Hunter?
Well, listen, it's a tough business move, but a smart business move by the New York Jets, what they did with Jamison Crowder. And I have said for a long time, I think that you can do this more often. I think you can get guys to take pay cuts more often. Now, it probably doesn't help your relationship with the player or with the player's agent, but it's good business. I mean, they have the guy they wanted to keep, Crowder, for half the money. I'm surprised more teams don't do it. When teams have picked my brain from a front office perspective, I have said to them, I think you could get more guys to take pay cuts if you are more aggressive. Now, they might tell you to stick it, and you've got to be willing to stick it. And they also are going to do the opposite. If they outperform, they're going to want a new deal. But they're going to want that anyway. So, I don't know. I wouldn't like it if a team did it to me, but I would understand it. As for Danielle Hunter, really strange situation, kind of like Xavier Howard. Hunter signed a terrible deal a couple years ago. Joe Banner was all over it. It was outpaced on the market almost immediately. And you can't give like more money to a guy that, just missed a whole year with a herniated disc in his neck. The jury's out on whether or not he'll be able to play or at how high of a level. It sounds like they moved up money to 2022 and he can become a free agent earlier. So he's got to prove himself this year. If he proves himself this year, next year he gets more money and then he's a free agent. Seems pretty fair.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of the Vikings, they made a big move signing D-tackle Sheldon Richardson. 1 year's $3.6 million. This happened yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you, and Steve and I have both talked about this on the Even Money podcast. This is a team I like the over on. For those of you that are into betting, and for those of you that are not into betting, I think the Vikings are going to be pretty good. I think the Vikings are going to be better than people think they are. To have Michael Pierce back from the opt-out, to get Sheldon Richardson in there, to sign Dalvin Tomlinson, to get Danielle Hunter back, to have Patrick Peterson. Defense should be much better, and the offense is already pretty good. And the O-line should be even better. Watch out for the Vikings. Would not be surprised if they win the NFC North.
Tuck's Takes.
Let's go down to Miami, where Tua Tagovailoa threw 5 interceptions at practice yesterday, and cornerback Xavier Howard, no show.
So the funny thing about Tua throwing 5 interceptions to me is I'm not saying it's a big deal. It's probably not that big a deal. And they were working on being aggressive and driving the ball down the field. Here's what I would tell you. Number one, it's not good. I don't care if they're working on driving the ball down the field. That's not good that he threw 5 picks. That means either he's not looking guys off, or his arm strength isn't good enough, or people somehow, maybe he's inaccurate. It's not good. And also, I think it's funny. Everybody's like, oh, no big deal, no big deal. You know what would happen if I gave up 5 sacks in a practice? That'd be my last practice ever. So it always kind of cracks me up when people say no big deal. As for Xavier Howard, man, signs that deal in 2019, gets hurt, gets arrested, and comes back in 2020, has a ridiculous year, and now he wants more money. I would probably stick it to him if I'm the Dolphins. I'd probably say, nope, not going to do it. We stood by you through the injury. We stood by you through the arrest. You're getting $15 million a year, and we've gotten essentially 1 year's worth and a headache, and you got paid for 2. Do it one more year. Do it this year. We'll talk next offseason.
Tuck's Takes.
Let's talk a little Seattle Seahawks. Safety Jamal Adams, an excused absence, while tackle Dwayne Brown wants a new contract.
Right. So the funny thing about Jamal Adams being an excused absence, I think he's not there because of the deal. I mean, I think they called it personal reasons. He wants a new contract. And I understand why. And it wasn't real smart of the Seahawks to trade for him without getting that deal done. He has all the leverage. He knows it. They know it. He doesn't want to take the chance of getting hurt until he gets the new money. And they don't want to fine him. They want it to be amicable. So they excuse him ahead of time. Because if you excuse him ahead of time for minicamp, then you don't have to fine him the $95,000, $93,000, whatever it is, like Howard will, like Rodgers will. If you don't excuse him ahead of time, then you have to take that money away, like Andrew and I talked about earlier. So smart move, I think, by Seattle. Amicable move, at least. Meanwhile, Dwayne Brown's probably like, wait a minute, what about me? Why am I here if you said Jamal doesn't have to be here? I want a new contract as well. Sunday, Father's Day, probably too late to get a story from myfrontpagestory.com in time for Father's Day, but you can still order it and then show the order to your dad, the receipt, and be like, I'll get this for you soon. You're going to love it. Here's what you're going to get. Here, look, I already bought it. I already did it. Blah, blah, blah. Other than that, GC, Greg Cosell on Friday. Awesome fantasy feast tomorrow. Please subscribe to everything. Please rate and review. Just do one thing, right? Like engage on social media or rate and review. Just anything. Just like, you know what? Today's the day. I'm going to do one thing for Ross and Brian and their shows. Shout outs, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Those are all, I think we're done here, members of patreon.com/RTmedia. The newest patron, Austin Marcotte, Marcotte, Marcotte. I'm going to say Austin Marcotte. Welcome to the family. That's 2 shows in a row where we got a new patron. Let's keep it going. Patreon.com/RTmedia. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on back. Hope you've had a wonderful Dream Stream day to this point. Of course, talked to you earlier on for the sweat and then the nooner. And, well, since then, you've had Glash wearing a moose blow-up toy, basically, around, on his head. He's had moose antlers all day long. Why not bring in the man himself, Moose Ulrich? Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. We have got the final game of Week 9 here on a Wild Weather Wednesday, a Monday night game in our 2021 Madden simulation that is going on, of course, over the course of the next 2-3 weeks at this point. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. You made that sound a lot weirder than it was. I mean, it was pretty weird, but you kind of like a moose blow up. I saw Glash's antlers. I don't know where he got it. Maybe he's perfected the art of balloon toy making. He's going to branch out into.
Wouldn't that be like the greatest hidden skill set in the world for him too?
It would be perfect. It really would be. Just on the streams.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a Chicago Bear today. Amazing.
What do you want? You want a giraffe? You want a giraffe? Let me hang on. Just give me a sec.
Yeah. Giraffe King.
A Giraffe King. What's the line in Wedding Crashers? You remember at the beginning with Vince Vaughn, make me a what is it? Drew sent it to me. Yeah, make me a clown.
You want a clown? I'll make you a clown. I won't like it, but
I won't. That movie. Is it possible that movie has been out for so long? Pardon me, that it's somehow along the way become underrated. Is Wedding Crashers underrated at this stage?
Yeah, I think so. I think when it came out, it just got so much good hype, and then it kind of got lost with some other funny movies, Yeah. And I think people do underrate it a little bit. It's really good. It's classic. Owen Wilson.
Ask Glash to make a clown. He'll say he doesn't do self-portraits.
Oh, wow.
So this right here, as people filter in. Oh, there it is. Thank you, AD Poker. Make me a bicycle clown. That's what it was. I was going to say, I didn't think it was make me a clown. He called him a clown. Make me a bicycle clown. This right here is called the prime time, the good God, did we fill Moose's contest yet free roll. And you know what happened today? After ZT and I spent the entire Nooner broadcast talking about it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Take credit. Sure. Okay.
Nope. No. Let me finish. Collective effort. ZT and I spent the whole Nooner broadcast talking about it. Other people, including Glash and the various partners he's had today, many, many people have been talking all about this thing to fill it up. Sure enough, the Moose U.S. Open Bonanza, right? Bonanza for tomorrow. It is filled up. Lineups lock at 6 a.m. Get your lineups in if you've only reviewed or reserved your spot. Fill them out to the point where Moose here, and damn it, I respect it. Moose got cocky. He created a stragglers contest for 100 people. So if people aren't in yet and you want in, or if you just want to enter twice, what the heck? I mean, we'll fill that up too. I don't care if you have a double entry. Get in. Only another $1. Is it the same prize structure for this one?
I think so. It's top 15 on the 100 one, so it might be slightly more top heavy.
Exclusive.
Might be slightly more top heavy. Look, all week I've been since Monday. It's like, oh, you got to promote it, Jeff. You got to tweet it out. It's not going to fill. What did I tell you guys? It filled like this morning. It filled at like 7 a.m. on Wednesday.
It definitely did not. When Zach and I came in for the Nooner, it had around 115 out of 200. So it had a ways to go. And I'm not saying we are responsible for getting it there. I'm not saying that. Don't confuse what I'm saying. I'm not, Robbie or anybody else. I'm not taking credit. I didn't do it. I will absolutely say, as I've said all week, I'm not running away from this. I didn't think it would fill. Even with all our hype, even with all our promotion, I didn't think it would fill. And not only is it filled, we may get 300.
Look, and I'll come back with what I told you guys at the start. People don't register early for golf contests. Just like they don't register 2 days in advance. You don't register on Wednesday for a Friday NBA contest. So this second one's going to fill easily. There's like 50 spots left. It's 50% full. Get in. The Moose Open too. It's in there. It's $1. I'm going to win both of them, so it doesn't matter. You're just donating your money to me. But get in there. Let's
find out. Let's
Roll
go
the
to the
dice.
league.
Climb the
DKC
ladder,
Grand Prince
man.
League lobby, where we've got almost 2,400 members. Oh, do I love all of you. The Moose Classic US Open Bonanza, full. 200 out of 200. And then, folks, we have the Moose Open US Open Bonanza number 2 for the Stragglers. 47 out of 100. It is a payout to the top 15 as noted. So first place, $18. Buck to enter. Why the heck wouldn't you? Jump in, goof around a little bit. Even if you're not too familiar with golf, that's okay. It's a great place to learn. It's obviously low stakes.
I mean, I'm definitely going to go through the lineups and make fun of them all next week. But yeah, it's a
Very
good place to
naturally.
learn. I'm just kidding. My lineup's going to be just as bad as anyone else's. But it's fun. It's a fun week, man. You need the sweat. You need the lineups. It's U.S. Open. You're going to feel left out if you don't have lineups and stuff. Come on. Do it.
So do you have any advice for the people? I know you don't want to give away all your trade secrets because you're looking to go out there and win and take the people's money, but what kind of advice? You know, let's do this in stages. And we'll get to our lineups for this Chicago-Pittsburgh snow sim in a little bit, as well as Steelers are threatening to score. Let's go in stages, because I know we have plenty of golf novices out there that have entered this contest. Generally speaking, what kind of advice, it doesn't have to be specific to the U.S. Open or particular golfers. Generally speaking, what kind of DFS golf advice can you give to people?
So, for majors, you don't want to get too crazy. I mean, you know, we got softer pricing. So, the worst thing people do in majors, in my opinion, is just, you know, oh, I got to fade this guy because he's chalky, right? Like, we're gonna have spread ownership among the top players. So, you know, do you want to start a lineup with like Tony Finau, Victor Hovland, and, you know, Colin Morikawa, like 3 popular players? Probably not, but there's tons of like good players who, you know, will also be there. So don't go too crazy with the ownership stuff. If you're gonna take a shot on a guy, you know, just do it in like one spot. Like, you can easily differentiate. So I think that's kind of where people get a little bit crazy in the majors. But, you know, it all depends on the contest you're playing too. If you're playing the Millie Maker, you know, you're gonna have more of a desire potentially to go with like a lone guy. So I just really look at recent form. Recent form is the biggest thing. You know, is this player playing well, and go from there. That's the biggest indicator for me every week. Tee to green, is this player doing well as we get a touchdown from, is that James
Washington?
He doesn't lie. Will not
Man,
tell
first,
a lie.
I think I had him too at one point and then took him out. I think. Let me pull up my lineup. Yeah, I did. I had him and I took him out. Ah, well. James Washington with a score. Congrats if you got that Roethlisberger-Washington stack. Big ups to you folks. Now, what about strategy for cash games, head-to-heads, smaller tournaments versus GPPs? Now, I don't necessarily consider a 200-person contest, which is what you've got going on, a huge contest. You know, it's not thousands of people. Like, you can obviously enter there in the DraftKings main lobby and compete with people all across the globe. But it's still, you know, it's a big difference between 200 people and 20 people. So does your strategy change at all in that regard? As
In
you
which
look for
regard?
differentiation and whatnot.
Sorry, in which regard? I just missed that part. You cut out or something.
With respect to your approach to a cash game versus a GPP.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have like the biggest contests, obviously, because it's the bigger, the bigger week for
I
the
mean,
majors
DraftKings
and
is
stuff
offering
like that.
3 different millionaire contests.
Yes. Yeah, good point. I mean, good time to point that out. And there's still, you know, the $10 is still open, and there's some secondary contests, man. Like, there's a $10 secondary contest that's $300,000 guaranteed. So, you know, for those contests, again, you don't have to fade the top place. Like, if you like a guy, if you like Victor Hovland, Tony Finau, all those guys I mentioned, play them. But there's a ton of guys down below where you have players with similar skill sets, you know, like that might be separated by a couple $100 or even the same price. But, you know, one guy might be coming in with just like, he hasn't heated up with the putter recently. Well, the other guy is going to be, you know, more heavily owned. So you can find your 1% players down there. But as far as the top guys, you know, I wouldn't fade one of the top guys just because it's going to be 25%, because quite frankly, I mean, there's we're most likely going to get one of these top players to win. So if you like the top players, play them, differentiate in other spots, in the big GPPs especially. This is what I'm referring to. For cash games, really, like, you just look for the best value at each slot. And, generally going balanced in golf is the play. We don't really have a massive favorite this week, so I'd even promote that more as a way to go. I also think that, with the U.S. Open, giving yourself, more opportunities for potential these mid-range plays is probably going to be your thing. But it's also a smaller cut this week with only 60 players making the cut. So, I think, again, like, for pure upside purposes, like, you can take some risks in GPPs with players under 7K. This is a good week to do that, if we're being honest, because it's going to be really hard to get a 6-6. So you might as well try and stuff as many upside plays in there. And if you do get one of those lineups in, you're probably going to have more of those, like, elite players in your lineup than other lineups who have a shot at winning. So hopefully that all made sense. But it is a bit of a different week. It's a tough week. For GPPs, you can definitely, dip in some of those, like, sub 7K guys would be like 1% owned. But for cash games, definitely, like, just stick with balance.
When you say 60 people make the cut, and I ask this to educate the masses here, 60 can't be a hard number, right? It's like top 60, and then obviously if anybody is tied with the 60th place, or how do they do that?
Yes, that's right. Top 60 in ties. So it's 156 players in the field. Yeah. If you're in T60 or better, after 2 rounds, you make the cut.
Very good. Herb Dog Cough, wear it. You underestimated Moose's clout, and Glash wouldn't miss a chance to make you look bad. Herb, as the expression goes in this industry, check the tape. There is nothing I have said more when this topic has come up than how badly I want to be wrong about this and not, this contest not filling. I have wanted the opportunity to play against Moose, against Glash, Emerson, the Drews, Michael, Tate.
Emerson didn't even get in the big one because
he jumped in your secondary one.
I know. He spent the whole day making fun of me on Twitter for not tweeting it out, and then he didn't get in.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Any reason to complain, that guy. I have had. I make no mistake. I've been saying over and over, time and time again, I want to be wrong. Prove me wrong. Build this thing. And know what else I said? I said this earlier today with Zach. I said, don't just prove me wrong to prove me wrong. Prove me wrong because Moose will hold this over my head forever. Me doubting his clout in the golf game. Now,
it's not even clout. It's just how golf works, man. People don't jump in until Wednesday.
Now, truly, I do believe this. I do believe the promotion. I'm not even talking about my promotion. Your promotion, Clash's promotion, anyone's promotion in general. I believe put it over the top. And I think that would be true. Listen, I would say that about any of my NBA contests if I did. 200 is a big number, man. I think if you just created that, threw it in the lobby, and didn't acknowledge it again, no way it fills. I feel that way about any sport. Doesn't major golf, NBA. I feel strong. Do you disagree?
I'm slightly mad at Tom and Glash for tweeting it out today because I guarantee this thing would have filled just with me mentioning it on the stream. I guarantee it.
All right, well, we
were half filled last night. So again, people don't register early. That's not what people do.
So
anyway, it doesn't matter.
You said you're going to.
I think I've proven my point. I'm about to prove my point by filling the second contest. And getting 300 people. We're over 50 people. Register for the Moose 2 Open. Everything needs a little promotion. That's why I've been mentioning it on the stream, and I do appreciate other.
You're right.
Tweeting
it out was a cop out. I know you didn't do it.
I definitely didn't do it. And I told people I wasn't going to do that.
You refused to do it.
No, I refused. Give me a break. I'm not tweeting it out. This isn't a job for me to create leagues. I'll do it every week. I ain't tweeting it out. And the week it doesn't fill, that's it. The Moose Open is over.
All right. So I bet if you do it next week, which you will.
Oh, I will, and it'll fill.
And nobody tweets it out. I bet it doesn't fill.
Okay, well, we'll be back, friend. You're just going to keep betting against me.
I'm doubling down against Moose. What a good friend.
It's all good. I'm glad it filled. I'm honestly glad. I hope people enjoy it, and I will make it every week. I'm true. I'm just kidding, Glash. I'm not actually. I'm just.
Is he in the chat?
He is.
Oh, Jordan Warren, who I believe was the winner in today's last minute NBA or the Koff Classic. My goodness, the winner today earlier in the Koff Classic MLB, the early slate that we did for the 2 o'clock. I believe Jordan Warren was the winner for that. So congrats to Jordan, if in fact I'm correct about that. Let's see. Congo Cab, I know you addressed this in the chat, but let's bring it to the stream. Congo Cab asked, 2 dudes I want to ask you about. Adam Scott, Bubba Watson, should I leave them alone?
Oh, right. Yeah, I saw that question. Adam Scott is fine, I think. He's a great U.S. Open player. And, I mean, look, it's a good course for Bubba. Like, it's a long course. It's a driver's course. But he's been all over the place of late. He's a real roll of the dice. I don't love anyone else in that range. I would definitely, if it was my lineup, I'm playing Max Homa probably over him. But that's just my lineup. There's no, like, heavy guy in that range where I can sit here and be like, yeah, I feel uber confident about it. I think everyone kind of under 7,500, quite frankly, has some warts on them, so to speak. So Bubba, probably as good as some of those other plays down there, just in terms of pure upside, what he could get you. But, yeah, if you're looking for a guy who's, like, you know, has a bit more probability, that's probably not him. If you're looking for, like, a core cash game play, it's probably Harrison English. I think Homa has really good upside, though, too. That's who I'll be playing GPPs.
I didn't know we were having like a Mayweather, you know, whoever YouTuber bout, AD Poker, Ulrich holding his own this relentless onslaught of cough jabs. 7-3, by the way.
Right. Just like Floyd, just dodging
Middle
out of the way,
cleanup
just trying to
hitter.
tire him out.
Such a hater, Cough. Glash apologizing to you. Kenny's Deucey's Bad Takes is a YouTube name now. Should change my name to Krusty's Bad Takes. Get the bleep out of here with your slander. Crust just don't like to share the stage.
This time tomorrow, everyone will be hating me for making the contest anyways, because everyone's going to be like I said, 8 over. So just remember that if you get like 4 players through the weekend this week, you might actually be in an okay spot, because this is the way the U.S. Open works, man.
Jordan Warren did confirm, Koff, I won the MLB Koff Classic today, back-to-back days. And I got a lineup going for the main slate so far. Good on you, man. Keep it up.
How many players was that?
We've been doing just to get people kind of in. See, you went for the gold, man, and I admire. That I admire. You were like 200. That's our max. All right, let's fill it. I have not been nearly as confident with baseball, so we've been easing people into it, and I've been creating 40 and 50 person contests. So we did that for the early slate today, which locked at 2 Eastern. Filled up really like last second. Honestly, I wasn't even sure it was going to. And fortunately did. Fortunately for Jordan, obviously, as we got a pick here for Chicago. Take it back! Take it back! Touchdown! 38-yard return. Gibson. DeMacline says, Cough, I wish Moose would have. This is good. I wish Moose would have named it the Moo S Open.
Yeah, I put like 5 seconds into the.
You did. You went very quickly.
I was just excited that I could figure out how to make a contest so quickly.
Are people looking to, while we're on that topic, by the way, are people looking to grow the size of the baseball? I know NBA, we've settled into a nice.
Sounds like there's a lot of demand for it.
If people want to grow the baseball to 75, we can do that.
Every time, the last few nights, I've been hearing a lot of people just be like, yeah, I want more baseball. So
good. All right, we'll do it. Killa, Cough, what's up, bro? Good energy in the sim tonight. For sure.
Yeah, we might have to like book a doctor's appointment for you.
Man, and today too, and I'm not,
just with the talking isn't helping.
Well, so I've been talking all day. Like, look, I'm not complaining. There's choice that goes into this, including working. Like, I don't have to be here. I mean, I take a sick day or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that feels like such a lame cop out. Like I can suffer through a couple of coughs, much in the way that when I do multiple sims in a day, you guys suffer through a couple of coughs. And so yesterday, I didn't talk to you about this because I guess I short of like being with you on the sweat when we don't have the time for the gift of gab. Yesterday and today, so this is the last week of school, Moose.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
right.
Maybe that's the case for you as well. I'm not sure. Last week of school around here, and so my wife has been for years. Obviously, last year was different with the pandemic, but generally speaking, for years has been doing this big end of school party for, our
For the
social
class.
circle in town, and
Sure.
not the whole class necessarily, but like the tight group of kids, and and all the parents and siblings, and so it just turns into a thing. So people were over for like 7 hours yesterday, eating, drinking, hanging out, playing outside, playing sports, whatever. But today, this was a first. So like, because it was always my older son, like he was in grade school, and so it was like he was, it sort of revolved around him in some ways. Well, now my middle son was in kindergarten this year, so now like he's got his circle. So we did a second end of year party today for his group. So it was and this one was like 8 hours long. And I gotta tell you, man, people got after it today. People came ready to party. I was like, I'm looking at I'm like, isn't it Wednesday? what is, like, people, you gotta work tomorrow. I gotta work tonight. What are you guys up to here? This is nuts. And so, yeah, just been talking all day long. Talk.
That's fair.
I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. Not complaining.
Yeah.
But man, I've just been, like, there's no rest for the vocal cords. I'll tell you that.
No, especially when there's kids around who you constantly have to like tell what to do as well, or like you're constantly talking to in one way or the other. A full day with your kids, no matter if it's like some busy or you're just out with them, you're just done by the end of the day.
Not only that, it's other people's kids.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. Yeah.
And it's not like they just like dropped them off like a birthday party kind of thing. The parents were here. Again, it was a hang. It was a very a fun, casual thing. But it was, I couldn't get over the. I'm just like watching coolers empty, man. And I'm glad we had enough. Like it is. I know it's summer for the kids, but you work tomorrow. It is Wednesday.
It's that pent up demand.
Sitting around just judging people. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. CEH sounds like you're complaining. I know it does. I think everything that my like natural tone has evolved to sound like complaining.
Judging, complaining, whatever. I judge people all the time.
Look at the baby. There's a Vince Vaughn reference.
Oh, that's good though, man.
Know it? Know the movie?
What's
Same
up?
era, Wedding Crashers.
Which one?
Look at the baby.
Yeah. That's I'm not gonna remember.
Old school.
Yes. Okay. Right.
Jared Kilgore cough. Got to be tough trying to be a normal person when all people want to talk about is Sims. That's right. Everybody over today. All I mean, how's that Cough Classic NBA filling so fast? Do you think that Moose Open's going to fill? I want to jump in the Bonanza, but I don't know if it's going to run. Who's playing tonight? What's the weather at 10 o'clock? Yeah, that was definitely the topic of
you know what's great about being in this industry, whether it's like just sports in general or like DFS or gambling, is most places you go when you go out, like people like you don't really get. It's not like that big a deal, or people just don't even know what you do. They're like, oh yeah, okay, cool. Like DraftKings, whatever that is, or like, oh yeah, you work in sports, okay, whatever. Fantasy sports, I have no idea what that is. But then you'll get like, you go over, you get the right like guy. It's usually a guy, like someone else's husband, who's like, oh dude, you work in like fantasy sports, or like,
yeah,
you work for DraftKings, like, and then it's like he's your best friend for the rest of the night. So.
I also recruit people to play against.
Dude, you have issues, man. I get recruited because people like, oh, you should play in my fantasy league, and I'm sure. So I'm in like 5 random fantasy leagues just from.
Are you really?
Just from that. So people probably read my articles and like, this guy's terrible, so let's invite him. But anyways,
now. Do you ever, there's obviously, that like this can be, for anyone who doesn't know this out there in the chat, a couple minutes away from the half, still haven't even given you our lineups for this 10-7 Chicago League. There can be a stigma with people that work in this industry. Do you ever, at a gathering like that, like what I'm talking about, like what you're
Right.
talking
Yep.
about, does it ever feel like work to you to talk sports? Because obviously sports are great. Sports are like, we love sports. That's why we do what we do. But you do technically work in sports. You watch games, you write about it, you make everything you do that it all revolves around sports. Are you ever at one of those things? Somebody finds out what you do. Naturally, they want to talk sports because they are sports fans, and it's a great icebreaker kind of bonding issue or topic or very comfortable, whatever. Are you ever just like, I don't feel like talking sports right now?
If someone is in that situation, again, it's not really that big a deal. But if in that situation, if someone is like heavy, like asking me for like advice, like who do you think is gonna win tonight? And this happens, this has probably happened to me like once before, but just really trying to get as much out of you as possible. It definitely is like, okay, I just finished talking about this all day. I really don't want to talk about this right now. But usually people are like, oh yeah, who do you like? And then you just tell them, and then that's it. But every now and then you get someone who's really wants to your opinion or whatever, or thinks you know something and wants to get it all out of you. So yeah, that can feel especially if you just finished working or just finished writing about it or something. It's I really don't want to talk about this again. But that's happened to me maybe once before. So
Vance McDonald touchdown, by the way.
That's the epitome
tight end depth chart dive in here.
Is that Vance?
Vance make him dance, baby.
That's a figuration.
Must be. I can't be bothered by peasants.
That's right. Must be knows me. It's totally peasant. Sports.
Smash that like button, by the way, for all the peasants. I'm just kidding.
Join the Sim fam if you want to answer. The Moose Classic. Prove yourself.
So honest question. I feel like some of you in the chat, maybe even Moose, I don't know, but I'm definitely assuming more likely some of you in the chat have the ability to answer this. Maybe some of you in the chat are the reason for this. And if it is, I applaud you. I love this. I'm just curious. So we, in the as we were growing the DK Sim Fan Friends League, Moose, I'm sure remember this. A lot of the time we would do a call for usernames in the chat. And,
right.
and either, I would add them, or Glash would add them, or producers like Drew or Madison would add them, or, obviously many people in the chat, CJ, CEH, Lindenbaum. I'm sorry I'm not shutting you out individually, but many people would take it upon themselves to add members. And it was awesome, and it continues to be awesome. It happens all the time. What I can't figure out, though, because you got to remember, as commissioner of the league, I get all these notifications, be it in my email or just, in that, the little notification thing up in the corner of the website or on the app, and the little bell there. So we went from, and I'm overstating this somewhat, but we went from 1,700 members in the DK Sim Fan Friends League to 2,400 members basically overnight. And in reality, it wasn't overnight. It was a week and a half. It was quick. This thing's been around for months, and we didn't have that rapid a growth like we have had in the last. I mean, every time I log on to DraftKings, it's 20 new people have joined the DK Sim Fan Friends League, which is awesome. But what I'm wondering is, how is that happening? Are you guys out there adding people like crazy, or is there some sort of...
Is there a lag, maybe?
A lag, or can you... I don't know the best way to phrase this, but can you get discovered, and then all a bunch, people just stumble upon the league in the same way that people stumble upon the YouTube stream who aren't necessarily looking for us, and they find it and they just start joining like crazy? How does that work?
Good question, man.
Thank you.
Good question. Does everyone who's a member add people now?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I mean. Anybody could be adding people like crazy, which is great. I'm not shunning people. I'm not turning people away. I want to grow the league. But I just don't understand how we've had such a rapid ascent in the last, week can change.
I haven't noticed. I have noticed it's gotten up to like 24, but I didn't know like it was like at 17 like a week ago.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what it is? It's like the multi-level marketing thing. It just like once it spreads out, it's just like because now there's more people in the league, so more people to add people.
Sure.
So I think that's all it is. You know?
Could be.
The DK Sinfam League is a pyramid scheme.
Did somebody write that?
Created by Adam Kaufman to get his head-to-head. No, that's all it is. It's just more people joining, so more people can add more people, and yeah, I would assume, anyways. It is big though. I thought there was like 1,000 people, like 1,500, and then I've checked like last week, and there's like 21. And you're right, now there's like 24. So.
Right. Yeah, it's wild.
That's another reason I was very confident those were going to fill. Like,
sure. Yeah, just the numbers game of it. Like what 200
exactly.
drop in the bucket out of 2,400.
Like we're talking 15% of the league here, like 10%. Like it's
right.
not that outrageous. We got 55 in there. U.S. Open Moose Classic 200 people.
Field goal's good.
Make sure you fill it.
AT Poker.
Don't make me look bad.
Notoriety from your epic contests.
Make me look bad in front of everybody, the world. What do we got?
Sixers comfortably ahead of the Hawks, by the way, early second quarter. They're up 15, looking for a 3-2 series lead. I'd say that'll happen.
I wanted to bet that game, and I didn't. I should have. I'm stupid. Hopefully everyone else having a good basketball night. You're on the 76s. Hopefully Kenny gave you good basketball advice today. I wasn't around for a segment.
Embiid's got 17 points in 12 minutes. Only missed one shot. Crackle Smack. Wow, first in Cough NBA and tonight's SimFam NFL Showdown. Great while it lasts. I hope it keeps up for you. I root for all you guys. I root for the people.
Who scored the touchdowns here? We had Washington.
Washington was the first one, and obviously the only one for, actually one of two for Pittsburgh. The other was Vance, and then Vance McDonald, depth chart dive in there for tight ends.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then,
Vance.
For Chicago, we had a couple of field goals and and the defensive touchdown.
Oh, that's right. That's why it was escaping my brain. Vance was the one I forgot about. Yeah, the defensive touchdown. That always gets you. This one's happened so quick.
What's your lineup? What's your lineup look like?
INT, another INT there for Bears defense. I'll tell you, we didn't go over it. Let's see. I got
mine is hot garbage.
Mine's pretty bad. I'm in 93rd. I went with my usual strategy for Russian QBs. I rostered just the QB, so just Mitch Trubisky, and then I got Ben Samuels, Juju, and the captain, who's got one catch for 5 yards, which is just yuck. And then I rostered the Steelers DST, which I thought I was being smart, but clearly I rostered the wrong DST, and Boswell, who's got 2 extra points. So it's a pretty pathetic lineup, if we're being honest. But what else?
I've got Madden Mitchell. We respect him in the full name treatment here in Simland because he's so good. Madden Mitchell in my captain spot with 25% of people, 81% overall. Not doing great. Nobody, in my lineup is. Eric Ebron, Allen Robinson, Anthony Miller, James Conner, who I hate rostering. I hate rostering him, but he does. People have pointed it out in the chat. He seems to have a knack for scoring when I'm doing Pittsburgh Sims. So I went with it. I'm hoping for it. And so far, 15 rushing yards, not good. And I do have Boswell, or Bosworth, as I like to call him. But Chris Boswell, who's got a couple extra points. I am in 134. It's bad. It's real bad. It's not good. Anyway.
Hope you put up a better effort in the golf tomorrow.
I had better. Okay, well, you mentioned Kenny Ducey. And when, short of saying it 3 times and actually making him show up here live and in person.
Oh, boy.
We're just going to refer to him and relive a moment I shared with him earlier today for the sweat. Ducey and I, with the news that Kawhi Leonard is out indefinitely with reported ACL injury for the Clippers, the guys, Ducey and Nick Whalen from RotoWire, they discussed tonight's NBA Game 5 between the Clips and the Jazz. Is it a Paul George night? Let's find out. A lot of people are going to be really excited about Paul George, there's no way that he can disappear now in this situation with all the attention on him. He's not going to be able to for this team to have a chance. You look at some of the just updated numbers, updated odds on the DK Sportsbook. You have the Jazz for a 7.5-point favorite right now. 7.5, that jumping up from 3 just yesterday afternoon with this news. So does Utah hold serve, you think, at its home floor and actually cover here?
I think they have to, right? And like Julian said, their title odds have now jumped up to plus 250. The Clippers have plummeted all the way down to plus 1,000. You know, the Jazz are now kind of in the same situation that the Bucks were in heading into last night's game, but instead of going up against Kevin Durant, you're going up against Paul George. And Paul George is not Kevin Durant. And for as great as Paul George has shown that he can be at times, I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are saying, all right, it's Paul George's time. He'll just go for 50 and he'll carry the Clippers, you know, on the road at Utah. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a perfect setup now for the Jazz, who obviously struggled in games 3 and 4. They were outplayed, outclassed on the offensive end. And when you talk about removing one of Kawhi Leonard or Paul George, you know, you could see Kawhi Leonard having a game like Kevin Durant had last night. I just don't know that it's possible for Paul George to have that kind of two-way impact where he just puts the entire team on his back against a really good opponent. So I think that line movement is legit. I think it makes sense. And the other thing, you know, that this really benefits Utah is they now have a little bit of leeway with Mike Conley, who I guess in this analogy is the James Harden of this series. You know, if he's kind of 50-50 for this game, I think now you feel better about maybe giving him an extra 2 days to rest up for game 6, as opposed to throwing him back out there when the opponent doesn't have its best player.
Jules, to Nick's point, I mean, can playoff P here go all Kevin Durant and obviously, you know, help his team out, avoid the Jazz covering at home, or is that just unrealistic to ask?
I mean, Utah's going to win this game, I think. Covering the 7 points. This is back down to 7. I think it'll settle around 7. I'll lay the 7 with Utah. I think it's, you know, we've seen some domination at home on both sides of this series. Even though the Clippers kept it kind of close, it's going to be a different story without Kawhi. Now that said, like, there's still some ways we can take advantage here. I'm very interested in looking at Paul George's 3-way prop on the points, rebounds, assists. I think he's going to get his numbers. I'm very interested in playing him for $8,600 on the 2-game slate. He's clearly going to have a lot more usage with Kawhi Leonard off the floor. But that performance by Kevin Durant was like a notch that only a handful of players ever can really hit. Like, you know, guys can put up that stat line, but not really anybody can do it that efficiently with that type of, you know, thumbprint on the game as their own. You know, that's LeBron can do it. Like, anybody else, maybe not. So yeah, I mean, Paul George can get, you know, 40 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists tonight, and I can see the Jazz winning by 10 points. It's just Paul George doesn't have that type of impact that Kevin Durant does, and that's not even a knock on Paul George. It's just acknowledging how great Kevin Durant was in that game.
Welcome back, everybody, here on the Dream Stream. Thanks, me. And obviously, we had Jules. Kenny wasn't part of that. Jules was there. A lot of great, or actually Kenny was there, wasn't he? It's hard the sweat was hours ago. It's hard to remember. The important thing here is that you saw it and that you experienced it, all of us. The sweat comes your way, 11 a.m. to noon, Eastern time, weekdays. That is Monday through Friday, where you get all sorts of great insights from a great group. And truly, though, as entertaining as the clip itself was, I think the chat might have been more entertaining. Rossi's Fat Cat. Did Koff just cut to a video of himself? Robbie Noble, LOL, he did. All right, first off, I don't make the production schedule. I don't, you know, guys, you know what we need in this sim? More me. Mike, producer Mike, can we have any clips we can insert of me at halftime from the sweat earlier that we could, because I feel like if we're going to take a breather so that I can get some water for this nagging cough here, you know, I don't want to leave the people without me. I think they need some me. So if we could cut to a video of me talking about the NBA tonight. Alana says, Koff passes to Koff, intercepted by Koff. It's the Koff show. AD Poker might have the best one. I wonder if Koff has a picture of himself at his work desk. CEH, multiplicity, Koff. Rossi's fat cat would have been better if Koff cut to a video of himself with the mustache. Incognito Koff.
Classic. It's funny because, like we were saying, Kenny doesn't do many evening sims, so he doesn't host that much, but he may have cut to himself. But definitely, like you and I have probably been the main people who do that, who cut to videos of themselves. I love it because I think it's hilarious. But yeah, we do our fantasy stuff in the morning, so you guys can enjoy it all day.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys, like all of you out there listening, you know this. It's like we've been doing this. We always during the 8 o'clock game will at halftime cut to a clip from the Sweat earlier that day, so we can in part promote the Sweat, make you aware of the show if you're not, and obviously so we can hit you up with some advice for any late action that hasn't started yet, like that big game 5 tonight coming up in about 90 minutes or so. But as Mike says, if you're on the Sweat and you're on the sim, you're in the clip. It's just that simple. But yes, I have many pictures, AD Poker, of myself on my work desk. Many. Tate K. Koff's the kind of guy to go out in public in a shirt with his face on it. Anytime that I think about that. So do you remember in 40-Year-Old Virgin? It's Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen. They're playing video games, and Paul Rudd clean shaven, but he's got the T-shirt on of him, but with a big beard.
I actually don't even remember that. Did he?
Yeah,
I've seen that movie like 8 times. So
yeah,
I
Google
definitely
the clip just so you can see it. It's one of the, because they never acknowledge it either. So it's one of the sneaky funniest parts of the movie. Paul Rudd is just playing video games wearing a T-shirt with his face on it.
Yeah, I mean, as I've watched it, I'm sure I've acknowledged it and seen it at some point. Like I don't think it's gotten past me that many times, but yeah, off the top of my head, I actually don't remember that. So I'm gonna have to rewatch it after this.
Yeah, or at least the clip. You can.
Yeah, I'm not gonna really watch the whole movie to see that.
Yeah.
Although I could now that we've talked about the movie, I kind of want to rewatch it.
A really good movie.
It's hilarious. The 40-Year-Old Virgin, classic.
Yeah.
And we can't repeat like any of the lines on here either. So.
No, I mean especially from that scene when they're playing the game that they're playing.
Just any scene in that movie, pretty much.
If you remember the game that they're playing, you definitely can't speak on that here.
Yes.
14-13. 5 minutes to go, third quarter. I sent you the clip, so you don't need to watch it with sound. Obviously, you can't. You're working, but you can at least check out what I'm talking about.
I will definitely do that.
Bad Boys of Pop. Koff, on your bookshelf, you have so many leather-bound books written by Koff. Have you read them? Must be. Why hasn't anyone ever seen Koff and Paul, the hockey guy, at the same time? So, you obviously have many experiences, clips, workings with those RotoWire guys, Paul Berto, who was on earlier today, AJ Scholes, the hockey guys, and taking nothing from AJ. AJ's great. Honestly, it could be as basic as the accent. Not that the information isn't good. We could just drill it down to the accent. I could listen to Paul all day. I love Paul. Paul cracks me up. Paul's a riot.
Paul's very confident. He's well spoken. He's good. I like both those guys. AJ's great too. Both guys know their stuff. Very impressed with the RotoWire hockey crew.
Yep.
And I'm glad we got them because they keep me on my guard. So I'm not just coming in and just mailing it in. Not that I would consciously.
No more than usual anyway.
No more than usual. Exactly. Thank you.
Alana says Koff's emergency contact is Koff.
That's
Robbie
right.
Noble, we haven't played this game in a while, but he's a hashtag team always here. He remembers this stuff.
Oh, Tariq. Got the first.
Robbie Noble says, how many acting credits does Paul Rudd have? That's a tough one. You want to take a stab at that, and then I'll look it up for us?
Sure. I will think about it here for a sec. I'll say he's not that old, so 40.
Oh, you're way low.
Am
You gotta be. I was gonna say over 100.
Not, dude. He's not that old.
No, but he's been a lot.
Yeah, I'll come up a bit. I'll say 45, but I'm not going to.
Okay, I mean, Price is Right rules. I can have you easily at 46, but I'm gonna as Tariq Cohen touchdown.
No. We won't enforce Price is Right rules. That's...
No. I'm gonna try and so. I will say. $75. I'll say 75. All right, let me look it up.
I think you're high, but
I've been accused of
not like literally high, just like high in the game.
126.
Wow. Okay, I was completely off.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Because you got to remember, and I didn't. It's not just the movies, man. Like he's been.
It's true.
I'm looking at the IMDb. Like, remember, he was on Friends way back when. He was on The Simpsons. He, like Between Two Ferns, the movie. Like bit parts like that.
True. He's had a lot of those little bit parts.
Yeah,
That's
a lot of. Wet Hot American Summer. The multiple incarnations of that. He's been in. Like he's not always been a leading man. Like he's been,
it's a good point.
He's been a sidekick in a lot of different stuff. He was in 5 episodes of Parks and Rec. He's been in a lot of those Rogan vehicles, whether like This Is the End, or obviously like we talked about 40-Year-Old Virgin, Dinner for Schmucks. He was in I Love You Man, Role Models, Forgetting Sarah Marshall is a small part. So Knocked Up, that's another one. So, Reno 911, he's been a bunch of episodes of that. So yeah, like I had a feel, I know I didn't go there with my guess, but I had a feeling it was over 100. I wouldn't have gone to 126, but.
You probably would have gone closer if I hadn't been talking you out of it.
Might have.
If I hadn't gone so low, you probably would have gone higher than me. Like if I'd gone like 70, you probably would have gone like 100. So.
I might have. Alhana says he was on Friends and he looks exactly the same. That's what I'm saying. Meager, of course, Paul Rudd has over 100 credits. Even Stacey Datt has over 40. Remember her from Clueless?
Look, I'm a little rusty, okay, DK Sim fan. We haven't done this for like 6 months, all right? Calm down.
Alana,
Sorry.
buy stream trash. Koff, Kaufman, Adam. You all.
Buy streamer trash. Myself on the Sim, myself on the Sweat, or myself
doing sponsored videos.
Right. The KFC.
Right. $21-14 Chicago. Taking a little look-see at our contest here. 132 for me, not good. Our leader is Lord Silverman. Lord Silverman is in front. Where's Wave Goodbye hanging out?
120, so getting worse.
Oh, yeah.
Not great. Really could use a Juju catch here just to spice things up a little bit. But.
Jordan says, Jordan Warren, get this, Michael Douglas has only 68 acting credits.
Well, this is to your point, though. This you made a good point with Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd will take the bit parts. Michael Douglas maybe has like 5 supporting roles in his life, Right. So he's never done TV, like that's. It's
well,
just
other than that Netflix show that he does now.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But generally speaking, throughout the prime of his career, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So, completely different actor in that way.
Yeah.
And they were both in Ant-Man together too.
Yeah. See, full circle. But it's true. Like I mean, especially, and there were gaps here. I'm just looking because I didn't even have to scroll down that far, and suddenly I was at the movie The Game, which was 1997.
Yeah.
So
he might add some gaps where he didn't do.
So he didn't do anything between 03 and 06.
Didn't he have he had some kind of like
cancer?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what years that was, but yes.
I think it was in the 2010s. Like I don't think it was as early as that, but I could be wrong. The Game's a great movie. It's a good
Oh,
movie.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's one of those, once you've seen it, and obviously the mystery is gone, it's not as easy a
Yes.
rewatch, but
it's still a great movie. Yeah.
Still a really fun, well done movie. Absolutely.
David Fincher, terrific director. I don't know if there is a bad David Fincher movie.
Rossi's Fat Cat Cough, did you watch Kelsey Grammer's new movie yet? No, I didn't even know he had one.
Dude, you probably know this. How often are the episodes of Loki coming out? And how many episodes?
So it's like Falcon and Winter Soldier. There are 6 of them.
Okay.
Each 50 or so minutes. They come out every Wednesday, or technically, midnight Pacific Wednesday, so 3 a.m. Eastern. But like the second one came out today. They come out every Wednesday for 6 weeks. I have not. Somebody asked in the chat earlier, actually. I've not watched the second one yet. I will before I go to bed at some point tonight, because ZT, Zach Thompson, and I said we are going to give a spoiler-free review of the second episode when we sync up for our sim tomorrow. Have you watched the first one yet, though? The first one I loved.
No, I liked it too. Definitely, it's great. I like, as far as all the episodic things have gone, it's like the best start to the series for sure.
Totally agree. But this is, I don't know about you, this is also the one I was looking most forward to.
Yeah, I actually, I actually liked WandaVision. I know it was like completely weird for the first 4 episodes, but I thought it was like really well done.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't as big on Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Agreed.
But quite frankly, I thought like there was gonna be a little more action, and some of the stuff felt forced, but it was fine. This has been the best opening though to the series for sure. I didn't really know what to expect from this one because I didn't really know where they're going to take it, but
right.
I really like what they did so far. So I'm pretty pumped for it too. So did it premiere last week?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it had been out for like 2 weeks, and I was looking for the second episode on Monday, and I'm like, what is this like going every month or something? So
they drop every Wednesday. It started
okay,
last week.
Okay, that's good. Every week, I like that.
You can watch the second one before you go to bed tonight.
Wait, no, this is great news, man.
Are you going to watch the second one after the Madden After Dark, Sim? What do you think?
Well, we'll see. I don't know. I get a little tired, and I gotta like think.
I get a little tired.
I gotta like go back and look at my lineups tonight because the U.S. Opens tomorrow. So I might save it for Thursday. We'll see.
Do you
I
have
do 2 in a row? Like it just wears me out.
So I don't want to get too personal with this because it is largely your profession as well. So I'm certainly not going to ask you like your U.S. Open investment. That's none of my business. What I'm wondering though is how many contests do you enter? Like how in are you in terms of like whether it's different lineups, number of lineups? Because maybe you're one of those like I make one lineup and I put it everywhere. I don't even know what your strategy is. What's your approach, especially with a major?
So with the majors, I'll just go in more of the bigger buy-ins, like the $200 single entry I'm in, but I don't do the multi-entry Millie Maker thing anymore. I know a lot of the big guys do, obviously, and that's fine. And there's definitely a strategy behind it. If you're going to do that and take that approach, I'd recommend starting out low, really dive in deep into some of the guys who do it. But I just basically do what I do every week: is create like 3 or 4 or 5 core lineups and put them in single entry and 3 max, which is what I'll do this week as well.
Nice.
And of course, the Moose Open, which I'm planning on winning. So
I hope you do. I mean, it's your invitational, man. It's fun to see Tiger win his own tournament. Let's see you get there.
I just want this second one to fill so I can really rub it in your guys' faces. What do we at here? That's all I care about tonight. I don't even care about my golf lineups, how they do. What are we at? We're at 55. Moose Open, number 2. There's 45 spots left. We got to fill it, guys. If you want some golf action, $1 entry. 45 spots left. Let's go.
I'll check it before I go to bed, see if I feel inclined to enter both. I'm already in the big one.
No, you don't have to enter both. I'm not going to pressure.
I don't feel pressure.
If somebody did miss the first one, you're looking for some late night sim action, some golf for tomorrow. Again, it's the U.S. Open. Splurge.
Listen, I mean, it would be difficult for me to feel pressured when only $1 is involved. 3rd and 3 from the 3. No James Conner here. Roethlisberger back at the end zone. Got it! Touchdown! Juju Smith-Schuster. Snow Angels, baby.
Take me out of last, Juju. There we go. Ooh, actually had a good drive. He's got 45 yards now. This will really launch me up the standings. Making a late comeback here. Could use a pick 6 from the Steelers D. I'm up to 31st. Look at this. Look at me.
Or as Paul Rudd would say, look at us.
That's right.
Look at us. Who would have thought?
That's what you do with your picture of yourself.
Right? Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Who would have thought? Doing a sim.
Just call a double callback. 2 callbacks in one fleeting moment.
AD Poker, yes, that's correct, man. They tee off. It's West Coast time, so it's Pacific, but I think it starts at like 7 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, gang, listen, make your lineups before you go to bed. At least make a dummy lineup. And if you happen to be that early, up that early and you want to tweak or whatever, fine. But like, don't take the 0. Don't take the and not because you'll lose $1. Don't take the 0 because you want to have something to watch. You want to have something to follow. You want to root for your guys to make the cut. Like it's not interesting when you just have a blank entry. So at least get a dummy lineup in there.
I mean, if you're on the East Coast, maybe you could do it in the morning. I don't know, but yeah, like Kaufman said, you don't really want to chance it. So, Mad Mitch, we're in the 4th quarter already. This is crazy.
Time flies when you're having fun, Moose. We got producer Mike, Drew, our TD, Cobra K, Tate, and Ops. What a crew.
ZJ, it is for stragglers, so you take your time, pal. I just wanted to let people know about it.
Oh, by the way.
Flasheen and Tom will probably tweet it out 10 more times anyways, so they'll get nervous. They'll be like, oh my God.
I forgot all about this, by the way. So BK and this guy right here, Moose, Ravens, Dolphins, Madden After Dark. That comes your way in about an hour. I have 3 Sims tomorrow. I am doing what Glash has done each of the last 2 days. The 2-4-6. Short of an 8, and who do we appreciate? I will be with you at 2, 4, and 6 Eastern time tomorrow. A Mad Matinee, the Early Bird Special, the Happy Hour Sim. 3 Sims on a Thursday. I look forward to seeing all of you. It'll be great.
Yeah, I had to take a little easy this Friday, Saturday because I'm getting my second.
Are you?
Dose of the vaccine.
Sure. Are people, I know, like, obviously the vaccines are different. Everybody individually is different in terms of how you feel coming out of it. Have people around there been talking up all right, when you get your second, you're going to feel X, Y, and Z, or you should take a day off of work, or I felt sick for 24 hours, or are people just saying, like, you'll be fine, don't worry about it?
So Canada's vaccination has been like hodgepodge from the beginning. Like, we just take what's given to us, right? So I got the old AZ for my first dose, but I'm getting Pfizer for my second. So I'll be one of the people mixing and matching. I'm basically test subjecting myself. But
I was going to say, I thought that was...
Oh, no, it's been approved. It's actually been, they've actually been studies, and they're saying it's actually providing better coverage. So,
even better.
But my wife did it last week. I actually made her get it first, just to see what the side effects are going to be.
Yeah, as a husband does.
Totally. I mean, it's the right thing to do, I mean, you go first, honey. But no, it was mainly just.
Let's find out if you grow a second head.
Yeah, that's right. She seems fine, so She also never gets sick, so like I'm probably going to get violently ill or something. But no, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I actually got the pretty bad like semi-fever for about 24 hours from the first one, which is pretty normal with the AstraZeneca one. But hopefully it'll be a little less with this one. But I did book a little bit more time off just to be sure. I didn't want to be like 4 Sims in a day when I was feeling like crud.
You must have really gotten Drew. Drew hit us with the LOL and then the ha-ha-has. You got a double whammy right there.
Yeah, that's what partners are for, They got to take the shrapnel for you,
Honey, or as I like to call you, guinea pig?
Can't be out for a week on these Sims. Who would promote the loose open?
The Bonanza.
And who would give the only rational takes on the NFL videos? You know what? Kenny on the NFL videos by himself for a week? God, we have to shut down.
Alana says Jeff's wife takes the first bite of dinner every time to make sure it's not poison. No, you try it. Oh, doesn't it look delicious? You go first.
I mean, when there's a spider, I definitely call her. That's for sure.
There's a spider. What is the? That's a good example. What is? Be it that or another? What's a good example of something that gender roles, right? Something you as a man should take care of that you're like, nope, call my wife.
Oh, I mean, there's definitely a few of them in our house. I'm trying to think of. I mean, we both hate bugs, so that one's kind of like neutral.
Okay.
Like she would just tell me to screw off if I called her, like get rid of it or something. I don't know, man. There's definitely a couple of them in our house. I mean, just from just like a traditional work standpoint, she's the one with like the 9-to-5 job who like legitimately leaves the house every day. That's the biggest thing in our house. Like I'm the one who like even when my kids were younger, man, like I stayed home with them like for full days at a time, like basically acting as like a nanny. So our whole situation is just like a whole gender, in terms of that. And God bless DraftKings letting me work around that.
Right.
Absolutely.
EJ Shakedown, by the way, says they say that if you mix the vaccine, you get extra hair around your nipples. Just ask Lash.
I thought you were going to say extra hair on my head. I was getting really excited for a second.
What?
I could use it. Maybe I'll get them to give the shot in my head and see what happens. Inject it into my scalp, please.
Field goal's good.
That's where the COVID is.
3-point game.
Oh, I'm totally house husband, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan! The high ground, Dunnigan. Yeah, man. You think you've been through the wars? I took care of 2 twins by myself, full days at a time, and they were like 9 months old.
Oh, 9 months. I mean, that's
Dude.
like you get a lot of naps at 9 months.
Yeah, a lot of naps. And your day is basically
the question is
trying
whether
to
they
get them to
nap
nap and changing diapers.
Right. 2
at the same time, Kaufman.
Well, that's what I mean. The question is whether they nap at the same time. Because if they do, you get a little bit of a reprieve. If they don't,
if they do,
it's like there's no nap and you're just screwed.
It's just everything is double effort, right? Like even just getting them down for naps takes twice as long. So
how often with twins when they're babies, when they're that size, not now, as your kids have gotten a little bit older, but how much? Because I know some twins who are grown. I know some kids who have twins, but they or some not kids. I know some friends who have twins, but I never. I guess I never really saw them as babies based on where they live. So how much of it is like you see in the movies? Like the one person trying to hold both babies and get everything. Like how much of that did you have to do with 2? Like did you have one in each arm and let's try and get you settled constantly, or is that stuff played up in film? Do you go more one at a time?
No, it's pretty much like that. You feed one at a time. The other one's basically screaming at you. You got to do them both. Even to this day, as they get older, and they're almost getting ready for school, they got to do everything together, man. So yeah, you do everything at once. It's pretty factual. I remember tons of times having one kid on both arms and just them sleeping on me, or bottle or whatever. It's pretty much exactly like that.
I'm not saying I'm itching to go back to it. I'm not. I'm done. But there are elements of the baby stage that I miss.
Oh, completely.
Certainly not the being up all night and the screaming and the disgusting filled diapers and all that.
The diaper genie or the diaper.
But
basket.
just so cute and loving and tiny.
Totally. No back talk.
Yeah, no back back talk.
No, it's weird, man. I know. I would like to do it for like 2 days, and then just be like, okay, I'm good. I remember what it was like.
But like, have you seen we'll do the awards in a sec. Have you seen the trailer for that new M. Night Shyamalan movie, Old?
No, actually, I haven't. Is there a new one?
Yeah, so you should check it out. And
Who's
what
in
I'm
it?
going to say will get lost on you before you've seen the trailer, and then you'll get it
Okay.
once you do. But it, like movies like that, and you know what? It was like in WandaVision, where like all of a sudden they just like the kids just it's different but the same in this way. Where in WandaVision the kids just like decided to get older in that one scene, remember? And they just like leapt ahead like 3 or 4 or 5 years in their lives, and then it happened again. Like they went from being like these cute little babies to teenagers in a second. Stuff like that makes me emotional, Moose. I get like they're growing up too fast. I want you to be young and little again.
I definitely will get emotional when my kids start like big school, like kindergarten, whatever. 100%, man. Yep.
You should check out that trailer though. It's warped. It's weird, man.
That's it.
Let's see if Pittsburgh can win this thing. 1st and 10 from the 10. Roethlisberger, 20 ticks to go. End zone incomplete.
Oh yeah, like we're on the verge of OT here. What are we doing here, Pittsburgh? Let's not do this.
The OT could be a walk-off win.
We need a little touchdown action.
Man, I gotta make so many contests for tomorrow.
And you got to get your golf lineup in.
Cats in the cradle. I'll do that before I go to bed. 2nd and 10. It's
Don't
a
run it.
handoff. Why? I mean, they got
Dopes.
a timeout. Connor. Clock's ticking, folks. Oh, they're playing for overtime. Sons of guns. They are
They got
playing
one
for
timeout.
overtime.
They got to take one shot here. They got one timeout, right?
I hope they do. I mean, they do have one timeout left, yes, but I'm not certain they won't just take the kick.
I think with one timeout they'll go, but yeah.
Come on, Benji, win this thing.
All right,
All right.
go. Let's go. Or run it. That's fine, and then just let the clock run out.
Yeah, it's not
Get sacked. Let's go, Bears D.
Yeah,
No, they didn't
run.
actually
James
run it.
Conner. Timeout. Yeah.
Oh no.
Mike,
All right.
I don't even know what this means, and I'm not gonna ask for details because I'm scared. But Mike Bissell says I could easily ruin your Cobra Kai experience with just one post. Well, what does that mean? I have to know what that means without the ruining aspect.
Oh, Mike Bizzle, do you have inside information, pal?
Moose and I are big Cobra Kai fans. Biz, you know that.
What? Don't do that. Do you actually have inside information, Mike Bizzle? I'm actually interested. Let us know. Don't tell us, please.
But just let us know.
Yeah, just let us know that if you know something for real.
Ross's Fat Cat. Stay tuned for after the game when Koff will be cutting to another video of himself.
Well, it's like I said, it's the Austin Powers. Allow myself to introduce myself.
Kicks up. Good.
Good.
Before all.
Unfortunately.
Bizzle says, I know extreme spoilers. All right, well,
Oh, boy.
just got to take him at face value. I'm not going to call him out and be like, prove it, because I don't want him to ruin anything for me. Bad Boys Pops says Mike Bizzle works in the dojo. Hashtag Mike knows.
Mike is Johnny's computer guy.
Right? Send him to the internet. Johnny, and I say Johnny, but really I mean Zapka. Like William Zapka for this portrayal of grown-up Johnny. I'm not sure he gets enough credit.
Yeah, no, he's definitely the best actor in that show, like by far.
Not
Like,
even close.
He's far better than Macchio, who quite frankly has like a more extensive like dramatic resume than
100%.
than Zapka. So, oh,
Fumble!
fumble! Oh no, not enough time on the clock.
Time's up.
Oh, that sucks. That would have been a great way to end.
That could have been.
Oh well.
Alana says, Jared, we have to do our homework tonight. Hashtag Captain Marvel. I think, Alana, we gave you till Friday, though, right? So you've got tonight, tomorrow, Friday, but then you got to sneak in another before the end of the weekend. Play it out on your schedule. Just know you need to watch the next 2 before the end of the weekend. Having the Kilgores binge all the Marvel movies, and we're keeping them on a tight schedule here, Moose. You think I'm kidding?
Fair enough. All right.
Hey, speaking of Chicago, this came up in the chat here, and it's true. It's a good discussion. We haven't even gotten into it. So what the heck? Overtime's a good time. 24-all, and of course, if you are new, I can't imagine any of you are. A touchdown by Chicago wins this thing. Field goal gives Pittsburgh an opportunity to tie it or win it. If we remain tied, be it 24-all or 27-all, after each team has had one possession, sudden death. There are no ties in Simland. What did you think? And, mandatory mini camps this week. We're still in mid-June, obviously. But Kenny and others, but Kenny especially, had been adamant. Andy Dalton's not going to start for the Bears. Not once you've drafted Justin Fields and da-da-da-da-da. We had a whole long argument about it on the sim. And I said, dude, I'm not saying Fields won't start more than Dalton this year. I promise you he's not starting week 1. There is no chance Justin Fields is starting week 1. This was our whole argument. And, he went the other way with Andy Dalton sucks and da-da-da-da-da. Well, now you have Chicago coming out this week and saying, Andy Dalton is absolutely our starter. Justin Fields is not our starting quarterback. What is your takeaway from all this?
My takeaway is, unfortunately, in this situation, I am 100. I would have been 100% in. I'm not. Would have been. I said the exact same thing as Ducey. I thought that you should have bet props that Justin Fields was starting week 1. I still don't think that Justin Fields has a 0% chance of starting week 1. Like, I think that's balderdash. And I agree with what Tate just wrote. Nagy is kind of trash for saying that. But, clearly there's some kind of, there's a formula being put into play here by Nagy. And regardless of whether you agree by it or not, he's probably going to try to stick with it. So I was dead wrong, apparently, to this point. I'm still not convinced that after preseason this doesn't change. But, yeah. I'm 100% lockstep with Kenny in this one. I don't know why. I don't know why you as a coach would say that. I think it's stupid. And I think it's Nagy trying to be a cop-out because, again, Dalton might start week 1, but, he's kind of giving himself a chance to, A, look like the smartest guy in the room because nobody will think that that's the right move. And B, he'll just use it as a cop-out and say, well, Dalton was our guy, and now he's not playing well, so I'll just throw Justin Fields in. When realistically, from a talent perspective, I don't think it's going to be close. You should be going with Justin Fields, but that's what's happening. So again, as of now, I'll take the L. I was dead wrong. I'm right about every situation, but especially with NFL coaches. But yeah, I think it's nuts to be doing that. I don't think it's smart.
Is of those 5 in the first round? Like, we know Trevor Lawrence is starting, we know Zach Wilson's starting.
Yep.
Are you presuming Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance week 1? Are you presuming Cam Newton or Mac Jones week 1?
So, obviously we have to downgrade Fields' chances of starting on this news. Like I said, I'm very skeptical, but still, we have to downgrade him. So you look at the other 2 situations. Kyle Shanahan has outright said, like, Trey Lance has a chance to start week 1. And Kyle Shanahan, to me, is a more rational coach. He will let the talent play. And I think he's a better coach for it. So I think Trey Lance actually has a chance to start. And I also think that Kyle Shanahan wanted to trade Jimmy Garoppolo in the offseason. It's a very different situation than Chicago, who tied themselves to Andy Dalton, gave him too much money, and now kind of feels obliged to him. The 49ers are completely on the outs with Garoppolo. They could care less, or they couldn't care less if he plays this season or not. So, Trey Lance has a chance to start. I'll put Mac Jones as probably at about the same chance as Justin Fields right now, which is probably pretty slim. So we think, anyways. You've said this we've had this argument. Bill Belichick is his own beast. I just do not see that happening. But preseason is preseason, and camp's camp, and injuries could happen too. But I think Mac Jones has a pretty low chance of starting week 1. Week 1, again, we're just talking about week 1. Yeah, that was a pathetic. We're gonna get a missed field goal here.
So, good. 24 all, 4th and 2. 51-yard field goal, presumably on the way. I'll get to this comment in a second. First, I want to see how this plays out. Now they're going to go for it. 4th and 2, going for it. I like the aggressive AI, Nagy.
RPO, let's go. Okay, no, just I think they
drag him. Did he drag him, Montgomery?
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Yeah, he got enough. 1st and 10 from the 32. So must be. You had me till you didn't, man. Must be writes, get over yourself. Mac Jones won't play this year. Hoyer means no Mac. Those two things, man, have nothing to do with one another. I'm not saying I don't think Mac Jones will start this year. Or here's how I phrased it in the past, which I stand by. If Mac Jones starts with the Patriots this year, something went really wrong with Cam Newton. Like, the team's not good. There's a problem. Or he got hurt or something like that. But Cam Newton is the starter. That is the plan. If Mac Jones starts, short of, coming in garbage time, if Mac Jones starts, there's a problem. Much like there was last year when Hoyer got an opportunity, Stidham got an opportunity. If Mac Jones starts, something went wrong. The team is not good. Brian Hoyer has nothing to do with that. Brian Hoyer is not going to start over Mac Jones. I truly believe that. Now, I'm not saying you're dumb, like some people out there probably agree with you. I do not think so. To me, Brian Hoyer was brought in to mentor, to teach, to instruct, to help initiate Mac Jones to the NFL. There's no one in that quarterback room that knows that playbook better than Brian Hoyer. There may not be anyone player-wise.
No.
Got a fumble.
Oh my God! The old lineman got it.
I'm not sure there's a better, short of Tom Brady, obviously. I'm not sure there's another quarterback in the world that knows that playbook better than Brian Hoyer. He's on his 4th tour with the Patriots. So I just don't see him getting time over Mac Jones. I will tell you too, and I'm not saying read into this. Again, it's mandatory minicamp. It's June, but it's just a detail. First team reps in drills in the 3-day mandatory minicamp for the Patriots. Cam Newton almost exclusively took the first team reps until today, which was the last day. Mac Jones got first team reps in the final session. Jarrett Stidham barely threw the ball, and Brian Hoyer took 0 reps with the top players. So Brian Hoyer is not being looked at that way. I just don't see it.
I mean, is Brian Hoyer even going to be on the team?
Fair. I mean, I said so when they signed Brian Hoyer, and yeah, absolutely they could cut him. 100%, they've done it before. To me, when they signed Brian Hoyer, it was like, this is, Jarrett Stidham is the one who should be worrying right now.
Yeah.
Because I don't see them carrying 4 quarterbacks. I don't.
No.
But they have already all but announced they do not believe in Jarrett Stidham.
No. Stidham feels like they're going to keep him for as long as possible in case there's an injury. That's legitimately, I think, the only reason he's still there. Fourth and 12 happening to the Bears. Okay, they're in makeable field goal range.
Barry, 38 in the snow.
But the Steelers haven't had the ball yet, have they?
No, not yet. And
holy cow! So this drive was 7 minutes.
Yeah, this is a 7+ minute drive.
My God,
I can't think of the last time that we saw a team have a ball an entire quarter.
No.
Kicks away.
All right.
Good. So Pitt has to score here to either extend this thing or win it.
Yikes. Settle in. I'm gonna have to go get some water.
Is it bad that I've had to go to the bathroom since before the sim?
Yeah. You don't need both kidneys. It's okay.
Yeah, right?
Dude, if you want to go.
Right here where I'm sitting?
Okay. Give Deb. Jeez. Come on. Get a hold of yourself. Go run. I'll...
Cough, don't you ever go to the bathroom? Depends. That's an old Howie Mandel joke. I can't take credit for that.
Good one. All right. Let's get a Pittsburgh fumble here right off the kickoff. End this thing. No. All right. How's this one going to end, DK Simfam? We're going to get another 7-minute drive. We're going to get an interception. We're going to just end it on downs. We're going to get a long touchdown pass. I don't think that's going to happen. That was a pathetic first pass.
Bizzle says, Cough, where's the closest bathroom? Upstairs? What are you out making a map of my house? Yes, upstairs, actually. There's no bathroom down here in the basement.
You just gave him a key part of the house.
That's it's a key detail.
They already have the porch.
That's true.
I know there's a fire pit.
Roethlisberger. Do we have anybody in the bonus in this game?
I was just going to say, Ben is getting close, but still.
Trubisky's got the rushing bonus.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 69 yards there.
LeBron's close. He's 6 for 94 at last check.
Ben, 285 for Ben.
Yeah, you can certainly get there right here. We'll see. Yeah.
Oh, go all the way, please.
That's a double right there. Ebron's got the bonus and Big Ben. End of overtime number 1. But not to worry. Pittsburgh continues with the ball.
I was on an amazing no overtime streak, and I started bragging about it to Tom like 2 nights ago, and this is the result. I'm like, I haven't had overtime for like a month.
Cool. Consider Cough Miles Davis.
Right.
Willie Madison, everybody.
Oh, I'm excited to watch the second episode of Loki now. That's great.
Yeah, I'm pretty fired up for that. I thought about, I've got some, my usual radio work to do tonight, and I was like, do I want to do it before that and then do, because I'm eager to watch it, but I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it as a treat. I'm going to reward myself. I'm going to get all my work done, and that is going to be I can kick back, relax, and watch Loki and have nothing else on my mind.
Yeah, that's you want to like have to stop or like have some worried or looking at your watch,
right?
Or phone. No one looks at their watch anymore because you have an Apple Watch.
People wear watches.
Yeah. Sack him! Oh no! Oh, he's wide open too. Oh dear God!
Next sim starts in about 5 minutes.
Oh, was that it? That was incomplete.
3rd and 5.
I wonder what they'll do here if they get an incomplete pass. Because 38, like. I don't know if the sim knows that it has no chance of kicking a field goal from here in the snow.
Lana and Bizzle are talking about something in the chat that I had also completely forgotten about.
Oh, wow. Okay.
BK in one of the bathrooms in his house has a urinal. He actually installed a urinal when they
installed one on purpose.
Not he personally, but when they were doing this bathroom, they were designing this bathroom in the basement.
This has no chance. This game's over.
He purposefully put a urinal in there. And I was like, you might be the only person, homeowner I've ever encountered who has a urinal in their house.
Did he give you a reason?
He just thought it'd be useful. There wasn't.
I can totally see it. I could totally see him just being like, "Yeah, that'd be a good idea," and just not even thinking about it.
Not even close. Game over.
Just yeah, that sounds cool. A urinal, and that's it. And then he's getting a urinal, and that's it. That's totally a BK thing. I could see. Just with him.
Truthfully, though, Bizzle, Alana, does anybody remember? Because I don't. Was there a reason beyond that?
No, there's no way there was a reason. It's BK, man. He didn't.
I don't think there was.
He just thought it was a good idea for once. And...
Who are your award winners, my friend?
I don't know.
We got to wrap it up. So who are your award winners?
Juju, touchdown, 7 catches, a strong game. Not my kid award.
I think you're disrespecting Ben Roethlisberger.
Allen Robinson, easy, not my kid award. 1.5 points. Give me a break. Get out of here with that garbage. You're a wide receiver 1.
Yeah, that's fair. You are disrespecting Big Ben, but that's okay. All right, here's the deal, folks. Fill up Moose's Straggler U.S. Open Bonanza number 2 contest. And remember, it's just so many jokes that come to mind. Coming up next on the Dream Stream, you will have Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg previewing the course, running through the odds while making their 2021 U.S. Open picks. The guys will give their fantasy golf picks, provide their one-and-done strategy for the event from Torrey Pines, all that good stuff. It is on the way. Remember, you can ask BK. You're with him for the next sim. You can ask him specifically about the urinal. He will be happy to tell you that story. I have no doubt. Ravens and Dolphins are on the way with the two of you in about 35 minutes, 30 till pregame. But yeah, get your golf lineups in, folks. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Cobra K, Tate, and Ops. I'm glad Cobra Kai had a way of coming up again today. Moose, great pleasure. I look forward to working with you at some point in the days to come. Matter of fact, it looks like Friday. And be well. Good luck with the U.S. Open start.
The Mayo Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 U.S. Open picks, player by player, going from the top. I was going to say all the way down to the bottom, but, eventually we're going to get to a point where it's like, you don't want to play these guys. And that's going to be the hard-hitting analysis that I bring you. I will be joined by Rick Gaiman from RickRunGood.com momentarily. But first, I need to tell you how you can get into draws to win $1,000. No S of dollars. $1,000. Well, it's going to be divvied up by a bunch of you. One on Tuesday afternoon at the PME on Twitter. I will be releasing a tweet. That tweet will be attached to 50 Millionaire Maker tickets into the DraftKings Millionaire Maker this week, so you'll want to pay attention to that at the PME. Other than that, subscribe to the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Leave a 5-star rating, and in your review, say something nice about the show. Include your Twitter handle and or email address so I can contact you if you're a winner, and then you're in the pool for the other $500 of giveaways. Takes around 24 seconds. That's an estimation. In order to do, I've dropped the link in the description for both of the giveaway reviews that you can be doing right now. And you can find all the details in the newsletter. You can find that in the description as well. Pat Mayo Experience Listeners League link filling up very quickly. It's no rake. It's $15 to play. You can put in 3 entries. Also find that in the description. So much stuff is down in that description. It will blow your mind. Just like fantasynational.com/Mayo will get you 20% off all the stats, all the tools. You want to make the work easy on yourself doing all the research. And when you go to make 500 lineups or whatever you want to make, it'll take like 10 seconds because you have a membership at fantasynational.com/Mayo for that 20% off. Also, finally, the Pat Mayo Experience today is brought to you by X Golf Colorado. With 3 locations in Colorado, X Golf provides the most accurate, fun way to play golf any time of the day and any time of the year, all inside. Play one of 45 different courses, including Pebble Beach, Oakmont, Kapalua, Bay Hill, PGA National, and more. You can play for fun, or you can play in a league, or you can play in a tournament. X Golf Colorado. Go check it out. If you ever just want an awesome place to sit around and watch the final round of the U.S. Open while playing Pebble Beach in the meantime, make your reservation now for Sunday with the most accurate simulators on the market and equipped with a full bar and food options available. You never need to wait for the cart person to come around. Always the worst when you want a drink or some food. Nowhere to be found. It's only right after you buy one that another one comes by. We all know how the cart people work, all right? Enjoy the new age of watching pros while attempting to beat the pros. Book your tee time using code MAYO. That's MAYO in the comment section at checkout to receive an hour of free golf after you purchase an hour. So you get 2 hours for the price of 1 with code MAYO at XGolf. And this offer is only good at participating locations, which include XGolf for Fort Collins, XGolf DTC, and XGolf Grand Junction. XGolf. Play. Train. Entertain. XGolf. Go check it out, all right? Rick Gaiman from Rick Run Good is on the line right now. We started this show, the player-by-player, impromptu before we were going to record one day, and people really seem to dig it.
We subject ourselves to going player by player, creating clippable worst takes for every single golfer in the field. So I'm glad that people are enjoying it. I actually find it very valuable as well, Pat, because we can usually offer, hey, here are the pros, here are the cons, try to figure it out. And well, on a field like this, you really need to give basically every golfer the TLC that they deserve.
They do. And then the main comment that you get back, because you have to talk about every player and you bring up the pros and the cons. Like, you just like every player. It's like, well, no, but we're here to weigh both sides of why you should be playing these guys or not playing these guys. And deluded people just can't seem to figure that out.
Also, a lot of them are very good golfers. Like, that's kind of the deal here. There's a lot of really good golfers at the U.S. Open, believe it or not. But the good thing is, Pat, I don't log into your account or anybody else's account. You can play. You can spend your money however you'd like. If I like the guy and you don't play him. I don't care.
Yeah, we were talking about this before the show about the custom models that you can punch in. All you're really doing with a custom model, it's not an optimizer. You are telling the computer what the inputs are, and then it spits everything out. Because I told you, it's like, I'm just going to f around with mine until it spits out the players that I want to play, and then make myself feel good about it. Positive reinforcement. But you can juke stats to make them look any sort of way if you only focus on one or two things. Hence how when I don't include putting, I get the same guys every single week.
Yeah, exactly right. I lean on ball striking, and sure enough, Keegan Bradley's always in my top 10, and that old Luke List hops in there every once in a while. It is certainly based on what you are putting into it. Your model is only as good as your inputs. It is not some magic machine, but we try to do our best to figure it out.
So once again, fantasynational.com/Mayo gets you 20% off all the ownerships, all the tools, the custom model, the mixed condition model. I did my walkthrough on Sunday on Mayo Media Network. Please subscribe to Mayo Media Network, by the way. Also, smash the like button for the video, and in the comment section, you tell me your highest price fade at the U.S. Open. Which of these top-end players are you not going to be playing or betting? So either on DraftKings or you just outright do not want to bet. Stay away from this guy. I'm curious to hear it because it's really tough to parse the very top of this board. And if you hit the time codes, you can see the time codes for each of the players. So we might as well jump into this, starting with the most expensive player in the U.S. Open. He has won at Torrey Pines in the past in his first ever start at the Farmers Insurance Open. He was going to win Memorial in dominating fashion about 2 weeks ago, had to withdraw because of a positive COVID-19 test. He is now apparently COVID negative, according to his test, so he is going to be in the field at the U.S. Open. It is Jon Rahm. On DraftKings, he is $11,200 on DraftKings Sportsbook. He is 10-1 to win this tournament. I went through this with Feinberg, Rick, and I love everything about Jon Rahm. He actually statistically rates out the best for me. I think this price is too much for me to pay, and I'm just not going to bet a 10-1 golfer in a field this strong. So he's going to be, when we talk about high price fade, I'm fading Jon Rahm, although I don't want to do it.
I tend to agree with that statement. Golf-wise, there is nothing negative about Jon Rahm. He has gained strokes off the tee in every event dating back to the start of 2020, not 2021, 2020. He is deadly with a driver in his hand. That's going to be important when you're playing at Torrey Pines and trying to avoid that thick Kikuyu rough all over the place. And of course, the last time we saw him, he was running away with one of the more prestigious events that we have on the PGA Tour. And with all that being said, Pat, I probably can't get there on him either. And the reason for that is sometimes it looks too good to be true, and it is. We know how volatile golf is, and Torrey Pines in general, year over year at Farmers, is one of the more volatile courses that we have. Outside of Jon Rahm and maybe Rory McIlroy, who has a smaller sample size, you see a lot of guys who will have 2 missed cuts, 2 top 10s. It's not as stable as some of our other courses that we go to on a regular basis. So for me, with how crazy golf is, with all of the other players in this field, it would be very difficult to allocate any amount of huge resources to Jon Rahm.
Do you think there's anything to his, let's say, hot-headed temperament where he can run hot during rounds, leading to bad decisions? And we saw it at the Players' Championship when he was in contention a few years back. It has not surfaced all that often, but I remember at Aaron Hills, him going up the slope, coming back the slope, and then him being out of his golf bag. I don't know if the U.S. Open is the perfect type of venue for someone with his mentality. Not to say that he can't win, but I'm looking for cons here. He's missed 2 of his 5 starts. He's missed the cut in 2 of his 5 starts at the U.S. Open. He's come third once. He came T23 the other 2 times. Like, T23 is a fantastic finish if you're the guy that I take at $6,800. If I'm paying up for Jon Rahm, I need a win, a second, a third, or a fourth, or a fifth from you if I'm going to pay that much money. And I don't know. I just don't understand why he's so much higher than all these other guys.
Yeah, the difference between him and everybody else is a little head scratching. But in terms of the mindset, he's a new dad, Pat. He's got a whole new perspective on the game of golf and on life. I do actually think that the fiery aspect of John Rahm makes him John Rahm. If he was constantly trying to hold it all in all the time, I think you'd see a different version of him on the course, and he might not play as well. What you'll notice, and they don't always catch this on TV, but the thing that him and his caddy Adam Hayes have actually started doing is when John Rahm needs to get it out, he will just curse out his caddy walking down the fairway for 30 seconds, and then they move on. They often do not show this on television, but this is a technique that he has actually gotten into recently for him to try to avoid those blowups, those bad decisions, or at least, Pat, for things that linger for multiple shots at a time.
I actually like that. I could see myself utilizing some other tools. It's more than like, it's better than the anger management woosa. But yeah, like even just being the get out of his bag. He played well afterwards, but it just led to such a horrible decision in the moment. You just cannot be giving those shots away at the U.S. Open. But statistically, like you said, the off the tee strokes gained off the tee is there. We know that the driving distance is there. And one of the main factors that I was looking into, and if you go check out the newsletter from Monday evening, you're going to find it in there, is when you just go back and look at the U.S. Opens, and the key stat that I found, the most telling stat is driving distance, but it's also coupled with greens and regulation rate. So you don't need to be the best iron player, but you need to be able to hit your greens and regulation from the rough if you have a lot of driving distance. You don't need to be putting it 3 feet from the hole and making birdie every time, but put it to 40 feet, 2 putt for par, be on your way. That is the U.S. Open strategy to contending. And Rahm is actually the best of the bunch in greens and regulation of all the deep drivers. So that's the part that worries me about fading him, is that it's just the week where John Rahm plays as well as John Rahm can, and no one else can beat him. But it's not going to be there for me. Let's move on to Jordan Spieth, who is the second highest priced player on DraftKings this week for the Millionaire Maker. And he is sort of the outlier of the bunch when it comes to all of the plus 10K players. In the betting market, he's around 20 to 1. You can find him at 19 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook, 10,900 on DraftKings. Patrick Reed and Jordan Spieth, and maybe to an extent Webb Simpson, are the only types of players who don't have all the driving distance in the world that I can see winning this event. I just think that the path for these guys is so difficult, and the lift is so much to ask that I don't know if I'm going to get there with some of these shorter hitters. I'd rather just take the path of least resistance.
As I've been beating the drum for Jordan Spieth being probably the best player in the world since the start of 2021, that's still an argument that you could make, but this is not a great setup for him. I mean, Torrey requires you to play out of the fairway. He's 176th on tour in driving accuracy. Even some of the results, if you go back and look at the places that he's had great success this year, he's been spraying that driver. He can still gain strokes with it, but he's missing a lot of fairways, and then he's able to hit these unbelievable recovery shots. If he's going to try to do that at Torrey, he's going to have to be perfect in every other facet of his game. He's going to have to extract himself from those thick lies. He's going to have to get that short game magic going again. And I think you put it perfectly, Pat. It is a much more narrow path for him because everything to me has to align for him to eventually be on the top of the leaderboard.
Strangely enough, I actually do have DraftKings interest in Jordan Spieth because I think that everyone is going to come to the same conclusion that the other four guys above $10,000 are just better plays. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I also don't think that Spieth is dead in the water either versus these guys because we've seen the Magic Man show up enough times and the approach has been so good that if the rough isn't as penal as maybe we're used to, or for whatever reason he can find himself in the middle of the fairway, or he just has magic beans from the rough and it doesn't matter, and the putter gets hot, I just don't think he's going to come in that highly owned. I think the public will somewhat glom onto him, but versus Rahm, Dustin, Bryson, and Brooks, he's going to be the lowest owned one. If I can get like a 9-10% Spieth in the Millionaire Maker, I don't think that I'm going to be massively overweight. I just did a first run of lineups where I played 20. I had Spieth in 4 of the 20. That's 20%. That would be double what the field has in my 20 lineups. And I think I'm okay with doing that, like fading Rahm, playing a little bit of Spieth, although he is expensive. And I think that will also keep a lot of people off of him and just hope to capture some magic with him.
Yeah, it's much easier to spend on basically any other $10,000 guy. I like using, Kiowa Island as it's not at all a comp, but a place where if you miss the fairway, you're kind of at the mercy of what the course gives you, which is what I feel like happens at Torrey Pines. You could catch a decent lie. I don't think you're ever gonna get any great lies in the Kikuyu, but you could get some really horrible nested lies. You're a bit at the mercy of where the ball ends up if you're not playing out of the short grass, and he still finished 30th there. I think that's kind of what we're looking for from Jordan Spieth. It's certainly not a place I think he's going to implode and miss the cut, but 15th to 30th is probably the big chunk of his range of outcomes. And then obviously with some luck, with some things aligning, he can go in either direction. But I think he's gonna be around. Like, he's gonna be on the coverage. He's gonna be on all that stuff. I just don't think that for the price that he is, $10,900, you've got to get every ounce out of him this week.
So here's the trickiest decision of the week, I think. Dustin Johnson is up next. He's the second favorite in the betting market at 15-1. He is $10,700 on DraftKings. Recently, Anderkirst is Tim's pick to win this event, coming off what I wouldn't call a great week for him at Palmetto. And frankly, I can't recall the last time that Dustin Johnson had a great week. It's just been big numbers have really been blowing it for him. And he even made some nice long par saves to keep his number where it was before he finally got back in contention. Now, you could throw it back the other way and say Dustin basically had his D- game and was still there late on his Sunday against what really amounted to like 3 good players in an alternate field event. And of course, he really should have dominated, though. I think that he obviously sets up well for U.S. Open golf. He putts really well on POA greens. We've seen that over time with the amount of success that he's had in California. Obviously, a former U.S. Open winner. I think he's going on my fade list, though. I just look at the guys below him, the next 3 guys, and I'd rather have all of them instead of Dustin Johnson this week.
I'm probably a bit more optimistic. I will have some level of exposure to Dustin Johnson just because he's got all the upside in the world. We've seen him do it for the last 12 or 18 months or however long you want to call it. He has legitimate high upside winning equity at every event that he ends up teeing it up at. I'm not really at all impressed at what he did at the Palmetto Championship, a 10th place finish in a field that he was the 1 or maybe 1A guy in it, with Brooks Koepka being there. But you're right, Patty. He played horrible. I mean, he hit some putts on Saturday and Sunday that never even sniffed the line that he was attempting to hit them on, or he misread them by 2 feet. I mean, it was really ugly stuff. But what I think the good news is for DJ is he is very much like Rory McIlroy. He's a bit of a momentum player to me. Once he starts going in the right direction, once he starts getting that confidence, it's really hard to stop him. So I think that he is worth the risk because of how big his upside is. And if he gets going for the first round or two, he's going to be very, very difficult to stop. And I mean, you were listing the stuff on POA and in California. It's very, very enticing for me.
A lot like John Rahm, who also has an excellent California track record as well. I think his top 5 percentage at California course is like 87% or something absolutely mind-boggling when you go back and look at it. This is just more of not even necessarily a game theory play. It's just I can only play so many of these guys above $10,000. And I do think that the winner probably comes from one of the top 15 guys that I really, if I want to have a chance in some of these larger DraftKings tournaments, I need to concentrate my ownership on 2, 3, 4 guys and just completely roll that way. So tough decisions must be made. So Dustin Johnson gets left on the chopping room floor for me. The next guy, however, does not. Bryson DeChambeau, $10,400 on DraftKings. You can find him at 15-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook. You can actually find him at 18-1 in some other places that are floating around here. Yes, he kind of broke the USGA last year. I just think he's going to be a good U.S. Open player because he does the things that I want to see. Obviously, the distance is there, but beyond that, besides Spieth, he is the best putter of anyone up here in this game. He can basically hit a green in regulation from anywhere, no matter how thick the rough is, because of his ball flight and how far he puts the ball down. And he is one of the better POA putters in the field as well. I would rather hitch my wagon to Bryson at a cheaper price than Dustin right now.
I get that. And I'm probably with you. The idea that Bryson's playing worse than his own expectation, that's going on right now. He's coming off the top 20 at the Memorial. That's a fine finish, but he is designed and he is built for US Opens. This is it. This is the whole point. The whole point is hit it very far. And when you and everybody else are playing out of the rough, you have this massive advantage. And that's what we saw at Winged Foot. The Winged Foot fairways were too difficult to hit. So when everyone was playing out of the rough and Bryson was 30 yards past everybody and he was able to extract it with the power and the club head speed and even get some of these balls to land a little bit softer than everybody else, it's a massive advantage. There are going to be guys in this field that are taking a half a stroke penalty when they hit it in the rough. Bryson is not one of those guys. So I'm almost able to completely wipe what I've seen since essentially his victory earlier this year and say, this is what he's been waiting for. This is what he's been designed for. And this is where he has the largest advantage. This one single event with very thick rough that will play long. This is it. So I'm with you, Pat.
Yeah. And like I said, the POA putting splits better for Bryson. It's funny because I'm down to who I'm going to bet this week, and we'll get to who my bet is from the top end. But I'm thinking about just taking another guy from the top of the board, and it's down to Bryson versus one of these other guys at a slightly better number. So maybe I'll try to get you to weigh in on it. Feinberg is leaning me one way, but I just really want to pull the trigger on Bryson. So yeah, I'm in on Bryson. Even just looking back, the fact that the approach has been pretty good, even at the PGA Championship, at Memorial, like it's been in the around the green in the putting stuff that's been letting him down a little bit. It hasn't been like a lights out approach by any means, but we do know if there's going to be any part of his game that usually lets him down, is like he can get the irons going bad. We know that, like Rahm, the driving is going to be there. If he can just be slightly above average with his irons and do his normal stuff everywhere else, this is his tournament for the taking. So I'm in on Bryson. Brooks is next. He is 18-1 in most spots. He's still above $10,000. And I was hoping we would get an ownership discount on Brooks after what happened at the Palmetto when he missed the cut. But just looking at his underlying numbers from Palmetto, not too concerned about what Brooks Koepka is up to. The driver, excellent. The irons, excellent. He couldn't chip or putt. Not usually a problem for old Brooks Koepka. He is the guy that I have already wagered on. 19-1 at DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm going to be massively overweight on Brooks on DraftKings. There's two players in the field when you look at them and say, hey, these guys are built for U.S. Opens. It's him and it's Xander Schauffele. If you just want to start your teams, Brooks, Xander, probably couldn't fault you too much for that, but I'm all in on Brooks here in terms of DraftKings, in terms of the betting market. I think that this is what he gears himself up for. And maybe if I bet Bryson and bet Brooks together, they can join forces and be at the top of the leaderboard.
I'd pay for that. I also bet Brooks already. The idea that if you can have a good missed cut, he had it last week. He didn't have to play the weekend in muggy South Carolina. He could get to Torrey Pines early, and he gained strokes in each of the ball striking categories. When Brooks loses on or around the greens, it usually comes back fairly quickly. You don't usually see him go into a multiple event stretch of being a big loser in the short game. And if you just zoom out a little bit and look at his last 7 starts, he has a victory and 2 runners up. This is what Brooks does. You might take on a bit more missed cut equity than some of his peers, but you take on way more win equity. With the great reward is that great risk, and I think that's okay to embrace at times here, Pat. And I've been trying to discount the Brooks mentality of only majors matter to me, right? He's been saying that, and I'm like, there's no way. That's impossible. You can't do that. There's only 4 a year. Continues to prove me wrong, continues to play well at major championships, and I don't have any reason to think he's not going to do it again this week.
Past 6 U.S. Open finishes for Brooks Koepka. 2nd, 1st, 13th, 18th, 4th.
Yep.
But besides Xander, I mean, he has the 2 wins in there, so it's better than Xander. Xander's never finished worse than 6th at a U.S. Open. That's a pretty good track record. These conditions are Brooks Koepka golf. He's going to bomb it. He's going to play pretty well out of the rough and put it to 33 feet. And then the weeks that he's making the 33-foot putts once every 6 times, which we've seen him do, he wins. So that's the formula for him to win this week.
I think it's even more impressive to have that run of results for a U.S. Open than even like a Masters or even just any random event where we stay at the same place every single year. Of course, the USGA, they're going to try to design the courses, or set them up somewhat similar. Rough is usually thick, usually firm and fast. We want the winning score to be generally near even par. That's the idea. But the fact that he's been able to do that on 6 different courses it's almost mind boggling, right? I mean, it goes back to he is designed for this. So it's unbelievably impressive when you're able to pull off what he's been able to do.
Next up on the list, dropping into the $9,000 range, it is the other guy that I'm debating whether to bet or not to bet versus Bryson. It's Rory. I like what Rory is up to at the moment, and Jeff was pointing it out to me, and it's not the first time I've heard it all week, is how bad Rory's been with the driver. He has not been bad. He has just not been the best player in the world with the driver, and even though he's still gaining strokes on the field off the tee, it's just not what he's normally gaining. But in place of that, he has started to gain a bunch of strokes with his irons. And if he can navigate the Kikuyu rough, even if he is missing fairways from time to time, especially to the left, as actually something that Cust pointed out, that is very true. When Rory gets it going bad with the driver, he misses left all the time. If he can figure that out this week or just play it well enough out of the rough from the left with the irons that have been so hot, the rest of his game is fine. He's chipping well, he's putting well, and the irons have been the best they have since essentially he won the Players' Championship 2 years ago. That DraftKings-wise, he is going to be the third man in with Brooks and Bryson, where I rotate my lineups. In the betting market, I don't know if I'm going to get there at 20-1 if Bryson is going to hang an 18, but I see nothing to fear with Rory other than him shooting 76 in the first round and having to rally on Friday.
Hopefully he just doubles number one and gets that out of his system, because Tiger did that a bunch in 2008 and was still able to win this golf tournament. Yeah, I'm fairly bullish on Rory McIlroy, especially when you put a 2 in front of his odds. That's what we got him at for the Wells Fargo Championship. And of course, he paid that one off. I think what's interesting about Rory is what he's doing with his driver now. You're right. It is not bad. It is tour average. That's what he was doing with his irons when the tour restarted. He wasn't bad with his irons and wedges. He was just tour average, and that's not Rory McIlroy. So it's usually not the driver that is the issue for Rory. I suspect he gets back to that. He's putted well on POA in his career, and you look at his very small sample size at Torrey Pines. He's only played here 3 times, but he's gone 5th, 3rd, and T16. Pat, I agree with you. I think this is a really good number on a guy that, of course, has winning upside. He's just won a couple of starts ago and has plenty of good vibes here in La Jolla.
How do you think that the ownership breaks down on the 6 guys that we've talked about? Spieth the lowest, or does the public carry Spieth enough in the Millionaire Maker because they all just want to root for Jordan Spieth?
Interesting. Oh boy. I think that, oh man, this is tough. I bet you that I bet Spieth is the lowest owned. I just think that when you Rahm is a very popular golfer, and he's only $300 more expensive, and he is there are no issues with this game. The one thing that people know about Jordan Spieth is that he sprays the driver. And then if you don't want to play if you don't want to play John Rahm, you could go down and get the Brookses, the Brysons, the Rorys, the DJs. I just think that the awkward pricing of Spieth keeps him as the lowest owned golfer here.
Okay, I would tend to agree with you. Other than that, is it Dustin that comes in next, or is it Bryson because people have this like visceral reaction to Bryson?
No, the defending champ will get his ownership, and believe it or not, they might not be as vocal, but people like Bryson.
I
like
Bryson.
I don't mind the guy. I think he's a little weird, a little quirky, but I'm a little weird and a little quirky. Like, it's cool. It's all good. Bryson is obviously our defending champion. DJ, he is not sexy at all. When DJ's going well and everybody wants to play him, it's when he's rattling off victories and top 5s. And we're not seeing that from him right now. And it's the last time that the public got together and they got to roster DJ was at the Masters. He missed the cut. So I'm just a bit worried that I'm not worried about it. I just don't think anybody's going to play DJ as much.
Okay, Justin Thomas is up next. He's another player that the last time we got a 2 next to his name, he won the Players' Championship. You can get him at 22-1, 9-7 on DraftKings. I'm out on Justin Thomas this week. He just doesn't do enough with the driver for me compared to the very top end guys that he's around. You make him $700 cheaper, I'm probably all in on Justin Thomas. But when you look at his skill set versus Rory, Bryson, and Brooks at essentially the same price point, I'm going to lean with the guys with the more driving distance who are just consistently going to put it out there at 320 yards and not have to rely all on his irons. And Justin Thomas, probably the best or second best iron player in the world, immaculate short game. He also has those putting deficiencies that come along with him. Is it going to be the every 13th week where he gains 5 strokes putting? Maybe. If that's the case, maybe he'll win. If it's not, he can find himself on the bad side of this tournament really quickly.
I completely agree with you. I can't get to JT. Love him. Thank you for the players. That was great, but this is tough. The two things that he's worst at, Pat, are the two things that I think can really expose you around Torrey Pines. He misses a lot of fairways. He's 154th in driving accuracy. So again, playing out of the rough is terrible. And you mentioned it, the putter, 122nd in strokes gained putting this season, and these are tricky greens. These Poana greens that are seaside, and they are very subtle and tricky. The guy hasn't even played here since 2015. He's only played here twice. I think this is a place that requires a bit more experience and that JT does not have compared to his peers. So I think the two aspects, the longest club in his bag and the shortest club in his bag, are going to be really difficult to get over this week.
And when you look at his results, he had the 63, I think it was, or 64 at Erin Hills on the Saturday to get him back in contention. That was the first time he had really made a dent at a U.S. Open. Finished well that year. He finished 8th last year at Erin Hills. But I think we all forget, I believe he was first round leader. And he was cruising into Saturday. He was kind of like, well, Justin Thomas is going to win. No worries about that. And then everything that we're talking about right now happened in round 3. He started missing all the fairways. And then all of a sudden he couldn't get it out of the rough onto the green. And he wasn't able to chip it 2 inches from the hole. And then the putter stopped working. And all of a sudden he was just out of the tournament. He dropped from like second all the way down to 21st, rebounded a little bit on Sunday. I just worry that blow up round is there for him. And some of the steadier guys just might not have that. Like, he has the potential to go out and shoot a 66, even at Torrey Pines with these conditions. But he might follow that up with a 78.
Yeah, there's big numbers lurking out there. Take it from me. I've played this course quite a bit. It will just eat you alive. And there are some very difficult spots. The fact that they turn 6 from a 5 into a 4 is going to be treacherous. I mean, there are big numbers lurking out there if you're just a little bit off. And when JT gets a little bit off, it's hard for him to fix it in the middle of the round. He usually is able to fix it on the range the day after or something like that. But it's very hard in the middle of the round. And if he does it on a Thursday or Friday, he might not get a chance to fix it, Pat.
Colin Morikawa is next. My guy, Colin Morikawa, who is $9,500 on DraftKings, 25-1 at DraftKings Sportsbook to win this event. The best iron player in the world. He is number 1 tee to green over the past 24 rounds, even though his chipping is not good. But that's just how good he is with his irons, plus the fact that he hits so many fairways. If this was 2007 at the U.S. Open, I'd say he is the only bet that I'm making. But distance is such a factor now that just simply hitting fairways where people don't do it at an 88% clip or an 80% clip at U.S. Opens, it's just not going to happen. That takes away the biggest advantage that he has here, I think. And where we've seen the gravitation towards distance over the past 5 years, and the results speak for themselves at the U.S. Open, it pains me to say because I think he might be my favorite player, but I'm out.
Oh no, I'll get all hot and bothered talking about Colin Morikawa here. I did, I think, a similar thing of what you did. I was on my site. I was on rickrungood.com. I looked the last 12 rounds, last 24, last 36, last 100. Didn't matter. The number 1 player in the field from tee to green, Colin Morikawa. The putter, always a question mark, but that's not new. He's like 4 wins and a major championship later, a couple of playoff losses. The putters, who cares? He wins in spite of the putter. And I think that if the USGA, the way they want this course to play, and we'll see because they can't control the marine layer as it rolls in the morning and the fact that they're at sea level and most guys don't hit it as far and the course, like, they're going to try to firm this up. If he can get it in the fairway, he can run it out. I'm not as worried about his lack of distance because everything else is absolutely sublime.
And it's not even that he has a lack of distance. It's almost like the Rory isn't driving it well type of comment. Like, Morikawa has fine distance. He's just not a bomber, but he makes it all up with accuracy. It's kind of why I called him like new school Henrik Stenson. He's the elevated version of what Stenson is accomplished in his career. Morikawa has almost already accomplished in his over a 2 and Simpson's a Hall of Famer, which is crazy to think, but it's the same type of stuff where it's going to be fairways, it's going to be great irons from 175 and out, and if he putts that week, he's probably going to win. That's the Colin Morikawa stuff, but I just think that hitting fairways at Torrey Pines is going to be incredibly difficult this week, no matter who you are. Brendan Todd is going to hit like 54% of fairways, and if I'm right about that, I think it takes away the biggest advantage Morikawa has, because then he is not hitting a wedge into these greens. He's having to stiff like a 6-iron from the thick rough from way out. It's just going to be too hard to hold the green for him.
I agree with the statement that if he is missing fairways, he's toes up. He doesn't have a chance here. I
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Ulrich, and yes, it's just me here for the time being. We'll see if there's somebody else that tends to join us, but who cares? We got one more sim to get to today. It's actually a pretty good one. We got the Baltimore Ravens, we got the Miami Dolphins, as Brendan Glasheen would say, and I go over my lineup strategy because there's nobody else to ask. We got a rushing quarterback. We got the Miami Dolphins, who tend to spread the ball around. So personally, I rostered Lamar Jackson. That's pretty much it for me from Baltimore. I also rostered Justin Tucker, but I put a Miami Dolphin player in the captain spot, and it's leaving my mind which one it was right now. I'm going to have to bring up my lineup back up. I thought I could remember it, but I couldn't. Mike Gesicki in the captain spot for me. Hope you guys are doing well. Two good teams here. Well, two mediocre teams. Miami, good, bad, I don't know. Anyways, throw them up, guys. Throw up your lineups. Make sure you get your golf lineups in. We still got some room in the Moose Classic, the Moose Open, number 2 version. 100-player entry there. I believe there's about 40 spots left last time I checked. We'll be updating that all sim, especially if it's just me. We're going to be updating that all sim. Looks like still 56 players in it. Where are we at here? 58. So 42 spots left in the Moose Open number 2. Get in there. It's a buck entry. 100 players, top 15 pay. Get in there. Get in there. It's all good. Let's fill 2. Let's really make Coffin look as bad as possible. Doubting me that the 200 person would fall. We all know that people don't enter golf contests until Wednesday. Come on. Who's the fantasy expert? Who's the guy who just looks good on TV? That's Kaufman. Anyways, let me know how you guys are doing. It's just me in here for right now. So, throw your questions up. Throw whatever. You got golf questions, throw them up. Hey, man, you got football conversations you want to get up? Do it, man. You got some Euro 2021 stuff. I don't care. We'll talk sports. We'll hang out for a bit. We'll get a nice little sim action in. Hope everyone's doing well. Still some paid contests up for the U.S. Open as well, guys. So, you can hit them up. I mean, lots of time left. Obviously, get in the Moose Open. It's a buck entry. Like I said, that's in the league. But there's still tons of contests in the lobby right now. I'm not sure if the Millie Maker filled. I'm going to check that right now. The big $10 one. The big $10 one, I think it did fill. But there is another $10 contest out there, $300K guaranteed, $100K to first. So, again, lots of time to get in golf contests as well. All right, let's kick the sim off. Like I said, throw questions up, do whatever. It's just me for right now. That's cool. I'm just going to take it back. We're going to run it out. It's actually a decent return for the sim, for being honest. 30-yard line. Let's go. Mike Bizzle, $1, man. $1. I don't know if you're talking to me or not, but whatever. Okay, here we go. Miami Dolphins. Breida on the run. 4-yard gain. Tackled by the Ravens. Throw your questions, guys. Just me for right now. Smash that like button if you could, if you're just getting in here. Sim just kicking off here. Let's go. How am I feeling about Spieth, Emerson's Peloton? Jordan Spieth definitely going to be low owned this week. Him and Dustin Johnson, we got a big run here. Is he going to go? Breida get in the corner. Oh, all the way down to the 15. Some speed on the Ravens there. They do have some pretty good speed in their back end, but Matt Breida, turn on the Jets there. Very nice game if you put Matt Breida in your captain spot. 54 rush yards right off the bat. Definitely be one of the more chalky plays of the sim, but that's how you punish people with chalk plays. You put them in your captain spot, and when they go off, everyone's sad that they don't have them. So here we go, 2-1. Back. Oh! Tackled at the 2. The first and goal. But yeah, back to Spieth. I'm not going to be playing him myself. If you're really looking for like a low ownership play in the high end guys, he's going to be it though. Him and Dustin Johnson, like I said, I really feel like they'll both have sub 10% ownership, like across the kind of industry. So that's just the feeling I'm getting. I don't mind it. I think I'd probably rather roster Spieth right now than Dustin Johnson as we get a touchdown. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fullback touchdown to kick off the Moose Solo Sim.
He's on my roster.
Whew, there he is. Hey, better late than never, my friend.
My internet is totally crapped out, and I guess I should have remembered that my 14-year-old was texting me about resetting it. I thought he had reset it because I was out and about today, and then just got home from dinner and was trying to get everything going. And as I sat down after setting everything up, I realized the internet was still out. So I'm running this off my cell phone.
All right, man. That's all good. Appreciate you hopping in.
And then I was in the wrong Slack channel because we have 50 million Slack things. I don't know. Is there a way to delete them after you use them? I just have 50 million of them open.
I know. I do too. I'm the worst with Slack.
Is there has to be a way to delete them, right? So that you just get the new one for the day instead of all the 50
definitely
old
ways. I think if you right click, it'll give you options to close them out or something. But I tend
We
to
can
just
talk about it another time.
And Slack is I know. I need a tutorial on it.
The internet stuff is going to be more of an issue when I get done with you. I'm going to take my podcast with Shelby Harris, and I would like to have good connectivity. So I guess we'll see how this goes for the next hour or so and go from there. I captained the fullback for Miami.
You
I'm probably in
didn't
first
captain.
place.
You didn't even have a lineup in. Don't lie.
Didn't have a lineup. I made the contest.
Did you? Okay.
Did you get in it?
I'm in.
Yeah, your name's in it. I meant to make it something related to Moose's U.S. Open picks, but I thought about it and forgot and did something about Don Shula because Miami and Baltimore. But
That's all good. I don't even know. Do you know the fullback's first name? Because I was about to look it up.
I don't know his last name.
It's Cox, but I don't know.
No.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Oh, Chandler
I'm gonna
Cox?
look it
Yeah,
up.
of course. Played at Air Force? No, I don't know where he played.
I like that.
I did captain Lamar Jackson, though. Which
Okay,
you
here we
have to
go.
do when-
Did they even list the
Did you
fullback
captain
on the
Lamar
depth
Jackson?
chart? I didn't captain Lamar. I rostered him. I didn't fade him, but they don't even list the fullback
captain.
on Carl Tucker. I don't know who that guy just randomly showed up. Cox, touchdown. Courtney Cox, yeah, Courtney Cox with the touchdown. I
If
like
for
that. Good
three.
call.
Courtney Cox, that's impressive.
Our producer's giving us the right name. It is Chandler Cox. 0.7% owned. So one of you sickos out there rostered him. Show yourselves. Or Ingram, excuse me, on the carry. So, all right, man. You had internet trouble. You're on your phone. Now he's away from the screen. Never a dull moment with BK. Haven't even asked him about the urinal light yet. It's all good. Like I said, it's all good. You can keep dropping golf questions in. If you're wondering again, there is, I know I saw someone asking, but there is another Moose Open contest in the DK Sim family. It's $1. It's version 2. It's a $1 entry, 100 people. So there's still spots open for that. So if you were wondering, there is another Moose Open to enter.
Who do you like to win? Do you share it publicly, or you keep it private?
Oh yeah, no, I'll share it publicly. I mean, you could like legitimately sound smart talking about any of the top 10 players in the world right now. So, I think that ultimately, if you're just giving me someone to win in this field, I'm just going to take John Rahm because like he was so dominant in his last start. When you talk about the odds and stuff like that, and who you like as dark horses, that's a bigger conversation. But I think that there's a very good chance you could just see a John Rahm kind of romp win. So. Kind of similar to what we saw from Bryson last year. I wouldn't shock me.
Phil Mickelson playing on course. He played a lot. For you, Phil Mickelson?
Sorry, you're cutting in and out a little bit. I think your phone's a little spotty. But Phil Mickelson, no, Phil would be to miss the cut bet for me this week. I know must feel like that if he's around.
Even though he's played a lot, and he grew up there.
He did. Never really had that much success though on the course. So.
If Tiger were healthy, he would be my pick.
Tiger just dominates story. I mean, Tiger would be everyone's pick.
Doesn't he have like 7 wins there or something?
I think he's got 7. I can't remember. I think it's something ridiculous. Breda, 64 yards.
So who's the rest of your line? Who's your captain? Already told everybody else.
I got Gasecki. I got Gasecki, my captain. I got Tua. Eljax in the flex. Who else did I roster? Oh yeah, I rostered Tucker and Jackson on the Ravens. I gotta hook up to my hardwire here.
Wild Weather Wednesday.
Why are you worried about my internet? Yeah, it is Wild Weather Wednesday. It's a rain game. I actually forgot to update that of the sim, but people were wondering. Still Wild Weather Wednesday, last game, rain game. So can't really. Oh, there's the range. You just gotta look for it. It's more subtle in Madden 2021 than it was in 2020. There's two.
Yeah, it is pretty subtle.
If you're just joining us, we had 1 touchdown already. Just the one. And that went to Chandler Cox. Chandler Cox fullback with the touchdown. Vulture touchdown. Must be's playing Phil. So you gonna play Phil? Who's in your lineup, golf lineup?
Think about it. What's his price?
I don't even know what Phil's price is this week. I'm not kidding. Like I would actually.
My golf lineup must be's.
No, yours. You have to give us the whole thing. Like don't give us. Give us a couple. Couple plays.
I haven't made my golf lineup.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I've got till 7 a.m. or whatever, 6 a.m.
It's true. You're just gonna pull an all night.
No, that's why I was gonna get your advice. I'm gonna do.
And then fade it.
I'm gonna do one lineup where I do everything you tell me to do, and one lineup the complete opposite.
That's actually not a bad strategy. Well, if you want a lone guy who's really cheap, and again, this dude's over 40 must be, so he's an old guy. But Jimmy Walker, he's feeling better. He had issues with Lyme disease, his Gasecki, but he's been playing better. He's feeling better. Jimmy Walker at 6,500. He likes Story too. He's a West Coast guy, so. Well, he's a West Coast guy in terms of he's had a lot of success.
My buddy and I, we grabbed a ticket on Garrick Higo. Is that his name?
Higo,
something like that. Is that a name?
That's his name. That's a guy. That's a golfer. He won last week.
Yep. Right. He won 3 of his last 5 starts.
Yep. Did you say you bet him for the U.S. Open?
None of them. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not a lot of, not the strongest action. Just saying.
Yeah. Just wondering. Never
It's
know,
not,
man.
it's not,
Talented
not
player.
Floyd Mayweather-esque with the type of bet.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean,
No mattress Mac over here.
if we were doing that, we wouldn't be doing these. But it's all good. Higo's really talented, man. Wouldn't shock me if he continued his run.
Should I put him on my roster?
He's gonna be really
Just,
popular, but
should I put him on my 6?
I like him better than Phil. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Why do you hate Phil so much? Because he's never
I
played
don't
that
hate
Tory Punch?
Phil. I definitely don't hate Phil. He's just 51, and it's the U.S. Open. And the U.S.
Why are
Open,
you fading Phil? Why does it sound like
US
you're
Open.
fading Phil?
heavy rough, driving accuracy. It's not good for Phil.
I'm going to be out there in a week or so. Should I go try to play Torrey Pines? I'm sure the rough will still be awesome.
Torrey Pines is a tough course, man.
Yeah, maybe I'll skip it. Just
We're going out to play some nice courses in Canmore here in July. Stewart Creek, if anyone knows that. Probably one of the nicest courses in Alberta. Looking forward to that. There's a pass, zipped. Sideline. Parker. Devontae Parker. On the catch. Reed's case for Justin Sue. I can't remember how to pronounce his name. Yeah, I don't mind it, actually. Like I said, I'm playing Jimmy Walker down there, Evan, but Justin Sue's like a really talented young player. So that's another punt play I definitely could get behind. And I want to say he's a West Coast guy as well, so he'll have some familiarity with the course for sure. Get two in the shotgun here.
Not to be confused with Indomitian Sue.
Ndamukong Suh. Remember when Ndamukong Suh tried an extra point in Detroit? I think he injured himself too.
Yeah.
I think it was
He
a
grew up
field-
playing soccer.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably from Nigeria or whatever.
Yeah, there's a
So
possibility.
I met Sue's parents at the Heisman.
Okay.
His mom and his sister are both like over 6 feet. His dad was like 5'7", 5'9".
Really?
I swear to God. You're like, wait, you produce this monster? Like that's like, yeah.
No kidding, man. Weird how genetics works.
His
man.
sister played some sort of college hoops.
Well, how tall is Ndamukong Suh? Like 6'6" or something? I can't even remember off the top of my head.
6'3", 6'4".
6'3", 6'4".
6'5".
Yeah, he's just a big guy though. He's more big than tall, isn't he?
Oh man. 76ers Hawks game's pretty close. Just got to learn on my watch.
Is it close now? All right. Sixers jumped it.
Point game with 2 minutes.
Quick lead. All right, that's the end of the first quarter. We get 4th and goal. We get a field goal on the back half of this queue. So, all right, we got BK back. We let him settle in here. I don't know how his video is going to do, but we'll see. We'll see how she goes.
Keep our fingers
Okay.
crossed.
I don't know if you're standing very still or if you're just very choppy, but it doesn't matter. You're here, which is all that matters.
I'm going to try to reset my internet because I don't think the 14-year-old did it right. But I don't need to do that right this second.
That's all right, man. You take your time. We'll read through the stats here. If you want to go, if you do want to go, you can, because I'll read through the stats here quickly. But 88 yards for Tua. Wow, Jackson had 1 pass attempt that entire quarter. So no passing yards for Lamar Jackson. I think he's got a few rush yards, but that's it. Yeah. Rush yards, 64 for
69th
Breda.
place.
64 yards for Breda, 13 yards for L. Jax. Not much else going on. You're in 64th place?
69th to 128.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we lost your video there. That's all right.
Yeah. You can still
It's
hear
all
me,
good.
though.
We got Chandler Cox
Now
touchdown.
reset the internet.
The only one in the game. It's all good. We're gonna let BK go reset his internet. So yeah, if you just join us, 7-0. Like I said, like I keep saying, I mean, U.S. Open starts tomorrow, so get your lineups in. 4 catches for Gesicki, 40 yards. Pretty tame first quarter. Albert Wilson, 1 catch for 14 yards. Devontae Parker, 1 catch for 34 yards. Yeah, guys, there's still some contest. So for the Moose Open in the DK Sim League, so get in that. We'll have to ask Brandon about this urinal in his house when he gets back as well, and we'll see. Just hopefully we get him back. Get that good internet. He was chopping out a lot. I was straining to hear what he was saying. So it was a field goal. All right, 10-0 Miami. Not a stream freeze, guys. We're just BK's on his phone because his internet was being strange. So Young, 3 assists from the double-double. Yeah, what's going on in that game, guys? Drop me a score because I don't have it up right now, and I don't want to put another thing up in my screen since I'm doing the play-by-play. So let me know what's going on, man. Juan, English Palmer, Zealot.
All right, sir, it's at the internet. We'll test it in a second. So here's what I'm going to do.
Juan, I think that's a great cash game lineup. I think that's a great lineup altogether, to be honest. If you were looking for GPPs, I might say, maybe try and switch out like Homa to Palmer or something if you could, or try and do something like that, or maybe use like Vegas instead of Palmer. But that's a lineup I could see a lot of people falling on, especially for core and cash games and stuff like that. There's L-Jax, who always got space too. I just tackled. One broken tackle there. How's things going over there, man?
With my internet setup?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of recycling right now.
All right. No worries.
So keep you posted. I guess you can hear me though, huh?
I can hear you. It's a little choppy.
good.
But
Let's
the
try to
Hawks
talk
are
it
up
short.
Hawks are up.
Hawks are up what? Sorry?
Hawks are up by 1 right now? I think that's what I just read in the chat.
I played cards last night in person for the first time in forever.
Cards?
Yeah.
Poker? Hold'em?
Well, no limit hold'em.
No
Tuesday night
limit.
game. A neighborhood game.
Yeah, man.
It was cool.
First time in live for a long time, you said?
I guess I played at my neighbor's a few weeks ago, but I was only there for a little bit. It was only 12 people. Last night, like 24 people. I made it to the final.
Damn.
I didn't even make the final table. I made it to the final 15. I had no cards all night, and Jeff, I'm not lying. I got a 10. If I played, let's call it 50 hands, I must have gotten a 10 between 35 and 40 times. Never suited, or never paired. Suited maybe once, but like 10-2 suited. And so after losing a couple of tough hands towards the end, I was kind of short stacked. I was about to be the big blind, the small blind. I went basically all in with ace jack suited.
Yeah.
And then a queen and king came, and I lost at 6s.
When you get short stack like that, ace king suited looks pretty good, man. It's
Yeah,
definitely-
I was like, what else is going to come in these next? I could survive the blinds, and then I'd be less than the big blind in my stack. So it was just good to be playing again.
Yeah, no kidding. Gonna get
Best I
long.
can tell, my internet does not work.
You seem to be less choppy, but ooh, Tucker's gonna be
Yeah.
way short there. Yeah, in the rain, not cool. Obi-Wan, you said a 7K guy, right? 6.8. Okay, I like Johnny Vegas. I like Jimmy Walker, and I don't hate Patrick Rogers, but I'd probably say Vegas or Walker down there. Just play Jimmy Walker, man. Then you can really blame me. I'm getting everyone to play Jimmy Walker this week, so. I mean, look, I legitimately have a lot invested in Jimmy Walker this week, like top 20.
Where's
bets.
Colin Morikawa from? He played at Cal, but is he actually from the Bay or is he from down south?
I don't want to like say the wrong place. I want to say he might have been like some part of his family has Hawaii ancestry.
Oh,
and
L.A.
I think he grew up in L.A., but yeah, he's got some.
I just wonder how much he's played there.
Oh, he's a West Coast guy. Like he grew up playing over there and stuff. Yeah, for sure. No, he's got good links to the West Coast.
I'm sure he's played some junior stuff there and
Oh yeah.
college.
A lot of those guys have played Tory and junior and stuff like that, for sure. Most of the big name junior guys will have some experience. The guy who's from like really close to San Diego is Xander Schauffele. Like actually grew up like really close to the course. So
You like him this week?
I don't. He's just in a range that, like, I think I would take Cantlay and Hovland over him, but it's not like using Schauffele is like bad. He's just going to be more popular than a couple of the other plays. So I don't know. I don't really know. Schauffele he's just a good player. So I'm going to play Cantlay over him. It's probably a mistake. So it really just kind of depends what you're trying to do with your lineup. If you're going balanced, yeah, you can definitely include Schauffele. If you're going like Rom, I would probably prefer to like skip over him.
I want to get back to Schauffele, but tell me some guys that you like and who are you fading, who you're avoiding.
Okay, I'm avoiding Spieth and Dustin. I'm avoiding Brooks. Playing Rory. I like Rory a lot, especially if you're in big tournaments. I think he'll be a little bit underowned. I don't hate starting with like Bryson and Rory. It's a combo I don't mind. Or even like Rory and Rahm, although that one's a little bit harder to make contests with. I think I'm going to probably play Cantlay. The toughest range to figure is the 9K range. Reed up to Morikawa. I don't want to say I'm going to fade all those guys, but I'm probably going to end up fading Schauffele from there for sure. Probably going to get some exposure to Finau because I'm a sadist. It's kind of where I'm at right now. Wow, Lana. Coming back. Yeah, Montreal Canadiens up 2-0. I know, it's a bit of a shock. Montreal's scrappy, man. Scrappy team. All right, where are we on this sim? 4th and 1, Miami. They can go for it. No, I can kick a field goal too. These teams, I tell you, just go for it, man. It's the rain. Might have the range here. No, that's, oh my God. That might have been the worst kick I've ever seen in these sims. That went about 30 yards, and that was a 7-yard field goal? Phew. Producer. Oh, man. That was a terrible kick, Andrew. That was, like, legitimately the worst kick I've ever seen. Okay. Oh, look at this. Go, go, go. Oh, Ingram getting the corner. Oh, and Mark Ingram. Touchdown. Old man Mark Ingram, just like old man Logan. Jumping out of the comic book, 62-yard touchdown. That one came out of nowhere. Dude, I didn't think Mark Ingram had enough wheels there. I didn't really get excited to that until the very end. Thinking about rostering a running back with Lamar.
I didn't think he had.
Yeah, I didn't think that was on the table, man. Jordan Warren definitely emphasizing off the tee play for the U.S. Open.
I'm in 81st. I never told you all of it. Lamar in the captain spot. Gesicki and Jakeem Grant are my only Dolphins. Andrews, Tucker, Ravens deep.
Sounds actually fairly close to my lineup, if we're being honest. I just don't have Lamar in the captain spot.
So here's the sense I'm getting is that my internet is still not working. Based on having reset the router twice.
I don't know, Rob. That was a pretty weak effort. You maybe sound a little bit better now? I don't know. I hate internet issues, man. Nothing pisses me off more.
Yeah. Well, we run off a network that's paid for by my wife's company. And so I thought about getting a separate, I mean, we talk about it a lot, getting a separate, oh, hang on, it's resetting. Huh. Nope, it just said no internet connection. I got excited. It pretended like it was connecting to the router and was going to be good. Like, I spent a lot of money and had a buddy who's a big AV guy who did all of our AV stuff. And
yep.
I don't know if he set up the network wrong or something, or what.
Something ain't clicking, eh?
No, because this happens like once a week or once every 10 days.
Yeah,
and
the worst.
Comcast came out. They gave us a new modem. They actually put a new line in the ground because other people in the neighborhood were also having internet issues. So they had to dig into our, our backyard and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I did the normal reset stuff that typically works. Question is, are you hearing me okay? How choppy is it?
Right.
Although with the podcast, I've heard you fine. So assuming Shelby Harris and whatever teammate he gets to be our guest tonight has okay internet, and I'm recording it via Zoom. Now I guess the Zoom is still through my connection. But we'll be okay because my end will be fine because I'm recording into the program also, and I use Zoom as the backup. But if I can hear them as clearly as I've heard you, then we should be fine. And again, it's a podcast. Not, there's video elements, but we don't do anything with it. That should have been a sack.
Nice move by Tua.
Man, and then almost touchdown or almost an interception.
I can hear you well now. It seems to be a little bit smoother, so we can at least hear you decently.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I didn't do anything. It's still connecting to my cell phone, but whatever. The later it gets, the less people are on cell phone networks, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, maybe. Everyone's putting their cell phone off. Who knows?
3 nights and weekends. Am I going to get to be on camera this time around? I guess we'll find out. Probably not.
Probably not.
Just do a still photo of me waving. Like capture a still and crop it in, Andrew. Go like this. Thumbs up.
4th down. Coming up. See what the Dolphins do.
Why are you fading speed?
What's the podcast? Just like, is it part of your like weekly with your regular post, or is it just something else?
No, I guess I didn't tell you. So it's Shelby Harris's podcast. It's called
it's
Shell
his
Shock.
podcast. Okay, I see it.
He asked me to do it with him. I mean, I do a lot of the back end stuff, but he asked me to do it with him because he wants to get into media when he's done. So.
Oh, cool.
We've done 4 of them so far. Tonight will be our 5th. In the coming weeks, trying to take a couple of big swings and see if we can get some non-teammates of his. Is our hope in the 5 weeks before training camp starts. And then the goal during the season is going to be try to get, even if we get his teammates, to also try to get opponents here and there. Derek Wolfe when they play the Ravens, Chris Harris. He's really good friends with Derek Carr because they were rookies together.
Right.
Marcus Lawrence from their time in Dallas together. So, you don't normally have players from other teams talk to each other, but you also don't normally have players that have a podcast. Patrick Peterson has one. And that's about it right now. In other news, and I can show you at halftime, Justin Cravens, the softball bat he sent me, arrived to my office from Louisville.
Oh, nice.
Pretty sweet. It doesn't have my name on it or anything. That's fine. It's MLB Prime softball bat. It's pinkish.
That's a nice.
I said I wanted either a pink or a blue one.
Actually, I wouldn't mind getting like a signed bat for my office at some point by player. Those are just cool. They're just cool.
Yeah, who do you want to sign it?
I don't know. I don't really have like a baseball guy.
I could pull out a whole box of baseballs that are signed. My buddy who used to own a big sports bar here in town, or a bar here in town where lots of athletes would go. He owned some restaurants and stuff, and then he just decided to move back east. So he's still invested in these restaurants, but his dad passed away, and he just kind of hangs out with his mom in Cape Cod. But he gave me all this stuff, so I got an autographed Tom Brady helmet, an autographed helmet from the 05 Patriots that won that 3rd Super Bowl, or whatever year that was, 04, whatever. I gave that to my brother-in-law for Christmas. A basketball from the Celtics championship team with KG and Ray Allen that I gave to my buddy who's a Celtics fan. And all these baseballs, but the majority of them say to Brad, spill rocks or something profane or whatever. And so I pulled out, there's one that he had that was signed by a bunch of old Yankees, including Mickey Mantle. There were 3 Pedro balls. There was a bunch of Bronson Arroyo balls. He just wanted the ones back that said to Brad. And so so he's in town. He came in town to check on his restaurants and meet with his partners. So I went and saw him today, and I brought him the box of stuff back because he's wanted to mail it to himself. And there's a bunch of photos in there that he had forgotten, like a whole shoebox of photos. And we'll see if we get a touchdown here. But there's a baseball that when I tell Koff this story, he's going to
just run in. Oh my God!
Why? He'd rather just throw it out of the back of the end zone. Who wants to run it in front? Look at his teammates.
We need a clip of that if Smash Lands around.
Look at his teammates. But as we're going through it today, as he's getting it ready to mail where the shipping store, he pulls out a ball. He goes, "Oh, look, this is signed by the whole 07 Red Sox." Now, he's a Red Sox fan, so to me it'd be a cool keepsake, but I don't really care, and it's not as big as the 04 because I was asking when they broke the curse. But it said World Series 07. There you go. There's a touchdown.
He gives up the easy rushing touchdown, the automatic, chucks an air ball, and then comes back and zips it in between like 3 defenders. It's a Devontae Packard on 4th and goal. What a ridiculous
More
scene.
people's lineups.
Oh, we do have a question for you, Brandon. Yeah, I see your. I see you, Kaufman, still just trolling around. Kaufman said you have a urinal in your house, and you just decided to put one in.
Yeah, when we finished our basement, I asked my wife if we could put it in. You know, she at the time she had just had a baby boy, plus my stepson, who's, you know, at the time he would have been 11, 12. And I'm obviously male, and it's a basement. We're going to be putting the bar in. And
right.
And so our realtor told us, she's like, you know, 50% of people are going to love it, 50% are going to hate it when you resell. Yep. And I was like, well, we'll just sell it to somebody who likes it.
True.
And
it is one of those things that's like.
Yeah. I mean, there's this huge bar down here. There's obviously we have 4 TVs on the wall. Certainly it's not that out of place, but it is extremely convenient.
I like it, man.
And if somebody doesn't want to buy the house because of that, then they won't buy the house, and the next person will buy it. Considering how crazy the real estate market is around here right now.
Dude, in terms of things I've seen at people's houses, like just having a urinal in your like basement with a bar, it's like that's not even like top 30% different. Like that's not even weird. I'd be like, oh, that's
well.
Now
I want to know what's weird as you open up that can of worms.
What's weird? Well, oh man, I've seen some weird stuff in houses. Like, I don't even like it, some of it's just like hard to describe some of the things that people do. I remember going to this one house and they had like made their basement so it was like, I don't even know, like they had cut it in the room so small, like it was just the weirdest use of space I've ever seen. Like legitimately there was like 4 rooms and they were like 50, like square feet or something, like, and it was like you were walking in like a labyrinth and like it was like a serial killer's basement where they had like prison. Like that's what it felt like. You're like walking in a maze. I'm like, if the lights were out down here, I'd be freaked out. Like, so I don't know. That's like just one example, but there's.
Yeah, well, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, roughing the pass. How do they call roughing the pass when he ran out of bounds and wasn't hit? Andrew says, on the ones and twos, says he and his wife looked at a place with an open concept bathroom, no door, just open right to the master. The bathroom goes right into the master with no door. Touchdown, by the way, Hollywood.
Marquise Brown. That Andrew is
I
actually.
have Hollywood.
That seems to be. I don't have Hollywood either. I never roster Hollywood anymore. I used to always in the old sim, but open concept bathrooms are like they seem to be getting more and more popular. And I agree with Andrew. I don't really understand.
I want more doors in the bathroom, not less.
Yeah, like at least just like put it off to the side where it's like if I'm sitting in the bed, I don't have to like look right. I don't know, man. Like
no, but you still have to potentially smell it. Nobody wants to deal with all that. Let's just put a door to the toilet in the master bath, and then have. If you want to go open concept after that, I can at least kind of get around that idea. But my wife, who lives in a condo in Jersey City, my sister, not my wife, my sister came into our house the first time, and she was so jealous because theirs is basically essentially a 3-bedroom condo. The downstairs is an office, but it could be a bedroom if it had to be. And their bathroom is basically, steps. It's like there's 2 sinks and then there's a bathroom. That's it. With the tub in there.
Yeah.
And she was very jealous of our separate door inside.
The fact of a door, yeah, I know.
I'd put a second door if I could.
Yeah, I don't like
an entryway into the bathroom.
I kind of understand having like an open concept entryway, and if the shower and the bath are open, that's fine. Like that's not a big deal at all for me. But like, yeah, I don't want the toilet in the same area. Like that seems to be like the way houses are going. Like just toilets like in the middle of like anywhere. I've seen some toilets in weird spots too before. That's actually another thing. So that's actually a good one that Andrew brought up because people just will put toilets anywhere. I saw this dude who had a garage, and he like had a workspace in his garage, but he just had a toilet in his garage. Fully hooked up, everything, no door, nothing, just a toilet right there. No door, nothing to hide it in the middle, like basically on the side of his garage, by a workbench, sitting there, toilet. Like what? Why? You're in your garage so much you can't go in the house. Anyways, let's set up for the second half. We got something to get to here. We got 17-14 Dolphins. Guys, we got a little clip coming up for you. You know you start for more U.S. Open content, so here it is. Earlier today on The Sweat, we did a PGA Chaser Fade. I believe this was Len Hochberg, and the topic came up. It was Rory McIlroy, and the question is really simple. Can Rory McIlroy win his second U.S. Open here this week? Here it is. Find out.
A lot of people are going to be really excited about Paul George. There's no way that he can disappear now in this situation with all the attention on him. He's not going to be able to for this team to have a chance. You look at some of the just updated numbers, updated odds on the DK Sportsbook. You have the Jazz for a 7.5-point favorite right now. 7.5, that jumping up from 3 just yesterday afternoon with this news. So does Utah hold serve, do you think, in its home floor and actually cover here?
I think they have to, right? And like Julian said, their title odds have now jumped up to plus 250. The Clippers have plummeted all the way down to plus 1,000. You know, the Jazz are now kind of in the same situation that the Bucks were in heading into last night's game, but instead of going up against Kevin Durant, you're going up against Paul George. And Paul George is not Kevin Durant. And for as great as Paul George has shown that he can be at times, I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are saying, all right, it's Paul George's time. He'll just go for 50 and he'll carry the Clippers, you know, on the road at Utah. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is a perfect setup now for the Jazz, who obviously struggled in games 3 and 4. They were outplayed, outclassed on the offensive end. And when you talk about removing one of Kawhi Leonard.
We have a number of golfers north of 10K this week. There's Brooks Koepka, there's Bryson DeChambeau, DK's own Dustin Johnson. You got Jordan Spieth, John Rahm. Only golfer over 11K is obviously Rahm, and some guys that butt right up against them salary-wise as well. One name who I alluded to right there, just under 10K, who's done some damage here in the past in majors, is Rory McIlroy. How are you feeling about him at 9,900 Chaser Fade that he is in the running here to win this weekend?
Yeah, it's 9,900, under 10,000 for Rory McIlroy in a major. It really made my eyes open a little bit. You know, he did not play Torrey Pines for much of his career, but he's come on board the last few years. He was top 5 his first visit. He was top 5 his second visit. And then he was 16th back in January. So he's played this course very well. He also won recently, and then he was 18th at the Memorial. So I like Rory McIlroy a lot. Oh, it all comes down to the first round. Rory McIlroy, we all know the narrative by now. He shoots himself in the foot. He shoots himself out of the tournament in the first round and then plays great the next 3 rounds. I think we're going to know a lot about Rory McIlroy by Thursday night. I like him this week.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in. I know what everyone was thinking. We needed at least one more Adam Kaufman video before the end of the night. And there you go. There was more Kaufman asking the golf questions, the tough questions. Hopefully that helped give you a little insight on Rory McIlroy. Right now, in this last sim of the day, we got 17-14. Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens. Marquise Brown there on the last touchdown for Baltimore right before half. We had Devante Parker. Yeah, Parker guy. He scored. We had a vulture touchdown with Chandler Cox. BK, who scored the other touchdown for? Oh, Ingram, that long one.
Yeah, Mark Ingram, the long run.
Had like a 1,000,000-yard run. That's right.
He's not in my lineup. I'm in 115.
No, I got none
place.
of these guys.
I'm in 115 out of 123. Not
probably
great.
Similar. Where am I here? I don't know. Anyways, not great.
What time does the first group tee off tomorrow?
I can lift that up for you real quickly here. Open tee times. There we go.
Probably 6-ish, 7.
Yeah,
Probably 7-ish.
I mean, you're on my time, Mountain,
Yeah.
right? So 6:45 local.
In Cali, so 7:45 in.
Yeah, 7:45 our time. So 9:45 Eastern is when they tee off, guys. I don't know when the lineups lock on DraftKings, so don't take that as a lock time.
They usually lock, I want to say, like, I feel like they lock it like if it's 6:45 or 9:45, they'll lock it like 9 or 9:10 or something. You know, but it says it on the.
Yeah,
it says it in the app.
Yeah, it does. Lock is actually it is first tee. It's 7:45 Mountain.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
6:45
9:45 Eastern.
Yeah.
8:45 Central.
Yeah.
Gives me plenty of time to decide if I want to
Plenty
go.
of time. Oh, yeah,
You
I'll be-
100% or go against you 100% or somewhere in between.
Well, I'm just going to change all my lineups after we're done talking anyway, so you won't even know who I play.
That'll show me.
I'm definitely playing Rory this week. I'm definitely playing Rory. Like I said, Jimmy Walker, man. Let's go. I'm invested in Jimmy. All about the comeback story. Pass over the middle. Who is 80? Boykin. I always want to say Willie Snead. What's going on in this Canadians game? So the Hawks won. It's 3-1 Montreal. So we could have two potential upsets here. That was a pretty big upset. Hawks were +7 underdogs tonight.
Yeah. Big collapse in Philly, number 1 seed.
Starting to not shocking, you know, for being honest. Not that big a shock. Yikes. Okay. Anyways, what's up, DK Sim fam? Smash that like button if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate it. Trying to get to 250 by the end of the sim. There's Mark Andrews jaunting down the sidelines.
He might be cruising towards bonus territory, right? It's a couple long catches for him.
Let's find out.
56. We're getting there.
56. Yeah, I recall him catching like one other pass.
Well, that one where they called the roughing the passer on Lamar.
Yeah.
I don't know if people around here want Vegas to win, or because a rivalry is developing with Vegas, they'd be fine if they fell on their face and lost to Montreal.
I think Vegas is like the kind of fun team that a lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon for.
Yeah, but not in Colorado. So it's the only reason to
no.
be cheering for them is to say, "Oh, we lost to the champs." You know.
Yeah. Yes.
Otherwise,
Definitely not. It doesn't feel like it's like a huge like America's getting behind them or something, but. You know, there's like out west, I think, you know, a lot of people are jumping on them, the Vegas regulars and stuff like that. So, you know, people who like went and saw a Vegas game once are like, oh, yeah, they're awesome now. So a lot of people like that, you know, scatter around the country. But yeah, I mean,
does Southwest Airlines fly to Canada? I don't know if it does.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Does Southwest Airlines fly to Canada?
God,
I don't think it does.
I can't remember. I don't think so anymore, but I
Well,
think
anyway,
they have
they're
like
running they're running big sales. So my wife and I were trying to figure out, and the sales from September 15th to November 3rd right now, till
Right.
tomorrow, when you have to travel. So we're like, well, maybe we'll go to Vegas right after the Broncos play that Thursday game in Cleveland, October 21st. And I was looking at the prices, and I'm like, this isn't that cheap. Like, so I need to check the Raiders schedule. Maybe the Raiders are home that weekend, and that's why tickets are maybe higher. I don't know. I mean, you know, they weren't crazy. Like, they're half off, made them like 150 or something.
Yeah. I'm used to paying through the nose to go to the States, so 150 sounds really good to me.
Right, but we're already in the States. How much does it cost you to fly to Vancouver?
Probably more than it costs you to fly to like Vegas.
All right, let's see here.
Canadian air
October.
prices are just ridiculous. We have like two.
Yeah, they're home against the Eagles
Big? Oh, okay.
on Sunday the 24th. Here's what my wife won't like if we go to Vegas.
Ingram
How
again.
much I'll want to stay on Sunday to watch the rest of football versus fly home. I guess we can fly home, but I can watch football here. I can watch a lot of college football on Saturday, I guess.
The nice thing about the Eagles, yeah, that'll be like a winnable game for Vegas. So get pretty crazy there. I don't think Vegas is going to be that good.
No, Mark Ingram again.
Yeah, Mike Ingram again, man. Killing our lineups. Ingram, what are we at here for ownership? 22.1%, 1.2% owned in the free roll. It's not that highly owned either. So if you got Mark Ingram right now, you are loving life, especially if you're in some of the paid contests, which we do have for the Madden Sims. You guys can check those out. Every slate, every game, showdowns, classic stuff. You guys know that. 2 receiving yards for Ingram, 84 rush yards, and 2 touchdowns. Only 1 reception. Amazing.
Well, you can see the rain when they go to the sideline, Kim. How are some of the other wacky weather games?
Last game actually wasn't terrible. We had like a double overtime game, though.
Oh, nice.
So it was kind of I don't want to say a nuisance, but it was just like, the Bears took an 8-minute drive in overtime, so we basically just talked through it. It wasn't great. So, let's see. I'm just looking through here. Jeff, do you think Siwoo will tin cup it and have to putt the back nine with the 3-wood? I don't know, man. Siwoo does tend to get frustrated, so you never know.
Who is your darkest dark horse? That, like, you're not going to pick him, but if he wins, the way Phil Mickelson won the PGA, we're like, you know what? I guess that's not that crazy.
I mean, my darkest dark horse, honestly, is Jimmy Walker.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
it.
you're playing
right
him all over the place.
Okay. I'm playing him. I'm betting him top 20. He's won a major before.
Sure. I just wonder if there's a guy that you're like,
no,
I'm not picking him. I'm not rostering him, but then when he wins, you're like, yeah.
I mean, I am actually rostering him, but he's 400 to 1. Just to give you an example,
Okay.
like he's a dark horse, man. Like he is it. I could give you a couple other names as well.